Chapter 1, Becoming the Female Emperor's Furnace. At the start, Lin Chen, consider whether you would like to become my Tao companion. A woman of unparalleled beauty sat by a stream. In the distance, verdant mountains stood majestically, the water gurgled merrily, and a hazy mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the scenery ethereal and dreamlike. She was known as the exquisite Empress, her eyes captivating like a painting, her skin as smooth as jade adorned with a phoenix coronet and draped in a golden phoenix robe, her lithe frame emanated a delicate fragrance. A jade belt cinched her slender waist, and her long, fair legs swayed before Lin Chen's eyes, her small feet shimmering in the stream. No need for consideration, I refuse. Lin Chen, barely 14, was full of youthful vigor. Faced with the allure of the peerless Empress, it was difficult not to be tempted. However, the Empress' words were honeyed. While she spoke of becoming Tao companions, her true intention was to use him as a furnace. They had only just met. Where was the affection? Lin Chen feared being drained dry by the Empress, meeting a tragic end. Moreover, he had a betrothed. Thus, he resolutely refused. Very well, with these words, the exquisite Empress suddenly seized Lin Chen, pinning him beneath her. What are you doing? Lin Chen struggled vehemently, but to no avail. He watched helplessly as the exquisite Empress did as she pleased. 3 hours later, the scene was disarrayed. By the stream, phoenix robes, jade belts, anklets, and various other articles of women's clothing and jewelry lay scattered on the ground, water splashing everywhere. Lin Chen awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a face of exquisite beauty. The exquisite Empress looked down upon him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes like water, her entire being radiating a powerful aura. After their exchange, the exquisite Empress seemed even stronger. She was an Emperor realm powerhouse, possessing immense strength. She had single-handedly confronted a million-strong demon army in the outer realms, slaying 9 peerless demon lords, a figure of unparalleled grace. However, in that battle, the exquisite Empress had also suffered grievous wounds, afflicted by a demonic poison that she had been unable to cure. Further delay would endanger her life. Concealed within the exquisite pagoda, she traversed the heavens, seeking a person with a supreme young constitution to heal and prolong her life. On the verge of death, she encountered Lin Chen, discovering that he possessed the divine dragon body. The divine dragon body, with its supreme yang energy, could help her dissolve the demonic poison, restore her strength, and even advance further, breaking through her past peak. Although it was their first meeting, the situation was dire, and the exquisite Empress could not afford to hesitate. Moreover, her first impression of Lin Chen was favorable. Thus, she impatiently seized Lin Chen and brought him into the exquisite pagoda, taking his yang essence. At that moment, the exquisite Empress donned her phoenix robe, her jade feet bare, and rose upon a lotus flower, floating in midair, her body wreathed in purple mist, like a celestial maiden. Aloof and proud, little one, you now have 2 choices. First, stay here and accompany me. Section. I choose the second, Lin Chen interrupted swiftly before the exquisite Empress could finish. To choose the second, you must complete 3 tasks, which 3 first, within 2.5 years, you must become the leader of the Northern Wasteland's 10 prodigies, suppressing all your peers in the Northern Wasteland. Since you have become my man, you cannot be mediocre. If you fail to accomplish this, then perish. After absorbing Lin Chen's yang essence, the demonic poison within the exquisite Empress was only temporarily suppressed. It had not been dissolved immediately. She still needed some time to heal, and 2.5 years should be sufficient. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Senior exquisite, your demands are too difficult. You know that my martial spirit has been crippled, and I can barely dominate an Azure province, let alone the Northern Wasteland. Lin Chen possessed the 5-star heaven-slaying tiger martial spirit, a talent that astounded the martial world, and he also practiced swordsmanship. He was the holy son of the Spirit Sword sect, invincible among the younger generation in Azure province. Several days earlier, the Azure province's great secret realm had opened, and Lin Chen had ventured into the realm for training, but he had encountered a terrifying being and suffered severe injuries. Upon returning to the Spirit Sword sect, Lin Chen's junior sister, Su Yao, under the pretext of helping Lin Chen heal, launched a sneak attack, exacerbating Lin Chen's injuries and leaving him defenseless. Lin Chen's master, the sect master of the Spirit Sword sect, who was also Su Yao's father, Su Mo, not only failed to uphold justice but personally extracted Lin Chen's heaven-slaying tiger martial spirit and merged it into Su Yao's body. Su Yao possessed the 5-star demon fox martial spirit. After devouring Lin Chen's heaven-slaying tiger martial spirit, she had a high chance of advancing to 6 stars, soaring to great heights. Lin Chen had a good relationship with Su Yao, always treating her like a younger sister, but he never expected that Su Yao's heart was like a viper, her methods vicious. With his martial spirit stolen, Lin Chen's foundation crumbled, his realm plummeted, and he became a crippled. Sumo even falsely accused Lin Chen of defiling Su Yao, using this as a pretext to expel him from the sect. Later, as Lin Chen was walking at the foot of the Spirit Sword Sect's mountain, a small pagoda flew out of nowhere, driven by the Empress, and captured him within. A mere heaven-slaying tiger martial spirit, what does it matter if it's crippled? The exquisite Empress looked down at Lin Chen below, her posture aloof. It was hard to imagine that she, a cold and proud as a celestial being, would also have a wanton side. This Lin Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He was just a cripple, yet he had to endure such torment. You possess the divine dragon body. The heaven-slaying tiger martial spirit was merely a facade. Your true martial spirit has not yet awakened. I can bestow upon you a drop of dragon blood to help you unleash the potential of the divine dragon body and awaken the martial spirit that truly belongs to you. The exquisite Empress waved her jade hand, and in an instant, a drop of golden blood appeared in the air, floating before Lin Chen's eyes, radiating golden light and emanating a terrifying dragon might. Golden dragon blood, a supreme treasure. Absorbing dragon blood may lead to death. Absorb or not, the choice is yours. The exquisite Empress' expression was indifferent. I'll absorb it. Lin Chen did not hesitate. The exquisite Empress pointed a finger, and in an instant, the dragon blood entered Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen trembled, feeling a surge of heat within his body, his whole being feverish, his bloodline surging. His body almost cracked open, unbearably painful. However, Lin Chen's will was firm. He would not give up. Gradually, the discomfort faded, and Lin Chen quickly refined the golden dragon blood, his chi and blood soaring, feeling incredibly invigorated. Roar! A bloody dragon shadow burst forth from Lin Chen's body, emanating a terrifying martial spirit pressure. A new martial spirit awakened. Lin Chen's physical qualities instantly improved several times over, his body filled with power, as if he had been reborn. Lin Chen's realm even broke through successively, returning to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. In this world, people cultivate martial arts, and the realms are divided into body refining, spirit gathering, spirit vein, spirit sea, creation, fate wheel, martial king, martial emperor, and so on. The martial spirit is the foundation of martial arts, graded from 1 to 9 stars. Lin Chen felt that the newly awakened martial spirit was very strong, far surpassing his previous heaven-slaying tiger martial spirit. Senior Exquisite, what kind of martial spirit is this? What grade? You possess the divine dragon body, so what you awakened is naturally the supreme divine dragon martial spirit, a top-tier martial spirit in this universe. Your body is too weak. The martial spirit is only initially awakened now. In the future, if you devour more dragon blood, you can make the martial spirit continuously grow stronger. Lin Chen's mood was complex. He had not known that he possessed the divine dragon body. In that case, should Lin Chen thank the exquisite Empress for helping him activate his physique and awaken his martial spirit? But he was clearly almost drained dry. Go out. I will come to find you again in 2.5 years. Senior, what about the remaining 2 tasks? We'll talk about it later. The exquisite Empress' expression was aloof. Compared to her passionate abandon during their dual cultivation, she was like a completely different person. Lin Chen didn't mind. At least he could leave now. With the awakening of the supreme divine dragon martial spirit, his martial path had hope. In the future, he would surely make Su Yao and Su Mo pay their blood debts. The exquisite Empress pointed a finger, and Lin Chen felt a dizzying sensation, teleported out of the exquisite pagoda and arriving in a mountain forest. This place was not far from the Spirit Sword sect, right at the foot of the mountain. My head is spinning. Lin Chen's eyes were seeing stars, his waist was in excruciating pain, and a strong sense of fatigue washed over him. Dual cultivation with the exquisite Empress had been too draining. Even though Lin Chen had awakened a new martial spirit, rebuilt his foundation, and recovered some of his strength, he had still lost his yang essence. After walking for a while, Lin Chen heard the sound of something piercing through the air behind him, and his heart suddenly pounded with alarm. Chapter 2, Holy Maiden Lu Yanran. At the foot of the Lingjian sect, a woman clad in a red dress descended from the sky, her fierce expression radiating an ominous aura. She was Su Yao, the younger sister of Lin Chen, possessing an exquisite figure and striking beauty, yet her eyes glimmered with a ruthless edge. Lin Chen, you have not strayed far. Su Yao, my martial spirit has been destroyed. Will you not spare me? One must eradicate the roots of the problem. My father did not kill you before. Instead, he expelled you from the sect solely because you were the holy son and had rendered service to the sect, preserving your life to avoid controversy. Now, even if I were to slay you, no one would know. Su Yao's gaze was icy, imbued with a chilling intent. She firmly believed that allowing Lin Chen to live was a perilous gamble, and it would be better to eliminate him entirely. Su Yao, how could I have regarded you as a sister, yet you reveal such a heart of a beast? My dear Chen, do not blame me. Your injuries have left you vulnerable, and your martial spirit is simply too enticing. With a cold smirk, Su Yao summoned her 5-star demon fox martial spirit, a pink phantom fox swirling above her head, adorned with 5 delicate tails. In an instant, her eyes glowed a menacing red, a manifestation of her martial spirit's innate ability, seduction capable of ensnaring the mind and plunging one into an illusion. Lin Chen, already weakened, felt his consciousness blur under Su Yao's influence. Just as she was about to strike, a sudden sound of breaking air reached her ears. Another presence was approaching. A breathtakingly beautiful woman soared through the air, standing atop a blue lotus flower, clad in a flowing blue gown. Her figure was curvaceous, and her deep blue eyes exuded an extraordinary grace, akin to a snow lotus quietly blooming. Yanran, is that you? Lin Chen quickly regained his senses, his heart leaping with joy at the unexpected arrival of his fiancée. Lu Yanran. Su Yao's expression darkened. Disregarding everything, she unleashed a palm strike. You dare! A flash of cold light flickered in Lu Yanran's eyes as she summoned her ice phoenix martial spirit. Suddenly, the cry of the phoenix echoed, and a shard of ice shot forth with blinding speed. Su Yao, channeling her spiritual power, attempted to defend herself, but the icy shard was too potent. It shattered her protective barrier and sent her flying. Lu Yanran landed gracefully beside Lin Chen, her expression fraught with concern. Her bosom heaved as she struggled to maintain composure, her face pale from the exertion of her long journey. Chen, are you alright? I am unharmed. Lin Chen felt relatively fine. Had Lu Yanran not arrived, he would have had no choice but to reveal his trump card and summon his supreme divine dragon martial spirit. Given his current condition, the outcome would have been uncertain. You dare to harm me? Su Yao seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just as she steadied herself to retaliate, her vision blurred. Slap! Lu Yanran delivered a resounding slap to Su Yao's face, infused with a chilling aura, leaving half of her face swollen and covered in frost, her body trembling. As the holy maiden of the Wuji sect, Lu Yanran was among the top prodigies of Qingzhou, wielding a 5-star pinnacle ice phoenix martial spirit, her combat prowess formidable. Though Su Yao's demon fox martial spirit was also 5-star, its primary tactic lay in seduction, rendering it less effective in direct combat compared to Lu Yanran's ice phoenix. My fiancé is Lin Chen. Do you believe yourself worthy to lay a hand upon him? Lu Yanran's gaze was fierce, her presence commanding. Yanran, Lin Chen. You shall pay for this. Su Yao's eyes brimmed with resentment as she touched her swollen cheek and fled in disgrace. Lu Yanran watched coldly, refraining from pursuing her. After all, they were on the territory of the Lingjian sect, and lingering here was ill-advised. Yanran, what brings you to the Lingjian sect? I heard you were in trouble, so I rushed here to find you. Oddly enough, I did not see you when I passed by earlier. Before Lin Chen could respond, darkness enveloped him, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The sensation of being utterly drained was unbearable. He felt weak with Lu Yanran nearby. He finally relaxed and faltered, collapsing into her soft embrace. Lu Yanran quickly supported Lin Chen, feeling an unusual sensation against her chest as her cheeks flushed slightly. She summoned a lotus flower, soaring into the air with Lin Chen in tow. This lotus was her flying artifact, swift as the wind. Several hours later, Lu Yanran brought Lin Chen to the Wuji sect, heading directly to the Holy Maiden's chamber, where she placed him gently upon the bed. Before long, Lin Chen awoke, the fragrance of a woman's sweet scent enveloping him. His gaze fell upon red embroidered curtains and a breathtaking face. Where am I? Lin Chen asked, somewhat bewildered. Do not worry, Chen. You are in my chamber. No one shall harm you. Lu Yanran spoke softly, her expression tender. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Aside from feeling somewhat weak, he was otherwise unharmed. Lu Yanran had merely brought him back to rest, doing nothing untoward. He still held trust in Lu Yanran. A year prior, during the martial arts tournament in Qingzhou, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran had sparred, both equally matched in fostering mutual respect. Their relationship had deepened, often meeting and developing fondness, leading to a verbal engagement. Chen, although your martial spirit has been destroyed, it does not mean there is no hope for resurgence. You excel in swordsmanship. The path of the sword remains a viable avenue. Stay at the Wuji sect for now. I shall arrange for you to become an inner disciple. Lu Yanran spoke slowly, her eyes filled with expectation, unbeknownst to her that Lin Chen had already reawakened his martial spirit. Su Mo accused me of defiling Su Yao, thereby causing the destruction of my martial spirit and my expulsion from the sect. Do you not care? Why do you still wish to assist me? Lin Chen chuckled bitterly. I have faith in your character, Chen. You would never stoop to such despicable acts. Lu Yanran's tone was resolute. She did not believe Su Yao pursued Lin Chen out of any such grievance. Thank you. We are already engaged. There is no need for formality. Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze tender. She had previously endured a perilous situation in the Taitsung secret realm, besieged by terrifying beasts, isolated and without aid. It was Lin Chen who, disregarding his own safety, rescued her, suffering injuries in the process. Even with my martial spirit destroyed, you still wish to marry me? Shouldn't you be reconsidering the engagement? Marriage is not a trifling matter. Once established, there is no reason for regret. Even without a martial spirit, in my heart, no one compares to you. Lin Chen fell silent, recalling how he had been relentlessly pursued by the Linglong Empress within the Linglong Tower.
If Lu Yanran were to find out. Chen, I have recently gained insights in my cultivation and need to enter seclusion for a time. I will have my maid, Shuer, escort you to the inner sect.
If anything arises, you may contact me using the joyful bell, Lu Yanran said softly. Understood. Lin Chen produced a red bell intricately tied with a red string. This was a token Lu Yanran had gifted him upon their engagement, possessing the ability to transmit sound over distances for their communication convenience. I shall now enter seclusion. Once I emerge, we can reminisce. Shuer, take the young master to the inner sect and take good care of him. Lu Yanran turned to leave, her complexion somewhat pale, her steps lacking strength. Understood. Mississippi. A girl in green attire entered, bowing in acknowledgement. Chapter 3, Lin Chen must be driven out. In the inner courtyard of the Wuji sect, Lin Chen sat in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as it flowed through his meridians, refining his spiritual power. This courtyard lay at a convergence of spiritual veins, a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. Lu Yanran had shown him great kindness, providing a splendid environment. As Lin Chen acclimated to his new surroundings, he felt a sense of urgency, having previously offended many within the Wuji sect during his time as a disciple of the Lingjin sect. Competing against their prodigies, his foremost priority was to adjust his condition, diligently cultivate, and elevate his strength. Only through rigorous training could Lin Chen establish himself within the Wuji sect and seek retribution against the Lingjin sect. After a night of intensive cultivation, Lin Chen's realm had returned to the 7th level of spirit gathering, nearing his previous peak state. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Boom! The door was kicked open. A young man clad in black stormed in, his face contorted with malice. Lin Chen, I hear you attempted to defile my cousin Su Yao at the Lingjin sect and have been reduced to a mere husk, stripped of your martial soul. How amusing! The black-clad youth wore a mocking expression, reveling in Lin Chen's misfortune. Zhao Tuo, what brings you here? Lin Chen's gaze hardened as Zhao Tuo, an inner sect disciple of the Wujizong and Su Yao's cousin, had previously been courteous to Lin Chen, even seeking his guidance in cultivation. I am here, naturally, at my cousin's behest, to deal with you, the worthless one. Do you even think you have the right to cultivate here? This courtyard belongs to me. Mine. Zhao Tuo's eyes glinted with malice. This courtyard was renowned for its exceptional cultivation benefits, rivaling those of the true disciples. He had long coveted this place and recently invested heavily to secure connections, finally obtaining the elders' approval to enter. However, he discovered that the holy maiden Lu Yanran had preempted him, arranging for Lin Chen to occupy the premises. In the Wujizong, the holy son and holy maiden wield immense power, rivaling that of the elders. Zhao Tuo could not swallow this insult, especially since Su Yao had sent word for him to keep a close watch on Lin Chen, prompting him to seize the opportunity. Get out! Lin Chen's expression darkened. His most pressing concern was to cultivate and grow stronger. Going elsewhere would diminish the effectiveness of his training, and he could not easily relinquish the courtyard. Lin Chen, you best understand your current status. You are nothing but a waste. If you do not leave, I shall break your legs and personally throw you out. Zhao Tuo's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. While the Wujizong publicly forbade infighting among disciples, with the right backing, seriously injuring a fellow disciple was hardly considered a grave offense. Enough! Shuer, a maid, had been waiting outside the door. Seeing Zhao Tuo's arrogance, she could not help but interject, this courtyard was arranged for young Master Lin by my lady. Zhao Tuo, you would do well to think carefully before taking action. It is irregular for the holy maiden to appoint a waste as an inner sect disciple, let alone grant him such a precious place for cultivation. If you have any grievances, you may address them directly with my lady. You mere servant dares speak to me so. The holy maiden may be formidable, but I have my own connections. Today, Lin Chen must vacate this place, or I shall not hold back. Zhao Tuo sneered, his internal energy surging, exuding an imposing aura that if you wish to make a move, then do so at your own peril. Lin Chen's expression was frigid. He sought no trouble, yet he was far from a pushover. You waste, how dare you be so arrogant? Zhao Tuo charged forward, his energy raging as he unleashed a fist that roared through the air. Shuer, seeing this, grew anxious, her heart heavy with worry. Zhao Tuo was a top talent in the inner sect, his strength on par with true disciples. Though Shuer was Lu Yanran's personal maid and no weakling herself, she was still at a disadvantage compared to Zhao Tuo. Lu Yanran placed great importance on Lin Chen. Should she return to find him injured, she would surely be furious. Young Master Lin, should I inform my lady? Shuer urged. No need. Lin Chen responded with a swift palm strike, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. The pinnacle martial skill of the spirit tier, the wind sand palm. Lin Chen had cultivated this formidable technique during his time at the Lingjian sect. As the fierce wind surged forth, Zhao Tuo's expression changed dramatically, and in a frantic attempt, he raised his fist to block.
Boom! Lin Chen's palm struck with overwhelming force, sending Zhao Tuo hurtling backward. Blood oozed from the corner of Zhao Tuo's mouth, disbelief etched across his features. Were you not rendered useless? How do you still possess cultivation at the gathering spirit realm? Zhao Tuo felt a twinge of fear. He had thought Lin Chen thoroughly incapacitated. However, he quickly reassured himself that Lin Chen lacked a martial soul and posed no real threat. Every awakened martial artist possesses a martial soul, and the higher the grade of the martial soul, the greater the innate talent. Without a martial soul, you are doomed to be a waste. How dare you compete for a cultivation space with me? Today, I shall end you. Zhao Tuo summoned a phantom of his martial soul, a venomous azure serpent. A 3-star martial soul, quite impressive in Qingzhou City. The next moment, Zhao Tuo lunged forward, launching a palm that exhaled a cloud of green poison mist. His martial soul talent allowed him to unleash this toxic fog, capable of paralyzing enemies and leaving them dizzy in battle. Young master, be careful. Shuer gasped, her face pale, rushing forward to assist. Though she was no match for Zhao Tuo, she could not stand idly by. Step back, Lin Chen propelled a gust of palm wind, forcing Shuer to retreat. The azure serpent's poison spread like mist. Lin Chen was unperturbed, but Shuer would surely struggle to withstand it. In no time, the poison seeped into the air. Lin Chen remained unfazed, utterly unaffected. Having awakened the supreme divine dragon martial soul, his physique was unparalleled. The trifling toxins of a 3-star martial soul could not harm him. Smack! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as Lin Chen's palm wind howled, landing a resounding slap on Zhao Tuo's face. Half of Zhao Tuo's face swelled, shock filling his eyes. This is impossible. Before Zhao Tuo could finish, Lin Chen struck again, sending him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Though Zhao Tuo was at the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm and had invoked his martial soul talent, he should have had the upper hand. Yet Lin Chen, without summoning his martial soul, was able to crush him. You! Zhao Tuo struggled to rise, attempting to speak. Lin Chen moved like the wind, swiftly arriving before Zhao Tuo, executing the wind sand palm aimed at his knees. Crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and Zhao Tuo screamed in agony, drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Tuo had boasted of breaking Lin Chen's legs and had harbored murderous intent towards him. Yet now, it was he who was rendered crippled. Were it not for Lin Chen's desire to avoid escalating the situation upon his arrival at the Wujizong, Zhao Tuo would already be a corpse. Within 10 breaths, leave this place, or face death. Lin Chen's eyes burned with murderous intent. Zhao Tuo's face paled in terror. He dared not make further threats, scrambling away in a panic like a drenched rat. Shuer stood frozen, astonished that Lin Chen, despite losing his martial soul, still exhibited such stunning prowess. No wonder Lu Yenran held him in such high regard. Lin Chen returned to his chamber to continue his cultivation, the energy within him coursing and refining, a blood-colored dragon silhouette gradually emerging. His supreme divine dragon martial soul. Compared to the slaughtering heaven tiger martial soul, this new soul significantly enhanced Lin Chen's abilities, exponentially increasing his cultivation efficiency and accelerating the refinement of his energy. Additionally, the supreme divine dragon martial soul bestowed upon Lin Chen a unique talent, the dragon fire. A faint golden flame danced in Lin Chen's palm. As he continued to channel his energy, the tiny flame quickly multiplied to 3. The dragon fire burned fiercely, distorting the space around it with an overwhelming temperature. With the dragon fire at my disposal, combined with the various spirit tier martial skills and sword techniques I have mastered, I can certainly challenge those beyond my level. Lin Chen mused. Next, Lin Chen retrieved a wooden sword and began practicing his swordsmanship. The path of a sword cultivator is fraught with challenges, yet, sword cultivators often rise above their peers, becoming extraordinary beings capable of defeating those of higher ranks. Shuer, does the Wujizong possess any formidable sword technique manuals? Lin Chen inquired. Now that he had arrived at the Wujizong, it was only fitting to make the most of the sect's resources. Chapter 4, The Wind Sword Technique. As the voice of Lin Chen echoed, Shuer swayed her petite waist and entered the room. I have some. Let me take you to the sutra repository, she smiled sweetly. As an inner sect disciple now, how many scriptures can I borrow? One may borrow up to 5 ordinary books and 1 spiritual book per month. The ranks of martial arts are divided into ordinary, spiritual, profound, and heavenly. And the same applies to spiritual artifacts. In Qingzhou City, spiritual martial arts are already rare, while profound martial arts are even more so. Shui Air.
Just point me in the right direction, I'll find my way, Lin Chen suggested. Let me lead you, young master. You are still unfamiliar with this place, she insisted. You are too slow, Lin Chen replied. Reluctantly, Shui indicated the path to the sutra repository. Lin Chen unleashed a set of swift steps, moving with unbelievable speed. Leaving Shui trailing behind, her face flushed and her legs weary from the chase. Before long, Lin Chen arrived at the sutra repository.
It comprised 2 levels, the first housed ordinary scriptures, while the second contained spiritual ones.
Lin Chen ascended the stairs directly to the sword section, where only a handful of texts were available. After scrutinizing them, he chose the wind sword technique. This technique is a premier spiritual sword art, featuring 3 forms: unsheathing, following the wind, and commanding the wind, with its defining characteristic being speed. In the world of swordsmanship, speed is paramount. Regrettably, the wind sword technique was also incomplete, missing a portion of its core principles. This deficiency in the sword heritage is a common ailment in Qingzhou City. In the Great Yu Imperial City, one might acquire a complete spiritual sword art, while higher-tier techniques are exceedingly rare. Having selected his sword art, Lin Chen descended to register with the elder in charge. The elder's expression was peculiar. Young man, why choose the sword, of all martial arts? Sword cultivators have no future. Thank you for your advice, elder. Lin Chen replied with a smile, refraining from further discourse. While it may seem that sword cultivation lacks prospects, the issue lies not with the sword path itself, but with its incomplete lineage. The path of swordsmanship is a defiance of destiny. Legends speak of unparalleled sword cultivators who can open the gates of heaven with a single strike. Riding with the wind, wielding a sword through the realms, and embracing the joys and sorrows of life has always been Lin Chen's ideal. Sword cultivation is undeniably impressive. And that is enough. Are you certain you don't want to consider other martial arts texts? The elder inquired. No, I only desire the wind sword technique, Lin Chen affirmed. Young man, you are heedless of warnings, so be it. The elder recorded the relevant information and released the seal on the scripture. Lin Chen obtained the text and exited the sutra repository. Shui rushed over, panting, and upon seeing the scripture in Lin Chen's hands, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had only just arrived, and he had already completed his task. At the entrance of the repository, a roguish young man in a brocade robe approached with a mocking expression. Lin Chen, I heard you become a waste. What a pity. You won't even qualify to participate in this year's Qingzhou martial arts tournament. Lin Chen's expression darkened. This individual was Huang Fui, the holy son of the Wuji sect, who had once defeated him. Huang Fui, I have no time for idle chatter. Lin Chen responded briskly, wishing to bypass him. Yet, Huang Fui stepped forward, blocking Lin Chen's path. You borrowed the wind sword technique, hoping to transition to swordsmanship after losing your martial soul? Lin Chen, I advise you to stop struggling. Swordsmanship requires cultivation, and without a martial soul, you remain a waste. Lin Chen smiled. Huang Fui, have you forgotten how you were left searching for your teeth after last year's martial arts tournament? At this, Huang Fui's expression soured considerably. The Qingzhou martial arts tournament occurs annually, and last year, Lin Chen represented the Spirit Sword sect, mercilessly defeating Huang Fui. Although Huang Fui awakened a 5-star Flood Dragon martial soul, demonstrating extraordinary talent, Lin Chen's martial soul was even stronger, crushing him completely. After suffering defeat, Huang Fui returned, seething with humiliation, vowing to train relentlessly and redeem himself. Lin Chen, I warn you to stay away from Yanran. You, a waste, are unworthy of marrying her. Huang Fui's words dripped with malice, and his eyes gleamed dangerously. He had pursued Lu Yanran for a long time yet rarely had the chance to see her. Learning of her engagement to Lin Chen shattered his heart. Recently, he had heard that Lu Yanran brought Lin Chen to her chambers for rest and arranged for him to become an inner sect disciple, igniting a fiery rage within him. What happens between Yanran and me is none of your business, fool. Lin Chen retorted, uninterested in further banter and preferring to return to his training. You best be cautious, the disappearance of inner sect disciples at Wuji sect is not uncommon. Some disciples vanish without a trace, not even leaving behind their remains, Huang Fui said with a sinister tone before turning to leave.
Master, he is threatening you. Should we contact Miss? Shui'er's face was filled with concern. Huang Fui's status was formidable if he chose to target Lin Chen within the Wuji sect. Lin Chen's situation would become precarious. She is in seclusion, it's best not to disturb her, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. His steps swift as he executed the exquisite techniques of the wind sword technique, covering a distance of 100 meters in no time. Suddenly, Huang Fui turned back. His face a mask of surprise, secretly acknowledging the impressive nature of Lin Chen's martial arts. What is there to boast about with mere footwork? Ultimately, you have lost your martial soul and can only become a waste. Huang Fui scoffed. The cultivation of martial arts is deeply intertwined with one's martial soul. Regardless of how well one practices, without a powerful martial soul, it is akin to water without roots. Lin Chen remained silent. Huang Fui could not fathom that he employed the wind sword technique merely to expedite his return to training. A sense of urgency filled Lin Chen. He must seize every moment to reclaim his former peak and even surpass it. The thought of Su Yao devouring his Shirtian tiger martial soul and nearing the 6-star threshold, becoming an extraordinary prodigy, ignited a blaze of fury within him. He could not afford to wait any longer for revenge. Upon returning to his room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on his mat, awakening his martial soul to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. After half an hour, the spiritual energy within him surged, breaking through to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, circulating his spiritual energy, and concluded his session. He then took out the wind sword technique to study it. Both martial and sword arts must not be neglected. Lin Chen had thoroughly comprehended the 3 forms of the wind sword technique. During his time at the Spirit Sword sect, he had become well-versed in various sword techniques, making his practice of the wind sword technique exceptionally efficient. Lin Chen did not wish to reveal his martial soul at this time. Should anyone discover that he had awakened the Supreme Divine Dragon martial soul, it would likely bring calamity upon him. Thus, he cultivated the sword art while keeping his martial soul as a trump card. In his room, Lin Chen wielded his sword with extraordinary speed, unleashing 3 sword shadows. And fatally, a strand of sword energy began to take shape. The wind sword technique was nearing completion. This technique allows the sword to move with the wind, transforming the wind into a blade, rendering fixed sword moves unnecessary. Lin Chen thought to himself. Meanwhile, Shui'er was tidying up the room when she caught sight of Lin Chen practicing his swordsmanship. Her eyes widened in astonishment, she was utterly mesmerized. Lin Gongzi had just obtained the wind sword technique and was already capable of producing 3 sword shadows, how terrifying! Her heart raced, for she knew that mastering the wind sword technique at its peak could yield up to 5 sword shadows, as swift as the gales. Lin Chen waved his sword, no longer adhering to fixed moves but allowing his inspiration to guide him, weaving a tapestry of light that resembled mercury flowing. In the room, a gentle breeze stirred, producing a series of crisp sword sounds akin to a dragon's roar. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Boom! The door was violently kicked open again. A robust man stood at the threshold, his face filled with provocation. Master, he is Wang Min, a true disciple and Huang Fui's confidant. His strength is formidable, and his intentions may not be benign, Shui'er said anxiously. Wang Min was indeed a powerful figure among the true disciples. Behind Wang Min stood 3 figures, one of whom was none other than Zhao Tuo. The other 2 were elite disciples from the inner sanctum, carrying Zhao Tuo, whose legs were broken, determined to bring him to witness Lin Chen's beating under Wang Min's protection. Lin Chen, you have wantonly injured a fellow disciple. Do you acknowledge your guilt? Wang Min sneered. Get out! Lin Chen retorted, annoyed by the constant interruptions to his cultivation. He lamented the lack of peace and quiet for cultivation. It seemed a demonstration was necessary to command respect. Having injured a fellow disciple, and still so arrogant? As your senior, I must discipline you today. Wang Min's lips curled into a sinister smile. He wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly towards the former Lin Chen. But now that Lin Chen's martial spirit was crippled, he felt no restraint. You? Unworthy! Boy, today I will cripple. Before Wang Min could finish, a sudden gust of wind swept through, rustling the young tree and the myriad of exotic flowers and plants outside. as leaves fell and petals scattered. Lin Chen flicked his finger, conjuring sword energy.
The leaves and petals swirled into a series of light and shadows, moving with incredible speed.
Put! In an instant,
blood splattered as Wang Min collapsed to his knees, 2 bloody gashes appearing on his kneecaps, the flesh torn open to reveal the stark white bone, blood gushing forth.
You are a swordsman!
Wang Min exclaimed in horror.
Lin Chen had just unleashed sword energy.
A swordsman could generate sword energy with a single thought,
turning falling leaves into deadly blades.
The stages of sword cultivation were swordsman, swordmaster, sword sect, sword venerable, and so on. A practitioner who had mastered a basic sword technique could be called a swordsman. However, this was not even considered entry-level, more like an apprenticeship.
A sword master,
on the other hand, was proficient in various sword techniques and could even unleash sword energy, slaying enemies invisibly. Reaching the sword master realm marked a true initiation into the art of the sword. In the vast Azure province, a young sword master had not appeared in centuries. In an environment where sword arts were nearly extinct, reaching the level of sword master was considered a mark of a prodigious talent.
Behind Wang Min, Zhao Tuo was dumbfounded.
He had come to see Lin Chen humiliated, but instead witnessed Lin Chen's astonishing sword talent, crippling Wang Min with a single strike.
I refuse to accept this. Wang Min roared from his kneeling position, a fierce glint in his eyes. In an instant, the phantom of his martial spirit appeared, a black viper.
A 4-star martial spirit was considered a sign of a prodigy in Azure province.
Wang Min's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of spirit gathering,
making him a formidable opponent. He had been caught off guard and hadn't released his martial spirit immediately. Now, the viper spirit unleashed its power, spewing a cloud of venom. The viper's poison was even more potent than Zhao Tuo's azure phosphorus serpent venom.
Lin Chen's expression remained icy.
He shot out a leaf with a flick of his finger, carrying sword energy that tore through the air with unparalleled sharpness. Wang Min screamed as his right arm was severed at the root, blood spurting everywhere. As the viper's poison filled the room, Lin Chen remained unaffected, sending Shuer out with a gust of palm wind. Shuer was stunned, not by the effects of the poison, but by the sheer terror of Lin Chen's power.
Impossible! Why are you unaffected by the viper's venom? Wang Min asked, his face pale.
The pain of his severed arm nearly causing him to faint.
Next time you act so recklessly, it won't just be an arm that you lose, Lin Chen declared,
standing with his hands behind his back, his expression utterly indifferent. If not for the rules of the martial extreme sect, he would have spared none of them. The martial extreme sect forbade internal strife, and Lin Chen, not yet at his peak, wanted to avoid escalating the situation. Wang Min trembled, his heart filled with terror. Had he known Lin Chen's strength was so heaven-defying, he wouldn't have dared to come, even with 100 lives.
The 2 disciples carrying Zhao Tuo were pale with fear,
dropping the chair and begging for mercy on their knees.
Zhao Tuo fell to the ground like a dead dog, kowtowing and pleading, "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I'm already crippled, please have mercy and spare me." Lin Chen's expression was icy as he pinched a leaf and flicked it out.
A gust of wind swept through, and sword energy raged. Zhao Tuo's legs were severed, blood gushing forth. After his previous injuries, Zhao Tuo had used the finest healing balm, black jade paste, which would have allowed him to recover quickly. Now, he was crippled for good. The 2 inner sanctum geniuses were unable to withstand the leaf's assault either, their kneecaps shattered,
blood flowing freely.
"Shuer, collect their treasures," Lin Chen commanded.
Shuer nodded and immediately began searching, gathering pills and spiritual artifacts. "Leave."
Lin Chen turned and re-entered his room,
resuming his cultivation. Wang Min, Zhao Tuo, and the 2 inner sanctum disciples crawled away, their faces ashen.
Lin Chen began to tally his gains: 2 high-grade spirit-gathering pills of the spiritual rank, 62 medium-grade spirit-gathering pills, over 600 low-grade spirit stones, and a medium-grade spiritual artifact, the freezing poison needle. As an inner sanctum disciple, Lin Chen received limited resources from the sect. When he was expelled from the spirit sword sect, Su Mo, that old thief, had taken all his valuables. Therefore, Lin Chen was currently in dire need of resources. The pills plundered from Wang Min would sustain his cultivation for some time. Lin Chen consumed a high-grade spirit-gathering pill, feeling the spiritual energy flow through his limbs,
bringing immense comfort.
2 hours later, the night was deep and all was quiet. Lin Chen had fully absorbed the effects of the high-grade spirit gathering pill,
restoring his cultivation to the 9th level of spirit gathering.
Shuer peeked into the room, asking if Lin Chen needed a bath, but was refused.
Young Master Lin,
the martial extreme sex martial gathering is in 3 days.
Remember to rest adequately while cultivating, and don't exhaust yourself, Shuer reminded softly.
The sex martial gathering. What kind of rewards are there?
Lin Chen asked, opening his eyes.
I heard that the champion of this year's gathering will receive a dragon blood essence, a top-grade spiritual artifact, and 10 excellent spirit gathering pills. The rewards for the top 10 are all quite good, with many high-grade spirit gathering pills to be won.
Shuer explained in detail. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. Dragon blood essence would be beneficial to him.
The exquisite Empress had told him that his supreme divine dragon martial spirit was a top-tier spirit with unlimited potential, and absorbing dragon blood would enhance its power.
Dragon blood essence was a rare treasure in Azure Province. The martial extreme sect's willingness to offer it as a reward was indeed enticing. Speaking of dragon blood essence, why don't I ask the exquisite Empress?
With her power, she must have many treasures, Lin Chen thought.
Senior Exquisite, do you have any treasures that can enhance my strength?
Lin Chen attempted to awaken the exquisite pagoda and contact the Empress.
Senior, are you there? Don't ignore me. At least say something. It's not like you to deny someone after benefiting from them.
Lin Chen sighed.
It seemed he couldn't rely on her. If he wanted treasures, he would have to earn them himself in the martial extreme sect. Have you said enough?
Suddenly, a clear, cold voice entered Lin Chen's mind.
Senior,
Lin Chen began, but was interrupted by the Empress.
Be more respectful to me in the future. Call me Empress.
Don't think that just because we've cultivated together,
you can act so presumptuously. The exquisite Empress transmitted her voice, icy and aloof. Empress, it's too dangerous outside. I'm just eager to improve my strength so I can complete the tasks you've assigned me more quickly. If you want treasures, rely on your own luck. There's a sword on the 1st floor of the exquisite pagoda that you can try to claim. The exquisite Empress possessed numerous treasures,
but she had no intention of giving them to Lin Chen. The sword on the 1st floor would only follow a sword genius,
and even the exquisite Empress couldn't force it to submit.
Whether or not Lin Chen succeeded would depend entirely on his own destiny.
In an instant, Lin Chen felt a darkness envelop him as the exquisite Empress transported him to the 1st floor of the exquisite pagoda. In this realm of darkness,
a solitary sword floated in the void. Its blade shimmered with an eerie crimson light, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter.
Lin Chen approached the blood sword, eager for a closer inspection.
Suddenly, the sword emitted a crisp ringing sound, reminiscent of a dragon's roar from the heavens. In the next moment, the blood sword shot forth,
halting before Lin Chen.
He grasped the hilt, and the sword trembled, transmitting a thought into Lin Chen's consciousness.
The sword was named Burial Sky. Its grade remained uncertain,
yet its aura was terrifying, surpassing any spiritual weapon Lin Chen had previously encountered. Strangely, Lin Chen had anticipated difficulty in claiming the sword, but to his surprise, it chose to follow him willingly. With the Burial Sky sword in hand, the space trembled, and Lin Chen was teleported out of the Linglong Tower.
At that moment, on the 9th floor of the Linglong Tower, the Linglong Empress shuddered slightly, astonished. This fellow has indeed gained the sword's acknowledgement. His swordsmanship talent is extraordinary, and I have underestimated him. Empress, do you possess other treasures?
Perhaps dragon blood or sacred pills? Lin Chen inquired, but received no response from the Empress.
Thank you, Empress. I shall repay you in the future.
Lin Chen felt elated, having initially sought only the dragon blood, yet unexpectedly acquiring the Burial Sky sword. Since the sword was preserved by the Linglong Empress within the tower, it was undoubtedly exceptional.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Chen refined numerous gathering spirit pills, causing his spiritual power to surge, and he finally broke through, restoring his 1st level of spiritual patterns.
Now,
Lin Chen's combat strength surpassed even the peak of the Spirit Sword sect.
In martial arts cultivation, the gathering spirit realm generates spiritual power within the body. In the spiritual pattern realm, spiritual patterns are inscribed within the dantian, enhancing spiritual power. With the restoration to the first level of spiritual patterns, Lin Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After days of frenzied cultivation, he felt utterly fatigued, yet upon breaking through, all weariness dissipated, leaving him invigorated. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly. Today, the Wuji sect was to hold its martial arts competition, with numerous disciples gathering at the main peak's training ground. Shui Er rose early, preparing Lin Chen's attire. Since Lin Chen's arrival at the inner sect courtyard, he had not bathed or changed clothes for several consecutive days. Aside from eating, he had devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. Now, Shui Er dressed Lin Chen in a pristine white robe, tying up his hair simply yet elegantly. "You look truly handsome, young master," Shui Er exclaimed. As Lu Yanran's personal maid, she had witnessed many young talents vying for Lu Yanran's favor over the years. Yet none could compare to Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood tall at 8 feet, clad in white with black hair. His sword-like brows and starry eyes emanating a sense of thunderous energy, exuding an air of heroism. "Shui Er, lead the way," Lin Chen said calmly. "Yes, young master." Shui Er replied, guiding him swiftly to the main peak's training ground. Along the way, she provided an overview of the martial arts competition. All disciples of the Wuji sect, including those from the outer sect, were eligible to participate. The annual competition followed a similar format, with occasional minor changes. The first round involved ascending the Wuji Hall, which consisted of 99 steps. Only those who could reach the Wuji Hall by climbing the steps would pass the first round. At this moment, Lin Chen stood in the training ground, gazing towards the Wuji Hall to the north, feeling a tremendous pressure envelop him. The higher the steps, the stronger the pressure became. Most disciples would likely be eliminated in the first round. Amidst the crowd, a slender young woman in a green dress approached. Her enchanting eyes scanning Lin Chen as a cold smile graced her lips. "Lin Chen, you are already a waste, how dare you still participate in the Sect S competition?" Lin Chen's expression darkened. The woman was named Chu Liuguang, a cousin of Su Yao. In the past, when Lin Chen was still the holy son of the Spirit Sword sect, he had interacted with Chu Liuguang, who had shown him great respect, addressing him as Brother Chen. Out of consideration for Su Yao, he had gifted her numerous pills. Now, however, in Lin Chen's fallen state, Chu Liuguang exhibited a sharply derisive demeanor. "Chu Liuguang, we are not acquainted," Lin Chen replied sternly. "As if anyone wishes to associate with you. Do you still fancy yourself as the former holy son of the Spirit Sword sect?" Chu Liuguang laughed heartily. "You may not know this, but my cousin Su Yao has already been designated as a true disciple of Daiyu Academy, and she is soon to wed the holy son Morong Xiu. After which she will ascend to greatness. Meanwhile, you have become a mere waste." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He would settle the score for Su Yao's theft of his martial soul sooner or later. "Without a martial soul, you dare to dream of participating in the sex competition? You won't even make it through the gate of Wuji Hall, imagine the expression on your face." Chu Liuguang laughed mockingly, swirling away in a fragrant breeze. Shui Er stood beside Lin Chen, her brow furrowed. "Young Master Lin, Chu Liuguang is the foremost true disciple, and she has a close relationship with Huang Fui. You must be cautious, she may act against you during the competition." "Will Huang Fui participate?" Lin Chen inquired. "Huang Fui, as the Holy Son, will directly enter the finals as a seed candidate," Shui Er whispered. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing more. He was not surprised that Huang Fui had sent Chu Liuguang to target him. After all, they already had enmity. Moreover, not long ago, Huang Fui's confidant Wang Men had been crippled by Lin Chen, and Huang Fui would certainly not let this slide. "Unfortunately, my lady is still in seclusion and likely will not compete. This year's champion prize is Dragon Blood, and Huang Fui, possessing a dragon martial soul, will undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly," Shui Er sighed. Above the training ground, a middle-aged man in a black robe descended upon a spiritual sword. The Grand Elder of the Wuji sect had arrived. The sect's martial arts competition would be presided over by the Grand Elder. Over 2,000 disciples congregated, eager to participate. The first round of the Wuji sect's competition, the ascent of the Wuji Hall, officially commenced. "You have half an hour. Those who cannot enter the Wuji Hall by the end will be eliminated."
The Grand Elder announced the rules of the competition, and soon, the crowd surged forward, scrambling to ascend the stone steps. Lin Chen moved leisurely, as if strolling in a garden. Chu Liuguang, swift as the wind, reached the 27th step in just a minute. Turning back, she discovered Lin Chen still on the 5th step, her face filled with scorn. A waste. I warned you, yet you insisted on embarrassing yourself. You think you can enter the Wuji Hall? What a dream! After declaring this, Chu Liuguang quickly ascended to the 30th step. Her exceptional talent left other true disciples far behind, and the inner and outer sect disciples struggled to keep pace with her. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, as if he had not heard Chu Liuguang's taunts at all. Suddenly, he stepped forward, moving like a tempest sweeping away fallen leaves, his speed surpassing even that of Chu Liuguang. Chu Liuguang was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen reached the 30th step, closing the distance between them. Previously, he had merely been acclimatizing to the pressure of the steps, taking casual strides. Now, adapted, he sprinted with remarkable agility. Chu Liuguang gritted her teeth, unleashing her spiritual power and quickly surging to the 50th step. Just as she was about to turn back, she noticed a figure in white darting past her, moving with incredible speed. Lin Chen had surpassed her. This is impossible. Chu Liuguang's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes bulging wide. In the audience, Huang Fuyi, who had appeared relaxed, now wore a grim expression. Lin Chen's speed was astonishing, even employing the Lingbo Shunfeng technique. Other disciples of the Wuji sect, under the immense pressure of the steps, could only proceed slowly, unable to execute their martial arts skills. Yet Lin Chen moved as if traversing flat ground. Chu Liuguang fought desperately, reaching the 50th step. But in an instant, Lin Chen had already reached the pinnacle, entering the Wuji Hall. Chu Liuguang stood frozen, doubting her own strength, her resolve nearly shattered. In the audience, the holy son Huang Fuyi's expression darkened considerably. He had intended for Lin Chen to embarrass himself but was instead astonished by Lin Chen's brilliance. In the annals of the Wuji sect, the individual who ascended the Wuji Hall in the briefest time is undoubtedly Lin Chen. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, for he harbored a disdain for Lin Chen, who had once been a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. Numerous prodigies within the Wuji sect had their brilliance overshadowed by Lin Chen. Last year's Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference saw Lin Chen grievously injure Huang Fuyi, leaving the Wuji sect's reputation in tatters. Huang Fuyi and Chu Liuguang were both favored disciples of the Grand Elder, who placed immense value on Huang Fuyi and nurtured him diligently. Chu Liuguang, too, was an exceptionally talented disciple under the Grand Elder, ranking first among the true disciples. Yet today, Chu Liuguang found herself humiliated. She was meant to be the brightest star in the first round of the Wuji competition. Within the Wuji Hall, Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upon a statue, the statue of the martial sage. The founding emperor of the Dayu dynasty, a martial sage, stood as a paragon of martial prowess, revered across the major dynasties as if he were a myth. All the sects of the Dayu dynasty paid homage to the martial sage. The statue radiated a golden brilliance, exuding a sacred gravitas that prompted an instinctive urge to venerate it. Behind Lin Chen, Chu Liuguang entered, having taken 8 minutes to reach the summit of the Wuji Hall, a commendable feat, yet insignificant when compared to Lin Chen's achievement. She glared at Lin Chen's back with venomous intent, but Lin Chen chose to disregard her entirely. The presence of the martial sage's statue instilled in Lin Chen a peculiar sensation, as if the sage were standing before him, invoking a sense of familiarity. Strangely, Lin Chen felt he could perceive the will of the martial sage. As time passed, half an hour slipped away. Ultimately, only a little over 200 disciples successfully reached the Wuji Hall. Out of more than 2,000 participants in the first round of the competition, nearly 1/10 had succeeded. Many disciples arrived just in time, teetering on the brink of elimination. They regarded Lin Chen with incredulity, as if he were a monster. Could it be that this young man had cheated? The stone steps were imbued with formidable arrays, creating immense pressure. How could he, devoid of a martial soul, have been the first to ascend the Wuji Hall? Chu Liuguang possessed a 4-star spirit sparrow martial soul and excelled in speed. Yet she had not reached the top first. What right did Lin Chen have to do so? Various murmurs erupted among the disciples of the Wuji sect, many of whom were red-eyed with indignation. Lin Chen, once a prodigy, had his martial soul rendered useless, yet he remained a remarkable anomaly. They found it hard to accept. During his ascent to the Wuji Hall, Lin Chen had not unleashed his martial soul. They were oblivious to the fact that he had awakened an even more extraordinary martial soul. Silence! A commanding voice resounded from outside the hall. The Grand Elder arrived. Stepping upon his spirit sword and striding directly into the Wuji Hall. Bow before the statue of the martial sage. The Grand Elder proclaimed, his countenance grave. Paying homage to the martial sage's statue was a ritual, a demonstration of respect for the Daiyu martial sage. Led by Chu Liuguang, many disciples knelt. Their expressions earnest as they worshipped the statue. Only Lin Chen remained standing, his posture erect, showing no inclination to kneel. Lin Chen had entered a peculiar state. Seemingly establishing a connection with the statue of the martial sage. Oblivious to the Grand Elder's demand for reverence, he remained unyielding. Impudent Lin Chen! How dare you show such disrespect to the martial sage? Chu Liuguang exclaimed, her eyes glinting with mockery. She had been seeking a reason to confront Lin Chen. And now she found it, he had not paid homage to the statue. Lin Chen! Did you not hear me? Kneel! The Grand Elder's fury ignited, his gaze icy. Suddenly, the martial sage's statue trembled, the pure gold from which it was crafted began to crumble, oozing forth copious amounts of golden liquid. The Grand Elder was taken aback. And the disciples were filled with horror. No one had touched the statue, yet it had inexplicably begun to disintegrate, leaving them bewildered. In that fleeting moment of collapse, a fragment of the martial sage's will entered the Linglong Tower's inner space. None noticed the dissipation of the martial sage's will. Lin Chen was astonished. The Linglong Tower could absorb the martial sage's will. Predecessor, what treasure is this Linglong Tower, to possess such extraordinary abilities? Lin Chen's thoughts were in disarray. And he sought to connect with the Linglong Empress. The Linglong Tower was in a sealed state, and absorbing the martial sage's will could unlock some of its capabilities. Yet that fragment of will was far too weak. A cool voice resonated within Lin Chen's consciousness. The Linglong Empress was the master of the Linglong Tower. And it seemed the tower also aided Lin Chen in some manner. As the Linglong Tower assimilated the martial sage's will, Lin Chen felt a warm sensation radiating from himself, bringing an unexpected comfort. Impudent Lin Chen! Your disrespect towards the martial sage's statue has led to its collapse. Do you acknowledge your transgression? Chu Liuguang sneered. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged strange glances, realizing Chu Liuguang was seizing the opportunity to make accusations. Fool! If anyone fails to pay homage to the martial sage's statue, how could it have stood for centuries without faltering? The statue's collapse is in no way my fault. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with anger. After enduring multiple provocations from Chu Liuguang, even a clay figurine would feel some ire. Lin Chen had no intention of instigating trouble, but should anyone dare to provoke him, he would retaliate tenfold. Lin Chen, your lack of reverence for the martial sage renders you unfit to continue participating in the competition. The Grand Elder interjected, his expression dark as a storm cloud. May I inquire, Grand Elder? Does the Wuji sect have a rule stating that those who do not pay homage to the martial sage's statue cannot participate in the competition? Lin Chen chuckled, recognizing the Grand Elder's intent to revoke his qualification to compete. There is no such rule. What I decree is the rule. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, exuding a terrifying aura. As a peak Spirit Sea realm expert, he found it effortless to suppress a young man whose martial soul had been rendered useless. A dreadful pressure surged forth, causing the disciples within the Wuji Hall to weaken at the knees, trembling as they fell to the ground. The Grand Elder's oppressive force was directed solely at Lin Chen, yet it affected the others, including Chu Liuguang, whose complexion turned pale. Lin Chen, you, a mere inner sect disciple, dare to publicly question me and show me such disrespect. Kneel. The Grand Elder's eyes blazed with fury, his presence as heavy as a mountain. Yet Lin Chen remained upright, like a sharp sword, refusing to yield. The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly. Lin Chen's martial soul had been destroyed. Yet he still stood firm beneath his pressure, truly exceptional. Grand Elder, enough. Suddenly, a woman in a blue dress walked gracefully into the Wuji Hall. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure ample, exuding an aura of cold elegance, akin to an ice lotus on a snow-capped peak. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, she had arrived. Grand Elder. Lin Chen's remarkable talent and performance in ascending the Wuji Hall are undeniable. Are you truly considering revoking his participation out of fear that his ranking in the competition might surpass your disciples? Lu Yanran spoke calmly, her gaze sharp. The Grand Elder's actions were evidently a deliberate attempt to target Lin Chen. Lin Chen was her fiancé, and she would not stand idly by. Having just emerged from her seclusion, she intended to visit Lin Chen and, upon learning that he was participating in the sex competition, sought to offer her support. However, she found the Grand Elder oppressing Lin Chen. Saintess, are you accusing me? The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Indeed. I am accusing you. What will you do about it? Lu Yanran retorted coldly, confronting the Grand Elder directly. In the first round of the competition, Lin Chen was clearly the first, yet as the Grand Elder. Your actions are so unjust, do you still have the audacity to question me? In the Wuji sect, there was only one saintess. Lu Yanran held an esteemed position. Her talent ranked among the highest in the Wuji sect, and her powerful background commanded respect, even from the Grand Elder. You! The Grand Elder's face turned ashen with rage. And he longed to explode in fury. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The Lu family behind Lu Yanran was not an ordinary force. Since the saintess insists on allowing him to continue in the competition, I shall not obstruct him. However, with his martial spirit crippled, he is destined to be a mere shadow of his former self. Bereft of a martial spirit, how far can he truly venture? The Grand Elder sneered. Outside the Martial Extremes Hall, a figure clad in grey stood resolute, flanked by numerous Martial Extremes sect elders, their expressions marked with utmost reverence. This individual was none other than the sect master of the Martial Extremes sect. The Martial Extremes sect assembly was presided over by the Grand Elder. Yet the sect master maintained a keen interest in the proceedings. He observed Lin Chen's performance with discerning eyes, struck by his remarkable talent. Alas, it is a pity. This lad possesses considerable talent, yet he lacks a martial spirit, the sect master lamented. The second round of the assembly commenced swiftly. Within the martial arts arena stood a formidable array known as the True Martial Killing Array. The True Martial Killing Array possessed immense power, typically forbidding Martial Extreme sect disciples from even approaching its vicinity. However, for the assembly, participants were required to endure within the True Martial Killing Array for 10 breaths. Lin Chen, Xu Liuguan, and others emerged from the Martial Extremes Hall, returning to the martial arts arena. The True Martial Killing Array loomed before them. Its interior permeated with palpable killing intent. The array's depths were shrouded in mist, concealing myriad dangers. Its entirety remained obscured from external observation. A cruel smile crept upon Xu Liuguang's lips, her eyes flashing with a fleeting, murderous intent. The True Martial Killing Array's interior offered unparalleled concealment, ideally suited for clandestine ambushes. The second round of the assembly commences. The Grand Elder announced in a resounding voice. Over 200 disciples simultaneously entered the array. Soon, cries of agony echoed as a true disciple, barely within its confines, was reduced to a bloodied mess and hurled out. The True Martial Killing Array was fraught with traps. A moment's inattention could result in grievous injury. After a mere 3 breaths, nearly half the disciples had been eliminated. As Lin Chen navigated the array, a massive boulder suddenly plummeted, while an iron rod materialized behind him, thrusting forward with brutal force. Reacting swiftly, Lin Chen unsheathed his sword, unleashing a torrent of energy. The unremarkable iron blade, wielded by Lin Chen, erupted with astonishing power, its aura surging. The boulder, struck by the sword's aura, disintegrated into dust. The iron rod was repelled by the force of the blade. The array's mechanisms were simply insufficient to pose a significant threat to Lin Chen. 10 breaths elapsed swiftly. Fewer than 80 disciples remained within the True Martial Killing Array. Suddenly, Lin Chen detected the faint patter of footsteps behind him. A moment later, the air crackled as a poison needle hurtled towards him. Unlike the array's mechanisms, the poison needle was a deliberate act of assassination. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he slashed with his sword, unleashing a rainbow of energy. The poison needle was deflected, flying back from whence it came. A voluptuous female figure materialized before Lin Chen. Her lips curled into a frigid sneer, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chu Liuguang sought to end Lin Chen's life. My elder sister said that even though you have become a cripple, she does not want the world to know about the matter of seizing your martial spirit. Moreover, senior brother Huangfu does not wish to see you alive either. As Chu Liuguang spoke, she summoned her 4-star Azure Sparrow martial spirit, focusing her fingertip to unleash a wisp of azure flame. This was her martial spirit's innate talent, Azure Spirit Fire. In an instant, space warped as a tiny azure flame emitted astonishing heat, darting forth like a specter, intent on incinerating Lin Chen. You are a waste without a martial spirit. How will you withstand my Azure Spirit Fire? Chu Liuguang's smile was twisted with malice as she anticipated Lin Chen's severe burns. In such a state, Lin Chen would inevitably perish beneath the array's mechanisms. As long as she acted discreetly, her deed would remain undiscovered, concealed by the array's mist. Azure Spirit Fire. Is that all? Lin Chen casually grasped the azure flame, causing it to rapidly dissipate within his palm. Chu Liuguang's expression contorted in disbelief. The innate fire granted by her 4-star martial spirit should have been impossible for Lin Chen to extinguish. Little did she know that Lin Chen had awakened the supreme divine dragon martial spirit, wielding the power of divine dragon fire. Her paltry azure spirit fire posed no threat to him. Stepping through the mist, Lin Chen seized Chu Liuguang by the throat before she could react, hoisting her into the air. Lin Chen. Su Yao and Huangfu Yi sent me to kill you. I was coerced. Chu Liuguang's voice was hoarse, struggling to shout but unable to do so. The array's interior was filled with the cacophony of falling rocks, piercing spikes, and thrashing iron rods, drowning out any sound. Is that so? Lin Chen's voice was devoid of emotion as he flung Chu Liuguang away. A massive boulder plummeted, crushing Chu Liuguang into a mangled heap of flesh. Lin Chen's actions were ruthless and devoid of sentimentality. Since Chu Liuguang harbored murderous intent towards him, she deserved to die. A frigid wind swept through the drifting mist. The number of individuals within the true martial killing array dwindled. An hour later, Lin Chen emerged from the array. Lu Yenran greeted him with a radiant smile, congratulating him on his success. Enduring within the true martial killing array for an hour was an astonishing accomplishment. The result is not bad, but compared to Liuguang, it is far inferior, the Grand Elder sneered, a hint of triumph on his face. Chu Liuguang had yet to emerge from the array. In the Grand Elder's estimation, she was undoubtedly the top performer in the second round. Huangfu Yi's expression darkened upon seeing Lin Chen exit the array. What is Chu Liuguang doing? Did she fail? Why hasn't she come out yet? He was plagued by an ominous premonition. Time continued to pass. The crowd waited in anticipation, but Chu Liuguang remained absent. The Grand Elder's face changed as he rushed into the array, parting the mist to reveal a pool of blood and flesh. Chu Liuguang lay crushed beneath a boulder, lifeless. This is impossible. The Grand Elder was consumed by rage, his eyes burning with fury. Chu Liuguang was the foremost true disciple, possessing great strength. It was inconceivable that she would perish beneath a boulder. Who killed Liuguang? The Grand Elder clutched Chu Liuguang's mangled remains, his gaze sweeping through the array. Cold and venomous. His eyes locked onto Lin Chen, his gaze seemingly capable of murder. Although he had not witnessed the events within the array, Chu Liuguang had clashed with Lin Chen, making him the prime suspect. Audacious Lin Chen! You dare to harm your fellow disciple, what is your punishment? The Grand Elder roared, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Which eye of yours saw me kill Chu Liuguang? Lin Chen's gaze was unwavering, his aura surging forth with astonishing force. Lin Chen's cultivation had broken through to the second level of spiritual veins. Within the true martial killing array, his spiritual energy had been continuously refined, leading to his breakthrough. The Grand Elder's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen would recover to the spiritual vein realm and even use the array to advance. Nearby, the martial extreme sect master's expression also shifted dramatically. Such a young cultivator at the spiritual vein realm could undoubtedly be considered a prodigy within Azure Province City. Alas, his martial spirit is crippled. Even if he can raise his cultivation now, he will not go far in the future. If his martial spirit were still intact, The future of Azure Province would surely be his, and he would even have a place among the younger generation of the entire Great Yu dynasty, the sect master lamented. Seeing Lin Chen exhibit his prowess, Lu Yanran's exquisite face was adorned with a smile, like a radiant rose in full bloom. Despite his crippled martial spirit, Lin Chen had managed to elevate his cultivation in a short period, a testament to his prodigious talent and unwavering resolve.
Lu Yanran was pleased for Lin Chen.
Though his martial spirit was crippled, the path of martial arts demanded not only talent but also perseverance and an unyielding spirit. You have murdered a fellow disciple and dare to disrespect me. Today, I shall execute you on the spot. The Grand Elder was consumed by rage, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Lin Chen's talent had instilled a sense of unease within him. This child, even without a martial spirit, cannot be spared.
Grand Elder.
You have no evidence, this is pure slander. Even with your high position and authority, you should not be so unjust.
Lu Yanran stepped forward,
positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Chen. The Grand Elder, a formidable presence at the Spirit Sea realm with a highly awakened martial soul, incited her concern for Lin Chen's safety. Warmth surged within Lin Chen. Lu Yanran had always treated him with kindness. The Grand Elder, this matter can be investigated further later.
The sect master interjected.
The Grand Elder's expression darkened, understanding the sect master's implication. Everything requires evidence, and without it, one cannot pursue accusations. He shot Lin Chen a fierce glare and fell silent. Thus commenced the third round of the Martial Academy's competition. Within the arena stood 10 battle platforms, 3 of which stood out significantly.
The most resplendent was a platform forged of gold, fortified by arrays.
The golden platform symbolized the top honor of the competition. Huang Fui strode to the center of the arena, his eyes ablaze with desire. As the holy son of the martial extremity sect, he was a seed contender, eligible to participate directly in the third round. Now, fewer than 50 disciples remained in the competition. A top 10 finish promised abundant rewards. While the champion would receive a drop of dragon blood, a tremendous temptation for Huang Fui, whose martial soul was the 5-star sea dragon.
Lin Chen, I never expected you to have regained your strength. But what does it matter?
Without a martial soul, you lack the qualifications to be my opponent.
Huang Fuyi's figure flickered as he leapt onto the golden platform.
The rules of the third round were straightforward. Whoever could seize and maintain control of the golden platform would be declared the victor. The other platforms would follow suit. In the vast martial extremity sect, only Huang Fui dared to ascend the golden platform.
Had Lu Yanran chosen to compete, she might have contested with him, but now no one could challenge.
Over 40 disciples rushed to the various platforms, especially the second platform, where the competition was fierce.
Originally,
the strongest among the true disciples was Chu Liuguan, and she was expected to claim the position on the second platform. Yet, no one anticipated her untimely demise.
Crushed by a massive stone,
Lin Chen walked past the second platform without pausing, eliciting astonished gazes from many true disciples.
Did Lin Chen intend to vie for the golden platform? How could he possibly succeed?
As soon as brother Huang Fu unleashed his martial soul, Lin Chen would have no chance. The crowd scoffed, their eyes filled with derision. They did not hold Lin Chen in high esteem. Many true disciples had clashed with him during the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference or in the Taicang Secret Realm. Seeing Lin Chen's martial soul rendered useless, they yearned to trample on his dignity.
Lin Chen, you should just leave the arena. There is no place for you on any platform.
Huang Fui laughed heartily, mocking him. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yanran's expression grew grave as she watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, her heart laden with worry. While she was thrilled that Lin Chen had regained his strength, he was now challenging Huang Fui. With a cultivation at the 4th level of spiritual patterns and a 5-star sea dragon martial soul, Huang Fui possessed exceptional martial prowess, complemented by high-quality protective armor.
Among the younger generation of Qingzhou, Huang Fui ranked at least within the top 3. Lu Yanran refrained from dissuading Lin Chen, silently wishing him well.
She understood that once Lin Chen made a choice, he would not abandon it halfway. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lin Chen ascended the golden platform.
You!
Huang Fui began, but as Lin Chen drew his sword, a blinding flash of sword light erupted with unparalleled speed. The sword was merely an unremarkable iron blade, even rusty. Yet, as its tip pointed forward, the sword energy surged, stirring the winds and clouds.
You are a swordsman. Huang Fuyi gasped in astonishment,
never expecting Lin Chen to have cultivated sword energy and become a true swordsman. In the Dayu dynasty, the tradition of swordsmanship had been severed,
and young swordsmen were exceedingly rare.
To unleash sword energy was to be termed a sword master.
A 14-year-old sword master was indeed an extraordinary figure in the Dayu dynasty.
With no time to contemplate further, Huang Fuyi hastily summoned his martial soul and activated his protective armor.
A blue dragon's phantom ascended,
and the sea dragon martial soul radiated immense pressure. The martial soul's protection fortified Huang Fuyi's physique, awakening a surge of dragon power within him.
Boom!
Huang Fuyi launched a punch, the air crackling with the sound of his technique, astonishing all. The tremor fist, a pinnacle martial art of the martial extremity sect, was enhanced by the sea dragon martial soul, unleashing a ferocious dragon force, with a dragon phantom swirling around it, its might unimaginable. The Grand Elder observed from below the stage, his face beaming with pride. This was the prodigy he had painstakingly nurtured, truly a remarkable talent capable of sweeping away contemporaries. Lin Chen swung his sword, and suddenly, a tempest swept across the golden platform. The third form of the wind control sword technique, wind control. Lin Chen had only recently begun practicing this technique but had already reached an extraordinary level, seamlessly integrating it with his other sword techniques. As he unleashed his sword, it swept through like a gale, the sword energy rippling and shattering everything in its path. Crack! Huang Fuyi's protective armor shattered on the spot, his right arm severed, blood gushing forth. His tremor fist posed no threat to Lin Chen, while the sea dragon martial soul granted Huang Fuyi a modicum of dragon power. It was utterly insufficient against Lin Chen's sword. A swordsman can transcend levels in battle. Moreover, Lin Chen's martial soul was far superior to Huang Fuyi's. How could a mere dragon compare to the supreme divine dragon martial soul? Lin Chen had not even summoned his martial soul. The enhancement it provided to his physical capabilities was sufficient to suppress Huang Fuyi. The supreme divine dragon martial soul was immensely powerful, and Lin Chen wished to avoid drawing attention, lest it invite trouble. His swordsmanship alone was sufficiently astonishing, rendering the summoning of his martial soul unnecessary.
At this moment,
Huang Fuyi, having lost an arm, let out a chilling scream, his eyes filled with terror. He could scarcely believe that Lin Chen, once rendered powerless, could unleash such formidable strength. With a single stroke, merely one stroke, Huang Fuyi was swept away, entirely defenseless. In the audience, the Grand Elder, who had been smiling brightly, now wore a frozen expression.
What a terrifying swordsman!
Even with his martial soul destroyed, Lin Chen had turned to swordsmanship and achieved such prowess. His talent was indeed fearsome. Yet, the limitation of not possessing a martial soul still constrained his potential in martial arts. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lin Chen's displayed power was undeniably impressive. But the disciples of the martial extremity sect remained steadfast in their belief that martial souls were paramount. Across the entire Dayu dynasty, the tradition of swordsmanship had been lost. Just how far could a swordsman go? Furthermore, the path of a swordsman became increasingly reliant on martial cultivation as one progressed.
This youth was indeed dazzling, but
the sect master Huayang's eyes shimmered with a glint before he shook his head. Lin Chen's ability to severely injure Huang Fuyi demonstrated his extraordinary talent. Yet Huang Fuyi possessed a 5-star martial soul while Lin Chen could only pursue swordsmanship.
Amidst the crowd, Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. The unparalleled youth she revered had returned. Who said one could not shine without a martial soul? Inquire, among the young generation of Qingzhou, who could match him? Lu Yanran's icy gaze swept across the arena, silencing the cacophony of murmurs.
On the golden platform, Huang Fuyi knelt on one knee, his breath faltering. His complexion as pale as parchment. His face was contorted with resentment, a ghastly expression etched upon it.
I refuse to accept this. Huang Fuyi snarled, suddenly rising.
The phantom of the sea dragon martial soul behind him vibrating violently, emanating a terrifying martial pressure. Though one of his arms had been severed,
Huang Fuyi had not completely lost his combat capability.
His azure dragon soul, imbued with the essence of the vast ocean, had yet to unleash its true might. At this pivotal moment, with the very origin of his soul ablaze, Huang Fuyi, heedless of the cost, bore an expression of utter frenzy.
Lin Chen. I vow to see you dead.
Huang Fuyi's aura surged violently, his senses wholly consumed by hatred. During the previous martial arts assembly, Huang Fuyi suffered defeat at Lin Chen's hands, and ever since, he had been consumed by the desire for retribution.
Little did he anticipate that,
despite Lin Chen's soul being crippled, Huang Fuyi would still be utterly crushed in their confrontation. The pent-up fury that had been festering within him for so long had finally erupted, and he was willing to pay any price to ensure Lin Chen's demise. In the ethereal expanse above, ripples materialized, swiftly coalescing into a formidable spear. This was the innate talent bestowed upon him by his Azure Dragon Soul, the Spear of the Azure Sea.
It was Huang Fuyi's ultimate trump card, possessing immense power. However, given Huang Fuyi's current cultivation level, unleashing it demanded a tremendous sacrifice. Halt! From the audience stands, the sect master's countenance shifted as he attempted to intervene.
But it was already too late. Both Huang Fuyi and Lin Chen were prodigies, and a clash between two such formidable forces was bound to leave one of them severely wounded. The sect master had no desire to witness such an outcome.
Huang Fuyi's act of igniting his soul's very essence meant that even if he succeeded in slaying Lin Chen, he would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage in the aftermath.
While a severed arm could be restored with the aid of miraculous elixirs, the consequences of burning one's soul were far more dire.
The Grand Elder remained silent,
a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. He fervently hoped that Huang Fuyi would vanquish Lin Chen, regardless of the cost.
In the aftermath of this battle,
with Lin Chen fallen, Huang Fuyi would undoubtedly remain one of the most prodigious talents within the martial extreme sect. The sect would continue to invest its full resources in nurturing him.
Bereft of your soul, how do you intend to withstand my Spear of the Azure Sea? Huang Fuyi's expression was one of utter madness as he brandished the spear, cleaving through the air with murderous intent. In that instant,
the very fabric of space trembled violently as the power of the Azure Dragon surged forth, the Spear of the Azure Sea carving a path through the heavens,
leaving a trail of tumultuous waves in its wake.
A chilling glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Huang Fuyi sought to claim his life, and in response,
he would show no mercy.
Suddenly, Lin Chen's feet moved with lightning speed, executing the Lingbo steps, his velocity reaching unimaginable heights as he transformed into a fleeting streak of light. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen materialized before Huang Fuyi, unleashing a palm strike. Lin Chen's palm technique appeared unremarkable, devoid of any formidable martial arts prowess.
However, nestled within his palm, a tiny flame danced with ethereal grace.
Concealed beneath the veil of turbulent waves, none could perceive the presence of this miniature inferno.
It was the Dragon God's fire,
a gift bestowed upon Lin Chen by his supreme Dragon God soul.
The Dragon God's fire incinerated all that stood in its path. The Spear of the Azure Sea vanished in an instant. In the face of the Dragon God's fire, the spear could not maintain its form, evaporating without a trace. Huang Fuyi's pupils constricted violently as he sensed the chilling embrace of death. Shi La.
A flash of sword light erupted, sword energy sweeping forth with relentless force. Darkness descended upon Huang Fuyi's vision as he lost all consciousness, his head severed from his body.
As the waves dissipated,
those present in the martial arts arena beheld the scene, falling into stunned silence.
Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the arena. Huang Fuyi,
having ignited his soul's very essence and unleashed his ultimate technique, had been slain. None could fathom how the Spear of the Azure Sea had vanished. Lin Chen had concealed the Dragon God's fire with utmost care. Both the Supreme Dragon God's soul and the Dragon God's fire were his trump cards, and he would not reveal them until he had fully matured. Fortunately, Huang Fuyi's deployment of the Spear of the Azure Sea had generated a screen of tumultuous waves,
providing cover for his actions.
Huang Fuyi's lifeless corpse lay upon the ground, the golden battle platform stained crimson with his blood. The hearts of all the martial extreme sect disciples who had witnessed the scene were gripped with a profound and indescribable shock.
Bold Lin Chen, daring to harm a fellow disciple.
Today, I shall cleanse our sect of your presence.
The Grand Elder roared in fury,
launching himself forward with the speed of a soaring eagle. His soul, the Azure Sky Eagle soul, was renowned for its swiftness. The death of his prized disciple, Huang Fuyi, had ignited his boundless rage.
Halt!
The sect master's expression shifted as he attempted to intervene, but the suddenness of the event had caught him off guard.
and he was unable to prevent the Grand Elder's outburst.
Huang Fui was already dead, and the sect master had no desire to see Lin Chen meet the same fate. The Grand Elder's countenance was grim as he disregarded the sect master's attempts to restrain him, determined to strike.
Lin Chen's talent was too extraordinary.
And having already incurred the Grand Elder's animosity, he could not be allowed to mature. Today, he would ensure Lin Chen's demise. Lin Chen's expression was dark as the spiritual energy within his body surged, accompanied by the faint rumblings of the dragon god's power. His soul was on the verge of breaking free from its confines. Lin Chen could not simply stand idly by and await his doom. He had no choice but to summon his soul. Suddenly, a lithe figure rushed forward, her speed astonishing, and positioned herself before Lin Chen. Her gaze was resolute as she declared coldly, "Old codger, if you wish to harm him, you must first kill me."
The Grand Elder's expression darkened,
and he hesitated for a moment.
Lu Yanran was not only the martial extreme sect's holy maiden but also possessed a formidable background. He dared not harm her. The Grand Elder had not anticipated that Lu Yanran would risk her own life to protect Lin Chen. In that brief moment of hesitation, the sect master caught up, blocking the Grand Elder's path. In the martial extreme sect's assembly, injuries and fatalities are inevitable outcomes of disciple disputes. Grand Elder, your desire to summarily execute Lin Chen is rather hasty. Even if Lin Chen is guilty, the matter must be deliberated by the Council of Elders and ultimately decided by me, the sect master. The sect master's tone was icy, his authority challenged by the Grand Elder's actions. Over the years, the Grand Elder had amassed a considerable following within the sect, and his actions had become increasingly brazen. "Sect master, this scoundrel has harmed a fellow disciple. Does he not deserve to die?" The Grand Elder retorted angrily. "Are you blind? Did you not see that Huang Fui instigated the conflict? He sought to kill Lin Chen. Should Lin Chen not be allowed to defend himself?" Lu Yanran countered, showing no respect for the Grand Elder's position. The Grand Elder's expression grew even more menacing, but he was helpless to act. Matters had progressed to this point, and there was no way for him to eliminate Lin Chen. He would have to settle the score with Lin Chen at a later time. "Lin Chen, in the martial extreme sect assembly, you emerged victorious, and in accordance with the rules, you shall receive your rewards." The sect master cast a cold glare at the Grand Elder before instructing another elder to retrieve the rewards. The Grand Elder, seething with rage, stormed off, leaving the other elders to present the rewards. A drop of azure dragon blood, contained within a jade vial, emanated a potent aura. Azure dragon blood was exceedingly rare and would be of immense benefit to Lin Chen, who possessed a dragon-type soul. In addition, there were 100 Supreme Spirit Gathering Pills and a Spirit-grade Supreme-ranked spiritual weapon, the Gale Sword. The sword, 3 feet in length, shimmered with a cold, metallic light. As Lin Chen grasped the hilt and swung the blade, it emitted a resounding hum, akin to the roar of a dragon. The sound was crisp and clear, a testament to the sword's exceptional quality. Spirit-grade Supreme-ranked spiritual weapons were considered treasures within the borders of Azure Province. The rewards offered by the Martial Extreme Sect Assembly were indeed generous. "Lin Chen, you may return for now. I shall ensure that the matter of Huang Fui is handled with impartiality." The sect master patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. He greatly admired Lin Chen's talent and decisive nature. If Lin Chen's soul had not been crippled, the sect master would have gladly taken him as a personal disciple and nurtured him. "Thank you, sect master. Yanran, I am grateful." Lin Chen cupped his fist in salute to the sect master and Lu Yanran. In that perilous moment, had Lu Yanran not stepped forward, Lin Chen would have been forced to reveal his soul. The notion of awakening a new soul after one's original soul had been crippled was unheard of within the Great Yu dynasty. Moreover, the soul that Lin Chen had awakened was exceptionally powerful, a top-tier soul. If it were to be discovered, he would likely be captured and dissected for research. "Brother Chen, there is no need to be so polite. We are betrothed, we should help each other," Lu Yanran said, batting her eyelashes. Lin Chen smiled, offering no further comment, and turned to leave. A wave of envious gazes washed over him from the disciples, all of whom were envious of his victory. Today, Lin Chen had emerged victorious, claiming the most abundant resource rewards. Inner Sect Courtyard.
As night descended, Lin Chen immersed himself in cultivation within his chamber, absorbing a drop of dragon blood. The supreme dragon martial soul surged forth, its pressure magnified under the nourishing essence of the dragon's blood. Although the supreme dragon martial soul was a pinnacle entity, it had yet to unleash its true potential. The absorption of dragon blood served to awaken the latent abilities of the supreme dragon martial soul, continuously fortifying it. In no time, Lin Chen completely refined the single drop of dragon blood. With a mere thought, 5 flames of divine dragon manifested in his palm. Initially, there were 3 small flames, but now 2 additional flames had emerged, significantly augmenting the potency of the divine dragon fire. During his fierce battle with Huang Fuyi, Lin Chen had effortlessly shattered the spear of the vast sea with just a single release of divine dragon fire. Now, with the enhanced flames, Lin Chen felt a renewed sense of confidence. It appeared imperative to seek out more potent dragon blood in the future, perhaps even true dragon blood. Lin Chen mused. The Du Empire spanned vast territories. In Qingzhou City, only dragon blood could be procured, while true dragon blood might exist within the imperial city. After consuming a premium gathering spirit pill, Lin Chen absorbed its spiritual power, circulating it throughout his meridians. Bolstered by his martial soul, Lin Chen's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Within mere hours, he had refined 10 of the 100 premium gathering spirit pills. Simultaneously, his cultivation realm broke through to the 4th level of spiritual patterns. Possessing a top-tier martial soul allowed for such swift advancement, and Lin Chen's supreme dragon martial soul had yet to fully exhibit its extraordinary capabilities. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, a soft patter of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lin Chen retracted his martial soul, rising to cease his cultivation. "Chen Ge, have you taken a break?" came the familiar voice of Lu Yanran. Lin Chen opened the door, inviting Lu Yanran inside. Her unexpected visit at such a late hour intrigued Lin Chen, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Lu Yanran took a seat, and her maid, Shuer, came to attend to her. "Chen Ge, after the martial arts competition concluded, the sect leader urgently convened an elder meeting to discuss your fate. The Grand Elder wishes to see you perish. Yet the sect leader fervently defends you. The death of Huang Fuyi was his own doing, and thus, no one will hold you accountable," Lu Yanran spoke softly. "Thank you." Lin Chen expressed his gratitude inwardly, realizing that Lu Yanran must have rushed to inform him upon learning the outcome. "However, you must remain cautious of the Grand Elder. His methods are ruthless, and he is unlikely to let you off easily," Lu Yanran warned earnestly. "I understand," Lin Chen acknowledged. Aware that as long as he remained within the Wuji sect, the Grand Elder would have numerous schemes to target him. Yet, Lin Chen felt unafraid. He was no longer the downtrodden individual whose martial soul had been crippled. With his cultivation at the 4th level of spiritual patterns, the realm of swordmasters, and the support of a top-tier martial soul, Lin Chen's combat prowess had reached a terrifying level, rendering him nearly invincible within the realm of spiritual patterns. The Qingzhou Martial Arts Tournament begins in a month. I've heard that Su Yao has secured a place as a true disciple of the Dayu Academy. She has boldly declared her intention to seize the championship of the tournament and depart Qingzhou with honor, heading for the imperial city, Lu Yanran remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Su Yao owed him a debt that must be repaid. "I shall participate in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Tournament," Lin Chen declared solemnly. It is said that Su Yao's martial soul has reached 6 stars. The sect leader of the spiritual sword sect has proclaimed that Su Yao obtained an extraordinary opportunity during her travels, which accounts for her remarkable achievements. Lu Yanran spoke in a gentle tone. Lin Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. Su Yao's so-called opportunity was nothing more than the devouring of his martial soul. Of course, Su Mo would not publicly disclose this matter, hiding behind the facade of an opportunity to mislead others. Lin Chen refrained from elaborating. The truth was inconsequential. Only strength mattered. With power, people would heed his words. "Chen Ge, by participating in the martial arts tournament, you will undoubtedly contend with Su Yao. Before that, I wish to invite you to the Taitsong secret realm once more. I also intend to participate in this year's martial arts tournament. Seeking opportunities to enhance my strength through experiences in the Taitsong secret realm," Lu Yanran smiled. Chapter 12, The Sword Strikes the Blood Puppet. Seizing the Taitsong mark, Lin Chen readily agreed. The Taitsong secret realm indeed harbored numerous opportunities. In the past, Lin Chen had ventured into the Taitsong's secret realm but could not discern its true visage.
When do we depart? Lu Yanran inquired again.
Tomorrow, he replied. Very well. I shall come to fetch you then, she said, turning to leave.
Lin Chen continued his cultivation,
absorbing the medicinal power of the spirit-gathering pill and refining the Lingfeng sword.
The Lingfeng sword possessed considerable power, well suited for Lin Chen's current capabilities. The following day,
at dawn, Lu Yanran arrived to seek Lin Chen.
With little time remaining before the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference,
they needed to hasten their preparations for the journey to the Taitsong secret realm. Together, they soared through the skies on their swords towards the Taitsong Mountains,
where the secret realm lay hidden amidst the range.
In the spirit-gathering realm, one's internal spiritual power converges,
allowing for the mastery of spiritual artifacts and the ability to fly.
Lin Chen summoned the Lingfeng sword, while Lu Yanran stood upon a red tassel spear.
Brother Chen,
it would be prudent for us to share the ride, it could conserve our spiritual energy, Lu Yanran suggested during their flight. Lin Chen nodded, not pondering further.
Traveling by sword consumed a great deal of energy, sharing the ride would indeed save considerable effort. Lu Yanran, without hesitation, leaped onto Lin Chen's Lingfeng sword.
She was in close proximity, and Lin Chen caught a whiff of her faint fragrance, presumably her natural scent. Hold on tight, he urged, as he propelled the sword forward,
quickening their pace. Lu Yanran did not merely hold on, she chose to embrace him tightly. For a moment, the atmosphere grew slightly intimate. 2 hours later, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran reached the Taitsong Mountains, effortlessly locating the entrance to the Taitsong secret realm.
Numerous disciples from various sects in Qingzhou had gathered,
eager to seek opportunities within.
Among them were several disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. Lin Chen spotted a familiar face, a youth clad in black. A true disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, Chen Xian. At that moment, Chen Xian scrutinized Lin Chen, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips.
Lin Chen,
you have lost your martial soul yet still come to the Taitsong secret realm to train.
What is the point? Chen Xian had once followed Lin Chen,
being one of the most talented disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. Among the younger generation, aside from Lin Chen and Su Yao, he was the strongest. Previously, he had shown utmost respect towards Lin Chen, who would occasionally offer guidance in his cultivation. However, now that Lin Chen had been expelled from the sect,
Chen Xian revealed his true colors, embodying the traits of a petty man.
Without Lin Chen's overshadowing presence, he had become the new holy son of the Spirit Sword sect. Lin Chen's gaze remained indifferent as he ignored Chen Xian, walking past him and into the Taitsong secret realm.
Chen Xian's expression darkened.
He could not fathom Lin Chen's audacity to disregard him. Some individuals were merely foolish jesters.
Did they believe that becoming the holy son of the Spirit Sword sect made them the pinnacle of Qingzhou? Lu Yanran's expression turned icy.
Her beautiful eyes filled with a chilling glare. She would not tolerate anyone mocking Lin Chen or speaking in a sarcastic tone.
Chen Xian clenched his fists, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes.
Recently, he had heard of Lin Chen's remarkable performance in the Wuji sect.
Besides seeking opportunities, Chen Xian had another agenda for entering the Taitsong secret realm, to eliminate Lin Chen. Su Mo regretted allowing Lin Chen to escape that day.
Even without his martial soul, Lin Chen had triumphed in the martial competition at the Wuji sect, showcasing his extraordinary talent.
The news of Lin Chen's resurgence was like a thorn in Su Mo's throat,
filling him with an insatiable desire to eradicate Lin Chen immediately. Chen Xian led over 10 true disciples of the Spirit Sword sect into the Taitsong secret realm. Among the crowd was a youth in green, carrying an air of superiority.
Although he walked behind Chen Xian, his presence was far more commanding.
Brother Zhou, when the time comes, we shall rely on you to deal with that Lin Chen, Chen Xian remarked with a forced smile. Of course. A mere waste like him is hardly a challenge for me to eliminate, Zhou Yang replied with disdain.
However, since we are in the Taitsong secret realm, we might as well seek some opportunities first. Should we encounter that boy, disposing of him will be effortless. Zhou Yang's demeanor was haughty, clearly dismissing Lin Chen as inconsequential.
In his eyes, the so-called prodigies of Qingzhou were nothing but trash. He was a genius from the inner court of the Daiyu Academy, and any inner court disciple from his academy could easily overpower the so-called talents of Qingzhou. Inside the Taitsung's secret realm, darkness enveloped all, with visibility reduced to nothing.
Only through the faint glow emitted by spiritual artifacts could one navigate.
Lin Chen and Lu Yanran, having visited the Taitsung's secret realm before, were somewhat familiar with their surroundings. They traversed a corridor, and in the distance, a hidden chamber became vaguely discernible. The hidden chambers of the Taitsung's secret realm often contain treasures and opportunities. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light darted across the corridor. It was a massive blood bat, exuding a murderous aura, fierce and terrifying. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and striking. The Lingfeng sword emitted a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar as it cleaved through the air. In the next moment, the blood bat was severed in two, its blood splattering across the ground. "Brother Chen, we must hurry," Lu Yanran urged, grasping Lin Chen's hand and quickening her pace. Based on her experience, the death of one blood bat would soon attract more. The Taitsung's secret realm was teeming with blood bats. On her previous visit, she had been besieged by a swarm of them, with Lin Chen coming to her rescue. They moved like lightning, swiftly passing through the corridor and arriving at the hidden chamber. Inside, a puppet soaked in blood radiated a fierce aura. "A blood puppet!" Lu Yanran exclaimed. This puppet, seemingly forged from pure blood, possessed immense power. Lin Chen had encountered it during his last visit. Upon sensing intruders, the blood puppet's eyes gleamed with a murderous light as it lunged forward. "Be careful!" Lu Yanran reacted quickly, positioning herself in front of Lin Chen and summoning a phoenix apparition. The 5-star Ice Phoenix Martial Soul. A powerful pressure emanated from Lu Yanran as she was enveloped in swirling ice flowers. The air filled with rapidly coalescing ice petals, forming a shard of ice that shot forth. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged through, the sword energy rippling as if it sought to cleave the very void. Just as the blood puppet made its move, Lin Chen struck with his sword, cleaving it in two. Lu Yanran opened her mouth in surprise. It seemed her speed had not been sufficient. The blood puppet dissolved into a pool of blood, and within the chamber, a blue mark suddenly soared forth from the void. The Taitsung mark. It contained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, far superior to even the finest spirit-gathering pills for cultivation. During Lin Chen's previous visit to the Taitsung secret realm, he had obtained several Taitsung marks. Lin Chen grasped the mark, presenting it to Lu Yanran. "Sister Yanran, you assisted in defeating the blood puppet, so the Taitsung mark rightfully belongs to you," he said with a smile. "Very well, then the next mark shall be yours." Lin Chen replied, accepting it graciously. Upon exiting the hidden chamber and stepping onto the corridor, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. Chen Xian, accompanied by over 10 true disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, blocked their path. "That is the aura of the Taitsung mark," Chen Xian declared, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Lin Chen, hand over the mark, and I may grant you a quicker death." Chen Xian's murderous intent was palpable, unmasked in his gaze. Why waste words with him? Just eliminate him and seize the mark, Zhou Yang remarked coldly, his eyes devoid of regard for Lin Chen. Lu Yanran, standing beside Lin Chen, piqued Zhou Yang's interest. A glimmer of wickedness flickered in his eyes. "Brother Zhou, although this person lacks a martial soul, it is said that he possesses formidable swordsmanship. We must not underestimate him," Chen Xian cautioned earnestly. "Sword practitioner? In this day and age, there are still those who practice the sword? How absurd!" Zhou Yang scoffed, his demeanor dripping with scorn. In a world where the lineage of sword practitioners had been severed, the notion of one existing was laughable. Chen Xian's expression darkened as he led the group of true disciples forth. Lu Yanran summoned her 5-star Ice Phoenix Martial Soul. Ice flowers swirling around her, the air growing frigid and piercing. As Lu Yanran was about to make a move, a streak of sword light flashed by, its sword energy sweeping across the entire arena like a tempest. Blood sprayed forth as the disciples beside Chen Xian were instantaneously cleaved apart, their heads severed and bodies dismembered. Chen Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He summoned his golden feather eagle martial spirit, preparing to exert his strength, only to witness a beam of sword light rapidly enlarging within his pupils. Terror gripped his heart as he activated his protective armor, transitioning from offense to defense. The golden feather eagle martial spirit manifested a pair of golden wings to shield him. In the next moment, however, the golden wings shattered, and the protective light barrier disintegrated.
The superior grade protective armor could not withstand Lin Chen's strike.
Chen Xian was bisected by the sword energy, dying on the spot.
Zhou Yang's complexion turned pale, astonished by Lin Chen's terrifying prowess.
Chen Xian was no weakling. After becoming the holy son of the spirit sword sect, the sect master, Suimo, had directly enlightened him, elevating his realm to the 5th level of spirit patterns, and had bestowed upon him a precious protective armor. Chen Xian's golden feather eagle martial spirit had also reached the 5-star level, though it paled in comparison to Lin Chen's former skyslaying tiger martial spirit. Such strength being obliterated by a single sword strike was incomprehensible to Zhou Yang. However, he quickly regained his composure, summoning his purple lightning weasel martial spirit, darting forward and unleashing a torrent of purple lightning. As a genius from the inner academy of Dayu Academy, Zhou Yang was rich in combat experience and swiftly adjusted his mindset. In his view, no matter how formidable Lin Chen's swordsmanship was, it ultimately lacked the support of a martial spirit, rendering it fundamentally insufficient. At this moment, Zhou Yang unleashed all his power, sparing no effort. His purple lightning weasel martial spirit belonged to the 5-star pinnacle level, significantly stronger than Chen Xian's. The purple lightning descended from the heavens as Zhou Yang unleashed a ferocious punch, the wind from his fist howling, accompanied by arcs of purple lightning, exhibiting tremendous power.
Lu Yanran's inner spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into an icy lance to intercept the onslaught of purple lightning.
Simultaneously, a ray of sword light ignited.
Lin Chen,
wielding the Lingfeng sword, executed the wind mastery sword technique with astonishing speed. With a single stroke, a tempest roared, and the sword energy surged. One of Zhou Yang's arms was severed, blood gushing forth.
I am.
Zhou Yang was about to speak when a line of blood erupted from his throat. His eyes widened in horror, feeling an overwhelming chill as his life force ebbed away.
You.
In the next moment, Zhou Yang collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath.
He had wished to declare himself a disciple of Dayu Academy.
Lu Yanran spoke solemnly, regardless of who it is. Anyone who seeks to kill me deserves to die. Lin Chen's gaze was frigid, his actions ruthless and unyielding. He had never shown mercy to his enemies.
Brother Chen. It was I who killed Zhou Yang today.
Lu Yanran gazed into Lin Chen's eyes, her expression grave.
Zhou Yang was a member of Dayu Academy, and Lin Chen's actions could provoke retaliation from them.
Yet, Lu Yanran felt no fear. She was the daughter of the Lu family, which had a profound background.
The Lu family was regarded as one of the top families in the Dayu dynasty. Although Lu Yanran was supposed to cultivate within the family, her talent was not particularly exceptional among them. The Lu family preferred a nurturing approach for their disciples, and those lacking sufficient talent were often sent out to experience the world. If they later showcased extraordinary talent and strength, they could return to the family.
Zhou Yang was merely an inner disciple of Dayu Academy, not a true successor. The academy would not confront the Lu family on his behalf. Of course, this was contingent upon Lu Yanran being outstanding enough to gain the family's recognition, otherwise, they would not concern themselves with her. I will bear the consequences of my actions. There is no need for you to worry, Yanran, Lin Chen stated earnestly. Lu Yanran blinked. All right, who killed him is of little importance. Let us see what treasures they possessed.
Lin Chen nodded and began to assess their spoils. Both Chen Xian and Zhou Yang were formidable, possessing numerous treasures.
They had 2 Taitsong imprints, 52 superior-grade spirit gathering pills, 7 upper-grade spirit artifacts, and 2 pinnacle-grade spirit artifacts. Chen Xian's protective armor was commendable, albeit damaged. Zhou Yang had a pair of gauntlets to enhance his punching power. The gauntlets are yours, and the spirit gathering pills are also yours. I only require 2 spirit artifacts.
Lu Yanran smiled.
Let us divide it equally, Lin Chen replied, casting her a glance. This woman always yielded the spoils to Lin Chen, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. In the previous battle, Lu Yanran had contributed as well, otherwise, Lin Chen would not have been able to eliminate Zhou Yang so swiftly.
I find gauntlets unappealing.
They are rather ugly, and I have plenty of spirit gathering pills in stock, Lu Yanran said with a smile. Lin Chen did not press further, distributing the treasures as per her suggestion, and they continued onward. Within the Taitsong secret realm, there were numerous hidden chambers, most of which contained blood puppets and Taitsong imprints. After approximately an hour of exploration, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran had collected a total of 10 Taitsong imprints.
They divided them equally.
And Lin Chen absorbed the spiritual energy contained within, rapidly breaking through to the 5th level of spirit patterns. Lu Yanran opened her mouth, suspecting Lin Chen harbored a secret. Logically, with his martial spirit having been destroyed, his cultivation speed could not be this swift. However, she refrained from inquiring further. The two continued their journey through the darkness and soon arrived at a stone bridge, the end of which led to an abyss, bloodlight filling the air. The eerie crimson glow and the dense stench of blood were enough to instill fear.
Once again, the blood spirit abyss.
Lu Yanran murmured softly, recalling past events. It was near the blood spirit abyss that she had encountered a bloodbath attack, saved by Lin Chen, who had brought her to safety. The blood spirit abyss was reputed to be the most perilous location within the Taitsong secret realm, where entering could lead to a near-certain demise.
At that time, Lu Yanran had hesitated to enter the abyss.
Lin Chen had ventured in, exerting all his strength, sustaining grave injuries, but ultimately obtained a celestial spirit pill.
Now,
as they stood before the blood spirit abyss once more, a glint of determination sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes.
With danger came opportunity. Entering the blood spirit abyss could yield greater fortunes.
If Lin Chen wished to swiftly enhance his strength and avenge his blood-soaked grievances, then the blood spirit abyss was an excellent choice.
Brother Chen, do you wish to enter? Lu Yanran asked softly. Indeed. I shall accompany you. Lu Yanran's tone was resolute.
Though she feared the blood spirit abyss, she could not bear to let Lin Chen venture alone.
You stay behind, I will go in. No.
We should go together for mutual support. Lin Chen gazed at her intently before leaping into the crimson abyss.
Lu Yanran followed closely, not hesitating for an instant.
Within the blood spirit abyss, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, draped in a dark red hue, the bloodlight soaring to the heavens. Swarms of bloodbats surged forth,
their presence chaotic and fierce.
Lin Chen swung his sword, while Lu Yanran unleashed a gust of icy true energy.
Over 300 bloodbats,
formidable foes each comparable to those at the spirit pattern realm, posed a challenge even for typical geniuses. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran fought side by side,
their hands growing weary from battle, ultimately slaying all the bloodbats.
Ahead lay a narrow path, free from the obstruction of bloodbats. The two traversed it with ease.
A blood-red hidden chamber awaited them. After adjusting their states, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran opened the chamber.
Inside, they found no blood puppets. Only a stone table upon which rested a jade vial. Within the vial lay numerous white pills, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. Lin Chen picked up a pill, confirming it to be a mystic spirit pill. The pills were plump and lustrous, devoid of impurities, representing the pinnacle of mystic-grade pills.
There were a total of 20.
Worth a significant sum. Though mystic-grade pills were not as valuable as heavenly-grade ones, they were still highly prized within the martial extreme sect, of which there were very few.
The opportunities within the Taitsong secret realm were indeed bountiful. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran divided the mystic spirit pills before consuming them and commencing their cultivation. Mystic spirit pills were suitable for warriors at the spirit sea realm, enhancing the spiritual energy within their bodies.
Lin Chen, being only at the spirit pattern realm,
faced potential risks in consuming the pills. However, as long as his martial spirit was robust enough, nothing would be amiss. The pinnacle mystic-grade pills could still be rapidly refined and absorbed.
Lin Chen's aura surged, rapidly refining the medicinal power.
Lu Yanran remained by Lin Chen's side,
her beautiful eyes shimmering with surprise at his astonishing cultivation speed. During his practice, Lin Chen did not summon his martial spirit. However, its influence was subtly pervasive. A high-quality martial spirit not only endows a warrior with formidable innate talent but also significantly enhances cultivation efficiency.
Stepping out of the secret chamber,
they encountered a blood river ahead, emanating a dangerous aura that stretched endlessly.
Numerous secret chambers stood amidst the blood river, and Lin Chen's experience indicated that opportunities lay within them. Yanran, how are you holding up? Lin Chen inquired. Do not worry about me.
Let us cross the blood river and seek our fortune, that should allow us to escape, Lu Yanran replied with a smile. The exit of the blood spirit abyss remained unknown, and she could only proceed step by step. With determination in his eyes, Lin Chen stepped into the blood river. where the water possessed corrosive properties. If one's physique were not sufficiently robust, prolonged exposure would lead to decay. Fortunately, the water was not deep, only reaching their chests. As time passed, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran traversed 10 secret chambers, accumulating over 130 superior Xianlingdan, a significant fortune. However, the deeper they ventured into the blood river, the more severe the corrosion became. Lu Yanran gradually found it difficult to endure, while Lin Chen fared better due to the presence of his supreme divine dragon martial spirit, which endowed him with exceptional physical strength. Within the blood river lay the last secret chamber, beyond which was an endless expanse of crimson. Upon entering the chamber, they encountered 3 blood puppets, all at the spirit sea realm level. Go! At the moment the secret chamber door swung open, Lu Yanran's expression changed drastically as she pushed Lin Chen aside to protect him. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he summoned the Lingfang sword, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows. In an instant, 2 of the spirit sea blood puppets were cleaved apart. One strike, instant kill. They had only just attained the spirit sea realm and, being puppets, could not be compared to true spirit sea warriors, unable to withstand Lin Chen's sword aura. Yet, one blood puppet proved to be more formidable, a challenging adversary with strength equivalent to a 3rd-level spirit sea warrior. Lu Yanran unleashed a palm strike, engaging in fierce combat with the blood puppet. Icy true energy erupted, yet she could not freeze it. Summoning her 5-star Ice Phoenix martial spirit, she conjured blooming ice flowers to delay the blood puppet's movements. Suddenly, the ice flowers shattered as the blood puppet struck with a fist, generating a tempest of violent spiritual energy. Lu Yanran let out a muffled groan, sent flying to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. In the spirit sea realm, the internal spiritual energy resembles a deep abyss, incomparable to the spirit pattern realm. Although Lu Yanran possessed decent talent, overcoming such a substantial gap in realms to defeat an enemy proved challenging. Observing this, Lin Chen swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. In that moment, the blood puppet emitted a furious roar, retreating as a sword mark appeared on its body. Even the blood puppet, akin to a 3rd-level spirit sea warrior, was injured beneath Lin Chen's blade. Yet, the wound healed at a visible pace. Lin Chen made a decisive move, unleashing a palm strike that released the divine dragon fire. Without summoning his martial spirit, he could only conjure a single flame, for the full power of the martial spirit had yet to be unveiled. As the blood puppet engaged Lin Chen, tainted by the divine dragon fire, it emitted a foul stench as it rapidly dissolved. Soon, the blood puppet became nothing more than a pool of blood. Lu Yanran watched in astonishment, realizing Lin Chen's formidable strength could annihilate even a 3rd-level spirit sea puppet. The flame Lin Chen had released distorted space, a terror to behold. However, Lu Yanran refrained from questioning further. Everyone harbored their own secrets. With the 3 blood puppets vanquished, a treasure box appeared within the chamber, containing 50 superior Xianlingdan, 1 superior Tianlingdan, and a piece of golden silk armor. The golden silk armor radiated powerful spiritual energy, a treasure of the Xian tier. The Tianlingdan was even more precious, its medicinal effects extraordinary, yet difficult for Lin Chen to absorb and refine at his current level. Lin Chen collected the treasures and approached Lu Yanran, administering healing pills to her. Lu Yanran's complexion was pale, her internal spiritual energy blocked, suffering internal injuries. Lin Chen said nothing, placing his palms on her back to aid in her recovery. Channeling medicinal energy. Lu Yanran frowned, softly protesting, "Chenggu, there is no need for this, I can manage on my own." Lin Chen remained undeterred. Earlier, Lu Yanran had disregarded her own safety to cover for him. Throughout their journey, she had never been greedy for opportunities. Now, seeing her injured, Lin Chen felt compelled to act. A surge of robust spiritual energy erupted within him, flowing into Lu Yanran to help her clear her meridians. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression shifted. He sensed a potent toxicity within her. It was scorpion venom. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as numerous thoughts raced through his mind. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yanran had been poisoned by the purple lightning scorpion. Lin Chen was well acquainted with this toxin, as it was the specialty of his former master, Suemo, who wielded the 5-star purple lightning scorpion martial spirit, known for its venomous prowess. "Yanran, have you encountered Suemo?" Lin Chen's thoughts raced back to their encounter at the foot of the Spirit Sword sect when Lu Yenran had appeared unwell. It would not have been easy for her to take Lin Chen away from the Spirit Sword sect's territory.
Chapter 15, Willow's Confession. Indeed, Willow responded with a gentle nod. Why did you engage?
Lin inquired, his gaze fixed upon her, a maelstrom of emotions stirring within him.
Willow offered a tender smile. How could I stand idly by while that old scoundrel bullied you?
Upon learning of your martial spirit's demise and subsequent expulsion from the sect, I hastened to the
seeking retribution from.
I proposed a wager. If I could withstand a single strike from him, he would permit me to escort you away, offering no resistance.
The old fox, steeped in arrogance, underestimated me.
His palm failed to vanquish me, and thereafter, I located you. Lin's heart swelled with a symphony of emotions upon hearing her words.
Why did you not involve the elders of the martial extreme sect?
At that juncture, my esteemed master was immersed in secluded cultivation.
Unwilling to disrupt his training,
I embarked on this venture alone, Willow confessed in a hushed tone.
Profoundly moved, Lin realized the extent of Willow's silent sacrifices.
Willow had recounted her tale with an understated grace, yet was a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea ninth layer. It was conceivable that he had transcended the spiritual sea realm after consuming the celestial essence pill. The tribulations she had endured in their confrontation were undoubtedly immense. On that fateful day, after escorting Lin back to the martial extreme sect, Willow had hastily retreated into seclusion.
In retrospect,
her seclusion was not for cultivation but for recuperation from her injuries.
Thank you, Lin uttered, his heart brimming with gratitude.
Though words seemed insufficient. Thank you encapsulated the depth of his appreciation.
The benevolence of a beauty is the hardest to bear.
Those are bygone events. There's no need to dwell upon them. We are betrothed, destined to assist one another, Willow responded, her radiant countenance adorned with a captivating smile.
Cease speaking.
Allow me to assist you in expelling the scorpion venom, Lin declared, his expression resolute as he unleashed the spiritual energy within his body.
Do not expend your spiritual energy on my behalf.
I am not gravely afflicted, Willow protested urgently. Ignoring her plea, Lin summoned the supreme divine dragon martial spirit. A crimson dragon phantom coiled around Lin, emanating an aura of terrifying martial spirit pressure.
Willow's expression shifted, astonishment flickering across her features as she beheld Lin's reawakened martial spirit. Amidst her surprise, an overwhelming sense of joy surged through her, a sentiment of elation for Lin. Possessing such a potent martial spirit, Lin's path of martial cultivation was destined for greatness.
Once a peerless prodigy, he had now, after the destruction of his martial spirit, rediscovered his brilliance.
Lin remained the unparalleled youth he had always been.
The supreme divine dragon martial spirit roared, unleashing a wisp of divine dragon power that surged through Willow's body. In the ensuing moment, Willow coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her complexion paling. Lin breathed a sigh of relief,
finally expelling the purple lightning scorpion venom from her system.
The purple lightning scorpion venom was notoriously tenacious, defying easy eradication. Only a powerhouse at the peak of the spiritual sea realm, willing to expend a substantial amount of spiritual energy, could effectively dispel it.
Otherwise, the lingering toxins would lead to Willow's agonizing demise through systemic necrosis. Lin's divine dragon power, inherently antagonistic to various virulent poisons,
had completely healed Willow with a mere wisp of its essence.
Thank you.
Willow's voice was feeble, her body yet to fully recover. Lin remained by her side, vigilant against the emergence of any additional blood puppets. As time ebbed away, Willow's complexion gradually improved after approximately an hour.
Henceforth,
you must never reveal your martial spirit in public, Willow cautioned with a grave expression. Lin's martial spirit was of such immense power that she could not even discern its grade, suggesting that it might surpass the 5-star level. His willingness to unveil his trump card before her filled her with a profound sense of warmth. Rest assured, I understand, Lin replied softly. Very well, I have recovered. Let us proceed, Willow said with a smile, her slender legs carrying her forward into the Crimson River. With the purple lightning scorpion venom purged from her system, her strength had returned, and her resistance to the Crimson River had notably increased. Moreover, along their journey, she had acquired numerous grand astral imprints and supreme great profound spirit pills, further augmenting her strength. Her Ice Phoenix martial spirit, a top-tier 5-star entity with immense potential, marked her as a prodigious talent. The Crimson River stretched endlessly before them. After 2 hours of traversing its depths, Lin and Willow had yet to glimpse an exit. Blood puppets occasionally emerged from the Crimson River, including formidable entities at the spiritual sea realm. Their progress was arduous, and despite acquiring numerous profound spirit pills, the abundance of resources would be rendered meaningless if they could not escape the blood spirit abyss. Lin bestowed the golden silk armor upon Willow. Its defensive capabilities as a profound-grade spiritual armor were formidable. However, as they ventured deeper into the Crimson River, the onslaught of the corrosive power became overwhelming, pushing her resilience to its limits. Time seemed to blur as Lin clasped Willow's hand, navigating the treacherous Crimson River. Willow faltered, abruptly halting her steps. "Proceed on your own. Do not concern yourself with me," Willow pleaded with a poignant smile, unwilling to burden Lin any further. "I will not abandon you," Lin declared, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. "With me in tow, we will both be unable to escape the Crimson River. If you were alone, you would stand a chance." Willow reasoned softly. The Crimson River's waters enveloped her, inflicting excruciating pain from their corrosive touch. Unable to endure any longer, she chose to relinquish the hope of survival to Lin. "Take the golden silk armor and the pills on my person. You will surely make it out," Willow added. "Why are you so kind to me?" Lin queried, his heart stirred by a complex mix of emotions. "Because I love you," Willow confessed with a wistful smile, extending her hand as if to caress Lin's cheek. However, her hand fell limply. Her spiritual energy had been nearly depleted in her battle against the Crimson River, leaving her utterly weakened. "I am content in your presence," Willow murmured softly. Her beauty was undeniable, drawing countless admirers, yet her aloof nature kept them at bay. Only Lin elicited her tender affections. She recalled their first encounter, when Lin's unparalleled beauty and charisma had captivated her heart. Their subsequent interactions had led to the expression of their feelings and their eventual betrothal. In the grand astral mystical realm, when the world had recoiled from the bloodbaths, abandoning her to her fate, Lin had braved the dangers, rescuing her from the brink without seeking anything in return. From that moment onward, Lin's unforgettable image had been forever etched in her mind, never to fade. Lin sighed inwardly, refraining from further words. Instead, he gently hoisted Willow onto his back and resumed his arduous journey. The warmth and softness against his back were palpable, yet Lin had no room for such thoughts. He was determined to carry Willow and ensure their joint survival. Put me down." Willow's body trembled as she attempted to break free. However, Lin secured her legs firmly, refusing to yield. Willow, devoid of strength, succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness. The Crimson River stretched endlessly, yet Lin refused to relinquish hope. He unleashed 5 streams of divine dragon fire, attempting to incinerate the Crimson River. The Crimson River began to evaporate, but the sheer volume of water rendered the effect negligible. The divine dragon fire that Lin could conjure was but a flickering flame, far from the true power of the supreme divine dragon martial spirit. After an immeasurable passage of time, Lin's spiritual energy dwindled, his face growing pale. In the distance, he vaguely discerned a glimmer of white light. Lin's mind raced as he summoned the exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda, shrouded in mystery, had once absorbed a wisp of a martial saint's will. Lin was uncertain whether the exquisite pagoda could subdue the Crimson River, but the dire circumstances warranted an attempt. Swiftly, the exquisite pagoda plunged into the Crimson River, stirring a vortex of crimson waters before falling silent. Lin frowned, realizing the pagoda was ineffective. He then considered the burial sky sword, a gift from the exquisite Empress, as a potential means to resist the Crimson River. However, wielding the burial sky sword would consume a vast amount of spiritual energy. Just as Lin was about to retrieve the burial sky sword, the Crimson River suddenly began to churn violently. The exquisite pagoda radiated a dazzling light. Subsequently, the entire Crimson River transformed into a beam of crimson light, absorbed by the exquisite pagoda. Lin's heart soared with elation. The Linglong Tower can indeed absorb the Blood River. A wisp of the martial saints will emanated from the Linglong Tower, unmatched in its strength. Suddenly, the entire blood spirit abyss trembled violently, with mud and sand swirling around. As the crimson light dissipated, Lin Chen beheld the riverbank ahead, along with an entrance to a cave.
Carrying Lu Yanran on his back, he summoned the Lingfeng sword and swiftly navigated through the area.
Previously, the presence of the blood river made it inconvenient to fly on his sword, as the corrosive power of the river would adversely affect spiritual instruments. To forcefully fly would deplete his internal spiritual energy at a faster rate. Now that the blood river had vanished, Lin Chen hurriedly flew with Lu Yanran and soon reached the riverbank. Before him lay an entrance, radiating spatial fluctuations. Passing through this entrance might lead him out of the blood spirit abyss. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure floated toward him, appearing without warning, like a specter. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he released sword energy to protect himself. A man clad in blood-red attire stared intently at Lin Chen, his expression complex, filled with both gratification and sorrow.
"Old servant,
I pay my respects to the young master."
The blood-clad man knelt, his demeanor respectful. "Who are you?" Lin Chen took 3 steps back, remaining on guard.
The blood-clad man was exceedingly strange. Although he was merely a remnant soul, the pressure he exuded was formidable. He referred to Lin Chen as the young master. Yet Lin Chen had never seen him before.
"Old servant, I am the Taitsong Martial King. The great Yu Martial Saint is my master."
The blood-clad man spoke slowly,
his eyes distant, as if reminiscing about the past.
The great Yu Martial Saint was the founding figure of the entire Great Yu dynasty.
Once,
the Taitsong Martial King had followed the great Yu Martial Saint into battle, experiencing a glorious era.
Now, he was left with only a remnant soul.
Yet he had not anticipated encountering a descendant of the great Yu Martial Saint one day. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his heart stirred.
The Taitsong Martial King,
renowned a millennium ago, was a famous general of the Great Yu dynasty. If the Taitsong Martial King referred to Lin Chen as the young master, it implied that he regarded him as a descendant of the great Yu Martial Saint. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. He was an orphan, his origins unknown, while the great Yu Martial Saint had lived 1,000 years prior. It was improbable for him to have any connection to the great Yu Martial Saint. If there was any relation, it could only be the wisp of the great Yu Martial Saints will absorbed by the Linglong Tower.
"Taitsong Martial King, how can you confirm my identity?"
Lin Chen countered.
"The young master possesses a trace of the Saint Lord's will. If you were not a descendant of the Saint Lord,
you could not inherit such will. Moreover, your martial soul is a dragon, just as the Saint Lord's martial soul is also a dragon. There can be no mistake," the Taitsong Martial King stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remained composed, fully aware that his acquisition of the great Yu Martial Saint's will was due to the Linglong Tower's devouring, rather than a conscious inheritance from the great Yu Martial Saint. "Unfortunately, the time is too distant. The Martial Saint's will within you is exceedingly weak, and your dragon soul differs somewhat from that of the Saint Lord,"
the Taitsong Martial King lamented. "Since you are an old acquaintance of my ancestor, do you have a way to assist me in leaving the blood spirit abyss?"
Lin Chen shifted the conversation, no longer probing into his identity. Since the Taitsong Martial King had made a mistake in recognizing him, it was best to let it be.
Revealing the truth could be detrimental.
Lin Chen had previously demonstrated his supreme divine dragon martial soul, which the Taitsong Martial King had witnessed. Yet he seemed unaware of the true terror of the supreme divine dragon martial soul. The young master possesses astonishing talent. Now that you have emerged from the blood river, you can indeed leave the blood spirit abyss. However, before the young master departs, I have a gift to present to you." The Taitsong Martial King smiled.
"Thank you, senior." Lin Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
The Martial King, with his high realm, was above the Spirit Sea realm, entering the Fate Wheel realm.
And only then could one attain the Martial King realm. In the Great Yu dynasty, those at the Martial King realm could command a territory, their strength unparalleled. Any gift from the Taitsong Martial King would surely be extraordinary. With a tremor,
the Taitsong Martial King released a wisp of spiritual energy that entered Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Within Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, a magnificent scene unfolded, a blood-clad man,
amidst a throng of attackers, fought fiercely, charging through enemy lines.
The crimson light surged. With each strike, he claimed the lives of numerous powerful foes, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. King-level martial arts, 10,000 miles blood river palm. This was the Taitsong Martial King's renowned ultimate technique.
In Qingzhou City,
spirit-level martial arts were already a rarity, while mystic-level martial arts were even more scarce. Heavenly-level martial arts could likely only be found within the elite sects of the Great Yu dynasty. As for king-level martial arts, they were as rare as phoenix feathers.
Within Lin Chen's Sea of Consciousness, the Taizong Martial King demonstrated the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem in its entirety.
Lin Chen memorized the variations of the technique and began to deduce them.
The Taizong Martial King produced a drop of black essence blood, floating in midair. Young Master.
This drop of essence blood was refined from the corpses of numerous Martial King realm experts.
Refining this drop of essence blood will aid you in mastering the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem. The extent of your mastery depends on your own talent.
The Taizong Martial King explained, his form gradually dissipating. Having received the inheritance of king-level martial arts, Lin Chen had no immediate intention of leaving the blood spirit abyss.
Instead, he preferred to remain and immerse himself in cultivation.
Lu Yanran was still unconscious, so Lin Chen administered a pill to her, assisting in her absorption of the medicinal power. Then, he devoted himself entirely to his training. The 10,000 Miles Blood River poem wielded immense power. With a single strike, it could summon a surging blood river,
corroding all life and leaving a sea of corpses.
The blood river within the Taizong secret realm was merely the tip of the iceberg of the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem's might.
The power of king-level martial arts was indisputable.
At present, the techniques Lin Chen was cultivating, the wind control sword technique and the wave step technique, were merely spirit-level martial arts. Having cultivated them to their peak, their strength was already formidable.
Should he successfully master the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem,
Lin Chen would possess the capability to contend against even the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm. Within the blood spirit abyss, silence reigned. Save for the sound of the palm wind slicing through the air, Lin Chen continuously executed the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem-esque techniques.
Absorbing a drop of black essence blood into his body,
he fully memorized the movements of the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem and gradually became familiar with them.
Suddenly,
Lin Chen realized that the techniques of the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem seemed less significant than the killing intent, the momentum, the resolve to annihilate everything.
To create a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, slaughtering all enemies. With overwhelming momentum, he would summon the blood river,
drowning all foes within it and transforming them into countless corpses. Lin Chen's heart enlightened as he grasped the essence of the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem. A day passed, and Lin Chen had thoroughly refined the essence blood of the Martial King realm expert. With the blessing of the Supreme Divine Dragon Martial Soul,
the speed of refining the essence blood was exceptionally swift.
Lin Chen felt his vitality surging, his life force reaching its zenith, and his spiritual energy skyrocketing, leading to a breakthrough to the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm. In Lin Chen's palm, a blood-red pattern began to take shape. The 10,000 Miles Blood River palm had begun to take form.
Chapter 17, The Blood Mark of Condensation, the 4th Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect. What is happening?
The void trembles, and the blood-clad man reappears. The King of Taizong has returned. At this moment, the expression of the King of Taizong is exceedingly exaggerated, filled with profound astonishment.
This is the 10,000 Miles Blood River poem, his renowned ultimate technique. How could Lin Chen have mastered it in just one day?
The condensation of blood marks in the palm signifies the successful cultivation of the 10,000 Miles Blood River palm. In merely one day, even with a drop of the King of Taizong's royal blood, Lin Chen could not have possibly achieved such rapid progress. The speed at which he absorbs the royal blood is astonishing, and his comprehension is terrifyingly high. Lin Chen is somewhat speechless. The King of Taizong is but a remnant soul. When he previously vanished, Lin Chen thought he had completely dissipated.
Senior, didn't you leave?
Lin Chen raised his hands in confusion. I was on the verge of dissipating, but your presence startled me into reconstituting my remnant soul, the King of Taizong sighed. Lin Chen replied, Your Excellency, with such a disciple, the Dayu dynasty can surely flourish. The King of Taizong concluded, Young master, I shall take my leave. The future of the Dayu dynasty is now entrusted to you.
With that, his form dissipated once more. Senior, you truly are leaving? Why not stay a while longer for a chat?
Lin Chen said earnestly. After all, this is the King of Taizong, perhaps he could extract some treasures from him.
However,
the King of Taizong offered no further response. Lin Chen shook his head. Regarding the future of the Dayu dynasty as secondary to his immediate concerns, he must focus on his own cultivation.
Before long, Lu Yanran awakened.
Upon seeing Lin Chen surrounded by a halo of bloodlight, her beautiful eyes narrowed in confusion.
Yanran, you're awake.
Lin Chen smiled faintly as he retracted the blood river. Having successfully cultivated the 10,000 miles blood river palm, he could now condense a blood river. Albeit small in scale, resembling a crimson ring, yet its power was already impressive.
Is everything all right, Chen Go? Lu Yanran surveyed their surroundings,
astonished to find the blood river had dried up.
Everything is fine, we can leave the blood spirit abyss at any moment.
This place is perilous, let us depart now, he urged, noting the worry in her eyes.
Though the blood river had vanished, who could say if other dangers lurked within the blood spirit abyss?
There's no rush. You should first regain your strength and heal your injuries, Lin Chen chuckled.
Lu Yanran was unaware of the King of Taizong's presence.
Currently, the blood spirit abyss posed no threat. If it did, the King of Taizong would have warned them.
Moreover, with Lin Chen's current strength, he was unafraid of any challenges within the Taizong secret realm.
Very well. Lu Yanran calmed her mind, took a medicinal pill, and began her recuperation.
Lin Chen,
on the other hand, retrieved the Linglong Tower, absorbing the water from the blood river to cultivate the 10,000 miles blood river palm.
Lu Yanran was taken aback.
She had thought the blood river had completely evaporated, not realizing it was being absorbed by Lin Chen.
The small tower in Lin Chen's hands was enigmatic and formidable,
capable of absorbing even the blood river. Lu Yanran refrained from asking further, sensing that Lin Chen harbored countless secrets, pondering what he had endured. This Linglong Tower was an accidental acquisition, I do not know its origins, Lin Chen suddenly remarked. It's quite a beautiful little tower, Lu Yanran softly commented.
Lin Chen nodded, continuing his cultivation.
The 10,000 miles blood river palm could amplify its power by absorbing potent blood essence. A drop of royal blood allowed Lin Chen to cultivate swiftly. And the blood essence within the river would enhance the palm's might even further.
After 3 days of cultivation, 3 blood marks appeared in Lin Chen's palm. Following a 3-day rest, Lu Yanran's injuries had mostly healed, and her condition was nearly restored. Her cultivation level had also risen to the 6th stage of spiritual patterns.
The Ice Phoenix martial soul possessed immense potential, and Lin Chen sensed that Lu Yanran's Ice Phoenix martial soul was extraordinary, perhaps not merely a 5-star martial soul.
Yanran,
let us go, Lin Chen said, rising and making his way toward the cave entrance. Lu Yanran followed closely, suddenly taking his arm, her cheeks flushed,
her deep blue eyes shimmering with a captivating allure.
She appeared like a cold, proud ice lotus, often indifferent to so-called talented youths, yet found it difficult to maintain her composure in Lin Chen's presence.
Lin Chen smiled as they emerged from the cave, returning to the Taizong secret realm.
Within the Taizong secret realm, there remained hidden chambers. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran traversed through them, effortlessly collecting numerous Taizong tokens. Both of their strengths had improved,
making the defeat of blood puppets a simple task.
Several hours later, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran exited the Taizong secret realm, preparing to return to the Wuji zone. Their journey through the Taizong secret realm had yielded significant gains, greatly enhancing Lin Chen's strength and resources, and now he needed to prepare for the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference. Summoning the Lingfeng sword, Lin Chen took Lu Yanran and soared through the mountains. As they passed through a wooded area, a sudden barrage of arrows descended upon them,
dense and infused with powerful spiritual energy. Someone lay in ambush within the forest.
Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He summoned a blood river to encircle himself,
corroding the arrows entirely.
In the next moment, numerous figures soared into the air, led by an elder clad in black robes.
His countenance was icy,
exuding an intense aura of murderous intent. 4th Elder of the Spirit Sword Sect.
He was a trusted aide of Sect Master Sumo,
possessing formidable strength with a 5-star Blazing Sun Lion martial soul and cultivation at the 7th stage of the spiritual sea. At the 4th Elder's side were 30 Spirit Sword Sect attendants, 3 of whom were at the spiritual sea realm, while the others were at the pinnacle of spiritual patterns.
Such a lineup was indeed terrifying in Qingzhou City.
The blood river released by Lin Chen astonished the 4th Elder. He had never witnessed such martial arts before.
However,
the 4th Elder soon regained his composure. Regardless of Lin Chen's prodigious talent, he was ultimately just at the spiritual patterns realm, and his martial soul had been crippled.
This time, the fourth elder has brought many formidable allies.
Lin Chen, since you have emerged, there is no need for you to return alive. Who would have thought that despite your martial soul being destroyed, you could still vanquish Qin Xian?
The path of the sword is indeed defiant. The sect master should never have allowed you to leave. The fourth elder's eyes gleamed with mockery.
Aware that the Spirit Sword sect would soon learn of Qin Xian's demise and the failure of their operation.
To eliminate Lin Chen,
they could not rely on the younger generation's talents, they needed the intervention of a spiritual Sea realm powerhouse.
Su Mo had recognized Lin Chen as a significant threat, hence sending the fourth elder to ensure a decisive strike. The seventh stage fourth elder posed an absolute suppression against Lin Chen.
Lin Chen is now the holy son of the Wujizong, do you not fear the repercussions from us?
Lu Yanran interjected, positioning herself before Lin Chen.
Her voice laced with fury.
Lin Chen is merely an inner disciple of the Wujizong, do you think the Spirit Sword sect lacks spies?
The fourth elder sneered.
Moreover,
even if Lin Chen is a holy son, I shall undoubtedly slay him today.
With a sinister expression, the fourth elder commanded.
And the 30 attendants of the Spirit Sword sect surged forward, their momentum fearsome. Chapter 18, defeating the fourth elder and establishing the holy son. Lu Yanran summoned the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, causing a flurry of ice blossoms to bloom in the air. The fourth elder shuddered as a flicker of blazing fire erupted from him, scorching the void. The radiant lion martial spirit bestowed upon him the gift of solar flame. With such a formidable martial spirit, coupled with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spiritual sea, he possessed the power to dominate the arena.
The 30 deacons of the Spirit Sword sect were equally powerful. Lu Yanran felt an immense pressure, yet a streak of sword radiance cut through the air,
sweeping across the void with ferocious sword energy. The wind sword technique, executed to its utmost by Lin Chen, made the sword dance with the wind. A practitioner of the spirit pattern realm from the Spirit Sword sect was promptly obliterated by the sword energy, left with no chance to retaliate. The remaining 3 deacons at the spiritual sea realm were stricken with disbelief as a river of blood coiled around Lin Chen. This blood river erupted with terrifying power and astonishing corrosive force. In an instant, the 3 spiritual sea realm deacons were ensnared within it, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Moments later, they were reduced to mere bones. The might of royal tier martial arts was beyond their comprehension. Even if Lin Chen had only achieved minor success, he could still annihilate them effortlessly. The solar flames released by the fourth elder melted the frost, as Lu Yanran found herself suppressed in their battle. Despite her astonishing talent, she appeared powerless in the face of such overwhelming disparity in realms. The fourth elder was taken aback. He never anticipated that in such a brief moment, Lin Chen would eliminate all those he had brought. His pupils constricted sharply, his expression filled with dread and malice.
Lin Chen's talent was too monstrous.
He had not even unleashed his martial spirit yet was capable of slaying those at the spiritual sea realm.
Today, the fourth elder resolved to eradicate him completely, ensuring no future threats. Solar eruption. The fourth elder bellowed, unleashing all his spiritual power.
The radiant lion martial spirit soared into the sky,
emanating martial spirit pressure and depleting its own essence. To vanquish Lin Chen, the fourth elder was willing to sacrifice everything. More solar flames erupted,
forming a miniature furnace of terrifying heat. Lin Chen remained expressionless, as a phantom of his martial spirit burst forth, a colossal blood-red dragon, the supreme divine dragon martial spirit. Upon witnessing this, the fourth elder's heart sank, disbelief etched across his face.
You actually...
Before the fourth elder could finish his words, Lin Chen unleashed 5 streams of divine dragon fire. Summoning his martial spirit and then employing the divine dragon fire, its power reached its zenith. The fourth elder's combat prowess was formidable, yet Lin Chen showed no signs of carelessness. The divine dragon fire surged through the air, and the fourth elder's countenance paled. The solar flames he released crumbled before it, akin to a child facing a giant. In an instant, the fourth elder was reduced to ashes, consumed by the flames. The divine dragon fire was indeed that fearsome, allowing Lin Chen to transcend an entire realm and decisively slay the fourth elder. In the mountains, a chilling wind swept past. Lin Chen retracted the supreme divine dragon martial spirit, treading upon the void with a frigid demeanor. Here, there were no others. allowing Lin Chen to summon his martial spirit and unleash his lethal moves without restraint.
The fourth elder was unlike the blood puppets encountered in the blood spirit abyss.
He was a true martial artist, possessing a high-quality martial spirit and mastering formidable martial arts, his combat power unparalleled.
This battle also illuminated Lin Chen's understanding of his own strength.
By summoning the blood river and invoking his martial spirit, amidst the flurry of lethal techniques,
Lin Chen believed he could contend even against those at the 9th level of the spiritual sea. "Chen Ge, are you alright?"
Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed with concern, having witnessed the terrifying moves Lin Chen had unleashed moments ago. She was unsure of the grade of Lin Chen's martial spirit but was certain it far surpassed 5 stars. Such a prodigious martial spirit would undoubtedly demand a great toll to unleash its full power, especially considering Lin Chen's relatively low cultivation level.
"I'm fine, Yanran. Let us hasten back to the sect."
Lin Chen collected the storage bags from the numerous strong practitioners of the Spirit Sword sect, then summoned the swordlight. Breaking through the air with utmost speed, Lin Chen was wary that there might still be powerful figures from the Spirit Sword sect remaining. Having just expended a significant amount of spiritual power with the 5 streams of divine dragon fire, engaging in further combat would be unwise.
"Hold on to me."
Lin Chen maneuvered the Lingfeng sword, soaring through the air like an eagle with incredible speed.
Lu Yanran nodded, gently embracing Lin Chen.
Her cheeks flushing as she relished the tranquility of the moment. An hour later, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran returned to the martial extreme sect, their journey uneventful.
Su Mo must have had great confidence in the fourth elder's strength, sending only him without further ambushes.
Who could have anticipated that the 7th level of the spiritual sea fourth elder, accompanied by the elite of the Spirit Sword sect,
would still be decisively slain by Lin Chen?
In the Holy Maiden's palace of the martial extreme sect,
Lu Yanran dismissed all her maidservants and found herself alone with Lin Chen.
Lin Chen produced over 30 storage bags, opening them to reveal an abundance of valuable treasures. As a high-ranking member of the Spirit Sword sect, the fourth elder had certainly carried many treasures, including 3 exceptional spiritual artifacts, over 402. The effects of the surpassed those of the, while the was worth its weight in gold. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran divided the treasures equally. They had chosen Lu Yanran's palace primarily for its tranquility, free from prying eyes. Lin Chen ordinarily resided in the inner sect compound, where the crowd made the distribution of treasures cumbersome.
"Chen Ge, you need not give me so much, I cannot possibly use it all. Your martial spirit is unique.
And your cultivation will require more medicinal pills." Lu Yanran gazed at the pile of storage bags on the table,
her brows furrowing slightly as Lin Chen even offered her a precious. "Take it is yours."
Lin Chen smiled.
"Very well." Lu Yanran ceased to argue further,
warmth blooming in her heart. As night deepened, Lin Chen stood to leave.
"Wait a moment."
Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed, her gaze complex, as if she wished to convey something.
"Is there something else?" "Chen Ge, the joyful bell can be used for communication."
Lu Yanran spoke softly.
"Understood." Lin Chen waved his hand and departed briskly. He comprehended Lu Yanran's intent, yet felt it prudent to prioritize cultivation for the time being.
If there were no pressing matters, Lin Chen would not utilize the joyful bell to contact her. Upon returning to his inner sect quarters, Lin Chen took out the and began his cultivation.
The following day,
Lin Chen sensed a subtle shift in the joyful bell, emitting a faint glow. He retrieved the joyful bell and released his spiritual power, permeating it.
"Chen Ge, good morning." It was Lu Yanran's voice. "Good morning.
Master has announced that a council of elders will convene today to establish you as the Holy Son. You may wish to prepare a little."
"Understood." Lin Chen withdrew his spiritual energy, concluding their conversation.
The joyful bell was indeed convenient. As long as the distance was not too great, one could establish communication with a mere thread of spiritual power. Lin Chen had a vague feeling that the joyful bell might not be merely a. When using the joyful bell, Lin Chen felt a sense of mystery. Although it was not as powerful as the Linglong Tower, the spiritual energy it radiated was impressive. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the Martial Extreme Sect's conference hall. Sect Master Huayang, along with the Grand Elder and several core elders, were present. The establishment of a Holy Son was a significant matter for the sect. With Huang Fui deceased, the position of Holy Sun in the martial extreme sect was vacant, and someone needed to step up. Among the younger generation of the martial extreme sect, Lin Chen's strength was already at the pinnacle. I wish to establish Lin Chen as the Holy Sun.
Do any of you oppose? Sect Master Huayan's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. I object.
The Grand Elder's face darkened. He had yet to settle the score with Lin Chen for the death of his beloved disciple, Huang Fui.
How could he possibly allow Lin Chen to become the new Holy Sun? Chapter 19, Breaking Through to the 8th Level of Spiritual Patterns. The martial arts tournament begins. I vehemently oppose this. I do not agree.
The Grand Elder had several loyal followers by his side.
Over the years,
the Grand Elder had gained considerable power and was gradually able to rival the sect master, Huayang. Huayan's expression remained unchanged, fully aware that the Grand Elder would not consent. However, this matter was beyond his control.
Since the Grand Elder disagrees, who do you believe would be more suitable for the position of the Holy Sun? Huayang spoke with a nonchalant tone.
The Grand Elder's face grew grave.
Currently, there is no suitable candidate, therefore, the position should remain vacant.
Lin Chen has slain his own kin and harbors a violent temperament, making him unfit to be the Holy Sun. The Grand Elder was well aware that among the younger generation of the Wuji sect, no one could rival Lin Chen.
Apart from Lin Chen, no other disciple stood a chance of becoming the Holy Sun. The position of the Holy Sun could not be left vacant.
As for the Grand Elder's claim that Lin Chen was violent, it was utterly absurd, when Huang Fui sought to kill him.
Should Lin Chen have simply allowed himself to be slaughtered?
This matter had already been discussed in the Elder Council, and Lin Chen was innocent. There was no need for the Grand Elder to bring it up again.
Huayang's tone was sharp and confrontational. Numerous loyal elders at his side echoed his sentiments.
Though Lin Chen is powerful, without a martial soul, how can he be the Holy Sun?
The position requires talent above all else, rather than mere current strength.
The Grand Elder's tone shifted, revealing a cold smirk.
Who says Lin Chen has no future?
The path of the sword is indeed a brilliant avenue, if you are unconvinced.
Summon a few of your esteemed disciples to spar with Lin Chen.
Huayang smiled faintly. The Grand Elder fell silent. If a sparring match were to occur, it would merely be seeking humiliation, as none of his disciples could match Lin Chen.
If no one is available, then there is no need to waste time. Huayang decisively proclaimed Lin Chen as the Holy Sun.
The Grand Elder swept away in anger. The ceremony quickly concluded, and as the Holy Sun of Wuji sect, Lin Chen would enjoy the highest status and the best resources from the sect. Initially uninterested in the position of Holy Sun, Lin Chen had no desire to compete for it. However, since Huayang insisted on appointing him, he had no choice but to accept.
Lin Chen, follow me. After the ceremony, Huayang beckoned Lin Chen into a private chamber. He then produced a jade vial containing a drop of pale golden blood, emanating a majestic dragon's aura. This is dragon blood.
It is even more valuable than the reward you received during the last martial arts competition. I hope it proves useful to you, Huayang smiled. Lin Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. During the previous martial arts competition, Huayang had discerned Lin Chen's intense yearning for dragon blood,
believing it to be of great benefit to him. Lin Chen, speak honestly, has your martial soul recovered? Huayang suddenly inquired. Master, you jest. How could a destroyed martial soul possibly recover?
Lin Chen's expression remained calm, devoid of any turmoil, aware that Huayang was testing him.
What a pity, Huayang lamented.
His heart still filled with doubt. To him, Lin Chen undoubtedly harbored secrets that he was unwilling to disclose.
In fact,
Huayang had approached Lu Yanran to inquire about Lin Chen's martial soul, but she remained tight-lipped.
Even before her own master, Lu Yanran was equally reticent. Knowing that the revelation of Lin Chen's martial soul's truth could invite catastrophe.
If the sect master has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Lin Chen stated slowly.
Yes, the Qingzhou martial arts tournament is about to commence.
As the Holy Sun of Wuji sect, you may directly participate in the finals. I am aware of your grievances with Su Yao. She will also be participating in this tournament, having allied herself with the Holy Sun of Daiyu Academy, Morong Xiu. You must act with caution, Huayang warned. Rest assured, sect master, I understand, Lin Chen replied before turning to depart.
The Holy Son of Dayu Academy was indeed not someone Lin Chen could currently provoke. However, the enmity with Su Yao must be resolved, regardless of her backing. Lin Chen felt no fear. Within the Holy Sun's hall, Lin Chen retrieved the pale golden dragon blood and commenced his cultivation. Naturally, the treatment afforded to the Holy Sun differed significantly from that of inner disciples. The Holy Sun's hall was situated at the convergence of the Wuji sect's spiritual veins, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. Lin Chen absorbed the dragon blood into his body, rapidly refining it. During this process, he did not even summon his martial soul. The absence of his martial soul did not impede his cultivation, though it was somewhat less efficient. Since Huayang had inquired about Lin Chen, it indicated that he harbored suspicions. And thus Lin Chen needed to exercise caution. Even though Huayang treated Lin Chen favorably, he could not afford to reveal his trump cards. On the day of the Blood Spirit Abyss incident, Lin Chen had only revealed his martial soul in front of Lu Yanran as a last resort. Fortunately, Lu Yanran was trustworthy, she would not betray Lin Chen. As time passed, Lin Chen cultivated in the Holy Sun's Hall for half a month. He still had a considerable stock of top-tier Xianling pills, with over 100 remaining. There was no urgency to refine the Tianling pills, as the Xianling pills were entirely sufficient for the time being. As the Holy Son of Wuji sect, the sect provided only mid-tier Xianling pills, which Lin Chen chose not to absorb. In the course of half a month, Lin Chen's realm broke through to the 8th level of spiritual patterns. He had also completely refined the dragon blood, now capable of unleashing 7 streams of divine dragon fire. Just how strong Lin Chen had become was a mystery even to him. One day, the Qingzhou martial arts tournament commenced. The host was the Lingjian sect. Within Qingzhou, there were 3 major sects: Wuji sect, Taichu sect, and Lingjian sect. The Qingzhou martial arts tournament was held in rotation among the 3 major sects. And this year it was Lingjian sect's turn. Early that morning, Lu Yanran came to find Lin Chen, and together they made their way to the martial arts arena in Qingzhou City. Numerous disciples from Wuji sect set out in a grand procession. Lu Yanran walked alongside Lin Chen, attracting envious glances from behind. Lu Yanran was the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of Wuji sect, usually an aloof ice queen, known for her cold demeanor towards all disciples. Today, however, as she walked with Lin Chen, her expression appeared unusually warm. In the expansive martial arts arena of Qingzhou City, the high-ranking officials from the 3 major sects had mostly gathered. Su Mo from Lingjian sect and Huayang from Wuji sect were present, accompanied by their respective elders, clearly delineating their factions. The presence of Taichu sect felt somewhat diminished, as their young disciples had not shown in recent years. However, it was rumored that a prodigy named Hongzhe had recently emerged from Taichu sect, possessing one of the top martial souls among the 5 stars, showcasing remarkable talent. The Qingzhou martial arts tournament primarily revolved around the rivalry among the 3 major sects, although several lesser sects and family scions also participated. Amidst the vastness of the martial arts arena, a woman in a red dress approached, her long jade legs gracefully striding forward. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with captivating peach blossom eyes and a serpentine waist that swayed with every step, exuding an air of allure. The holy maiden of Lingjian sect, Su Yao, has arrived. How stunning she is! I have heard that Su Yao is soon to attend Dayu Academy. Such talent is truly enviable. I dare say she is sure to win this year's martial arts tournament. Whispers of admiration filled the air as Su Yao made her stunning entrance. At this moment, a beam of swordlight suddenly pierced the sky. A young man dressed in white descended gracefully upon the martial arts arena. Lin Chen has arrived. Lu Yanran followed closely behind, entering the arena. The crowd erupted in excitement, their gazes fixated upon Lu Yanran, unable to look away. Her beauty eclipsed that of Su Yao, and the 2 women exuded entirely different auras. Su Yao resembled a passionate rose, beautiful yet tinged with a hint of danger. In contrast, Lu Yanran embodied the grace of a snow lotus, her demeanor serene and ethereal, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the world's chaos. When the 2 women stood together, they appeared as the most breathtaking scenery in the world. Su Yao cast a glance at Lin Chen, a hint of a smirk gracing her lips. Lin Chen, why do you insist on participating in the martial arts tournament? Are you seeking humiliation for yourself? Su Yao spoke with an air of unparalleled arrogance.
In the present day, Su Yao has ascended her martial spirit to 6 stars. A talent that can only be described as astonishing within the entire Du Empire. Conversely, Lin Chen finds himself stripped of his martial spirit.
To Su Yao,
it seems inevitable that she and Lin Chen belong to 2 entirely different realms.
Lin Chen remains silent, his countenance frigid, as he strides toward the waiting area. Any words would be superfluous. Today, he must demonstrate everything through sheer strength. The debt incurred from Su Yao usurping Lin Chen's martial spirit must be settled today.
As time passes, a figure arrives from the distant sky, riding a spirit crane, heralded by the resounding cries of the crane.
2 silhouettes descend, an elderly man in gray robes and a youth clad in brocade. The arrival of the gray-robed elder prompts the higher-ups of the Lingjian sect, Wujizone, and Taikuman to gather and greet him with utmost reverence. What brings you here, Taoist Gongsun? Hua Yang's expression darkens. Gongsun Yi is a highly esteemed elder within the inner sanctum of Du Academy.
In comparison, he, as the head of Wujizone, feels insignificant in Gongsun Yi's presence. Let us see the strength of the one who has slain my disciple.
Gongsun Yi's gaze is as cold as a serpent, fixating on Lin Chen.
It was I who killed your disciple, Zhou Yang. Lu Yanran steps forward, her expression solemn.
Is that so?
A flicker of cold light flashes in Gongsun Yi's eyes.
He does not know who struck down Zhou Yang. In truth, Zhou Yang's demise is of little consequence to Gongsun Yi.
He has come merely to extend a courtesy to Morong Xiu and to reclaim his own dignity.
A master who allows his disciple to be slain without retaliation would face disgrace. Su Yao is on the verge of marrying Morong Xiu,
who holds a lofty position within Du Academy, and Gongsun Yi, as an elder, seeks to form an alliance with him.
During this year's Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference, Su Mo personally visited Du Academy to invite Gongsun Yi to observe the competition. The death of the 4th elder has left Su Mo unsettled, prompting him to seek Gongsun Yi's presence to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly.
Zhou Yang fell in the Taicang secret realm, no one witnessed his killer.
But Su Mo was certain that Lin Chen is involved. It was I who killed Zhou Yang.
Lin Chen steps forward, placing himself protectively in front of Lu Yanran. A man must bear the consequences of his own actions.
Lu Yanran's expression shifts, her eyes betraying complexity.
Very well, you possess courage.
Gongsun Yi scoffs,
refraining from taking direct action. Given his status, he finds it beneath him to deal with a mere junior. In his view, Lin Chen's demise is imminent.
At the martial arts conference, Su Yao will not spare Lin Chen, a waste without a martial spirit. What audacity does he possess to compete? Beside Gongsun Yi,
the youth in brocade sneers, his eyes filled with disdain. He is Morong Guang, a true disciple of Du Academy, renowned for his exceptional talent, and Morong Xiu's younger brother. Su Yao aims to participate in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference, as Morong Xiu is occupied with training at Du Academy. He has sent his brother Morong Guang in his stead. Once the competition concludes, Gongsun Yi and Morong Guang intend to escort Su Yao back to Du Academy.
Silence. Lu Yanran's brows furrow, her eyes icy. She will not permit anyone to defame Lin Chen.
In her eyes, Lin Chen is unparalleled in talent. A figure who commands respect among his peers. The mere daughter of Wujizong is but a frog at the bottom of a well. Today, she shall witness the splendor of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference.
Morong Guang smiles indifferently as he takes his seat among the honored guests.
The arrival of Gongsun Yi and Morong Guang casts a heavy pall over the atmosphere of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference.
Su Yao feels an overwhelming sense of pride. Today,
she shall undoubtedly be the most radiant presence.
With Gongsun Yi in attendance, her performance will surely reach the ears of Du Academy.
She aspires to wed the holy son of Du Academy, and both talent and reputation must not fall short. The Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference is her moment to shine. She must emerge as the foremost prodigy of Qingzhou. The martial arts competition officially commences. The initial rounds yield little of note. While the participants from various sects exhibit commendable talent, they fall short of the pinnacle of Qingzhou. After 2 hours, the competition advances to the final stages. Each of the 3 major sects boasts a holy son or holy daughter, securing 6 of the 10 slots in the finals.
Only 4 contestants have advanced from the preliminaries.
The champions of the martial arts conference shall receive the prized weapon of the Lingjian sect, the blazing sun sword.
In previous years,
the highest rewards offered were merely top tier. This year, however, the Lingjian sect has generously presented the Blazing Sun sword, which is of remarkable value. The Lingjian sect is confident in Su Yao's abilities, believing she will claim the championship. After all, the Blazing Sun sword will inevitably belong to her,
and it shall not fall into the hands of outsiders. Among the 6 stars of martial spirits, only Su Yao exists in Qingzhou.
In the first match of the finals, Lin Chen faces off against Su Xing, the newly appointed holy son of the Lingjian sect.
Su Xing's talent surpasses that of his predecessor, Chen Xian, who was favored solely due to his close ties with Su Mo. With Chen Xian's death in the Taicang secret realm, the title of holy son naturally fell to Su Xing. Now, among the younger generation of the Lingjian sect, only Su Xing, aside from Su Yao, is capable of holding his own. Su Xing possesses a 5-star, which is also regarded as impressive in Qingzhou. Lu Yanran's opponent is Hong Zhe from Taikumen,
the most remarkable figure of the sect lately. In the first match of the finals, Lin Chen faces Su Xing. Lin Chen, you once basked in glory,
but now you are unworthy to compete with me.
Su Xing's expression is haughty as he prepares to unleash his power, having received extensive training since becoming holy son. Aided personally by Su Mo recently, Su Xing's strength has surged, and he is confident he can suppress Lin Chen.
Unbeknownst to him, the secrets surrounding the 4th Elder's demise remain undisclosed within the sect.
As Su Xing speaks, he summons his 5-star, his body radiating a brilliant blue light, ready to strike. Suddenly, Lin Chen draws his sword and unleashes a wave of sword energy. In the next moment, Su Xing screams in agony, his martial spirit shattering, blood spurting forth as he is sent reeling off the stage. With a single strike, Su Xing is utterly defeated. Before Lin Chen, he had no opportunity to even retaliate. The renowned for its defensive capabilities had been fully activated, yet it proved futile. A glimmer of despair flickers in Su Xing's eyes. Lin Chen's might has shattered his resolve. Once, Su Xing was Lin Chen's junior, perpetually overshadowed by his brilliance. After Lin Chen's martial spirit was destroyed, Su Xing believed he could finally rise and be recognized as one of the Lingjian sect's top talents. Yet, reality has proven otherwise. Lin Chen, without revealing a martial spirit, has effortlessly bested him with a single blow. He is simply unworthy to contend with Lin Chen. A hint of astonishment crosses Su Yao's face, though her demeanor quickly regains its composure. Lin Chen's prowess in swordsmanship is indeed formidable, yet Su Yao remains confident in her ability to dominate him. In the first match of the finals, Su Yao's opponent is a holy daughter from Taikumen. Demonstrating her 6-tailed fox martial spirit, Su Yao displays overwhelming strength, defeating her adversary with a single move. Su Yao's cultivation level has now reached the Spirit Sea realm. At 14 years old, such an achievement is considered extraordinary in the Diyu Empire. After her victory, Su Yao feels invigorated. Meanwhile, Lin Chen maintains a calm expression, his heart undisturbed. Following this, Lu Yanran faces off against Hong Zhe, the holy son of Taikumen. On the stage, Hong Zhe's gaze is malevolent, fixated on Lu Yanran's alluring form. Lu Saintus, since you cannot defeat me, why not propose a truce? You could simply accompany me back to Taikumen and become my partner. Hong Zhe laughed maliciously, his face twisted with wickedness. In the entirety of Qingzhou, Lu Yanran was renowned as the most beautiful woman. Her visage, even among the esteemed ranks of the Diyu dynasty, was unmatched by many. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Yanran's eyes. In the crowd, she spotted a middle-aged man clad in purple robes. His mere presence sent a shiver through her delicate frame, igniting a determination within her gaze. The 3rd elder of the Lu family had arrived. As a direct descendant of the Lu clan, Lu Yanran had been nurtured in the city of Qingzhou, and now, with the Qingzhou martial arts tournament underway, it was the moment to showcase her hard-earned cultivation. Should Lu Yanran excel, the 3rd elder would take her back to the Lu family. Lu Yanran turned her gaze towards Lin Chen, her eyes clear and serene, reminiscent of a tranquil autumn lake. Today, she must earn the 3rd elder's approval, perhaps aiding Lin Chen in the process. With the formidable Gong Sun Yi from Diyu Academy in attendance, Lu Yanran feared he might act recklessly against Lin Chen, disregarding all decorum. Lu Saintus, have you made your decision? Hong Zhe summoned forth a thunderbird martial spirit, enveloped in swirling violet lightning, exuding a ferocious aura. Lu Yanran's expression turned frigid as she summoned her Ice Phoenix martial spirit, unleashing a flurry of crystalline frost that surged forward like an unstoppable force. On the battle stage, chaos erupted with raging lightning and cascading snow. In the void, ice lotuses blossomed, saturating the arena with a chilling bloodlust. This level of power is insufficient to threaten me. Hongzhe scoffed, his fists crackling with thunderous might, as if wielding the weight of 1,000 mountains. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lu Yanran's aura suddenly surged, her martial spirit beginning to undergo a transformation. The Ice Phoenix soared into the heavens, radiating a dazzling frost. The potency of her martial spirit ascended rapidly, achieving the remarkable 6-star level. Among the crowd, the third elder of the Lu family shifted slightly, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. While many prodigies existed within the Lu clan, Lu Yanran's 5-star Ice Phoenix spirit was not particularly astonishing. Yet, the 6-star martial spirit was a different matter entirely. As Lu Yanran's martial spirit evolved, she seemed reborn, her potential now seemingly limitless. In this world, certain powerful martial spirits possessed the ability to perpetually evolve. Su Yao relied on devouring the essence of potent martial spirits to enhance her fox spirit's quality. This approach, while straightforward, was fraught with difficulty as acquiring powerful martial spirit essence was no simple task. Consuming the essence of weaker martial spirits would yield no enhancement. Presently, Su Yao's martial spirit was at the 6-star level, but to progress further, she would need to consume spirits of equal or greater power. Lu Yanran's Ice Phoenix spirit transformed not through devouring essence but by absorbing rare, cold-attributed treasures, continuously fortifying her martial spirit and refining her icy spiritual energy. This method required not only abundant cultivation resources but also exceptional talent. Lu Yanran's Ice Phoenix spirit already harbored immense potential and malleability. In contrast, weaker spirits, such as those of common ants or earthworms, had a nearly predetermined upper limit, leaving little room for evolution. Frost Blade. As Lu Yanran's martial spirit evolved, she acquired a new talent, conjuring a blade of ice from the gathered frost, striking with lethal speed. The thunder summoned by Hongzhe was instantly dispersed, sending him hurtling backward off the stage. The Frost Blade's power was terrifying, shattering Hongzhe's protective spirit armor. Had it not been for the armor's safeguard, he would have certainly met his demise. At that moment, Hongzhe lay incapacitated, akin to a lifeless dog. The audience was in uproar, the elders from various sects visibly astonished. A 6-star martial spirit was a prodigious talent indeed. Su Yao's eyes glinted with a hint of trepidation, now regarding Lu Yanran as a formidable rival. Although Lu Yanran remained at the spirit pattern realm and had not yet reached the spirit sea level, her martial spirit was undeniably extraordinary. Among the spectators, the third elder of the Lu family observed with growing admiration, Lu Yanran's performance was indeed remarkable. After the conclusion of the tournament, the third elder intended to bring Lu Yanran back to the Lu family. Having spent over 3 years in the outside world, it was time for her return. Previously, Lu Yanran had been of average talent within her clan, but with her martial spirit now evolved to 6 stars, her future was boundless. As she descended from the battle stage, the third elder's figure flickered, appearing beside her in an instant. Yanran. It is time to return to the family, he spoke calmly. Third uncle, the tournament is not yet complete, Lu Yanran replied, her brow slightly furrowed, surprised by the urgency of the third elder. This trivial Qingzhou martial arts tournament holds no significance. The champion's reward, when you return to the family, will surely be far superior, the third elder stated nonchalantly. The Lu family boasted profound roots, ranking among the top families within the Daiyu dynasty. The champion's reward was merely a mystical grade spirit artifact, something the third elder deemed beneath his attention. He held little interest in the young talents of Qingzhou and saw no necessity to remain for the proceedings. Third uncle, I still wish to complete the competition, Lu Yanran insisted, her resolve unwavering. As you wish, the third elder replied, standing with hands clasped behind his back, choosing to continue watching. Su Mo, having noticed the third elder's presence, invited him to the VIP seats. The third elder maintained a low profile, blending into the crowd. And Su Mo had initially failed to recognize him. As a core elder of the Lu family, his status surpassed that of Gong Sun Yi, while Daiyu Academy was powerful.
Gong Sun Yi was merely an inner court elder, not a core elder. The finals adopted a round-robin format.
Lin Chen defeated a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect and then faced off against Hong Zhe. Though Hong Zhe had lost to Lu Yanran, he had not lost his fighting spirit. After a brief recovery, he had regained most of his strength and defeated a true disciple of the martial extreme sect. On the battle stage, Hong Zhe cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Chen. A swordsman, what can he do? Merely a worthless being without a martial spirit. Hong Zhe barked like a rabid dog, his expression menacing, his eyes filled with resentment. Years prior, in the Taizong secret realm, Lin Chen had obtained a Taizong token, which Hong Zhe had attempted to seize, resulting in severe injury to him. It took him 3 months of recuperation to recover, but eventually, with fortune and the full support of the Taichu sect, he rose to prominence. Hong Zhe harbored a deep-seated grudge from that time, and his defeat at Lu Yanlan's hands had left him bitter. Now, facing Lin Chen, whom he considered an easy target due to his lack of a martial spirit, he felt assured of victory. You are but a defeated foe. Lin Chen remained indifferent, never considering Hong Zhe a rival. Lin Chen, prepare to meet your end. Hong Zhe's visage twisted with rage, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Summoning his Thunderbird martial spirit, he became enveloped in crackling lightning, his aura violent and chaotic. Lin Chen's gaze hardened as he abruptly drew his sword, executing a strike with fluid grace, swift beyond imagination. The sword light flashed like a startled swan, filling the air with a profound energy. In the next instant, Hong Zhe's Thunderbird spirit shattered, leaving him with no chance to resist. His head was severed, blood gushing forth. The arena fell into a profound silence. The Taichu sect leader's expression changed dramatically, while all the elders from Taichu sect wore grim faces. Lin Chen, how could you be so ruthless? The Taichu sect leader roared in fury. Hong Zhe was his disciple, to whom he had devoted immense resources, yet today, he lay lifeless. If Hong Zhe dared to harbor murderous intentions, he must accept the consequences. Lin Chen descended from the battle stage, unperturbed by the overwhelming pressure from the powerful members of the Taichu sect. Though formidable, the martial extreme sect was even stronger, being the foremost among the 3 great sects of Qinzhou. As the holy son of the martial extreme sect, Lin Chen was beyond their reach. Lu Yanran approached, locking eyes with Lin Chen, her expression tinged with worry. Chenggu, after the tournament concludes, please come with me to the Lu family, she spoke softly. Yanran, I will consider it, Lin Chen replied with a smile, saying no more. He was aware of Lu Yanran's background. Their initial verbal engagement had occurred without her family's consent. Merely a private agreement between the two. Her parents in the Lu family had long since passed, and being exiled to Qinzhou, the family had neglected her, rendering any need for consulting the family elders about marriage unnecessary. Now that the 3rd elder of the Lu family has arrived and Lu Yanran has awakened her 6-star martial soul, she is undoubtedly destined to return to her family. However, Lin Chen is reluctant to join the Lu family. Living under someone else's roof is ultimately unwise. The dynamics of family power differ significantly from those of academies and sections. Even if Lin Chen were to join the Lu family, he would always be seen as an outsider, and the resources allocated for his training would be limited, far inferior to what he could acquire at Dayu Academy or Kanglin Academy. Lu Yanran's gaze flickered as she discerned Lin Chen's thoughts. Soon, the next match commenced, and Lin Chen found himself facing Lu Yanran. I forfeit, she declared without hesitation upon seeing her opponent. She was aware of the animosity between Lin Chen and Su Yao. In the Qingzhou martial arts tournament, a confrontation between Lin Chen and Su Yao was inevitable, and Lu Yanran could not contend with Lin Chen. Be careful, Chen Ji. Lu Yanran murmured, her expression grave. The situation became evident. The champion of the Qingzhou martial arts tournament would emerge between Lin Chen and Su Yao. Su Yao swept through her opponents effortlessly, with no one managing to withstand even a single strike from her. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Chen stepped onto the stage. Su Yao stood opposite him, a smug smile gracing her lips. My dear Chen Ji, I never expected you, who specializes in swordsmanship, to achieve such remarkable feats. Truthfully, I was also compelled by circumstances. Chen Ji, we could reconcile, you could stay by my side and serve me, wouldn't that be agreeable? Su Yao chuckled lightly, manifesting her 6-tailed fox martial soul, exuding an alluring fragrance. With a surge of formidable spiritual power, she created an illusion.
The 6-star six-tailed fox martial soul could conjure illusions, rendering opponents defenseless.
For a fleeting moment, Lin Chen felt disoriented but quickly regained his composure and struck with his sword,
shattering the illusion in an instant. Such trifling illusion shall not disturb my resolve.
Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and he acted without mercy. Su Yao was akin to a venomous serpent. Having seen through her true nature, Lin Chen had no intention of reconciling with her.
Today, he would make Su Yao pay the price. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
You have underestimated me, Lin Chen, Su Yao retorted, a cold smirk playing on her lips, unfazed. Her delicate fingers danced, unleashing a torrent of energy. Her 10 fingers created a series of illusions, as if petals were falling. 1,000 illusion petal strike, a profound martial art that Su Yao had trained in.
Such powerful techniques were simply absent from the Lingjian sect, acquired from Morong Xiu.
She had already become Morong Xiu's fiancée, receiving numerous benefits from him. The might of profound martial arts was incomparable to that of spiritual martial arts.
Su Yao,
possessing extraordinary talent, had achieved notable success in mastering the 1,000 illusion petal strike within just over a month, capable of unleashing considerable power.
In an instant,
sword shadows filled the air, and the sword energy slashed forth, causing the void to resonate ominously. As the petals withered, the sword energy obliterated everything. And Su Yao emitted a piercing scream, blood oozing from her fingertips as she found herself unable to contend with Lin Chen's sword energy. This is the terrifying prowess of a sword cultivator. Lin Chen had not even summoned his martial soul, yet with his cultivation at the 8th level of spiritual patterns, he managed to suppress Su Yao, who was at the Spirit Sea realm. Su Yao's complexion turned pale, and she staggered back, summoning a golden thread, akin to a net, aimed at Lin Chen.
The top-tier spiritual artifact, golden silkworm-breaking jade thread, was a protective item bestowed upon her by Morong Xiu. With immense power,
the golden threads approached rapidly, expanding in Lin Chen's eyes. Unfazed, Lin Chen unleashed a palm strike, surrounded by a river of blood. 3 blood patterns erupted with crimson light. In an instant, the golden silkworm-breaking jade thread was ensnared within the blood river, its radiance dimming as it was corroded, unable to exhibit its might. Su Yao's face turned ashen, and just as she attempted to retreat, Lin Chen's figure appeared before her like a specter.
The next moment,
Lin Chen seized Su Yao by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Su Yao's heart raced in terror. She struggled to break free, but Lin Chen's speed was unmatched,
sealing her acupoints. Chen Ji, spare me.
I was wrong, I didn't mean it, it was a moment of madness. Tears shimmered in Su Yao's eyes, her demeanor pitiable. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved.
The audience erupted in astonishment. The spectators from various sects were utterly shocked.
They had expected Su Yao to dominate Lin Chen with overwhelming force, yet Lin Chen had crushed her without allowing any opportunity for resistance.
What a terrifying talent! They murmured. Is this the allure of sword cultivation?
Alas, the Daiyu Empire's swordsmanship lineage has been severed, otherwise, I too would aspire to be a sword cultivator. The disciples of various sects buzzed with excitement, overwhelmed by the events of the day.
Lin Chen, how dare you! Su Emo suddenly bellowed, his gaze icy. Su Yao represented the future of the Lingjian sect. She was bound by contract to Morong Xiu, who would undoubtedly support the Lingjian sect's development upon their union. With Morong Xiu's stature, the Lingjian sect would enjoy a prosperous future, poised to surpass the Wuji sect and ascend as Qingzhou's foremost sect. However, without Su Yao,
Morong Xiu would never lend his support to the Lingjian sect. The union between Su Yao and Morong Xiu was merely a transaction. With her 6-tailed fox martial soul, Su Yao was the epitome of a furnace. Morong Xiu sought only to harness her body to enhance his own power. Lin Chen, before you harm my sister-in-law, consider whether you can withstand my brother's retribution.
Morong Guang sneered, his expression haughty.
His elder brother, Morong Xiu, was a top-tier prodigy within the entire Daiyu Empire. As the holy son of Daiyu Academy, his status was paramount.
Lin Chen, let her go. On the VIP platform, Gong Sunye's expression darkened, emanating a terrifying aura. The pressure from a creation realm expert was incredibly daunting.
Gong Sunye had long sought to strengthen his ties with Morong Xiu by rescuing Su Yao today. He would earn a favor from Morong Xiu.
Silence.
Lin Chen roared, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, undeterred even beneath the oppressive presence of a creation realm expert. On that day, Su Yao conspired with Su Mo to devour my Shirtian tiger martial soul, tarnishing my reputation. Su Yao, you owe me, today. You shall repay it in full. A glint of ferocity flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he sensed a familiar presence within Su Yao, a feeling of bloodline connection. It was the primal force of the Shirtian tiger martial soul. Though Su Yao had devoured Lin Chen's martial soul, she had not completely refined it. With a thought, Lin Chen instantly established a connection with his Shirtian tiger martial soul. From Su Yao's six-tailed fox martial soul, a blood-colored phantom of a fierce tiger gradually emerged. The Shirtian tiger and the fox martial souls were fundamentally different, and since Lin Chen's Shirtian tiger martial soul was among the top-tier existences within the 5-star category, Su Yao could not easily refine it. At that moment, the essence of the Shirtian tiger martial soul was extracted, and the onlookers from various sects suddenly comprehended the truth. The rumors that Lin Chen had been crippled by Su Mo for assaulting Su Yao were entirely false. I always found this matter suspicious. Su Mo could not have directly crippled Lin Chen's martial soul, it turns out he allowed Su Yao to devour it. They murmured, realizing why Su Yao's martial soul had rapidly ascended to 6 stars. In the martial arts arena, whispers filled the air. Chapter 23, The Ruin of Su Yao's Martial Soul and Gongsun Yi's Fury Enough. Su Mo charged onto the battle platform, unleashing the formidable might of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Am I invisible? Hua Yang soared into the air like a majestic eagle, swiftly intercepting Su Mo. Get lost. Su Mo and Hua Yang engaged in fierce combat, while the elders of the Lingjian sect and Wuzhizong stirred restlessly, on the verge of erupting into a full-blown conflict. Lin Chen, I command you to release her. Gongsun Yi flickered into motion, disregarding his status, and ascended the battle platform without hesitation. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid. After reclaiming the essence of the Shirtian tiger martial soul, Su Yao's martial soul had weakened considerably, plummeting to the 5-star level. Lin Chen, this is where it ends. I have powerful allies backing me. If you dare to touch me again, you shall meet a most terrible fate. Su Yao's face contorted in rage. Although her martial soul had been reduced to its original form, as long as the martial soul remained, there was still a chance for resurgence. I have warned you to repay me double. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he activated the Linglong Tower, which suddenly erupted with a terrifying devouring power. The Linglong Tower could consume even the will of a martial saint, so naturally, it could devour a mere martial soul. Although this tower belonged to the Linglong Empress, Lin Chen was also able to wield it. Suddenly, Su Yao let out a blood-curdling scream as her martial soul shattered in an instant. The source power of her martial soul dissipated completely. Her martial soul had been destroyed. Everything transpired too suddenly, without any forewarning. No one even witnessed how Lin Chen had made his move. The Linglong Tower, concealed upon Lin Chen, rendered him undetectable during the act of consuming the martial soul. My martial soul, this cannot be. Su Yao's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, as she felt the darkness ahead and the loss of her future. Despair. Utter despair. Having her martial soul taken away, Lin Chen wished for Su Yao to experience the same anguish he had endured. Su Yao, who had resorted to unscrupulous means to ascend, now found the loss of her martial soul to be more unbearable than death itself. Without a martial soul, her future was extinguished. Her engagement to Mu Rongxiu would also evaporate into thin air. Without the 6-tailed martial soul, Su Yao held no value to Mu Rongxiu. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Gongsun Yi reached the battle platform, Lin Chen had already incapacitated Su Yao. At this moment, Gongsun Yi was ablaze with fury, his murderous intent surging as he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Lin Chen, imbued with terrifying spiritual energy. A formidable force of the creation realm was unstoppable. Be careful. Hua Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted all his strength to repel Su Mo. Just as Hua Yang was about to assist Lin Chen, the elder beside him suddenly intervened, blocking his path. Elder, have you lost your mind? Hua Yang roared in anger, shocked by the elder's disregard for the bigger picture. Sect Master, I am considering the interests of Wuzhizong. Lin Chen has offended both Gongsun Yi and Mu Rongxiu. He is as good as dead. If our sect were to protect him, it would mean declaring war against the Dayu Academy, the elder spoke solemnly.
At this moment,
the elder felt an inner satisfaction, as he had previously lacked the means to deal with Lin Chen. Now, with Lin Chen publicly incapacitating Su Yao and angering Gongsun Yi, the elder had every justification to act. Third uncle, if Chen Gu is willing to join the Lu family, I implore you to save him.
Lu Yanran,
in a state of panic, sought the help of the third elder. However, the third elder shook his head, showing no concern for Lin Chen.
Lu Yanran dashed forward,
eager to aid Lin Chen, but the third elder appeared before her like a specter, blocking her path.
Yanran, your talent is remarkable.
You should focus on your cultivation and not be swayed by personal emotions, the third elder advised gravely. Lu Yanran felt a profound sense of despair, overwhelmed by helplessness. In the next moment, Gongsun Yi's punch struck, instantly dispersing the blood river surrounding Lin Chen. Subsequently, Lin Chen was forced to retreat, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Strangely, despite Gongsun Yi's strength, his punch had failed to obliterate Lin Chen. He had not even managed to severely injure him.
At this crucial moment, the Linglong Tower radiated warmth, shielding Lin Chen.
Impossible.
Gongsun Yi's expression altered dramatically.
Here was a powerful being of the creation realm. Yet Lin Chen was devoid of a martial soul. The disparity was unfathomable, leaving Gongsun Yi perplexed as to how Lin Chen had managed to survive. This child is too peculiar, he must harbor secrets. At this moment, Su Yao lay crumpled on the ground, drenched in blood. Having her martial soul taken from her felt akin to having flesh torn from bone, an excruciating torment. The pain was not limited to her body but extended to her heart.
Su Yao's spirit felt extinguished, filled with resentment, regret,
and bitterness as a tide of negative emotions surged within her. She pondered that had she not been blinded by greed, had she not schemed to seize Lin Chen's martial soul, her fate would not have been so dire. In her heart, self-interest had always taken precedence. Betraying Lin Chen was for gain, as was her engagement to Mu Rongxiu. She felt regret, she felt hatred, but it was all too late to amend. Having lost her martial soul, her life was destined to be shrouded in darkness. She curled up on the ground, ignored by all.
Even her own father, Su Mo,
did not extend a hand to lift her up. It was as if she had been entirely forgotten by the world.
Third uncle, if you do not assist Chen Gu, I shall never return to the family, Lu Yanran suddenly declared. Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Lu Yanran's eyes were resolute.
She could not bear to watch Lin Chen come to harm. That Lin Chen could withstand Gongsun Yi's strike was already a stroke of fortune.
Should Gongsun Yi strike again,
Lin Chen would likely not endure. Only the third elder of the Lu family could hope to suppress Gongsun Yi.
This child possesses commendable swordsmanship, yet ultimately lacks a martial soul.
The Lu family has no need for him. A man without a martial soul is unworthy of the Lu family's daughter.
Yanran,
you are extraordinary, you and he are destined for different worlds. Do not let emotions ensnare you, the third elder urged with sincerity.
Lu Yanran,
of the Lu family's direct lineage, had lost her parents at a young age and lacked protection. Now, with her martial soul having reached 6 stars,
upon returning to the family, she would undoubtedly be highly valued.
The third elder did not wish for their relationship to become strained. If Lin Chen wished to join the Lu family, it would not be an issue. However, the third elder did not want Lu Yanran to associate with him.
Lin Chen had offended Mu Rongxiu and was doomed to die. Third uncle, if Chen Gu perishes, I see no reason to continue living. Lu Yanran's gaze was resolute.
Very well. The third elder sighed inwardly, realizing Lu Yanran's deep feelings for Lin Chen. It would be best to address it upon their return to the family. I can spare his life, but there is no possibility of bringing him into the Lu family, the third elder spoke slowly.
Thank you, third uncle. Lu Yanran replied with joy.
She understood that Lin Chen had no intention of joining the Lu family, as long as the third elder was willing to lend assistance.
That was enough.
Although it seemed slow, Lu Yanran and the third elder communicated through thought, quickly reaching an agreement.
On the battle platform, the elders of Wuzhizong and Lingjian sect erupted into chaos, with Taichu sect also joining in to target Wuzhizong.
Hua Yang faced immense pressure. And with the elder betraying them at a critical moment, they were beset by internal and external strife, unable to support themselves.
Dong Sanye's gaze turned icy as he exuded a terrifying killing intent, launching another attack. He could not believe that with his strength, he was unable to subdue a mere youth of the spiritual pattern realm. Gong Sanyi, grant me a favor and let him go. Suddenly, the third elder moved like a wisp of shadow, his speed astonishing as he instantly appeared before Gong Sanyi. Gong Sanye's expression shifted slightly. The third elder of the Lu family was a top-tier powerhouse within the Dayu Empire. This favor, he would rather not give, yet he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 24, Instant Kill of Morong Guang. The purple kitten paw Lin Chen and the Lu family should not be related, right? Gong Sanyi said in a deep voice. No connection, but I will protect him. Is there a problem? The third elder spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. Since the third elder has intervened, I shall refrain from acting. But as for others, I cannot promise the same. Gong Sanye's face darkened. You old fellows, if you continue to make things difficult for Lin Chen, you are opposing me. Lu Qing. The third elder's gaze scanned the crowd, his demeanor commanding respect. Su Mo was so furious he felt the urge to spit blood. Lu Qing. The third elder of the Lu family held significant power and possessed formidable strength. With Lu Qing's words, even if Su Mo had 100 times more courage, he would not dare to act against Lin Chen. The head of Taichu's sect and the Grand Elder of Wujizong also ceased their hostilities. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Senior Lu, Lin Chen has crippled my sister-in-law's martial soul, I must settle the score with him. Given your esteemed status, I trust you will not interfere in the matters of the younger generation. From the crowd, Morong Guang stepped forward, a mocking expression on his face. Having been crippled, Su Yao could not return home without an explanation to Morong Xiu. He sought Lin Chen's life to provide an account. Do as you wish. Lu Qing's face remained indifferent. Lu Qing had no concern for Lin Chen's fate, he never held Lin Chen in high regard. It was only due to Lu Yanran's obstinate attitude that Lu Qing was compelled to stand up for Lin Chen. Yanran, can you come with me now? Lu Qing urged. His tone tinged with impatience. I want to see Brother Chen return safely to the sect before I leave. Lu Yanran's voice was resolute. Enough. Lu Yanran. Do not take your talent for granted and act recklessly. Lu Qing was thoroughly enraged. A 6-star martial soul was indeed considered a genius in the Lu family. But it was not the pinnacle. Yanran's demands today were excessive. Yanran, you should go with him. Lin Chen approached, offering a gentle smile. Rest assured, I will be fine. Lu Yanran shook her head, how could she leave with Morong Guang plotting against Lin Chen? Lin Chen, what time is it, and you still have the leisure to flirt? Hurry up and come to your doom. Morong Guang bellowed, his face filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Su Yao lay on the ground, unattended, with no one caring for her fate. Morong Guang's desire to kill Lin Chen was not for Su Yao, but for the sake of his brother, Morong Xiu's dignity. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Lin Chen turned, a chilling glimmer in his eyes. Just a mere frog in a well. Do you think that winning the Qingzhou martial arts tournament makes you invincible? In my eyes, you are akin to an ant. Today shall teach you what a true prodigy is. Morong Guang trembled, and a silver wolf martial soul erupted from him, emanating overwhelming pressure. The 6-star pinnacle silver wolf martial soul was truly astonishing. With his martial soul activated, Morong Guang unleashed a terrifying killing intent, striking 6 silver claws that tore through the air. The silver claws represented Morong Guang's martial soul talent and wielded immense power. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, rivaling the elders of the major sects in Qingzhou. In an instant, 6 silver claw shadows tore through the void. Lin Chen remained unfazed, delivering a single palm strike. The blood river howled. The blood river palm. A royal-level martial art exhibited terrifying might, causing the 6 silver claw shadows to disintegrate in an instant. Morong Guang's expression changed as the phantom of his silver wolf martial soul began to waver. Blood surged within him as a dreadful corrosive force assailed him, causing his body to rot. This can't be. Before Morong Guang could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, and a line of blood erupted from his throat. Lin Chen swung his sword, the sword aura cleaving through the air, obliterating him. The once proud Morong Guang
a prodigy of the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, lay lifeless on the ground. The scene fell silent, a cold wind swept through, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The strong from the 3 major sects were left speechless. Even Gongsun Yi and Lu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yao curled up on the ground, witnessing Lin Chen's decisive kill of Morong Guang. Her heart trembled, her mind blank. A myriad of emotions flooded her heart: regret, hatred, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She had always believed that Lin Chen, having lost his martial soul, would become a cripple, incapable of matching her pace. However, reality proved her wrong. Lin Chen remained the same charming youth, capable of slaying even the prodigy Morong Guang with a single stroke. Su Yao, you betrayed me and crippled my martial soul. Did you ever think it would come to this? Lin Chen's gaze was piercing, his dark hair billowing, his aura terrifyingly potent. Su Yao remained silent, her heart filled with resentment. She hated herself for not decisively killing Lin Chen after stealing his martial soul. Now, with her martial soul destroyed, in her despair, a flicker of hope ignited within her. If Lin Chen could recover from the loss of his martial soul, why couldn't she? As long as she was alive, there was hope. Do you think crippling your martial soul is enough? Lin Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile as he suddenly swung his sword. A cold glint flashed before Su Yao's eyes, and blood erupted from her throat in an instant. You! Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to close in death. She thought that by crippling Lin Chen's martial soul, she could make him suffer, but he would spare her life. Little did she expect, Lin Chen still killed her. In the distance, Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the man she adored, forever so stunning, with no one able to eclipse his brilliance. When he spread his wings and displayed the might of his martial soul, it seemed the entire Dayu dynasty would tremble in response. Lin Chen, do you know who you have killed? Gongsun Ye's eyes were cold, his murderous intent unmistakable. Su Yao was dead, and Gongsun Yi was indifferent to her demise. But Morong Guang's identity was significant. Morong Guang was the brother of Morong Xiu, cherished since childhood. Upon learning of this incident, Morong Xiu would likely go mad. Whoever seeks to kill me deserves to die. Lin Chen paid him no mind. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed a shift in the Linglong Tower. The tower radiated warmth, and the second layer began to tremble. Lin Chen recalled the words of the Linglong Empress, stating that the Linglong Tower was in a sealed state. And after absorbing the will of the martial saint, the seal had weakened. During the Taitsung secret realm, the Linglong Tower absorbed a portion of the blood river. And now it had consumed the essence of Su Yao's martial soul. The mere essence of a fox martial soul was insignificant to the Linglong Tower. But it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. With the will of the martial saint as a foundation, combined with the blood river and the essence of the martial soul, the Linglong Tower had devoured immense power, and the seal of the second layer finally began to tremble. Lin Chen's consciousness entered the internal space of the Linglong Tower, suddenly glimpsing a purple cat paw extending outward. Lin Chen's expression changed. A cat's paw? What on earth? The tiny purple cat paw exuded a terrifying pressure, more formidable than Gongsun Yi at the creation stage. Senior, what is the matter with this cat paw? Lin Chen attempted to call upon the Linglong Empress, but received no response. Little one, don't bother calling for the elder, she is quite busy. A tender female voice suddenly resonated within Lin Chen's consciousness. Who are you? Lin Chen was astonished, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. I am the heavenly illusion cat demon. The voice of the girl came again, and she wiggled her cat paw while speaking. The heavenly illusion cat demon. Lin Chen thought to himself, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, it was the cat speaking to him. Though the purple cat paw appeared quite adorable, Lin Chen remained vigilant. After all, he was unaware of the true nature of the heavenly illusion cat demon, if she were an ancient demon with malicious intent. Lin Chen feared he would not be able to resist her. Are you the pet of the Linglong Empress? Lin Chen inquired. I am not a pet. The heavenly illusion cat demon huffed. Then why are you in the second layer of the Linglong Tower? Do not inquire too much, little one. Devour more of the martial saint's will, and I shall soon emerge. When that time comes, I will assist you in combating any who dare to bully you. The purple cat paw waved gently. Lin Chen's lips twitched. The martial saint's will is not something to be taken lightly. Not every statue of a martial saint harbors such will. The ancestors of the martial extremity sect may have some connection to the great martial saint, otherwise, it would be impossible for the statues they venerate to contain the martial saint's will.
In the absence of the martial saint's will,
a formidable source of martial soul or even aquatic demon beasts could suffice to augment my strength and shatter the seal of the second layer of the Linglong Tower. The celestial mirage cat demon continued. Elder cat, this requires time, Lin Chen expressed his concern, fearing that upon emerging,
the celestial mirage cat demon might strike him down with a single blow.
Unaware of the true nature of the celestial mirage cat demon, Lin Chen hesitated to release her.
Little one, fear not, I shall not harm you. You are too exquisite for me to dare bully.
The celestial mirage cat demon seemed to sense Lin Chen's apprehensions and hastily communicated telepathically.
Let us discuss this later.
Lin Chen retracted his mental energy, abruptly concluding their conversation. The mental communication occurred in an instant, and at this moment, Gong Sun Yi was brimming with murderous intent, eager to personally eliminate Lin Chen.
Chapter 25, Journey to Kanglin Academy. Exposed movements. Gong Sun Yi, do you consider me invisible?
Lu Qing's expression darkened as Gong Sun Yi still intended to take action against Lin Chen.
Lu Qing,
you should be aware that this child cannot be preserved.
On the contrary, you will have to bear Morongxiu's wrath. What benefit does this bring to the Lu family?
Morongxiu is merely a child, why should I fear him? Lu Qing sneered disdainfully.
The Daiyu Academy is indeed powerful. But the Lu family is not to be trifled with. Lu Qing, while acting externally, must not lose face.
Moreover, Lu Qing's perception of Lin Chen had already shifted. When Lin Chen defeated Su Yao, Lu Qing had not been so moved. After all, Su Yao had just reached the spirit sea realm, and her martial spirit was unstable. However, Lin Chen's overwhelming defeat of Morong Guang, even without a martial spirit, was nothing short of terrifying. Few in the Daiyu Imperial City could achieve such feats. Lu Qing suspected that Lin Chen harbored a secret. Perhaps his martial spirit had already been restored.
Regardless, Lu Qing had to ensure Lin Chen's safety today.
Very well.
Lu Qing, I shall inform Morongxiu of today's events in full.
Gong Sun Yi coldly huffed and turned to leave. Lu Qing cast a deep glance at Lin Chen. If you are willing to join the Lu family, you may become an inner disciple, should you perform excellently in the future. There lies an opportunity to marry a legitimate daughter of the Lu family. A glimmer of expectation sparkled in Lu Qing's eyes as he put forth a remarkable proposition.
It was rare for outsiders to join the Lu family and directly become inner disciples.
Apologies, but I currently have no intentions of joining the Lu family. Lin Chen clasped his fists and replied earnestly. Lu Qing's gaze caused unease within Lin Chen.
He feared that if he joined the Lu family,
they might research his martial spirit, which would be disadvantageous for him.
It was not that Lin Chen mistrusted Lu Yinran,
but he did not wish to stand beneath a precarious wall.
Joining the Lu family was unwise. Should you reconsider in the future, the Lu family will always welcome you. Lu Qing shook his head, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes.
He acknowledged that he had misjudged the situation. Had Lu Qing sought to win Lin Chen over from the beginning instead of underestimating him, perhaps Lin Chen's attitude would have differed.
Take care, Chen Gu. Lu Yanran's eyes dimmed, though reluctant, she understood Lin Chen's choice. There were too many secrets surrounding him. Unlike the family powers and sects, the academy was different.
If Lin Chen truly joined the Lu family, he would lose his freedom.
Lu Cheng took Lu Yanran and summoned a spiritual artifact to soar into the sky. The martial arts tournament concluded.
Sumo's eyes were filled with venom as he departed with the senior members of the Spirit Sword sect. This martial arts tournament was hosted by the Spirit Sword sect, with the champion awarded a profound grade spirit sword, the Qiang sword. The Qiang sword was the treasure of the Spirit Sword sect, now gifted to Lin Chen without condition.
Su Mo was certainly unwilling to part with it. But the Qingzhou martial arts tournament had many families present, alongside numerous second-tier sects witnessing the event.
If the Spirit Sword sect failed to present the reward,
they would likely become the laughingstock of Qingzhou.
This battle had cost the Spirit Sword sect dearly, having finally built a connection with the Daiyu Academy.
It now lay in ruins. Lin Chen, I will not let you off. Sumo's eyes glinted with cold fury. However, Lu Qing had warned him, and Huayang was determined to protect Lin Chen.
At this moment, it was impossible for Sumo to act against Lin Chen. The various sect's elites gradually departed.
Under Huayan's escort, Lin Chen returned to the Wuja zone.
Along the way, the Grand Elder's expression remained grim, although he refrained from further action. It was evident that internal conflicts within the Wuja zone had intensified, and a storm was brewing. That evening, Huayang visited the Holy Sun Hall to speak with Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, you must leave the Wuja zone for Kanglin Academy at once. Huayang's expression was grave.
If Lin Chen had merely offended the Spirit Sword sect, the Wuja zone could shield him from the storm, but the Dayu Academy was a different matter altogether. Lin Chen had slain Morong Guang, and retaliation from Morong Xiu would likely follow swiftly.
Where does the sect master suggest I go? Lin Chen inquired. To Kanglin Academy.
Only they can withstand the pressure from Morong Xiu. With your swordsmanship, it shouldn't be difficult to become a disciple there.
Lin Chen nodded. Kanglin Academy was the second academy of the Dayu Empire, capable of rivaling the Dayu Academy, indeed a commendable choice. I will personally escort you to Kanglin City, Huayang declared solemnly.
Sect Master, there's no need for such trouble, I can manage on my own.
No, I cannot trust you to go alone, Huayang insisted.
And Lin Chen ceased to refuse. In Huayang's eyes, with Lin Chen's talents, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the future of the Dayu Empire. Establishing a good relationship with Lin Chen was, in essence, an investment. That evening, Huayang, accompanied by the second elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, and numerous high-ranking members of the Wuja zone, personally escorted Lin Chen away.
Huayang took this journey very seriously, dispatching many strong members of the Wuja zone.
He feared that Sumo from the Spirit Sword sect would send strong individuals to ambush Lin Chen and took precautions.
Lin Chen was undoubtedly a thorn in Sumo's side. However, Sumo likely never anticipated Huayang's urgency. The martial arts tournament had just concluded, and he was already escorting Lin Chen away from Qingzhou under the cover of night. The night was pitch black.
Outside Qingzhou city, above a secluded dense forest, Huayang,
Lin Chen, and many high-ranking members of the Wuja zone were flying through the air.
Suddenly, a sound of breaking air echoed from behind, and a group of figures surged forth, 15 in total, moving with incredible speed. Among them was a formidable figure from the creation realm, Gong Sun Yi.
Additionally, there was the Grand Elder of the Wuja zone.
Gong Sun Yi's form was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he blocked Lin Chen and his party's path. In a speed contest against a creation realm expert, the Spirit Sea realm would inevitably be defeated. Huayang's expression changed dramatically. He had been vigilant against the Spirit Sword sect.
Yet the problem arose from within the Wuja zone. Who leaked my whereabouts?
Huayang's cold gaze swept over those present, only to see the fifth elder step beside the Grand Elder, a cold smile gracing his lips.
Huayang, your enmity with Senior Gongsun ensures your demise.
As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its tree, do not blame me.
Good. What a treacherous wretch.
Huayang was enraged, for the fifth elder had always been his confidant, a brother with whom he had fought side by side. Huayang never expected that the one who betrayed him would be the fifth elder. Had it not been for the fifth elder leaking his whereabouts and secretly contacting the Grand Elder would not have caught up so quickly. It would be one thing if it were only the Grand Elder, but crucially, Gong Sun Yi had not yet departed. The Grand Elder had actually reached out to Gong Sun Yi, hoping to use his hand to eliminate Lin Chen and Huayang.
After the martial arts tournament ended in the daytime, Gong Sun Yi had only pretended to leave. With Lu Qing gone and no one to protect Lin Chen, Gong Sun Yi could act without restraint.
In the small Qingzhou city, no one could stop him.
Kill.
Without further ado, Gong Sun Yi's eyes radiated a terrifying murderous intent, solely intent on claiming Lin Chen's life.
Retreat. Huayang led several loyal elders to protect Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated not, summoning the Qiyang sword and fleeing through the air.
Gong Sun Yi immediately pursued, like a hawk, with an acute sense of smell,
locking onto Lin Chen's aura.
Gong Sun Yi's target was solely Lin Chen. He cared not for Huayang's life.
With Lin Chen's departure, Huayang would be safe. The Grand Elder's strength was still insufficient to overcome Huayang.
Above the mountains, Lin Chen flew swiftly, unleashing a river of blood to obstruct Gong Sun Yi's path. A fierce glint flashed in Gong Sun Yi's eyes as he regarded Lin Chen with great caution. The blood river Lin Chen conjured bore astonishing corrosive power. Such a formidable martial art was unprecedented in Gong Sun Ye's experience. He was certain that Lin Chen possessed secrets, likely harboring immense opportunities. As long as Lin Chen slays his opponent, he will seize all the treasures on him, and even have the chance to acquire the blood river martial arts that Lin Chen wields. Little one, do not flee, I shall assist you in vanquishing him. Suddenly, a tender voice of a young girl echoed within Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Within the second level of the Linglong Tower, a purple cat paw emerged, radiating a potent demonic energy. Cat Elder, do you truly possess the ability to kill him? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The Tianhuan cat demon exuded an overwhelming aura. Yet Lin Chen was reluctant to release her at this moment, sensing a dangerous undertone about her. Of course. A mere creation realm cultivator is no more than an insect. The cat's tone was resolute, her paw waving fervently, eager for combat. All right. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. In the creation realm, if you wish to kill him, you must pay the price. In the next moment, Lin Chen abruptly turned, employing the Lingbo step, treading the void, and unleashed a strike with his sword. The Qiang sword, belonging to the mysterious tier of spiritual weapons, had only recently been refined by Lin Chen. With the aid of this spiritual weapon, paired with Lin Chen's wind sword technique, it could unleash astonishing power. Despite not having attained the pinnacle of the swordmaster realm, the sword energy he released was still formidable. Seeking death. Gong Sun Ye's eyes flashed with icy fury, feeling seriously provoked. Lin Chen, a mere spiritual pattern realm cultivator, dared to confront him directly. Did his creation realm cultivation hold no weight? The density of spiritual power within Gong Sun Yi far surpassed Lin Chen's by 100-fold. With a violent display of palm techniques, a great bird materialized above Gong Sun Yi's head. This was his azure-winged spirit bird martial spirit, bestowing upon him incredible speed and the ability to manipulate the winds. As Gong Sun Yi struck forth, a tempest roared, and the air resonated with a chilling howl, overwhelming in its ferocity. All of Lin Chen's sword energy was dispersed by the gale. Simultaneously, a blood river surged forward. Gong Sun Yi had anticipated this, continuously striking forth with both palms, conjuring a storm that shattered the blood river. The 10,000-mile blood river palm, as a king-tier martial art, was indeed terrifying. But the disparity in cultivation levels between Lin Chen and Gong Sun Yi was too great. At this moment, a distance remained between them, preventing Lin Chen from closing in. Almost. Just a little more. Come on, little one. The Tianhuan cat demon was fervently eager, and Lin Chen could almost visualize her in the second level of the Linglong Tower, impatiently waving her claws, yearning for battle. This cat was truly eager to fight. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen summoned the Zhangtian sword. The Zhangtian sword appeared unremarkable, emanating a faint blood-red glow, lacking any substantial spiritual energy fluctuations. To the untrained eye, it seemed no more than a piece of mundane iron. What a joke! A worthless piece of scrap thinks it can contend with me. Gong Sun Yi sneered, a gust of wind surging towards him, wildly ferocious. Lin Chen swung his sword, delivering a strike. The Zhangtian sword carved through the air, leaving a trail of crimson light. Suddenly, the raging winds subsided. Gong Sun Ye's expression shifted. His azure-winged spirit bird cried out, forming a barrier of wind to shield him. For reasons unknown, under Lin Chen's sword, Gong Sun Yi felt an acute sense of danger. In an instant, the blood-red sword light cleaved forth, shattering the wind barrier. Then, Gong Sun Yi's head was severed from his body. The creation realm had perished. Lin Chen stood in stunned silence. His initial intention was merely to approach Gong Sun Yi and provide an opportunity for the cat. Yet, unexpectedly, he had brought an end to it all himself. The Zhangtian sword is this powerful? Lin Chen felt a wave of numbness, accompanied by a profound sense of weakness. Indeed. The Zhangtian sword was formidable. With a single strike, it had nearly drained all of Lin Chen's spiritual energy. Meow? Inside the Linglong Tower, the Tianhuan cat demon was infuriated, her fur standing on end. She hadn't even made a move yet the enemy lay dead. Little one. You can wield the Zhangtian sword already? This is absurd. The Tianhuan cat demon was well aware of the sword's dreadfulness.
It was not an artifact to be wielded by just anyone.
For a mere spiritual pattern realm cultivator like Lin Chen to manifest the sword's might was indeed monstrous.
Cat Elder, do you recognize this sword?
What tier of sword is it?
Lin Chen inquired earnestly. You are too weak at present. You have not yet earned the right to know.
Within the Linglong Tower, the Tianhuan cat demon crossed her paws over her chest, huffing, clearly displeased. She had initially intended to showcase her prowess, to slaughter and astonish Lin Chen with her might, yet that opportunity had slipped through her fingers.
Cat Elder.
There is also the Grand Elder of the Martial Extreme sect. I may require your assistance in dealing with him, Lin Chen transmitted.
I will not go. A mere spirit sea cultivator is beneath my notice, the Tianhuan cat demon retorted, retracting her paw.
Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Had it not been for that previous strike, which had drained most of his spiritual energy, he would have retaliated immediately. However, considering Lin Chen's martial spirit strength, the efficiency of absorbing medicinal pills for cultivation was exceedingly high, allowing for rapid recovery of spiritual energy. At that moment, Lin Chen settled onto his knees, consuming 10 supreme Xianling pills in quick succession. Instantly, his spiritual energy erupted like a geyser. The supreme divine dragon martial spirit manifested, and Lin Chen's rate of spiritual energy accumulation accelerated significantly. Within the span of a single incense stick, his spiritual energy was largely restored.
Simultaneously,
Lin Chen's cultivation level surged to the 9th layer of the spiritual pattern realm.
Little one, you must quickly absorb dragon blood, otherwise your supreme divine dragon martial spirit will be rendered useless. Once more, the Tianhuan cat demon's voice resonated within his mind. Lin Chen frowned, inquiring about her meaning.
The supreme divine dragon martial spirit is a top-tier martial spirit, yet the power you currently exhibit does not even reach that of a 7-star martial spirit.
If your martial spirit remains incomplete, it will hinder your future, do you understand? The Tianhuan cat demon elucidated. Lin Chen nodded. Cat Elder, what exactly constitutes a complete form?
What Cat Elder?
Am I old? Address me as the esteemed Miss AZ. The Tianhuan cat demon huffed, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Chen's form of address.
This. Lin Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. The title felt somewhat awkward, too lengthy.
How about just a Z?
Lin Chen tentatively suggested.
Suit yourself. Remember, when you can condense 100 dragon patterns, your supreme divine dragon martial spirit will be considered complete. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Dragon patterns? He currently possessed not a single one. Fool, the power of the divine dragon within you can be used to condense dragon patterns.
Your lack of dragon patterns is due to the weakness of your divine dragon power.
In any case, hurry and seek dragon blood, this lady needs to sleep. With that, Az abruptly ended the conversation.
Chapter 27, Kanglin Academy. Elder Ma Lin Chen regained his composure and sought out Huayang. Deep within the forest, Huayang was engaged in a fierce battle with the Grand Elder, and both sides were evenly matched. The Grand Elder had rallied over a dozen elders, all of whom were formidable figures in the Spirit Sea realm. However, Huayang's combat prowess was exceptional, and he had many loyal elders by his side. Upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival, the Grand Elder was taken aback. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen summoned the blazing sun sword, unleashing a devastating strike as sword energy surged forth. A river of blood materialized, carrying a terrifying corrosive force, rushing towards the Grand Elder. Preoccupied with his fight against Huayang, the Grand Elder was unable to evade, and a piercing scream escaped his lips as his body began to rot away. Following this, a blade of light cleaved through, shattering the Grand Elder's protective spiritual armor. Huayang delivered a powerful palm strike, shattering the Grand Elder's heart. The Grand Elder was dead. The remaining elders were left in a state of shock, rendered leaderless and filled with trepidation. Gongsun Yi had failed to eliminate Lin Chen. The faction of the Grand Elder was utterly bewildered. With Gongsun Yi gone and Lin Chen now appearing before them to aid Huayang in decisively slaying the Grand Elder, the situation was irrevocably altered. Those willing to submit would be spared, those who resisted would face merciless annihilation. As Huayang spoke, a terrifying aura radiated from him. With the Grand Elder's demise, the other elders dared not act recklessly. The fifth elder reacted swiftly, kneeling to the ground, begging for mercy.
Master. It was all the Grand Elder's coercion, I.
But before he could finish, Huayang struck down with a palm, crushing his skull.
Huayang could not tolerate traitors.
As for the others from the Grand Elder's faction, Huayang refrained from executing them. They were all high-ranking members of the martial extremity sect, and eliminating them all at once would deplete the sect's foundation. Nevertheless, since they had once been loyal to the Grand Elder, Huayang would never trust them again.
Lin Chen. What about Gong Sunyi? Wasn't he pursuing you? Huayang's expression grew solemn.
I don't know, he suddenly vanished, Lin Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders. He certainly could not reveal that he had slain Gong Sunyi. A mere spirit pattern realm cultivator killing a master of the transformation realm would likely invite disbelief and trouble.
Huayang regarded Lin Chen intently, understanding his reluctance to elaborate, and chose not to press further. In that case, I shall continue escorting you to Kanglin Academy. Master.
I can go on my own, the martial extremity sect needs your presence to maintain order, Lin Chen said earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Huayang nodded solemnly. With the internal strife within the martial extremity sect, his absence could indeed lead to chaos.
Master, I shall remember your kindness in escorting me today.
Lin Chen cupped his fists and departed briskly. Huayang had treated Lin Chen well, and within the martial extremity sect, Lin Chen had enjoyed ample resources. However, he was not yet in a position to repay the sect and would have to wait for the future. Summoning the Sun Sword, Lin Chen soared through the skies above the mountains. Gazing into the distance, a cold glint flickered in his eyes.
Xingzhou, Spirit Sword Sect.
I shall return to exact my vengeance. His enmity with the Spirit Sword Sect was far from over. Although Su Yao had perished, Su Imo still lived. Next, Lin Chen needed to find dragon blood swiftly to enhance his strength and seek out Su Imo to settle the score.
In the Dayu dynasty,
the streets of Kanglin City bustled with activity. Kanglin Academy, located on the outskirts of the city, was the second academy of the Dayu dynasty. Once, Kanglin Academy's foundation was comparable to that of Dayu Academy, and it still maintained considerable stature.
Having slain Morong Guang, Lin Chen naturally would not walk into the trap of Dayu Academy.
Kanglin Academy was the optimal choice, if he could find dragon blood within the academy.
It would be ideal.
Dragon blood was precious, and there was likely little of it throughout the entire Dayu dynasty.
However, as a premier academy, Kanglin Academy might possess some reserves.
Lin Chen arrived at the outskirts of Kanglin City, where a series of mountains stretched before him.
Deep within these mountains lay Kanglin Academy.
Lin Chen rode his sword and soon reached the academy's main peak. At the entrance stood a row of disciples guarding Kanglin Academy, all exuding impressive auras. Most of whom were young cultivators in the Spirit Sea realm. Who goes there? One of the guarding disciples stepped forward, casting a dispassionate glance at Lin Chen. In Kanglin City, Lin Chen, at the 9th level of the Spirit Pattern realm, was not regarded as extraordinary. Disciples of Kanglin Academy were considered prodigies only if they broke through to the Spirit Sea realm before the age of 15. I am Lin Chen from the Martial Extremity Sect in Xingzhou, seeking to join Kanglin Academy, Lin Chen stated his intentions.
The annual assessment of Kanglin Academy has already passed.
Unless you are a renowned genius of the Dayu dynasty, the academy will not conduct a special assessment for you, the guarding disciple replied dismissively, shaking his head. Many self-important individuals sought special treatment each year, thinking they could circumvent the rules.
If you are not in the Spirit Sea realm, the academy will not assess you. Be gone.
Laughter erupted among the guarding disciples as they mocked Lin Chen. As disciples of Kanglin Academy, they felt a sense of superiority before him.
I am quite strong.
If you do not believe me, you may summon an elder from the academy to test me, Lin Chen asserted seriously. At this, the group of guarding disciples paused in surprise before bursting into laughter.
Strong? What strength can a spirit pattern realm cultivator possess?
Those from a small place like Qingzhou truly are frogs at the bottom of a well, lacking any self-awareness.
How dare you claim strength when you are not even in the Spirit Sea realm? Where does your confidence come from? As various taunts rang out, Lin Chen's expression darkened.
And he turned to leave. Kanglin Academy was indeed a fine choice, but Lin Chen was not entirely dependent on it for his future. The Dayu dynasty had many excellent sects and academies. With Lin Chen's talent, selecting a suitable sect to join would not be difficult.
Young man,
do not be so hasty to leave, there is dragon blood here.
Suddenly, within the Linglong Tower, the celestial cat demon Aji transmitted a message. If you do not stay here, there will be other places for you. Lin Chen did not look back. Even if Kanglin Academy possessed dragon blood, what of it? In the vast Dayu dynasty, he refused to believe he could not find a single vial of dragon blood elsewhere. Stop. At that moment,
a man in a grey robe hurriedly approached from within Kanglin Academy. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes.
Young man, I can conduct a special assessment for you.
The grey-robed man smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation, his demeanor contrasting sharply with that of the guarding disciples. Lin Chen was taken aback, having never encountered this grey-robed man, yet he seemed to hold Lin Chen in high regard.
Elder Ma, is it truly worth your time to personally assess someone at the spirit pattern realm?
One of the guarding disciples stepped forward, a hint of envy in his voice. I will act according to my own judgment, it is not your place to meddle, the grey-robed man replied, his expression darkening as he released a formidable aura, revealing himself to be a master of the transformation realm.
Senior, how do you plan to assess me?
Lin Chen halted his steps.
Quite simply, follow me, Elder Ma replied, leading the way as Lin Chen entered Kanglin Academy. Soon, they arrived at a large bronze bell. Strike the bronze bell, and you will pass the assessment,
Elder Ma said with a smile. The bronze bell was heavy and reinforced with arrays. Young disciple, it will not be easy to shake the bronze bell, Elder Ma remarked, his eyes glinting with curiosity about Lin Chen's martial spirit. Striking the bronze bell does not require a martial spirit, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly,
wishing to keep his supreme divine dragon martial spirit concealed. Arrogant. Young man, Elder Ma is granting you an opportunity, it is a sign of his generosity. How dare you be so disrespectful? You think you can shake the bronze bell without your martial spirit? Who do you think you are?
From my perspective, this lad likely has a low-grade martial spirit and is too embarrassed to reveal it. Several disciples stationed at the gate gathered around, their faces brimming with mockery. Lin Chen's expression darkened. These disciples from the Kanglin Academy were akin to bothersome flies, utterly repugnant. They sought a sense of superiority at his expense. And should Lin Chen display any semblance of brilliance, their expressions would likely be quite amusing. Little one, I can assist you in concealing your martial soul,
Aziz suddenly conveyed telepathically.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. The Supreme Divine Dragon martial soul was his trump card, if it could be disguised.
His future endeavors would be considerably more manageable.
I humbly request your assistance, Senior, Lin Chen replied.
Then let us disguise it as a cat martial soul, Aziz declared.
Within the ethereal confines of the Linglong Tower, Lin Chen beheld a tiny purple cat paw swaying back and forth.
In the next moment,
he sensed a mysterious force entering his body, influencing his supreme divine dragon martial soul.
Remarkably, its power remained undiminished, not differing significantly from before. Now, little one, attempt to summon your martial soul, Aziz giggled, emitting playful meows, clearly delighted. All right.
With a mere thought, Lin Chen summoned his martial soul, which materialized not as a blood-red dragon, but rather as a diminutive purple cat. It seemed Aziz had fashioned this martial soul image based on herself. Lin Chen found it quite wondrous, utterly intrigued by how Aziz had accomplished such a feat. She was enigmatic, her strength nothing short of extraordinary.
Thank you,
Lin Chen expressed, his spirits lifted. The disguised cat martial soul exuded a mere 3-star aura.
In the context of Qingzhou City, such a martial soul would be considered unremarkable. And in Kanglin City, it was even more so. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's martial soul, Elder Ma furrowed his brow.
The disciples of Kanglin Academy surrounding Lin Chen erupted into a chorus of derisive laughter. I expected something far more formidable, it turns out to be a mere 3-star level. A 3-star cat martial soul, aspiring to become a disciple of Kanglin Academy, how laughable. Perhaps he genuinely believes himself to be strong. The gate disciples relished the spectacle, engaging in a cacophony of discussions.
Silence.
Elder Ma waved his hand, and the crowd quickly quieted.
Lin Chen, you may begin.
He gestured towards a nearby bronze bell. Lin Chen retracted his martial soul and delivered a powerful punch. His internal spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by an undercurrent of dragon power.
The bronze bell rang out.
The test merely assessing strength.
Though Lin Chen's cultivation realm was not high, the dragon power within him was exceedingly formidable. With a single punch,
the bell emitted a deafening sound, startling all the disciples of Kanglin Academy.
In an instant, the bell shattered.
Lin Chen's strike not only rang the bell but obliterated it entirely. Over the years, many disciples had participated in the Kanglin Academy assessments, with the exceptional ones merely ringing the bell 3 times to distinguish themselves. Lin Chen's achievement left everyone speechless. Such a feat had likely never occurred in previous assessments. A glint of concealed coldness flashed in Elder Ma's eyes as he spoke. The young man possesses remarkable talent.
Should you pass the second assessment, you will officially become a disciple of Kanglin Academy.
Lin Chen nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding the second assessment.
Elder Ma, is there an issue with the bronze bell?
This young man, with a mere 3-star martial soul, how could he possibly shatter it with a single punch?
One disciple stepped forward to question. Lin Chen's performance was astonishing, bordering on disbelief.
Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot, Lin Chen retorted, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent.
You!
The gate disciple's face flushed crimson. Theoretically, the bell should not have been flawed. He simply refused to acknowledge Lin Chen's superior talent.
Suddenly, a disheveled middle-aged man approached from behind Lin Chen.
He was unkempt, emanating a foul odor, and held a wine gourd in one hand, with a long sword at his waist. The loud shattering of the bell had evidently drawn him near, and he regarded Lin Chen with keen interest.
Little one,
I see you possess a unique bone structure. You are a natural talent for swordsmanship.
Would you care to join our Ling Tian sword sect?
The man spoke while drinking,
his expression one of indulgence, as if savoring the finest nectar. The Ling Tian sword sect?
Lin Chen pondered, having never heard of such a name.
Given its title,
it must be a sect dedicated to the art of the sword. Lin Chen felt a flicker of interest, yet he believed Kanglin Academy to be the superior choice. Your kindness is appreciated, senior, but I am currently undertaking the assessments of Kanglin Academy, Lin Chen politely declined.
No matter, no matter.
The middle-aged man squatted at the entrance,
continuing to drink. Sword maniac, what is the meaning of your Ling Tian sword sect recruiting disciples here at Kanglin Academy? Elder Ma's expression darkened.
The Ling Tian sword sect had once been a formidable force within the Dayu dynasty, but alas, it had long since fallen from grace. Today, the sect likely had no more than a handful of disciples. The lineage of swordsmanship in the Dayu dynasty has been severed. How can the Ling Tian sword sect thrive without a complete swordsmanship heritage?
Are you dissatisfied? Come and fight me, then.
The middle-aged man scoffed, his gaze filled with contempt. Known as the sword maniac, he had once roamed the Dayu dynasty, rarely encountering a worthy opponent.
Over time, people had forgotten his original name,
only recalling him as the sword maniac, a master of swordsmanship. In the absence of a complete swordsmanship heritage, the fact that the sword maniac had achieved prowess in the art was indeed astonishing.
Elder Ma's face flushed with anger, yet he refrained from taking action. Though the Ling Tian sword sect had declined, it did not imply that the sword maniac was incapable.
His strength ranked among the elite within the Dayu dynasty.
Little one, perhaps you should consider joining the Ling Tian sword sect.
Aziz's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind.
Senior, are you familiar with the Ling Tian sword sect? Lin Chen inquired.
I am not acquainted. Aziz waved her tiny cat paw, appearing quite adorable, but this drunken man possesses considerable strength. He is a sword sovereign.
At this revelation, Lin Chen's eyes brightened.
A sword sovereign. In the Dayu dynasty, even sword masters were rare. Lin Chen himself was a young sword master with extraordinary swordsmanship talent.
Following sword master comes sword sovereign, an echelon above. Lin Chen yearned to advance further in swordsmanship, yet lacked a proper lineage and a renowned mentor for guidance. In the Dayu dynasty, sword sovereigns were exceedingly rare. Aziz? How can you be certain he is a sword sovereign? Lin Chen inquired further.
Quite simple, a sword sovereign can exude sword intent. And I can vaguely sense his intangible sword intent, Aziz replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen nodded. Sword intent was still far beyond his current capabilities.
While he could release sword chi with considerable lethality, its power had yet to reach its zenith. In contrast, sword intent belonged to an entirely different realm. Lin Chen.
You will soon be able to partake in the second assessment, do wait a moment. Elder Ma's expression remained stern as he retreated to the inner courtyard. Soon returning with a steel-armored flood dragon. A fierce aura radiated from the creature, its blood-red eyes glinting with a thirst for blood, its presence utterly terrifying. Chapter 29, Slaying the Armored Flood Dragon. Elder Ma reveals his fangs. The flood dragon, within the realm of the Daiyu dynasty, is a relatively rare beast. In the past, Lin Chen had participated in the martial arts competition at the Wuji sect, where the champion was rewarded with a drop of flood dragon's blood. This blood is quite precious. And the bloodline of the armored flood dragon before him is notably strong, which should be beneficial to Lin Chen's martial spirit.
Senior AZ. What do you think of this flood dragon? Lin Chen inquired.
It's rather lacking, the bloodline is too weak, but something is better than nothing, replied AZ lazily. Lin Chen blinked, realizing AZ's standards were rather high. After all, a flood dragon is not a true dragon, so variations in bloodline quality are to be expected. If you can withstand the armored flood dragon's attacks for the duration of an incense stick, you will have passed the assessment, Elder Ma stated nonchalantly.
Understood.
Lin Chen's eyes ignited with the flames of battle. Engaging in combat with the armored flood dragon presents an excellent opportunity for refinement. Upon the appearance of the armored flood dragon, fear flickered in the eyes of the disciples guarding the gate. The pressure emanating from the dragon was palpable,
striking dread into their hearts. Weren't we just battling ferocious tigers? Why has it changed to a flood dragon? Murmured several disciples, unable to conceal their trepidation.
Elder Ma had intentionally heightened the difficulty of the assessment. Lin Chen remained unfazed. Facing the armored flood dragon was precisely what he desired.
With a mighty roar,
the armored flood dragon unleashed a dragon's cry that reverberated through the heavens and earth, releasing an overwhelming dragon might.
Spirit Sea Realm. Lin Chen,
possessing only the cultivation of the spirit pattern realm, faced a formidable challenge in overcoming the armored flood dragon. At this moment, the dragon's eyes gleamed crimson, filled with a bloodthirsty intent, seemingly in a frenzied state. In an instant, the armored flood dragon transformed into a shadow, lunging forward with astonishing speed. A massive dragon tail swept through the air, threatening to tear the very fabric of space. Undeterred, Lin Chen drew his blazing sun sword and struck forth, conjuring a flurry of afterimages in the void. With a single thought, the sword energy surged. Under the sweeping force of his sword chi, the armored flood dragon emitted a furious roar, and a visible sword mark appeared upon its dark scales. The armored flood dragon is renowned for its defense.
Breaching its scale armor is no easy feat. Even a Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse would struggle to suppress the dragon. Yet Lin Chen had only used a single sword strike. A swordsman. He is indeed a swordsman.
The disciples guarding the gate were left in stunned silence.
Such a young swordsman. Wasn't he the swordsmanship legacy of the Daiyu dynasty severed? How has he managed to reach the level of a swordsman?
The admiration was palpable among the disciples,
particularly those who had previously mocked Lin Chen, their faces now burning with embarrassment.
The drunken sword enthusiast sitting nearby nearly spat out his drink, his eyes wide with astonishment.
This fellow is truly a prodigy of swordsmanship. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. Previously,
he had remarked that Lin Chen possessed an extraordinary bone structure and would be an excellent candidate for sword training, but he had merely been speaking whimsically. Little did he expect Lin Chen to not only be a potential swordsman but to have attained the rank of a swordsman.
Meanwhile,
Elder Ma's gaze flickered with a cold glint, harboring murderous intent. The armored flood dragon, in pain, turned even more ferocious,
emitting a thunderous dragon's roar as it lunged forward once more.
Young one, the armored flood dragon has consumed the boiling blood pill, do not engage it head-on, the sword enthusiast suddenly advised. Lin Chen's expression shifted. He had sensed something amiss with the dragon and now realized it had ingested a drug.
What a treacherous act by Elder Ma to medicate the dragon during the assessment.
Grateful for the warning, Lin Chen responded, "Thank you for your guidance."
With that,
he wielded the blazing sun sword and unleashed a torrent of sword shadows.
In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the arena. And the armored flood dragon's claw was severed, blood gushing forth. The dragon, now in excruciating agony, radiated an aura of unrestrained fury, its eyes seemingly thirsting for blood. Having ingested the boiling blood pill, the armored flood dragon remained in a state of madness, its desire to kill intensified. With a thunderous roar, it soared into the air, its remaining claw descending to crush Lin Chen. Do not confront it directly, come with me to the Ling Tian sword sect. The mere Kanglin Academy is not worth your time, the sword enthusiast exclaimed, preparing to intervene and save Lin Chen. The armored flood dragon's assault was relentless, driven by the influence of the boiling blood pill, leaving it nearly devoid of reason. The sword enthusiast was determined not to witness a promising swordsman perish beneath the dragon's claw. Lin Chen remained silent and, in a heartbeat, his blazing sun sword transformed into 9 beams of swordlight, slicing through the air. A surge of divine dragon power erupted within him. The might of this strike reached its zenith, and in that moment, the sword chi surged like a rainbow. With a resounding crack, the armored flood dragon let out a wail as its body was cleaved in two. No matter how formidable its defenses, it crumbled before Lin Chen's blade. With the divine dragon power augmenting his swordsmanship, Lin Chen could transcend great realms and vanquish the armored flood dragon. Audacious! To slay a beast nurtured by our Kanglin Academy, seeking death. Elder Ma's gaze turned venomous as he suddenly unleashed a poison needle that shot through the air with alarming speed. Be careful! The sword enthusiast's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Elder Ma's shamelessness in targeting a young man of the spirit pattern realm. Elder Ma's eyes brimming with malice, he struck mercilessly, clearly intent on Lin Chen's life. Even if Lin Chen had slain the armored flood dragon, Elder Ma's murderous intent was unwarranted. He likely harbored ulterior motives, using the dragon's death as a mere pretext. The poison needle approached with incredible swiftness. As Elder Ma had evidently planned this meticulously, the moment the dragon fell, the needle was launched. The sword enthusiast drew a wooden sword and struck out, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that surged forth like a tidal wave. The poison needle loomed larger in Lin Chen's vision as the crucial moment arrived. Suddenly, the Linglong Tower emitted a warm glow, absorbing the poison needle within. To all appearances, it seemed as if the needle had entered Lin Chen's body. Elder Ma rejoiced, but his expression quickly froze. He could no longer sense the existence of the poison needle, all connections had been severed. Moreover, Lin Chen emerged unscathed. The needle had never entered his body at all. The sword enthusiast was left bewildered, unable to discern how the poison needle had vanished. Lin Chen! You dare to slay the armored flood dragon? I will deliver you to the law enforcement hall for judgment. Elder Ma quickly regained his composure, retrieving a communication artifact to notify the elders of the law enforcement hall. Here in the Kanglin Academy, on his territory, it would be effortlessly easy for him to eliminate Lin Chen. The armored flood dragon, among the beasts nurtured by the Kanglin Academy, was indeed one of the stronger ones. The death of a single dragon could be a minor issue or a grave one. You old dog, had you not drugged the armored flood dragon, it would not have perished. Morong Xiu sent you to kill me, you could have attacked directly. Yet you chose to use an assessment as a guise. Employing the armored flood dragon to take my life, what a despicable tactic. How can someone of your ilk still have the face to be an elder of Kanglin Academy? Lin Chen's mind was as clear as a mirror as he instantly deduced everything. Elder Ma was undoubtedly acting on Morong Xiu's orders to take his life. Lin Chen's only enemies were Sumo and Morong Xiu. Given Sumo's capabilities, it was unlikely he could enlist Elder Ma's help. Nonsense! Elder Ma denied vehemently, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. Chapter 30, Sword Fiend's Assistance, Journey to the Soaring Heavens Sword Sect sees him. Elder Ma commanded. Yet the dozen or so gatekeepers remained motionless. It was absurd. Lin Chen could even vanquish an ironclad dragon. Asking them to capture Lin Chen was akin to throwing their lives away. Elder Ma cursed them as useless and personally launched a terrifying punch, his spiritual energy surging. He was unaware of how the poison needles had vanished, but he possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. As a creation realm cultivator, failure to subdue a spirit realm cultivator would be utterly disgraceful. Lin Chen is a person favored by this sword fiend. A chilling glint flashed in the sword fiend's eyes as he unleashed his wooden sword. Instantly, formidable sword energy formed a wave, tearing through the air. Elder Ma's expression shifted. Sword Fiend, you should know that this is the Azure Billow Academy. Your impudence will not be tolerated. Elder Ma's strength was no match for the Sword Fiend. But he had already notified the law enforcement hall elders and felt secure. Little fellow, I can't restrain myself any longer. It itches so much. This old codger dares to bully you, I'll help you kill him. Within the exquisite pagoda, Azzy brandished her cat paws, her aura suddenly intensifying. Just as Elder Ma was about to strike, a tiny cat paw emerged from the void. It was merely a fleeting cat paw phantom, petite and inconspicuous, easily overlooked. Boom! In the next instant, Elder Ma's head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Lin Chen was stunned. The celestial cat demon acted without warning, leaving him completely unprepared. Moreover, her strength was astonishing. Without even emerging, she had annihilated a creation realm expert with a mere cat paw phantom. Lin Chen's curiosity about the exquisite pagoda deepened. If the celestial cat demon on the second level was so formidable, the beings on higher levels were unimaginable, especially the legendary Empress on the 9th level. Little fellow. Release me. My paws itch, I want to wreak havoc. Azzy's voice transmission was urgent. Lin Chen's lips twitched. The second level of the exquisite pagoda wasn't fully open yet. Even if he desired to release Azzy, he couldn't. The poisoned needles released by Elder Ma were a decent spiritual artifact, now devoured by the exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda could devour not only martial saint will but also blood rivers and spiritual artifacts. At that moment, the second level of the exquisite pagoda trembled violently. And Azzy's two cat paws stretched out, flailing wildly, yet unable to fully emerge. What's going on? The Sword Fiend was dumbfounded. His released sword energy missed its mark again. Striking nothing. He couldn't comprehend how Elder Ma had died, his head had inexplicably exploded. However, the Sword Fiend had no time to ponder. The immediate priority was to ensure Lin Chen's safe departure. Lin Chen, leave at once. The Sword Fiend rushed over, seized Lin Chen's arm, and soared away on his wooden sword. With Elder Ma's demise, the other elders of the Azure Billow Academy would likely arrive soon. Fortunately, the Sword Fiend's speed was exceptional. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, vanishing in an instant. Don't leave. I haven't even started wreaking havoc yet. Azzy waved her cat paws haphazardly, seemingly resentful. However, only Lin Chen could hear Azzy's voice. The Sword Fiend was completely unaware of her existence. Above the mountains, the Sword Fiend carried Lin Chen, traversing the sky on his sword. With no pursuers in sight, the Sword Fiend breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe for now. As long as he brought Lin Chen to the Soaring Heaven Sword sect, he wouldn't fear the Azure Billow Academy's retaliation. That fellow surnamed Ma had a daughter who married into the Morong family, making him a relative by marriage, the Sword Fiend said slowly. Lin Chen nodded. As he had suspected, Elder Ma was connected to Morong Xiu. Do you have a feud with the Morong family? The Sword Fiend inquired further. I killed Morong Guang. Lin Chen replied calmly. The Sword Fiend gave a thumbs up. Remarkable. You truly are the sword cultivator prodigy I've been searching for, daring to kill even Morong Xiu's younger brother. In the Great Yu dynasty, Morong Xiu held an extraordinary position, treated with utmost respect even by princes. The Great Yu Academy, known as the Great Yu dynasty's Royal Academy, was a gathering place for elites. Morong Xiu possessed unparalleled talent and was the holy son and foremost genius of the Great Yu Academy. He wanted to kill me. So naturally, I wouldn't let him off, Lin Chen said indifferently. In that case, you should join the Soaring Heaven Sword sect even more. Only my sect can protect you. The Sword Fiend said with a smile. Senior, do I even have a choice at this point? Lin Chen gestured to his arm. The Sword Fiend had been gripping his arm the entire way, practically abducting him. Of course, Lin Chen had a favorable impression of the Sword Fiend. He had offered assistance several times at the Azure Billow Academy. Although it hadn't been effective, the Sword Fiend had at least tried to help him. Apologies. I was a bit anxious earlier and acted discourteously, the Sword Fiend said with a chuckle, releasing Lin Chen's arm. Rest assured. My Soaring Heaven Sword sect never forces any disciple to join. Everything is voluntary. With your talent, joining the Soaring Heaven Sword sect will surely grant you the best resources. with the entire sect dedicated to nurturing you.
The sword fiend patted his chest, guaranteeing it.
Lin Chen blinked and smiled. Senior. Does the Soaring Heaven Sword sect possess dragon blood? Dragon blood? Of course, we do.
The sword fiend replied with a confident smile.
Lin Chen frowned.
Although the sword fiend spoke with certainty, Lin Chen sensed that he was somewhat unreliable.
Senior, does the Soaring Heaven Sword sect have Sword-Dao inheritance? Lin Chen inquired further.
The Soaring Heaven Sword sect is a Sword-Dao sect. How could it not have Sword-Dao inheritance?
Little fellow, in the Great Yu dynasty,
no other sect or academy possesses a complete Sword-Dao inheritance. Only my Soaring Heaven Sword sect stands alone, the sword fiend said proudly. The Soaring Heaven Sword sect might be declining and far from its peak, but its Sword-Dao inheritance couldn't possibly be lacking.
I understand. Lin Chen nodded.
As long as there was Sword-Dao inheritance, his Sword-Dao path would advance further. The path of a sword cultivator was arduous, without guidance or inheritance.
It would be even more challenging.
The Soaring Heaven Sword sect might be a good destination.
Senior, how many disciples does the Soaring Heaven Sword sect currently have? And what is their strength?
Lin Chen asked, inquiring about the situation as they traveled. The Soaring Heaven Sword sect has many disciples, and they are all very strong.
Little Lindsay, you can rest assured. Upon joining my sect, no fellow disciple will look down on you. If anyone bullies you in the future,
your senior brothers and sisters will stand up for you. My Soaring Heaven Sword sect may lack other things, but we excel at unity. The sword fiend said with a smile, seemingly pleased with the atmosphere of the sect. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt some anticipation toward the Soaring Heaven Sword sect. A united sect was far better than those with intense internal strife, where one would be mocked even while walking.
Chapter 31, The Situation at Ling Tian Sword Sect. The sword fanatic led Lin Chen over mountains and through valleys. With each step, Lin Chen felt increasingly uneasy.
He had anticipated that the Ling Tian Sword sect would be a grand and majestic place, yet the sword fanatic had brought him to a secluded ravine. The surroundings were desolate, inhabited only by venomous insects and wild beasts.
Senior, is it too late for me to back out now?
Lin Chen forced a smile. Sensing that the sword fanatic was rather unreliable, almost like a pitiful fool.
My young friend, since you've come this far, why not take a look at Ling Tian Sword sect before leaving? I assure you, you will not be disappointed.
The sword fanatic spoke with conviction.
Although our Ling Tian Sword sect may be somewhat remote, martial practitioners value the tranquility of diligent training, far removed from the distractions of urban splendor. This is indeed preferable.
Lin Chen had to concede that there was some merit to his words, yet he still felt a nagging sense of discomfort.
Soon,
the sword fanatic descended gracefully on his spiritual sword. Before Lin Chen lay a dilapidated courtyard, constructed from thatch. And he doubted that the roof would withstand a gust of wind or a downpour.
Senior, how much further is it?
Lin Chen could not help but inquire.
We have arrived, the sword fanatic replied, seemingly at ease. Lin Chen was taken aback.
As sword cultivators, we should not place too much importance on our external surroundings.
As long as there is a place to cultivate in peace, that suffices, does it not?
The sword fanatic beamed.
So, this is Ling Tian Sword sect? Lin Chen gaped in astonishment.
He had heard that the disciples of Ling Tian Sword sect were numerous and powerful.
While he could overlook the sect's environment, given its disrepair, it was unlikely there were many disciples left. Without fellow brothers, whom would Lin Chen spar with? One must not judge solely by appearances.
Our Ling Tian Sword sect has a rich swordsmanship heritage, which is unattainable by other sections. The sword fanatic's expression turned serious as he continued, rest assured, young one.
I will deliver on my promises.
Lin Chen's trust in the sword fanatic waned significantly. However, having embarked on this journey, it was now too late to turn back. He could only see for himself what Ling Tian Sword sect was truly like. Upon entering the courtyard, a young girl in green attire, her hair styled in 2 ponytails,
bounced towards them. Master, you've brought a fellow disciple. How wonderful!
Her bright, sparkling eyes danced with curiosity as she circled Lin Chen, examining him closely. You're quite handsome, the girl smiled, her glistening eyes forming crescent shapes, exuding charm. She had a cherubic face and a slightly plump figure, still in her growth phase,
making her appear adorably petite.
You're quite charming yourself, little sister, Lin Chen smiled in return.
Master, does this mean he will be my third junior brother? The girl asked sweetly.
The sword fanatic was momentarily at a loss for words, while Lin Chen stood frozen in disbelief.
What was happening? A third junior brother? So, Ling Tian sword sect had only 2 disciples until Lin Chen arrived? Senior.
It suddenly occurs to me that there is something important I must attend to. I should take my leave, Lin Chen declared, turning to flee.
Wait.
The sword fanatic hurried after him, a broad smile plastered on his face. Indeed, our Ling Tian sword sect has fallen on hard times, but every disciple is a prodigy.
Focused on an elite path.
Lin Chen was left speechless. Theoretically, Ling Tian sword sect was indeed elite, having concentrated all resources on just 2 disciples. Yet, considering the sect's dilapidated state, Lin Chen wondered if they truly had any training resources left.
Senior, be honest with me, does Ling Tian sword sect truly have a swordsmanship legacy? Lin Chen inquired earnestly.
He could overlook other details, but if the sect lacked even the most fundamental swordsmanship teachings, he would not remain.
Absolutely. I swear on my honor. It exists. The sword fanatic's expression was grave. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, thinking, does this man even have any honor left? To deceive a young person is utterly shameless.
Noticing the skepticism in Lin Chen's gaze, the sword fanatic awkwardly chuckled. Our Ling Tian sword sect possesses a signature martial arts manuscript known as the Ling Tian Sword Codex. Every disciple who joins can cultivate it. Once you become part of our sect, I will personally ensure you receive the codex without delay.
The sword fanatic spoke earnestly. Yet Lin Chen remained doubtful. Little brother, what master said is true. We do have the Ling Tian Sword Codex, and I hear it's quite powerful.
The girl chimed in, grinning.
Have you learned it, little sister?
My talent is lacking, so I haven't mastered it yet. But you seem quite clever, little brother. I'm sure you'll have no trouble. The girl was quite articulate. Senior, let us agree on this, if the sword codex is not of good quality, I will seek another sect, Lin Chen stated firmly. After all, he had ventured out of Qingzhou to enhance his strength.
Remaining at Ling Tian sword sect required sufficient justification.
Swordsmanship heritage is indeed precious. Even the 2 major academies of the Dayu dynasty might not be able to offer high-quality sword manuals. A mystical-level sword manual would be a decent find. Previously at Wuji's own, Lin Chen had practiced the wind control sword technique, which was merely a spirit-level technique. Yet combined with his sword master realm, it had proven quite formidable.
Rest assured, you will be satisfied.
The sword fanatic chuckled.
Lin Chen nodded,
steeling himself as he followed the sword fanatic into the courtyard. The courtyard was quite simple, consisting of only 2 sections. The outer area was where the girl and another disciple resided, while the sword fanatic occupied the inner quarters. The other disciple had gone out and had not yet returned.
The girl was lively, engaging Lin Chen in conversation, asking trivial questions about his origins, the delights of Qingzhou City, and local delicacies.
Through their exchange, Lin Chen learned that her name was Zhou Lingsu, and although she was young, she was the earliest disciple at Ling Tian sword sect, effectively serving as the eldest sister. Before long, a youth with a black face rushed back, a wild boar slung over his shoulder. Upon spotting Lin Chen, he scratched his head.
"Master, who is this brother?" The youth inquired.
"This is Lin, your junior brother, a new disciple," the sword fanatic briefly introduced. "Greetings, brother Tainyo," Lin Chen cupped his fists in acknowledgement.
At last,
our Ling Tian sword sect has a 3rd disciple.
A cause for celebration. "Master, I'm off to prepare the pig. How about roasted suckling pig for dinner?" Tainyo exclaimed with excitement.
The sword fanatic's expression darkened.
"Speak less and work more."
"Understood." Tainyo hoisted the large black pig and headed to the kitchen.
"Senior, do disciples at Ling Tian sword sect usually hunt for their meals?" Lin Chen could not resist asking.
"This has been an old tradition of ours. Initially intended to train the disciples in combat against the beasts of the forest, it has proven quite effective," the sword fanatic replied with a chuckle. Lin Chen was speechless. If they lacked funds, they could at least admit it instead of wrapping it in such grandiose reasoning.
The sword fanatic's audacity was truly remarkable. At this point,
Lin Chen harbored little hope for the resources at Ling Tian Sword Sect.
Senior, when you mentioned dragon blood earlier, were you also deceiving me?
Lin Chen said flatly.
Chapter 32, The Ling Tian Sword Technique. Young one, what do you take me for? With my stature, how could I deceive you?
The sword enthusiast declared earnestly.
Lin Chen, however, wore a skeptical expression. If there truly is dragon blood, you and Tainyo can venture to the Qianlong mountain range for training. Obtaining dragon blood would be a piece of cake.
The sword enthusiast chuckled mischievously.
Lin Chen remained silent.
The Qianlong mountain range, of course, was not within the territory of the Ling Tian Sword Sect. The sword enthusiast was merely spinning tales for Lin Chen.
Are you certain that dragon blood exists in the Qianlong mountain range? Lin Chen inquired seriously. Absolutely. The Qianlong mountain range conceals a mighty dragon.
As long as you cultivate diligently, acquiring dragon blood in the future will be effortless, the sword enthusiast asserted with conviction.
Lin Chen nodded.
Setting aside his doubts, he had at least gleaned information regarding dragon blood. As for the difficulty of obtaining it, Lin Chen was well aware that it would not be as simple as the sword enthusiast suggested. Very well, the day is waning, let us dine first. The sword enthusiast smiled, taking Lin Chen's hand with great warmth.
Tainyo was responsible for hunting and also took on the role of chef. A roasted suckling pig, expertly prepared by Tainyo, was presented before them. That evening, the entire Ling Tian Sword Sect gathered together for a hearty feast.
Among them, senior sister Zhou Lingsu, the most petite, had the largest appetite, unabashedly devouring her food and getting grease all over her face. In contrast, Tainyo, who was robust and dark-skinned, maintained a surprisingly quiet demeanor while eating. After the meal, the sword enthusiast instructed Tainyo to arrange a room for Lin Chen. The room was humble, but Lin Chen paid it no mind and began his cultivation. To his surprise,
he discovered that the Ling Tian Sword Sect was situated in a place rich with spiritual energy. Cultivating in the dilapidated room,
Lin Chen felt the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which surpassed the conditions he had experienced at the Wu Ji sect.
Feeling a sense of contentment,
Lin Chen concluded that the Ling Tian Sword Sect was not entirely unreasonable, at least the environment for cultivation was satisfactory.
The following day, at dawn,
the sword enthusiast came to find Lin Chen, presenting him with a sword manual. The cover bore the prominent words Ling Tian,
Shao Qinzi.
This is the supreme technique of the Ling Tian Sword Sect, the Ling Tian Sword Technique. Your talent in swordsmanship is commendable, within 10 years, you could achieve minor success. First, memorize the manual, and then return it to me.
Moreover, this manual is a sect secret, it must not be disseminated.
The sword enthusiast stated gravely. Lin Chen accepted the manual, responding earnestly, rest assured, senior.
Senior?
Little one, it is time to change how you address me, the sword enthusiast smiled.
Master. Lin Chen clasped his fists in respect.
Upon hearing this, the sword enthusiast's expression darkened. Zhou Lingsu, munching on a candied hawthorn, bounced over and laughed.
Master intends to take you as his disciple, doesn't he? You must think he is unreliable, right?
Zhou Lingsu spoke without restraint, leaving the sword enthusiast feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Ling Tian Sword Sect was renowned for its swordsmanship, yet there were only 3 disciples in the inner sect,
among which Zhou Lingsu and Tainyo were not adept in sword techniques.
The sword enthusiast had attempted to teach them, but they were as unyielding as dead wood,
showing no signs of comprehension.
Eventually, he had given up. Now, having finally encountered a prodigy in swordsmanship, the sword enthusiast was eager to take him as a disciple. Lin Chen felt awkward, primarily because the sword enthusiast's demeanor gave him an impression of unreliability. He worried that becoming a disciple might lead to unforeseen troubles.
Never mind.
Since you are just starting out, there is no need to rush into apprenticeship.
Focus on your cultivation for now.
If you have any questions, feel free to approach me. The sword enthusiast encouraged, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder before departing. Take care, master, Lin Chen bowed slightly, with the sword enthusiast willing to impart the sword technique. Lin Chen felt it was appropriate to address him as such, though he had no immediate thoughts about formal apprenticeship. The distinction between a teacher and a master, though subtle,
was significant.
In various academies, those who imparted knowledge were merely teachers, while a master typically took on disciples to pass on their legacy.
In his room,
Lin Chen opened the sword manual and began to study the Ling Tian sword technique. The first page contained the overarching principles of cultivation.
As a sword cultivator,
one must distance oneself from emotions. Lin Chen pondered deeply upon reading this.
The individual who created the Ling Tian sword technique was indeed peculiar. Why must one shun emotions when practicing swordsmanship? Was the Ling Tian sword technique truly an emotionless path? Driven by curiosity, Lin Chen turned to the next page. The first stance of the Ling Tian sword technique stated, "With no woman in the heart, draw the sword with divine inspiration."
Lin Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. The Ling Tian sword technique emphasized swiftness, devoid of emotions. A sword cultivator, unencumbered by feelings, could focus entirely on their technique, executing strikes with remarkable speed. Lin Chen quickly perused the manual, distilling its essence. The emphasis on distancing from women was not the crux of the Ling Tian sword technique, rather. Lin Chen believed that speed was paramount.
The purpose of avoiding women was to achieve inner tranquility, unaffected by romantic entanglements. Was it possible that the original creator of the Ling Tian sword technique was overly extreme? Surely, one could maintain focus even with a woman present during their swordplay.
Lin Chen mused.
In the early stages of sword cultivation, indeed, women could distract practitioners. For instance, lingering affection at night could lead to a lack of motivation for practice. Lin Chen concluded that a woman's influence on sword cultivators primarily affected their enthusiasm for training. Without sufficient effort,
even those with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship would find it challenging to reach the pinnacle. The manual was quite detailed, with each page containing techniques and illustrations, depicting two figures assuming various peculiar sword postures. Lin Chen memorized the principles and techniques with ease, aided by his sharp mental acuity. Women would only impact the speed at which I draw my sword. To master the Ling Tian sword technique to its fullest potential, my advice is to embrace self-castration.
The final page of the manual offered two pieces of advice, signed by the Ling Tian sword saint.
Lin Chen was at a loss for words.
Self-castration with a sword? Absolutely unnecessary. He exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of hardship had this Ling Tian sword saint endured with women?
Lin Chen reflected.
He believed that with great willpower,
one could overcome the influence of women and dedicate oneself to swordsmanship. The days of cultivation passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. Apart from his meals, Lin Chen devoted all his time to training, even foregoing sleep. The conditions at the Ling Tian sword sect were rudimentary, the room provided to Lin Chen was dilapidated, and the sounds of wind and rain at night were so loud that they made it difficult to sleep. Thus, he found it preferable to cultivate late into the night. Currently, Lin Chen was at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm, brimming with energy. He could easily go a month without sleep. After 3 days of sword practice, he had gained numerous insights and felt he had grasped the essence of the Ling Tian sword technique. At dawn, Lin Chen stepped out of his room, wielding a wooden sword with grace. The wooden sword created a flurry of sword shadows, the air resonating with a whooshing sound as Lin Chen executed his strikes with remarkable speed. Having practiced the Ling Tian sword technique, his prowess had significantly improved compared to his previous use of the wind control sword art. His striking speed had at least tripled, to the untrained eye. It appeared as if Lin Chen was wielding a dozen swords simultaneously, producing a breathtaking display of sword shadows that commanded attention.
Wow, you're amazing. Zhou Lingsu,
biting into a steamed bun, emerged to bask in the sunlight, witnessing Lin Chen's sword practice and could not help but cheer him on.
Within the hallowed halls of the
Lin Chen honed his swordsmanship, the air alive with the dance of his blade and the ethereal glow of his sword's aura.
Zhou Lingsu watched in awe,
having once attempted the herself but abandoned it due to its intricate nature. The art demanded unwavering focus, a detachment from worldly distractions. However, Zhou Lingsu's heart was easily swayed, her thoughts often consumed by the culinary delights that awaited her. Her inability to fully commit to the sword was evident.
Yet, witnessing Lin Chen's fluid and masterful execution,
she couldn't help but shower him with admiration. The commotion drew the attention of Jian Qi, the sword fanatic, who emerged to investigate. He stood dumbfounded as he beheld Lin Chen's prowess.
Had it not been merely 3 days since he imparted the?
Jianqi had envisioned Lin Chen seeking his guidance. A chance for him to showcase his own mastery and earn the young disciple's respect.
To his astonishment,
Lin Chen had not only grasped the fundamentals but seemed to have unlocked the very essence of the. His movements transcended the rigid forms, flowing with untamed freedom. His sword an extension of his will. He had abandoned the confines of prescribed techniques, embracing the true spirit of the art.
Lin Chen's was nearing its zenith, lacking only the tempering of time.
Jianqi inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief.
A prodigy. A treasure unearthed. He was elated.
They had struggled to cultivate exceptional disciples. Zhou Lingsu's penchant for culinary indulgence and Tainyo's preference for the axe left much to be desired in terms of swordsmanship. But now, with Lin Chen's ascendance, Jianqi felt a surge of hope.
Could this be the turning point for the?
The annual competition among the sects and academies of the had always been a source of disappointment for them.
But with Lin Chen's arrival,
Jianqi dared to dream of a top 10 finish. As Lin Chen concluded his practice, sweat glistening on his brow, Jianqi approached him with a warm smile.
Lin Chen, do you have any questions?
Lin Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The path of the sword had unfolded smoothly, without any significant obstacles.
Excellent. You are precisely the kind of talent the needs.
Jianqi exclaimed.
Tainyo, prepare a feast tonight.
Slaughter a cow and a couple of chickens.
And prepare an array of dishes. Hooray! Zhou Lingsu cheered.
But, Master, we're running low on supplies, Tainyo pointed out, scratching his head. Then we shall venture into the Liangshan mountains to hunt, Jianqi retorted. These disciples were self-reliant, providing for their own needs.
With a hearty all right,
Tainyo grabbed his axe and hunting gear, ready to embark on the expedition. Lin Chen and Zhou Lingsu joined him. Zhou Lingsu had always been captivated by the prospect of hunting, eager to taste the exotic beasts of the mountains. Lin Chen, having made significant progress in his swordsmanship,
saw this as an opportunity to test his abilities.
The Liangshan mountains were known to harbor formidable creatures.
The Liangshan mountains, a desolate and sparsely populated region, were home to indigenous beasts.
Hunting parties occasionally ventured into its depths in search of game, as the valuable bloodlines of certain creatures could fetch a handsome price. At midday, the trio traversed the Liangshan mountains. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the air as a fiery eagle soared overhead.
Its eyes, sharp and predatory, scanned the landscape below.
Spotting Lin Chen, Zhou Lingsu, and Tainyo, the eagle's gaze hardened. Lin Chen's cultivation was still nascent, while Tainyo and Zhou Lingsu were at the spirit ocean realm, though not significantly higher. The flame eagle, a spirit ocean level 6 beast, possessed formidable strength and a potent bloodline. Trouble, it's a flame eagle, Tainyo exclaimed, his expression shifting. Having hunted in the Liangshan mountains for some time,
he knew when to exercise caution.
Facing such a formidable foe, retreat was the wisest option.
The flame eagle, a top-tier predator in the Liangshan mountains,
was not to be trifled with.
But I've never tasted eagle meat before.
It looks so delicious, Zhou Lingsu lamented, her appetite overriding her sense of danger.
Tainyo rolled his eyes. Now is not the time to be thinking about food. Run, junior sister. I'll hold it off.
He pushed Zhou Lingsu forward.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Lingsu reluctantly turned and fled. Junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Tainyo questioned. Tainyo braced himself,
his body radiating a dark golden light. His physique was honed for defense, and his martial soul was aligned with protection. In the past, during their hunting expeditions,
Tainyo had always been the one to shield Zhou Lingsu from danger.
No need to worry, senior brother, Lin Chen replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
The flame eagle would not claim their lives so easily. It's too dangerous. The flame eagle is incredibly powerful. I've fought it before. You must leave, Tainyo urged.
But before he could finish, a crimson orb hurtled down from above, the flame eagle unleashing a torrent of fire.
The flames ignited the dry undergrowth, engulfing the forest in an inferno.
The flame eagle swooped down, its eyes fixed on Lin Chen, its talons outstretched, moving with blinding speed. It had recognized Tang Yo as a formidable opponent and chose to target Lin Chen instead.
Come on then.
Lin Chen roared, unsheathing his sword. A tempest of sword shadows erupted, unleashing a devastating wave of sword energy. One sword to reach the heavens. In Lin Chen's hands, manifested its true potential. Its speed defying comprehension. As the sword light flashed, the flame eagle froze mid-air, its body rigid. Tang Yo stared in disbelief. In the next instant, the flame eagle's head exploded in a burst of blood, its lifeless body plummeting to the earth. The spirit ocean level flame eagle had met an untimely demise. Ah! This! Tang Yo stammered, dumbfounded. He hadn't even had a chance to intervene, and the battle was already over. Lin Chen's swordsmanship was simply too overwhelming. One strike, and it was over. The Flame Eagle's physical resilience far surpassed that of human martial artists of the same realm. To slay it with a single blow would require the strength of a Spirit Ocean Level 9 cultivator. As expected of junior brother Lin. We'll have eagle meat tonight. Zhou Lingsu exclaimed gleefully. Eagle meat isn't particularly palatable, Lin Chen replied with a smile. But I want to try it. I've never had it before, Zhou Lingsu persisted. Her mouth watering. The flame eagle was no ordinary bird, it was a beast of formidable bloodline, its flesh rich in nutrients. Capable of invigorating the body and enhancing the vitality of those who consumed it. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the forest. Apologies. But I had my eye on that flame eagle first. A black-clad youth emerged, followed by 10 burly men with menacing expressions. Zhou Lingsu's face paled as she recognized the youth. The Li family, Li Yuanshang. It was you all along. What prospects can one expect from hiding away in the Ling Tian sword sect? You would be better off returning with me to the Li family. Li Yuanshan laughed heartily. His gaze lingering on Zhou Lingsu's slightly heaving bosom, his expression lewd. Senior sister Zhou, who is he? Lin Chen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Zhou Lingsu. The young man in black exuded hostility, his arrogance suggesting he could pose a threat to Zhou Lingsu. Li Yuansheng of the Li family. A disciple of the inner court at Kanglin Academy. Lin Shidi, let us depart, Zhou Lingsu tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, wishing to avoid a confrontation with Li Yuansheng. The Li family held considerable power, being one of the most esteemed families in the Dayu dynasty. Moreover, Li Yuansheng was quite esteemed within Kanglin Academy. A prodigy of the inner court. Very well. Lin Chen hoisted the flame eagle and turned to leave. Suddenly, several disciples from Kanglin Academy swiftly surrounded them, blocking Lin Chen's path. Zhou Lingsu is my fiancée. Today, I intend to take her home for our wedding. Li Yuansheng grinned sinisterly. Zhou Lingsu, only 11 years old, had yet to fully develop, still just a young girl, and Li Yuansheng found this particularly enticing, eagerly imagining the degrading scenes to come. Senior sister Zhou. Is he telling the truth? Lin Chen pondered aloud. Zhou Lingsu remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes. The Zhou family seeks to curry favor with the Li family, using senior sister as leverage. Iron Bull suddenly spoke up. On that day, when senior sister escaped, she fortuitously encountered our master. If not for him, she would likely have been forcibly married into the Li family. Iron Bull, having spent considerable time with Zhou Lingsu, was aware of her background. Tears slipped down Zhou Lingsu's cheeks as she recalled her sorrowful past. You must be Lin Chen, the one who has made it onto Kanglin Academy's wanted list. Your head is worth a prized Xian-tier spirit artifact. Li Yuansheng sneered, the eyes of the 10 disciples around him gleaming with greed. When Lin Chen had participated in the Academy's assessment and slain Elder Ma, Kanglin Academy had been enraged. In truth, Elder Ma was not a core elder and held a mediocre position, but Lin Chen's act of killing him and escaping had left the Academy humiliated. It is likely just a rumor that Elder Ma fell to your hands. You, a mere spirit pattern realm cultivator, could not have achieved such a feat without the Sword Maniac's assistance. Today, with the Sword Maniac absent, I shall claim your life. Li Yuansheng's eyes were icy, radiating murderous intent as 10 powerful men approached, all of whom were at least 6 levels deep in the Spirit Sea realm. They emitted a fierce killing aura, ready to obey Li Yuansheng's commands. Li Yuansheng, not only a prodigy of the inner court at Kanglin Academy but also backed by the Li family, acted with impunity.
The Li family was a prestigious family in the Daiyu dynasty, with a profound heritage. The imposing presence of the 10 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators left Zhou Lingsu pale with fear. "Do not trouble my junior brother, I will go with you." Zhou Lingsu stepped forward, anxious not to implicate Lin Chen and Iron Bull due to her predicament. "Not to trouble you, I simply wish to claim your junior brother's head. As for you, if you serve me well, I shall treat you kindly." Li Yuancheng chuckled maliciously, and in an instant, the 10 Spirit Sea Realm prodigies from Kanglin Academy lunged forward to encircle them. Iron Bull summoned his iron-armored rhinoceros martial spirit, greatly enhancing his physical defenses. "You go first, return to find Master while I hold them off." Iron Bull's expression was resolute as he shielded Lin Chen. As the younger brother, Lin Chen was the priority, and Iron Bull, known for his defenses, had to step up at this critical moment. "You wish to kill me? You think yourselves worthy?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, summoning a torrential river of blood. 10,000-mile blood river poem. Lin Chen acted decisively. The first 3 disciples of Kanglin Academy who charged forward had no time to react before their bodies were utterly disintegrated by the blood river. The power of the 10,000-mile blood river poem far exceeded the martial skills they had employed. A royal-grade martial art was a formidable existence even within the Daiyu dynasty, delivering a crushing blow to the disciples of Kanglin Academy. One strike, and they were annihilated. The remaining disciples from Kanglin Academy were taken aback, having never anticipated Lin Chen's frightening prowess. "Do not underestimate him, attack together and kill him." Li Yuanqing's expression turned frigid, akin to a venomous serpent. In the next moment, he trembled and summoned his martial spirit. A massive black serpent appeared, a manifestation of his morning serpent martial spirit. This was a top-tier existence among 5-star martial spirits, possessing formidable power. "You, a mere spirit pattern realm cultivator, what do you intend to challenge me with? Your martial skills are indeed impressive, but..." As Li Yuancheng spoke, he suddenly noticed Lin Chen unleashing a sword ray, which erupted through the air with ferocity. With a single strike, the sword energy surges forth. "A sword master. You..." Li Yuancheng was taken aback. Lin Chen was a sword master. An exceedingly rare one at such a young age within the Daiyu dynasty. The sword energy swept across the sky, and the 7 disciples from Kanglin Academy erupted in blood, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lin Chen. In the blink of an eye, only Li Yuancheng remained. Iron Bull stood in shock. Initially prepared for a desperate fight to buy time, only to find Lin Chen had effortlessly dispatched 10 formidable foes in an instant. The inner court disciples of Kanglin Academy were no weaklings, yet before Lin Chen, they were utterly impotent. "Impossible." Li Yuanqing's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he manipulated his morning serpent martial spirit to release a cloud of toxic mist before turning to flee. Li Yuancheng was no fool. Having recognized Lin Chen's terrifying strength, he had no desire to continue the fight. "Master, save me!" Li Yuancheng screamed. His eyes filled with dread as he sensed the looming threat of death beneath Lin Chen's sword. This hunting expedition in the Liangshan region was led by Elder Lu from the inner court of Kanglin Academy. Li Yuancheng had pursued the Flame Eagle, creating distance between himself and Elder Lu. In the forest, a white figure darted through the trees at astonishing speed. Hearing the sounds of battle and sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Elder Lu rushed to investigate. Boom! Lin Chen struck out, unleashing a blood river that roared forth like a giant crimson dragon. The blood river exhibited immense power, demolishing everything in its path. With Li Yuanqing's strength, he could not possibly withstand it. No matter how gifted he was still merely at the Spirit Sea realm. Lin Chen could dispatch him with a single blow. "Stop!" Elder Lu appeared, his face drastically changing upon witnessing the terrifying blood river. Within the inner court of Kanglin Academy, Li Yuancheng ranked among the top disciples. Yet, Lin Chen's killing move was too formidable. "Master!" Li Yuancheng activated his protective spirit armor, maximizing his defenses. However, in the next instant, he vanished amidst the blood river. The blood river corroded all. Li Yuancheng was left with not even a trace. "Impudent!" Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Lin Chen to act with such decisiveness, leaving no room for mercy. "Do you know whom you have killed?" Elder Lu seethed, his eyes glinting with cold murderous intent. Today, if he did not eliminate Lin Chen, he would have no way to account to the Li family. Chapter 35, The Power of AZ. Li Yuansheng, the son of the head of the Li family, had enjoyed a favorable relationship with Elder Lu, who had been looking out for him at the academy. Now, with Li Yuansheng tragically deceased, Elder Lu was consumed by boundless fury. Sister Zhou, brother Tiniu, you should leave first. Lin Chen's expression grew grave. He was acutely aware of Elder Lu's formidable nature as a powerful being of the creation realm. At this moment, Elder Lu's wrath was directed solely at Lin Chen, who wished to spare Zhou Lingsu and Tinia from the impending danger. Junior brother Lin, I will stay to assist you, Tinia declared, his gaze resolute. Although he had known Lin Chen for a brief time, their bond as fellow disciples compelled him to stand by Lin Chen's side. Junior brother Lin, I. Zhou Lingsu began to speak, but Lin Chen swiftly dashed into the depths of the dense forest. Little beast, where do you think you're running? Elder Lu pursued with astonishing speed, his footsteps swift as the wind. Sister Zhou, Tinio, I have a plan to deal with this. You must return and seek help from our master. Lin Chen called out loudly. What should we do, Tiniu? Zhou Lingsu's mind was in turmoil, her heart racing with anxiety. Quickly, let us return to find our master, Tiniu decisively urged, leading Zhou Lingsu away in haste. He understood well that, given his current strength, he stood no chance against Elder Lu of Kanglin Academy, and remaining behind would be futile. Does junior brother Lin truly have a method? Zhou Lingsu's face paled. We can only hope for junior brother Lin's good fortune. Let us return swiftly and request our master's intervention. Tinio summoned his spiritual weapon, a large axe. Soaring into the air, with Zhou Lingsu following closely behind, her thoughts racing. In the heart of the forest, Lin Chen moved like a monkey, agile and swift. During his flight, he attempted to activate the Linglong Tower. The presence of a creation realm being loomed over him, 2 levels above Lin Chen, in a critical moment. He could only summon help. Alternatively, he could unleash the Zhang Tian sword, but its overwhelming power would exact a tremendous toll on Lin Chen, who was reluctant to resort to it just yet. AZ, are you there? Lin Chen opened the internal space of the Linglong Tower. Soon, 2 small purple paws emerged from the 2nd level. Sister, I have been here all along, AZ replied lazily, as if just awakening from slumber. Sister AZ, didn't you want to fight? Now's your chance. Lin Chen smiled. I wanted to fight before, but now I have lost my enthusiasm, AZ replied nonchalantly. During their time at Kanglin Academy, AZ had several opportunities to engage, yet none had materialized, leading her to recline and rest instead. However, he is exceptionally strong. I estimate he surpasses you by a significant margin. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Lin Chen communicated telepathically while fleeing. Strong? To me? He is no different than an ant, AZ scoffed, flexing her little paws to assert her prowess. I do not believe it. This person is at least at the 6th level of creation, perhaps even stronger, Lin Chen countered. Merely a creation being. Even if he were at the 9th level of creation, what could he do? Little Lin, find an opportunity to approach him, and I shall help you defeat him. AZ could not tolerate Lin Chen's doubts about her strength. She was determined to showcase her might before him. Very well. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, noting that AZ was still too young to resist such provocation. Soon, he halted his flight as Elder Lu closed in, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Boy, weren't you running fast? Why have you stopped? Elder Lu sneered, recognizing that Lin Chen's realm was relatively low, and the intensity of his spiritual power paled in comparison to that of a creation realm expert. Lin Chen had expended considerable energy in his previous escape. I am a disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect. What do you intend to do to me? Lin Chen feigned fear, retreating step by step. What a joke! What is the Ling Tian sword sect to me? Even if I were to slay you now, Jin Shi would not dare to intervene. Since you have killed Li Yuansheng, you must provide an explanation. To die at my hands would be your honor. Elder Lu's figure flickered, a mere illusion as he swiftly charged forward, striking with a powerful palm. A terrifying gust of wind surged forth,
the air rippling violently as a torrent of spiritual energy flooded toward Lin Chen.
An attack from the creation realm was not something a mere spiritual pattern realm disciple could withstand. No. Lin Chen's face turned pale, gripped by a terror akin to a condemned prisoner facing execution. Die!
Elder Lu cackled, his palm descending toward Lin Chen, growing larger in his vision.
In the next moment,
Elder Lu abruptly froze, his formidable strike suspended mid-air. His eyes dimmed rapidly, vitality draining from him entirely.
Thud! Elder Lu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, devoid of any visible wounds, departing this world without warning.
This. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Just moments prior, he had glimpsed a flash of purple light.
And then Elder Lu had ceased to move. AZ's strength was undeniably astonishing.
Elder Lu had not even comprehended how he had met his end.
How weak!
The vitality of a creation realm being offers little assistance for the activation of the second level of the Linglong Tower, AZ sighed, shaking her little purple paws,
appearing somewhat discontent.
Do not worry, once I find dragon blood, I will assist you in activating the second level and releasing you, Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Dragon blood is precious, little Lin, you should reserve it for yourself. Your supreme divine dragon martial soul is a top-tier soul, it must not be wasted. And you are in dire need of dragon blood, AZ lazily withdrew her paws.
Understood, Sister AZ, thank you.
Lin Chen replied earnestly.
Had it not been for AZ's intervention,
he would have had to resort to the Zhang Tian sword, landing him in a weakened state, vulnerable to further danger.
Such trivial matters. I need to sleep now. AZ yawned, concluding their conversation.
Lin Chen refrained from disturbing her further, instead searching Elder Lu's body for valuables, subsequently igniting a wisp of divine dragon fire to incinerate his remains. He aimed to erase all traces of the encounter. Elder Lu held a significant position within Kanglin Academy, and his death would undoubtedly prompt an investigation. By erasing all evidence, Lin Chen hoped to complicate any attempts to trace the incident back to him. Furthermore, who would suspect that a mere spiritual pattern realm disciple could bring down Elder Lu? Summoning his spiritual sword, Lin Chen navigated through the forest. Approximately half an hour later, he encountered Zhou Lingsu, Tinia, and Jian Shi. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhou Lingsu and Tinia were momentarily taken aback.
Junior brother Lin, are you unharmed? What of Elder Lu?
Tinia rushed over, examining Lin Chen's condition. Noticing that Lin Chen bore no injuries, Tinia scratched his head in confusion. Elder Lu is no more, Lin Chen said slowly.
What? Was he not pursuing you? Tinia's expression shifted.
I do not know, as I was running, Elder Lu simply vanished.
How would I know?
Lin Chen shrugged.
Ah, this.
Tinia was left speechless. Zhou Lingsu was similarly astonished. Jian Shi gazed intently at Lin Chen, suspecting that he harbored significant secrets.
The last time at Kanglin Academy,
Elder Ma had also met an inexplicable end. However, Jian Shi refrained from pressing further, everyone had their own secrets.
Let us return, for now.
We shall stay at the Ling Tian sword sect and avoid venturing out, Jian Shi instructed as he led the way back. Upon their return, Tinia took charge of cooking, preparing a barbecue feast with the meat of the flame hawk, a rare beast known for its nourishing properties that could enhance a warrior's vitality. Lin Chen feasted heartily, remaining silent throughout the meal. Zhou Lingsu, an avid foodie, reveled in the culinary delights, having long since cast aside thoughts of earlier events.
Tainyo is quite the simpleton, wholly engrossed in his meals.
Throughout the day, he indulged in 2 sumptuous servings of blazing eagle meat, leaving Lin Chen feeling invigorated yet restless. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Chen calmed his mind to practice. The vigor of a martial artist, combined with Lin Chen's youth, often leads to impulsive behavior, which is somewhat understandable. However, he firmly believes in the principle of the Ling Tian sword technique: with no distractions of women in one's heart, the sword shall flow effortlessly. At his age, Lin Chen ought to devote himself to cultivation, postponing matters of family and career for another day. Time, like water, flows swiftly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tainyo ceased his hunting expeditions. All provisions were provided by the sword fanatic. Although the Ling Tian sword sect had seen better days, the limited number of disciples allowed for adequate resources. Unlike other grand sects with tens of thousands of disciples requiring vast amounts of sustenance, the Ling Tian sword sect had merely 3 disciples. Tainyo and Zhou Lingsu had hearty appetites, and the newly arrived Lin Chen was no exception, as youth necessitates ample nourishment. Lin Chen now consumed 10 pounds of demonic beast meat at each meal. For martial artists, daily consumption of such meat is essential. Those with better conditions may even take medicinal pills. Each meal effectively serves as a means of cultivation, as the potent meat significantly enhances a martial artist's vitality. With a robust vitality, a martial artist's strength increases, enabling them to better harness the power of their martial soul.
After 2 months of diligent practice,
Lin Chen absorbed numerous Xianling pills and a single Tianling pill, culminating in a breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm. This marked a substantial elevation from the Spirit Pattern realm to the Spirit Sea realm.
In truth,
it may have been premature for Lin Chen to consume the Tianling pill, which is ideally suited for martial artists at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm seeking to transcend their limits.
Nevertheless,
Lin Chen viewed pills as tools for immediate enhancement rather than collectibles. He believed that as long as he could rapidly elevate his strength, he would have opportunities to acquire more Tianling pills in the future. Martial artists in the Spirit Pattern realm can continuously refine the spiritual energy within their bodies to manifest spirit patterns.
Once a sufficient number of spirit patterns are formed, they can break through their limits to become a Spirit Sea. The Spirit Sea, as the name suggests, is a vast ocean of spiritual energy.
As of now, Lin Chen stands firm at the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm, with a solid foundation, and has mastered the Ling Tian sword technique. This technique, while intricate with numerous forms, ultimately distills down to one principle: speed. After mastering the sword techniques of the Ling Tian sword technique, Lin Chen swiftly forgot all other forms. The essence of his swordplay became one of spontaneity and freedom. The ultimate move of the Ling Tian sword technique, named Ling Tian Yijian, remains an enigma to Lin Chen in terms of its true power, as he has not yet engaged in actual combat for 2 months. The sword fanatic has not permitted Lin Chen to leave the Ling Tian sword sect during this time.
Meanwhile,
elders from the Tsong Lan Academy visited several times to investigate the deaths of Li Yuanqing and Elder Lu. Li Yuanshang, endowed with considerable talent, was a standout in the inner court of the Tsong Lan Academy, while Elder Lu held a higher status as an elder. His sudden demise cast a shadow over the Academy's reputation. The higher-ups at Tsong Lan Academy suspect that the sword fanatic was responsible for the deaths of Li Yuanqing and Elder Lu, yet they possess no evidence. The only sect near Liang Mountain is the Ling Tian sword sect. Only the sword fanatic possesses the strength to slay Elder Lu. Although Tsong Lan Academy harbors suspicions, they have refrained from directly confronting the Ling Tian sword sect. Once a sect of profound heritage, the Ling Tian sword sect, despite its apparent decline, still harbors many protective formations and the sword fanatic's formidable strength. Sword cultivators are not to be trifled with, especially someone of the sword fanatic's caliber, who stands among the elite within the Diyu Empire.
During Lin Chen's 2-month seclusion, he remained vigilant against potential trouble from Tsong Lan Academy and the Li family. However, any intruders were deftly dealt with by the sword fanatic. The Ling Tian sword sect continued to exude an aura of tranquility and serenity.
Lin Chen increasingly sensed the depth of the Ling Tian sword sect's heritage and the unfathomable nature of the sword fanatic.
One day, at noon,
the 3 disciples of the Ling Tian sword sect gathered with the sword fanatic for lunch. Tainyo, honest and unassuming, may lack in skills and eloquence,
yet he possessed commendable culinary talents.
Today's repast consisted of a large platter of braised pig trotters alongside cooked beef and various vegetables.
The braised trotters and beef,
sourced from demonic beasts, offered significant nutritional benefits. Zhou Lingsu feasted heartily, disregarding decorum, even foregoing chopsticks to tear into a hefty piece of beef with her hands. Observing her voracity, Lin Chen wondered if she might consume the plate itself. Tainyo maintained a semblance of decorum.
Lin Chen,
you have made commendable progress in reaching the Spirit Sea realm, but do not focus solely on elevating your martial prowess. The path of the sword also requires diligent study, the sword fanatic remarked, taking a bite of his vegetables.
Thank you for the reminder, master.
I have been earnestly practicing the Ling Tian sword technique, Lin Chen replied. Over the past 2 months, his admiration for the sword fanatic has grown considerably, and he holds him in high esteem.
Initially,
when the sword fanatic lured Lin Chen to the Ling Tian sword sect, the dilapidated environment had nearly dissuaded him from staying.
Yet, through their interactions, Lin Chen discovered the sword fanatic's admirable character.
At the Ling Tian sword sect, at least there was always meat to eat, and whenever Lin Chen encountered difficulties during practice,
the sword fanatic would patiently provide guidance. Have you finished your meal?
The sword fanatic glanced at Lin Chen. After swallowing a mouthful of beef, Lin Chen nodded.
Come.
Let us practice, the sword fanatic instructed, stepping outside to the spacious courtyard, where he retrieved a wooden sword. Tainio dropped a large pig trotter and rushed out to watch, eager to learn from his master after a long absence from witnessing his skills.
Zhou Lingsu remained inside,
as nothing mattered more to her than savoring her meal.
Since you claim to have been diligently practicing the Ling Tian sword technique, to what level have you attained?
The sword fanatic inquired. I believe I have reached a significant level of mastery, though I am not entirely certain, Lin Chen mused before responding. The sword fanatic paused momentarily before unleashing a swift strike. The sword's wind howling as a violent force stirred the sand and leaves around them, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle.
An invisible sword intent enveloped Lin Chen.
Not daring to be negligent, Lin Chen swung the wooden sword, executing a strike as swift as a startled swan. The seemingly ordinary motion belied its incredible speed, leaving only a trail of sword shadows in its wake. Their exchange occurred in the blink of an eye. Tainio merely caught a glimpse of the flashing sword before the sword fanatic retreated 2 steps, while Lin Chen remained steadfast and unmoving. A gust swept through the courtyard. The sword fanatic wore an expression of astonishment. The sword intent he had released had wavered. Possessing sword intent is a hallmark of a swordmaster. Although the sword fanatic had not exerted his full strength, Lin Chen, merely at the swordmaster realm, had managed to disturb his sword intent, showcasing his extraordinary talent.
Lin Chen, do you know what lies beyond the swordmaster realm?
The sword fanatic queried solemnly.
Sword sect, swordmaster. Indeed. You currently stand only at the swordmaster realm. Though you have mastered the Ling Tian sword technique, your sword energy remains inadequate, and your swordsmanship requires elevation. You cannot yet unleash the full potential of the Ling Tian sword technique. If you can break through to the sword sect realm, then you shall truly embody its essence. The sword fanatic stated seriously. Thank you for your guidance, master, Lin Chen replied with a respectful bow. Very well, it is time for you to descend the mountain. Remaining at the Ling Tian sword sect will limit your growth.
Go to Qianlong Mountain, there lie the opportunities you seek, the sword fanatic advised slowly.
Chapter 37, Qianlong Mountain. Teacher Li Qingxing mentioned that there is dragon blood in Qianlong Mountain? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue.
Azi had been urging him to seek out the dragon blood.
In truth,
Lin Chen felt that his supreme divine dragon martial soul still had vast potential yet to be explored. Clearly, as a top-tier martial soul,
its current power was far from its limits.
Indeed, I have received information that there is a black-blooded mysterious dragon in Qianlong Mountain, which has recently been emitting mournful cries,
possibly indicating its impending demise. Young talents from various academies and illustrious families are planning to venture to Qianlong Mountain in search of opportunities. If you decide to go, you may find something of value.
However, be wary, for both Kanglin Academy and the Li family may present you with difficulties. You must consider this carefully.
As he spoke, Jian Qi took a sip of wine.
He recalled how he had once deceived Lin Chen into coming to the Ling Tian sword sect by falsely claiming there was dragon blood there.
Now,
with this new information about the dragon blood, he had managed to sidestep the issue somewhat.
Thank you for the information, teacher.
Lin Chen clasped his fists in gratitude. Now that he was aware of the situation in Qianlong Mountain, he felt compelled to embark on the journey. 2 days later, Lin Chen set off for Qianlong Mountain.
Zhou Lingsu wished to accompany him, but Jian Qi stopped her. The disciples of Ling Tian sword sect were few,
and Zhou Lingsu's strength was evidently not yet sufficient for such an expedition. Sending her out to train recklessly would be perilous.
Of course, Zhou Lingsu was not thinking of training. She merely wanted to take the opportunity to indulge in various delicacies outside.
With Jian Qi's refusal, she had no choice but to remain at Ling Tian sword sect obediently.
At this moment,
Lin Chen had mastered the Ling Tian sword technique and was emboldened by his skills, unafraid of potential revenge from enemies.
Qianlong Mountain lay 3,000 miles beyond the imperial city. The young talents from the major families and academies frequently visited Qianlong Mountain for training. Within its depths lurked various poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts. Those of lesser strength who ventured into Qianlong Mountain could easily become prey for the beasts.
Upon arriving at Qianlong Mountain, Lin Chen was greeted by towering peaks and undulating ridges. Along the way, he encountered many individuals, including several prodigies of the Spirit Sea realm. Likely the elite from various academies and noble families. Those daring enough to train in Qianlong Mountain were generally formidable, otherwise, they would not survive long. As he delved deeper into Qianlong Mountain, Lin Chen observed numerous groups of young adventurers, most of whom were organized in part of teams.
Very few acted alone.
But Lin Chen paid this little mind, for the disciples of Ling Tian sword sect were indeed few in number. As night descended, the sky grew dark.
Along the path,
Lin Chen occasionally heard cries of anguish as someone was dragged away by a beast. The sickening sounds of beasts devouring flesh in the darkness sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, a sound of rushing air reached his ears from behind. A figure clad in black emerged from a shadowy corner, lunging at Lin Chen with a blade aimed at his head. With a swift motion, Lin Chen unleashed a sword chi, and before the assailant could react, his throat was slit, and he fell lifelessly to the ground.
Lin Chen swiftly pilfered the storage bag from the fallen figure and continued on his way.
Such encounters had occurred more than once. In the dark of night, it was indeed a time for violence and thievery.
Unfortunately for the assailant,
he had chosen the wrong target. Deep within the forest, Lin Chen halted, sensing a hint of danger. His supreme divine dragon martial soul responded to the impending threat.
Sister Az, is the black-blooded mysterious dragon up ahead?
Lin Chen activated the Linglong Tower to connect with the Tianhuan cat demon. No, it's merely a silver-armored dragon. The black-blooded mysterious dragon resides deep within Qianlong Mountain, Az's languid voice echoed from within the Linglong Tower.
She stretched her little cat paw,
having been roused from her slumber by Lin Chen's summons. Understanding the situation, Lin Chen gathered his sword chi to protect himself and took a few cautious steps forward.
In the darkness, a silver figure flashed past with the speed of lightning. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, a silver-scaled dragon charged forth.
Its body was covered in gleaming scales, not overly large but exuding an incredible dragon's might.
As its claws swiped through the air, a deafening sound of cutting wind accompanied its rapid movements.
Lin Chen remained unfazed, having sensed the presence long before.
At the critical moment,
he drew the blazing sun sword and struck out. A crimson sword-like cleave through the air.
With a cry of agony, one of the silver dragon's claws was severed.
Before it could react, Lin Chen surged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike. The 10,000 miles blood river palm unleashed a torrent of blood-soaked energy.
Radiating an overwhelming stench of blood, its power boundless. The silver dragon's head was struck by the palm, rendering it disoriented and senseless.
Though the silver dragon possessed formidable defenses beneath its scales, ordinary spiritual artifacts could not harm it. However, Lin Chen's 10,000 miles blood river palm was devastatingly powerful. And the corrosive energy of the blood river swiftly eroded the dragon's flesh. Coupled with the sword chi Lin Chen released, the silver dragon stood no chance. And in the blink of an eye, it lay lifeless at his feet.
Az, what of this dragon's blood?
Somewhat lacking, but better than nothing, you may absorb it.
Az replied nonchalantly.
Just as Lin Chen was about to collect the silver dragon's corpse, he suddenly heard a crackling sound behind him, the sound of branches snapping underfoot. A woman clad in green swiftly approached, blocking his path. The green-clad woman was accompanied by 20 young warriors, all with imposing physiques and extraordinary presence.
Li family, Li Qingqing. Leave the silver dragon behind, and you may go.
The woman's tone was haughty, as if looking down upon him. The flesh and blood of the silver dragon were highly nourishing, suitable for direct consumption or for crafting medicinal baths to refine one's physique. The 20 warriors surrounding her wore fierce expressions, clearly ready to obey her command at a moment's notice.
Is the Li family truly that formidable?
Lin Chen collected the silver dragon's corpse, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes. The corpse of the silver dragon was substantial, yet Lin Chen had effortlessly stored it away. using not a mere storage bag but a more advanced storage ring with a much larger internal space. Such rings were rare, possessed by only a select few among the young talents of various academies and noble families. Nevertheless, Li Qingqing did not regard Lin Chen as a threat. In the Dayu dynasty, only those who ranked on the wind and cloud list among the younger generation were truly considered prodigies. Lin Chen's face was unfamiliar. He was not one of the renowned talents of the Dayu dynasty. Though Li Qingqing ranked last on the wind and cloud list, her status was sufficient for her to act with impunity. I, Li Qingqing, will obtain what I desire. With a flash of cold light in her eyes, she issued the command, and the 20 young warriors from the Li family surged forward. All were at the Spirit Sea realm, and with their numbers, they were certain they could overpower Lin Chen. Suddenly, amidst the night sky, a red sword shadow flashed. The sword chi surged forth like a tempest. Lin Chen drew his sword, unleashing the Ling Tian sword technique. 3 of the Li family's disciples were the first to rush in, only to be swiftly cut down by Lin Chen's blade. The remaining attacks from the Li family disciples were effortlessly deflected by his sword chi, failing to even graze Lin Chen. The Ling Tian sword technique. You are one of Ling Tian's sword sect. Li Qingqing's gaze turned frigid, her murderous intent intensifying. Chapter 38, The Rising Stars of the Rankings. In the past, Li Yuansheng, the son of the head of the Li family, met an inexplicable demise in Liangshan, inciting the fury of the Li family patriarch, who suspected the Ling Tian sword sect's involvement. However, the formidable sword maniac and the even more terrifying sword cultivator within the sect made the Li patriarch hesitate to launch an attack. Instead, he issued a decree: any disciple of the Li family who encounters members of the Ling Tian sword sect outside is to kill without mercy. Li Qingqing, who had already harbored intentions to slay Lin Chen, found herself compelled to act. You, to perish at my hands, would. Just as Li Qingqing spoke, a flash of sword light appeared before her. Lin Chen struck with a single sword, denying her any chance for further words. The sword light darted like a startled phoenix. Lin Chen's Ling Tian sword technique unleashed an unparalleled might, and amidst the chaos, 3 Li family disciples fell, their heads severed. The remaining disciples wore expressions of dread, having grossly underestimated Lin Chen's combat prowess. With a cultivation level of the second layer of the Spirit Sea, he seemed inconspicuous among the younger generation of the Dayu dynasty. Li Qingqing, at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea, believed she could easily crush Lin Chen. Yet, in that moment, her confidence waned. Boom! Behind Li Qingqing, a cyan figure emerged, her martial soul, the Phoenix. The terrifying pressure of her 6-star Phoenix martial soul enveloped the area. 3 azure flames shot forth, and Li Qingqing unleashed her martial soul's innate abilities. A 6-star martial soul ranked among the elite in the Dayu dynasty, and her place on the Rising Stars list was well-deserved. The Li family disciples around her felt invigorated. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, and in an instant, a spectral image of a martial soul appeared behind him, a colossal crimson dragon. The supreme divine dragon martial soul. The horrific aura it exuded dwarfed the so-called Phoenix martial soul, reducing it to insignificance, its momentum swiftly suppressed. Li Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. The Li family disciples recoiled in horror. In a heartbeat, Lin Chen unleashed a palm strike, manifesting 7 streams of divine dragon fire. The divine flames incinerated all, shattering Li Qingqing's fire feathers effortlessly. Over 10 Li family disciples were reduced to ash, their remains scattered by the wind. Though the flames raged, Li Qingqing felt an icy chill, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, fear gripping her heart. She had never encountered such a terrifying martial soul. Lin Chen's martial soul was a dragon, and of an exceptionally high grade, utterly overwhelming the Phoenix martial soul. The Li family. Li Qingqing began, but a blood-red flame drifted toward her. In her panic, she activated her protective spirit armor, striving to defend herself. Yet, before the divine dragon fire, her profound great armor was as fragile as paper. In an instant, one of her arms was reduced to ashes. Suddenly, the Linglong Tower on Lin Chen's person radiated a brilliant light, striking Li Qingqing directly. In the next moment, her Phoenix martial soul was extracted. Its essence dissipated into nothingness. No! Li Qingqing screamed, soon consumed by the crimson flames, reduced to nothing but ashes. Everything transpired in a fleeting moment, once Lin Chen revealed his martial soul. The outcome was already sealed. Having witnessed Lin Chen's martial soul, her fate was sealed. A mere 6-star martial soul was simply too weak. Lin Chen mused that the Linglong Tower had actively extracted Li Qingqing's martial soul essence to repair itself. However, the effect was minimal. And a fragment of the tower remained irreparable. Collecting the treasures that had fallen to the ground, Lin Chen continued on his path, blending into the night. The overwhelming power of the divine dragonfire had incinerated the storage pouches of the Li family disciples, scattering valuable items. Fortunately, Lin Chen had control over the flames, otherwise, the coins and elixirs would have melted away. As he journeyed, Lin Chen assessed his recent gains, over 3,000 coins and more than 300 profound-grade elixirs of commendable quality. Li Qingqing, being the pride of the Li family, possessed a wealth of resources. The Li family, a prominent clan of the Dayu dynasty, wielded considerable influence. However, Lin Chen left no traces, ensuring that tracking him down would not be easy. In the depths of the night, within a hidden forest, Lin Chen retrieved the remains of the silver-armored flood dragon, leaving a small portion of its flesh. Most of the flesh was refined using the divine dragonfire, extracting pure dragon blood. Though the flood dragon blood could not compare to pure dragon blood, Lin Chen felt a significant enhancement in his vitality after absorption, his physique growing stronger, muscles bulging. Lin Chen's supreme divine dragon martial soul also gained strength, unlocking further potential, allowing him to unleash 8 streams of divine dragon fire. The divine dragon fire was his trump card, wielding immense power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Its only drawback was the substantial energy it consumed. However, as Lin Chen's cultivation improved, this would cease to be a problem. In the tranquil forest, the atmosphere was serene, occasionally interrupted by the cawing of crows. The Qianlong Mountain was thick with a bloody aura. Under the cloak of darkness, acts of violence and theft were not uncommon. Lin Chen closed his eyes in meditation, adjusting his state. As the long night waned, dawn broke, casting light through the leaves, creating dancing shadows. Lin Chen rose and set forth. This area was not yet the core of Qianlong Mountain. To obtain the blood essence of the black blood mystic dragon, he would need to venture deeper. The further one traversed into Qianlong Mountain, the greater the dangers became. After a while, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. The joy bell on him suddenly emitted a series of clear chimes, as if sensing something. In the dense forest, a woman in a blue dress was surrounded by a group. She had striking features, her deep blue eyes glimmering like precious gems. Lu Yanran. The Xianin fruit does not belong to you. Surrender it, and perhaps I will spare your life. A youth in black, with a chilling demeanor, fixated greedily on Lu Yanran's figure. The blue-dressed woman was none other than Lu Yanran, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family. She had ventured to Qianlong Mountain for training but was separated from her team due to an encounter with formidable beasts. At this moment, she had only one companion, Lu Feiyun, also a talented individual from the Lu family. Wang Yi, my Lu family is not easily provoked. Lu Yanran's eyes flickered with cold light. The Lu family was indeed formidable, but if one acted discreetly, who would know it was her doing? Wang Yi, with a sinister smile, gazed at her with increasing greed. The Xianin fruit in Lu Yanran's possession was of a millennium grade, exceedingly rare. Having come across it, Wang Yi had no intention of letting it slip away. Yanran, why not just hand over the Xianin fruit to them? Lu Feiyun, standing behind Lu Yanran, spoke in a hushed tone, panic evident on his face. They had strayed from the Lu family S-group, and with Wang Yi's overwhelming numbers, they stood little chance. Wang Yi was a true disciple of Kanglin Academy, a prodigy who ranked among the rising stars, and his combat prowess was fearsome, not to mention the 10 inner academy geniuses accompanying him. Chapter 39, You are too slow. Lu Yanran's expression darkened as she held no favorable opinion of Lu Feiyun. This individual was timid as a mouse, retreating at the first sign of trouble. The Xianin fruit was a fortuitous gain for Lu Yanran, yielding remarkable benefits for her Ice Phoenix martial soul. And she certainly had no intention of relinquishing it. Furthermore, given the current situation, even if Lu Yanran were to surrender the Xianin fruit, it was likely that Wang Yi would not spare her. If you are afraid, then go on your own, Lu Yanran said in a low voice. Lu Feiyun's face darkened. And suddenly he struck out with a palm toward Lu Yanran's back. Lu Yanran, prepared for an attack, defended herself with her powerful spiritual energy, sustaining no injuries. But she was propelled forward several steps by the force of the attack. Wang Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me. I assure you I will keep my lips sealed. Lu Feiyan darted about like a monkey, moving with incredible speed. Suddenly, a flash of blood appeared in the forest. Someone descended from the air, launching a punch. Lu Feiyan was caught off guard, his protective spiritual energy shattered in an instant. Letting out a piercing scream as he fell to the ground like a dead dog. Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes widened. And soon she saw a figure in white emerging from the dense forest. Lin Chen, you've arrived! She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. It's you! Wang Yi's expression shifted slightly. The name Lin Chen was well known among many in the Kanglin Academy. On that day, Lin Chen had caused a ruckus at the Kanglin Academy and had been placed on the Academy's kill list, with a substantial bounty issued. Any disciple of Kanglin Academy who slayed Lin Chen would be rewarded with a heavenly grade spirit artifact. Very well, today I, Wang Yi. While Wang Yi was speaking, Lin Chen suddenly moved, his form like a gust of wind as he charged forward. With the blazing sun sword in hand, he unleashed a crimson sword shadow. A terrifying sword energy slicing through the air with devastating force. Wang Yi's countenance changed dramatically as he attempted to summon his martial soul. Only to discover that the 10 disciples of Kanglin Academy beside him had all met with their demise. With a sharp sound, a crimson sword shadow rapidly expanded in Wang Yi's vision. In the next moment, a splash of blood erupted from his throat. A single sword strike, sealing his fate. How fast? Wang Yi's gaze quickly dulled, life fading from his eyes in the blink of an eye. In front of Lin Chen. He didn't even have the chance to summon his martial soul. You are too slow, Lin Chen shook his head. He had initially held some expectations for the genius from Kanglin Academy, but was taken aback by his weakness. Wasting time on empty words before a battle was unnecessary. The Ling Tian sword technique emphasized speed above all else. Among sword techniques, only speed was invincible. When it came to life and death, who had time for idle chatter? You. Lu Yanran was left speechless, taking a long time to find her voice. Wang Yi, ranked among the top talents, had been slain by Lin Chen in an instant. Lin Chen's current strength had far surpassed her own. Are you all right? Lin Chen approached, his tone gentle. Not long ago, he sensed the resonance of the heart-warming bell. With only 2 of them, the bells would respond when close to each other. Lin Chen deduced that Lu Yanran was nearby and thus came to see her. He would not stand idly by while Lu Yanran was in danger. In the past, during their trials in the Taitsung secret realm, they had forged a bond. I'm fine, thank you, Lu Yanran smiled, recovering from her shock. Seeing Lin Chen's immense power brought her joy. Is the level of the Kanglin Academy disciples always like this? Lin Chen inquired. Wang Yi was a true disciple of Kanglin Academy, ranked 80 on the wind and cloud list, so he is not weak, Lu Yanran responded softly, blinking her eyes. Lin Chen shrugged and said no more, collecting the treasures that had fallen from the bodies of the Kanglin Academy disciples. In total, there were over 800 gold coins and more than 100 Shen-grade elixirs, which paled in comparison to Li Qingqing's wealth and generosity. Not far away, Lu Feiyan struggled to rise, his eyes filled with horror. He did not recognize Lin Chen and had not anticipated such extraordinary combat prowess. Capable of slaying Wang Yi in a single strike. Do you realize the consequences of killing Wang Yi? There are other true disciples of Kanglin Academy in Qianlong Mountain. Lu Feiyan sneered, a hint of malice in his eyes. He had been ready to flee, but Lin Chen had unexpectedly appeared and sent him flying. Is that so? Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. You! Lu Feiyan was about to resist when his vision suddenly darkened, and he lost consciousness entirely, his head flying off, dying on the spot. With your death, no one will know it was I who killed Wang Yi, Lin Chen remarked indifferently. Seeing Lu Feiyan's demise, Lu Yanran remained calm, showing no concern. Just moments ago, Lu Feiyan had not only attempted to flee but had also brought her into the enemy's sights. Such a despicable person deserved to die. Shan Gu. We should not linger here, Lu Yanran said, her eyes serious. Lin Chen nodded, releasing a flicker of flame to erase all traces. In the forest, the cold wind swept through, leaving no sign of Wang He, Lu Feiyan, and the others. Their remains turned to ash. Deep within Qianlong Mountain, in a secluded ravine, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran paused to rest. The Millennium Xianyin fruit should prove effective. Yanran, you should refine it first while I guard you, Lin Chen said with a smile. All right, Lu Yanran nodded, consuming the Xianyin fruit and entrusting her back to Lin Chen. Time passed. 3 hours later, Lu Yanran exhaled a breath of turbid air, emanating an astonishing icy aura. The Millennium Xianyin fruit nourished the martial soul. Lu Yanran had absorbed part of its potency, significantly enhancing the power of her Ice Phoenix martial soul. Her Ice Phoenix martial soul possessed immense potential, having advanced from 5 stars to 6 stars while in Qingzhou. With sufficient fortuitous treasures, it could further advance, holding boundless possibilities. The Dragon and Phoenix martial souls were inherently formidable, rare in the world. After concluding her cultivation, Lu Yanran rose and approached Lin Chen, gazing at him with warmth in her beautiful eyes. Chen Good, did you come to Qianlong Mountain in search of dragon blood? Lu Yanran smiled. She had guessed that Lin Chen might come to Qianlong Mountain, so she had applied to her family to train in the area. During their time in the Taicang secret realm, Lu Yanran had witnessed Lin Chen's martial soul. If a dragon-type martial soul could absorb dragon blood, it would surely be beneficial. Lin Chen nodded. I will accompany you. Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After leaving Qingzhou and returning to the Lu family, Lu Yanran had devoted herself to rigorous training. Her astonishing talent had garnered her abundant resources within the Lu family, allowing her cultivation to advance rapidly. And she had now broken through to the 7th level of the Spirit Sea. With the strength of her 6-star Ice Phoenix martial soul, Lu Yanran stood out among the younger generation of the Dayu Empire. Had it not been for Wang He's numerical advantage, she would not have felt so passive. Very well, Lin Chen smiled. Their collaboration in the Taicang secret realm had been seamless, and having a trustworthy ally to rely upon was certainly a boon. Chapter 40, The movements of Su Mo in the vast expanse of the Dayu dynasty, 3,000 miles away, at the outskirts of Qianlong Mountain. 2 figures clad in black rushed through the night. Among them, one wore a dark robe and a conical hat, his gaze icy. He was Su Mo, the leader of the Lingjian sect. Once, during the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference, Lin Chen had risen to prominence, defeating Su Yao and shattering her martial spirit. Since that time, the prestige of the Lingjian sect had significantly dwindled, further suppressed by the Wujizong, leading to its decline. Su Mo was wary of Lin Chen. This young man was growing too swiftly, and if left unchecked, would pose an endless threat. Subsequently, Su Mo quietly departed from Qingzhou, seeking refuge at the Kanglin Academy. Su Mo had initially intended for Su Yao to marry Morong Xiu, the holy son of the Dayu Academy, hoping to gain favor from this powerful ally. However, with Su Yao gone and Morong Xiu's brother slain in Qingzhou, it was a stroke of luck that he did not seek revenge on the Lingjian sect. Understanding that re-establishing connections with the Dayu Academy was futile, Su Mo turned to the Kanglin Academy, aiming to make the Lingjian sect a subordinate sect. As the head of a sect, Su Mo had recently made significant progress in his cultivation, breaking through to the first level of transformation, and had secured a position as an attendant within the Kanglin Academy. Accompanying him was another figure in black, Xia Yingsong, an elder of the Kanglin Academy. Su Mo. Are you certain that the boy employed a royal-grade martial art? Xia Yingsong inquired solemnly. Indeed. Despite his martial spirit being destroyed, he still shone at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference. His palm technique is peculiar, accompanied by a blood river infused with astonishing corrosive power. It is impossible for him to challenge beyond his rank without royal-grade martial arts, Su Mo affirmed with conviction. Well, once I capture that boy and acquire the cultivation method for royal-grade martial arts, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards, Xia Yingsong replied coolly. Thank you, elder. However, if you dare deceive me, using my hands for personal vendetta, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xia Yingsong's expression darkened suddenly, his tone icy. With Xia Yingsong's capabilities, it was not difficult to uncover the animosity between Su Mo and Lin Chen. Su Mo merely sought to use him as a pawn. Nevertheless, If Sumo's information proved true, Xiaongsong would gain royal-grade martial arts, making the endeavor worthwhile. Royal-grade martial arts were in extraordinary existence throughout the Dayu dynasty. Within the Kanglin Academy, there was only one incomplete royal-grade martial art, difficult to comprehend.
Elder, even if you were to give me 100 lives, I would not dare deceive you,
Sumo declared earnestly, adding, moreover, that boy's martial spirit is also peculiar. Once we capture him, you may study him at your leisure.
Xiaongsong remained silent as they seamlessly penetrated deep into Qianlong Mountain, like shadows in the night.
Across the various academies and aristocratic families of the Dayu dynasty, there existed an unspoken agreement. Qianlong Mountain served as a training ground for the youth, where the elder warriors typically refrained from interference.
However,
Xiaongsong was unable to resist the allure of royal-grade martial arts.
The night was tranquil. Deep within Qianlong Mountain, atop a hill, coiled a colossal black dragon.
Its body shimmered with crimson light, its dark scales shattered in multiple places, blood flowing incessantly.
The Black Blood Profound Dragon. The sovereign of Qianlong Mountain was gravely wounded, nearly at the end of its life.
As its lifespan waned, its power diminished significantly, and old foes had come seeking vengeance, leading to a fierce battle. Yet, being of the dragon lineage, the Black Blood Profound Dragon possessed a formidable bloodline. Even wounded, it retained remarkable fighting prowess. After a brutal clash, the dragon ultimately repelled its attackers, but its injuries left it on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the hill was littered with bodies. Flesh scattered across the ground. Some had attempted to ambush the Black Blood Profound Dragon in its weakened state, only to meet a gruesome fate.
Even in its weakened condition,
the Black Blood Profound Dragon was not to be trifled with by mere young prodigies of the spiritual sea realm.
The night was dark and foreboding. Within its once vibrant dragon eyes, the light was gradually fading, vitality dissipating.
A young man in grey robes lay in ambush nearby, concealed behind a large tree, hesitating to strike. Behind him stood several elite disciples of the Dayu Academy, most being inner court disciples, along with a few true disciples.
"Brother Yang, when shall we make our move?" someone whispered, their voice low.
The grey-robed youth remained silent. He had waited for 3 hours already and could afford to wait a little longer.
Not long ago, the Black Blood Profound Dragon had appeared near death.
Some had been unable to resist the temptation to act, seeking to claim the spoils,
only to be brutally slain by the dragon. The young man's name was Yang Qi, a figure of considerable renown within the Dayu Academy, regarded as one of the most outstanding true disciples. From the shadows below the hill, footsteps echoed through the darkness. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran walked side by side.
Upon seeing the fallen Black Blood Profound Dragon atop the hill, a spark of excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. At last, he had discovered a true dragon warrior. In comparison, the silver-armored flood dragon seemed like a mere child. The Black Blood Profound Dragon, though its vitality waned, still held within it potent blood essence that could nourish Lin Chen's martial spirit remarkably.
"Aji, is it truly dead?"
Lin Chen inquired, activating the Linglong Tower to consult Aji. Observing the corpses scattered across the hill, Lin Chen was cautious, wary that the Black Blood Profound Dragon might be feigning death to lure him into a trap, which would leave him at a disadvantage. "I do not know, it should be close, perhaps just one last breath remains," Aji replied indifferently. Lin Chen surveyed the area,
noticing many hidden figures.
Soon, he made a decisive choice.
"Yanran, you go ahead, I will follow shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran refused to leave, choosing to walk alongside Lin Chen. "Brother Chen, whatever may come, we shall face it together."
Her beautiful eyes shimmered like water as she extended her delicate hand,
seemingly wishing to grasp Lin Chen's arm. Yet, at the crucial moment, she withdrew, a blush gracing her exquisite cheeks.
Lin Chen refrained from further discussion, focusing intently on the condition of the Black Blood Profound Dragon. Suddenly, the Black Blood Profound Dragon erupted, lunging forward with a swift dragon claw.
Lin Chen,
having anticipated the attack, summoned the Qiyang sword, unleashing a strike as swift as a startled swan.
In an instant, a burst of blood erupted.
The Black Blood Profound Dragon let out a piercing cry as a large chunk of flesh was severed from its claw,
with its defenses drastically reduced due to its injuries. Lin Chen's use of the Ling Tian sword technique easily pierced through.
"That is the Ling Tian sword technique." From behind the tree, Yang Qi's eyes glinted with cold light.
Malice evident.
Seize him first, then deal with the Black Blood Profound Dragon.
Yang Qi calculated that the Black Blood Profound Dragon was indeed on the brink of collapse.
As long as they surrounded it, it could not escape. Additionally, a decree from Morong Xiu, the holy son of the Daiyu Academy,
promised substantial rewards to anyone who captured Lin Chen.
Yang Qi moved with remarkable speed, summoning the earth-shaking divine bull martial spirit. His body rapidly expanding to a height of 2 meters, muscles rippling with explosive power. The earth-shaking divine bull martial spirit was renowned for its strength. And combined with Yang Qi's rigorous physical training, he appeared as a formidable mountain of muscle.
Lin Chen, you are not worthy to claim the Black Blood Profound Dragon. Come with me to the Daiyu Academy.
The Holy Sun has prepared hundreds of torturous fates for you to enjoy for daring to slay his brother.
Yang Qi sneered,
commanding the 25 disciples of the Daiyu Academy beside him to block Lin Chen's path. As for the Black Blood Profound Dragon, after that single strike, it collapsed once more,
barely clinging to life. Chapter 41, 10 Divine Dragon Flames. Enough of this drivel.
A glacial glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he unleashed a sweeping arc of swordlight.
In a heartbeat,
the 3 great Yu Academy disciples encircling Lin Chen choked on their own blood, collapsing lifelessly. Lin Chen's sword was impossibly swift, leaving them no chance to defend.
Moreover, the sword's aura effortlessly shattered their protective spiritual energy.
Such was the heaven-defying nature of a sword cultivator. Attack together, regardless of the consequences.
Yang Qi's expression shifted, altering his strategy.
With the power Lin Chen had displayed, capturing him alive would be no simple feat. Killing him outright and presenting his head to Morong Xiu would still earn them their reward. Lu Yanran summoned her Ice Phoenix martial soul, releasing a flurry of ice lotuses to impede the Great Yu Academy's advance.
Lu family member, are you aware that Lin Chen is a target marked for death by our Holy Sun? How dare you obstruct us?
Yang Qi roared, his fan-like palm hurtling forward.
Undaunted, Lu Yanran remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering.
Suddenly, a crimson phantom flashed, Lin Chen's inner energy surged, and a river of blood coalesced on his arm. With a forceful strike, the bloody torrent erupted forth. King-tier martial skill, myriad miles blood river palm. The palm struck, the void trembled, and a series of explosive cracks echoed.
Yang Qi met Lin Chen's palm head-on, his face contorting as he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. Horror washed over Yang Qi's face.
His physical body was honed through rigorous training, and he possessed a 6-star earth-shaking divine bull martial soul, his cultivation far surpassing Lin Chen's.
Yet,
Lin Chen's palm possessed such terrifying power that it utterly overwhelmed him. Yang Qi felt an alarming corrosive force invading his flesh.
Stop him, Yang Qi commanded, then turned and fled.
The remaining 20-odd Great Yu Academy disciples were dumbfounded. A flash of sword light, a sky full of ice lotuses. Without Yang Qi to maintain order, the Great Yu Academy disciples fell like wheat before the scythe, utterly defenseless.
In a few breaths,
all the Great Yu Academy disciples who had surrounded Lin Chen were dead. Only Yang Qi had managed to escape, putting distance between himself and Lin Chen.
However, Yang Qi's earth-shaking divine bull martial soul was not suited for speed.
A crimson sword beam slashed across the sky, a stark contrast in the darkness, like a shooting star. Yang Qi circulated his spiritual energy, emitting an earthy yellow glow, reinforcing his body with the earth-shaking divine bull martial soul, enduring Lin Chen's sword strike.
The next moment,
9 ice lotuses descended, the world growing frigid, with frost forming, hindering Yang Qi's speed. Already slow, the ice lotuses further bogged Yang Qi down, as if he were trapped in mud.
Before long, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran caught up. I am a great Yu,
Yang Qi began to speak, but suddenly felt a sweet taste in his throat as blood gushed forth. His eyes widened in terror as he desperately clutched at his throat,
unable to stem the tide of life ebbing away. Soon, Yang Qi collapsed.
At the moment of his death, his earth-shaking divine bull martial soul was extracted by a Z,
becoming pure martial soul essence, absorbed by the exquisite pagoda.
He had wanted to declare that he was a true disciple of the Great Yu Academy, that they could not kill him.
Lu Yanran smiled.
Yes, he's too late. Lin Chen blinked. They were already engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Emphasizing his status as a true disciple of the Great Yu Academy at the moment of death was nothing more than a desperate struggle. Like a drowning man grasping at straws. But Lin Chen cared nothing for his identity.
In the dark of night,
who would know that it was Lin Chen who had killed him? Taking the treasures from Yang Qi's body, Lin Chen turned to find the Black Blood Xian dragon.
But the Black Blood Xian dragon was gone.
Lin Chen's lips twitched, muttering that the Black Blood Xian dragon was truly something, able to feign death for so long.
Fortunately,
Lin Chen had been clever enough to take the dragon claw that the Black Blood Xian dragon had dropped, or he would have suffered a great loss. Lin Chen had sensed that the Black Blood Xian dragon's aura had disappeared, but he hadn't expected it to still be alive, feigning death, trying to lure them in.
Fortunately, Lin Chen had been prepared, or he might have been injured by the Black Blood Xian dragon's attack.
That dragon is interesting, Lu Yanran chuckled. It must have been hiding its strength, but it was also truly at the end of its rope.
All we need to do is wait. Yanran, I plan to cultivate.
Lin Chen said slowly.
All right, I'll protect you, Lu Yanran said gently, guarding Lin Chen's side.
Lu Yanran's strength was not far from those geniuses at the bottom of the wind and cloud rankings. Even if a monster from the wind and cloud rankings arrived,
Lu Yanran could at least resist for a while. On the hill, the cold wind blew. Lin Chen took out the Black Blood Xian dragon's dragon claw, released the divine dragon flame, and quickly refined it.
The Black Blood Xian dragon's flesh was difficult to damage with ordinary flames, and even a dropped dragon claw was equally strong,
with extremely strong defense.
However, the divine dragon flame released by Lin Chen was powerful enough to speed up the refining process.
Before long,
the dragon claw was refined by Lin Chen into a large bottle of dragon blood. The black dragon blood exuded an astonishing dragon aura. The Black Blood Xian dragon is barely acceptable, but only one bottle of dragon blood is too little. A Z's voice came from the exquisite pagoda.
A Z? How much dragon blood do I need? Lin Chen asked.
Your supreme divine dragon martial soul is currently only as powerful as a 6-star martial soul. It's far from enough to unleash the power of a 7-star martial soul. In short, remember, the more dragon blood, the better, a Z said lazily.
Lin Chen nodded.
The supreme divine dragon martial soul was theoretically strong, but in actual combat, it had not yet shown its true splendor. Of course, compared to martial souls like the earth-shaking divine bull, Lin Chen's supreme divine dragon martial soul still had an advantage. A 6-star martial soul would still be suppressed by Lin Chen's supreme divine dragon martial soul.
A bottle of Black Blood Xian dragon's essence blood was absorbed into Lin Chen's body.
Soon, Lin Chen's inner energy surged, and he felt extremely hot all over.
It was as if a volcano was erupting in Lin Chen's body, surging and roaring, unstoppable. The Black Blood Xian dragon's essence blood was not easy to absorb.
Dragon blood was domineering, and if the physical body was not strong enough, it was very likely to explode and die in the process of absorbing dragon blood. However, Lin Chen had the divine dragon body, and his physical body was strong enough. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The night was darker. Lin Chen absorbed a large bottle of dragon blood.
Feeling his inner energy soaring, his muscles bulging, and his energy greatly improved.
Lin Chen's supreme divine dragon martial soul was also strengthened.
Now,
Lin Chen could release 10 divine dragon flames at once. The power of each divine dragon flame had also been improved.
Lu Yanran had been protecting Lin Chen.
And when she felt the vigorous energy in Lin Chen's body, she smiled.
Chen, did you succeed?
Yes, I absorbed a lot of dragon blood, and the effect is good. Next, we should go find the Black Blood Xian dragon. Lin Chen stood up, his eyes flashing with a bright light. Just a dragon claw from the Black Blood Xian dragon had such an effect when refined into dragon blood. If they could capture the Black Blood Xian dragon, the benefits would naturally be even greater. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran had just taken 2 steps when Lin Chen suddenly stopped. In the forest behind them, there was a faint sound of branches breaking.
2 powerful auras were approaching Lin Chen. What's wrong? Lu Yanran seemed to have not noticed anything yet.
And her eyes showed a look of doubt. It's nothing, you go first, I'll cover you, Lin Chen said solemnly.
Hearing this, Lu Yanran did not leave,
but stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes and smiled.
Abandoning teammates is not my style. The people coming are very strong.
I am Miss Lu from the Lu family, which still holds some prestige in the Deyu dynasty.
Lu Yanran insisted on staying,
and Lin Chen did not persuade her further. Soon, amidst the night sky, two figures flashed into view with remarkable speed.
As they drew near,
Lin Chen sensed a familiar aura. It was none other than Su Mo, the head of the Spirit Sword sect.
Su Mo had once been Lin Chen's mentor,
and Lin Chen knew him all too well.
Initially,
Lin Chen had planned to establish a firm foundation in the imperial city before returning to Qingzhou to take revenge on Su Mo. Unexpectedly, Su Mo came to him instead. Beside Su Mo stood a figure clad in black, whose aura was dense and whose strength evidently surpassed that of Su Mo, likely a helper summoned by him.
Lin Chen, you must be astonished to encounter me here,
Su Mo said with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with unmasked killing intent.
Given Su Mo's current strength, he was not entirely confident in dealing with Lin Chen alone.
However, with Xia Yingsong present, he felt emboldened.
Lin Chen chose to disregard Su Mo,
directing his gaze instead at the figure in black beside him. Hand over your royal-level martial arts, and I may consider sparing your life, Xia Yingsong sneered, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent.
Su Mo, do you believe that enlisting help will enable you to kill me?
Lin Chen chuckled.
For Su Mo knew nothing of his present capabilities.
Su Mo was known for his cautious nature. Upon learning of Lin Chen's whereabouts, he did not come alone, which was typical of his character. However, he was unaware that Lin Chen possessed not only formidable strength but also a trump card that defied the heavens.
With Elder Xia here, eliminating you will be as effortless as lifting a finger.
Su Mo laughed maliciously, his eyes filled with resentment, as if he could already envision Lin Chen's tragic demise.
The elder of Kanglin Academy has truly descended to the battlefield, shamelessly so? Lu Yanran stepped forward,
positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Chen.
The dead cannot speak. If you die, who will know it was my hand that struck? The mere Lu family?
What is there to fear?
Xia Yingsong scoffed. As for you, Miss Lu, killing you would be but a trifling matter.
With that, he suddenly attacked, unleashing a palm strike that howled through the air like a blade's edge, ferocious and relentless.
Lu Yanran conjured 9 ice lotuses, causing the temperature of the surroundings to plummet. Lin Chen cleaved forth a sword beam and, grasping Lu Yanran's delicate hand, turned to flee.
Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, allowing Lin Chen to lead her, her heart filled with perplexity.
Lin Chen had clearly sensed Su Mo's arrival yet had not chosen to leave immediately. Lu Yanran initially believed there was some hidden support behind Lin Chen's decision to stay.
However, at this moment, she thought little of it. The sound of rushing air behind them signaled that Xia Yingsong and Su Mo were in pursuit. With Lu Yanran in tow, Lin Chen moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the depths of the mountains.
Ahead, a formidable dragon's aura emanated.
Lin Chen sensed the presence of the black blood Xian dragon, a smile curving at the corners of his lips.
As Su Mo continued his pursuit, his expression suddenly shifted, and he halted in his tracks. This is bad. He intends to use the black blood Xian dragon to eliminate us, Su Mo declared gravely.
He had detected the presence of the black blood Xian dragon,
a true dragon entity with a potent bloodline and a cultivation level of transformation. It is merely a dying dragon. What is there to fear? First, capture Lin Chen,
then slay the black blood Xian dragon, Xia Yingsong said with a dismissive smile. Had the black blood Xian dragon been at its peak,
Xia Yingsong would have refrained from provoking it.
A near-death dragon, however, posed no threat. He had come to Qianlong Mountain with the intent of disposing of the black blood Xian dragon and seizing its essence. Among the various powers of the Deyu dynasty, there existed a tacit understanding that the older generation of transformation-level experts generally refrained from seizing opportunities at Qianlong Mountain.
Yet, who would know if Xia Yingsong acted in secret?
Even if he were to violate the rules and expose his whereabouts, as an elder of Kanglin Academy, he would still have protection.
As night deepened,
Lin Chen suddenly came to a halt, refusing to advance further. Before him lay the black blood Xian dragon, sprawled on the ground with a feeble aura.
Behind him were Xia Yingsong and Su Mo. Why have you stopped running? Su Mo sneered, his eyes icy.
Do you think that with the black blood Xian dragon present,
we would refrain from acting? This dragon cannot save you. Su Mo laughed heartily, reveling in the moment.
Lin Chen smiled lightly, stepping forward and clasping his fists in greeting. Elder Xia, if you desire royal-level martial arts, I can teach you. I assure you, I will impart everything without reservation. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingsong's expression relaxed, his eyes gleaming with avarice. You have some sense. As long as you cooperate, I may spare your life, Xia Yingsong said with a broad smile. However, I have one condition: you must kill Sumo, and then we can discuss everything else, Lin Chen added.
Xia Yingsong's expression darkened. Sumo trembled in fear, alarmed.
Elder Xia, this boy is full of lies, do not believe him.
Sumo was filled with trepidation, fearing that Xia Yingsong might turn against him. After all,
in the presence of Xia Yingsong, Sumo's status meant little. I can only agree to spare your life, Xia Yingsong replied coldly. He did not care for Sumo's life, but given that the Spirit Sword sect had recently allied with Kanglin Academy under Sumo's leadership,
killing him outright would reflect poorly.
Furthermore, the situation was firmly in Xia Yingsong's control, leaving no necessity for him to take action against Sumo.
Then please, Elder,
come forth, and I shall reveal the secrets of the royal-level martial arts to you, Lin Chen said with a mysterious smile. Elder Xia, be wary of this boy's trickery,
Sumo cautioned.
Xia Yingsong chuckled coldly, suspecting that Lin Chen might resort to deceit. Nevertheless, he was confident in his own abilities and felt no fear.
Soon, Xia Yingsong stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Chen. A mere spirit sea realm, what can he possibly do? Xia Yingsong thought. Now, can we speak? He inquired, standing very close to Lin Chen.
Certainly, Lin Chen replied, suddenly lunging forward with remarkable speed.
Seeking death. Xia Yingsong laughed, as if looking at a fool. A mere spirit sea realm thinks to play tricks before me? He is gravely mistaken. In an instant, Xia Yingsong unleashed a devastating palm strike, aimed directly at Lin Chen's face.
Behind him, the phantom of a fierce tiger manifested, representing his 6-star martial spirit, exuding formidable power.
You insignificant ant. I can suppress you with a mere motion of my hand,
Xia Yingsong proclaimed, as the wind from his palm rushed towards Lin Chen.
In the next moment,
a purple illusion flashed by. Xia Yingsong's form suddenly froze, his eyes filled with terror.
Chapter 43, The Conclusion of Grudges. Elder Xia? Sumo's expression shifted slightly.
For reasons unknown, Xia Yingsong suddenly became motionless, as if he were a statue, frozen in place.
A foreboding feeling surged within Sumo moments ago.
He had glimpsed a violet apparition emanating an aura of extreme danger, the nature of which was unclear.
Suddenly, Xia Yingsong's body collapsed, a gaping wound appearing on his neck.
His martial soul was forcibly extracted, merging into the Linglong Tower. A peak powerhouse of transformation perished in the blink of an eye, without even knowing the cause of his demise. Terror gripped Sumo's heart as he turned to flee.
Having arrived, there was no need to retreat.
A sinister smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he soared forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A river of blood encircled him, radiating an astonishing corrosive force.
You!
Sumo summoned all his internal energy for defense, about to speak when darkness enveloped him, rendering him utterly unconscious.
Lin Chen's fist, fierce and unyielding, shattered Sumo's skull, obliterating him entirely.
The feud between the Lingjian sect and Lin Chen had finally reached its conclusion.
As Lin Chen dispatched Sumo, memories of his time at the Lingjian sect flooded back.
Once, he had been so naive, ultimately facing the fate of having his martial soul seized and being cast aside, nearly losing his life in the process. Had it not been for Lu Yanran's timely intervention, Lin Chen would have surely perished.
Past events drifted away like wisps of smoke.
The Lin Chen of today had matured, both in strength and wisdom, completely transformed from his former self.
Chen Gu.
Lu Yanran approached, her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise, though she refrained from asking further questions. Moments prior, Lin Chen had approached Xia Yingsong and, at a critical juncture, unleashed a Z.
With her power, subduing Xia Yingsong was a mere formality.
While Lin Chen himself was not afraid of Xia Yingsong, having the black-blooded dragon around allowed him to conserve energy.
Let us depart.
Lin Chen collected the storage bags of Sumo and Xia Yingsong and headed deeper into the Qianlong mountain.
The black-blooded dragon lay among the woods, appearing gravely weakened. Not far in front of the dragon stood a spiritual herb, a small red grass radiating an exceptionally potent aura of spiritual energy.
Lin Chen possessed some knowledge of herbal medicine, having studied alchemy during his time at the Lingjian sect.
The ability to identify various herbs was a fundamental skill for any alchemist. Is that the heavenly dragon grass?
Lin Chen thought, noticing its quality, which likely reached a maturity of 2,000 years, making it a rare treasure.
The grade of spiritual herbs is often distinguished by their age.
A 10-year-old herb is considered average, while those over 100 years are quite valuable. Herbs over 1,000 years are exceedingly rare and priceless.
Indeed.
It is heavenly dragon grass. Lu Yanran nodded, her eyes reflecting seriousness as she too had some knowledge of herbs. The heavenly dragon grass matures after 2,000 years.
The black-blooded dragon awaits.
She added that the herb possessed incredible medicinal properties. If the black-blooded dragon absorbed the heavenly dragon grass, it might transform from its state of decay and regain its strength.
Unfortunately, the grass had yet to mature, and the black-blooded dragon would ultimately not survive the wait.
Lin Chen chuckled, dismissing the concern. The heavenly dragon grass exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, and according to Lin Chen's estimation, it was nearing maturity.
However, it would still require at least 2 or 3 days. Given the dragon's condition, it was unlikely to last that long.
Forcing the harvest of the heavenly dragon grass would cause its efficacy to dissipate, rendering it useless.
At that moment, the black-blooded dragon lay completely still, seemingly devoid of life.
Lin Chen remained vigilant, suddenly striking with a decisive blow while releasing a fragment of Martial Saint's will. The Linglong Tower had gathered a trace of De Yu Martial Saint's will.
As Lin Chen unleashed this will, it reverberated powerfully in all directions.
The coiled black-blooded dragon emitted a low growl, its massive eyes filled with dread. The will of the Martial Saint, though diminished, was still immensely formidable. The black-blooded dragon was taken aback, panic-stricken, yet, amidst its fear, it lashed out with its powerful tail. This creature had been concealing its strength. And under the pressure of the Martial Saint's will, it could still unleash such a tremendous strike.
Indeed, it was still pretending. In that instant,
as Lin Chen released the Martial Saint's will, he surged forward, delivering a palm strike. 3 blood streaks flashed across his palm as he unleashed the blood river palm,
crashing it into the dragon's tail. The river of blood engulfed the black-blooded dragon, its flesh rapidly decomposing under the relentless onslaught.
Lin Chen's sword light inflicted even greater wounds upon the already weakened dragon. Unable to withstand the assault, the black-blooded dragon let out a wail, pierced by the sword energy,
and ultimately perished. Lin Chen controlled the Linglong Tower to collect its remains.
His gaze shifted towards the heavenly dragon grass, and he fell into deep contemplation. The grass had yet to mature. If he lingered to wait, trouble was likely to ensue. With Xia Yingsong dead, the Kanglin Academy would likely send someone to investigate.
Prolonging his stay would not be advantageous for Lin Chen. "Z, do you have a method to preserve this heavenly dragon grass?" Lin Chen inquired telepathically. "It's simple.
Just transplant the heavenly dragon grass to the first layer of the Linglong Tower.
Other places cannot nurture it, but the tower's space is more than adequate." Lin Chen nodded.
Digging up the heavenly dragon grass along with some soil, transplanting it to the first layer of the Linglong Tower.
Within the tower, abundant spiritual energy made it an excellent choice for growing spiritual herbs.
After a couple of days, the heavenly dragon grass would fully mature. At that time,
Lin Chen could extract it for alchemical purposes.
The grass contained the essence of dragon blood, likely nurtured by the black-blooded dragon's own vital essence over time. Using the heavenly dragon grass for alchemy would yield remarkable results, enhancing Lin Chen's martial soul. Lu Yanran observed Lin Chen's series of actions with surprise. She hadn't even realized how the black-blooded dragon had vanished. Its massive body could not typically be contained within an ordinary storage ring. Yet, Lin Chen had merely waved his hand, and the dragon's remains were gone.
"Chen Ge, we should not linger here," Lu Yanran prompted, not delving further into her questions, urging Lin Chen to leave.
"Understood." Lin Chen summoned the blazing sun sword and soared into the sky.
Lu Yanran followed closely, weaving through the trees. As dawn broke,
the horizon revealed a faint light. Daylight had arrived. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran emerged from Qianlong Mountain, exchanging smiles.
Chen Ge, take care, until we meet again. Lu Yanran's expression softened as she turned, summoning a spiritual artifact to soar into the air, returning to the Lu family.
Lin Chen nodded, stepping onto his blazing sun sword. Soaring through the skies at maximum speed, heading back to the Ling Tian sword sect. During his expedition to Qianlong Mountain, Lin Chen had slain many,
including elders from the Kanglin Academy.
Although he had left no traces behind, returning to the sect was the safer option. The Ling Tian sword sect possessed profound foundations,
with the sword maniac present to safeguard its security.
Lin Chen even speculated that there might be a mysterious powerhouse supporting the sect, otherwise it would be unlikely for the sword maniac alone to uphold such stability. The Ling Tian sword sect. Lin Chen journeyed through the night, returning to the sect 2 days later. Along the way, he encountered several petty individuals from the Kanglin Academy who sought to slay him for a substantial bounty. However, they were swiftly obliterated by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's worth had skyrocketed. Kanglin Academy disciples were promised an exceptional treasure for slaying him, an exquisite Xian-tier spiritual artifact. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare within the Dayu dynasty. With the journey proceeding without incident, Lin Chen finally returned to the Ling Tian sword sect and began his secluded cultivation. During this period, Zhou Lingsu came to pay a visit, inquiring about Lin Chen's experiences in Qianlong Mountain. Lin Chen did not elaborate much. Instead, he directly produced some blood and flesh from the demon beasts he had collected during his time there. Zhou Lingsu's face lit up with joy, having achieved her goal, and she eagerly went to Iron Bowl to prepare a meal. Naturally, Lin Chen refrained from revealing the flesh of the black blood Xian dragon, as the dragon's flesh was exceedingly precious to him. To use it merely for cooking would be an utter waste. Lin Chen intended to refine it into essence blood for gradual absorption. His expedition to Qianlong Mountain had yielded bountiful rewards. In addition to the flesh of the black blood Xian dragon, he had also acquired a Tianlong grass, which had now matured within the Linglong Tower's internal space and was ready for harvest. However, Lin Chen was currently preoccupied with his cultivation and had no time for alchemy. As time passed, 10 days elapsed. Lin Chen emerged from his seclusion, feeling invigorated, having absorbed all the essence blood of the black blood Xian dragon. His supreme divine dragon martial soul continued to grow stronger, and he finally condensed his first dragon pattern. Azi had once mentioned that when the dragon patterns reached 100, Lin Chen's supreme divine dragon martial soul would be considered complete, capable of showcasing its true power. Presently, having only condensed one dragon pattern, Lin Chen felt his body undergoing a transformation, expelling numerous viscous impurities, refining his physique. Now, Lin Chen's physique was extraordinarily robust, far more so than Iron Bull. Of course, Lin Chen was not as clumsy as Iron Bull, he was much more handsome, his appearance incomparable. The enhancement of his martial soul also augmented Lin Chen's divine dragon flame, which was a manifestation of his martial talent and correlated with the strength of his martial soul. Lin Chen could now unleash 18 streams of divine dragon flame simultaneously. The crimson flames emitted in extreme heat, making them remarkably effective for both combat and alchemy. Lin Chen had previously concocted spirit-level elixirs, qualifying him as an alchemist, though he had not invested much time in the craft due to limited energy. The most crucial talent for an alchemist lies in the mastery of flames and the strength of one's spiritual power. Ordinary warriors aspiring to become alchemists must possess a martial soul that inherently carries fire or consume a beast fire. Many high-quality medicinal materials are challenging to refine. Without the ability to release powerful flames, alchemy becomes impossible. After 10 days of seclusion, Lin Chen opened the door to his room just as dawn broke, with gentle sunlight and a refreshing breeze. Early in the morning, Iron Bull was preparing breakfast. Lin Chen had brought back various demon beast blood and flesh from Qianlong Mountain, including tigers, black bears, and various birds and beasts. Iron Bull was cleaning a black bear paw, intending to make braised bear paw for breakfast. Warriors needed to consume demon beast blood and flesh daily to enhance their vitality and strengthen their bodies, thus, breakfast was not light but primarily meat-based. "Good morning, Iron Bull," Lin Chen greeted as he approached. "Morning, junior brother Lin. The black bear meat you brought is excellent." Iron Bull chuckled. "I'm glad you like it," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Soon, the 4 disciples of the Ling Tian sword sect gathered around a table to dine. During the meal, Lin Chen inquired about the alchemy room.
What's this? You want to practice alchemy?
Jianqi asked, somewhat surprised. Knowing that Lin Chen was proficient in both swordsmanship and martial arts. The dual cultivation of sword and martial arts required immense energy, but Lin Chen was still young. So it was manageable. However, if he were to pursue alchemy as well, it would be an imprudent expenditure of energy.
Yes. I have some good medicinal materials and would like to try my hand at alchemy. There used to be a dedicated alchemy room.
But it's now abandoned and covered in dust. If you want to practice alchemy, it might be better to do it in the courtyard, the space is more ample. Jianqi chuckled, acknowledging the simplicity of the conditions in the Ling Tian sword sect. He too desired a better environment but lamented that the sect had many defensive formations,
making relocation impractical.
After finishing their meal, Jianqi fetched an old alchemy furnace that looked quite aged. Lin Chen did not mind, as long as it was a furnace. It would suffice. Back in the Ling Jian sect, he had studied many alchemical recipes. After arriving at the Ling Tian sword sect, he visited the library, which still housed some valuable recipes. The Ling Tian sword sect had once been a super sect of the Dayu dynasty, and although it had declined, it still retained some resources. Lin Chen planned to concoct a Tianlong bone strengthening pill, using Tianlong grass as the primary ingredient. The Tianlong bone strengthening pill could enhance Lin Chen's physique, fortify his vitality, and even nourish his martial soul. The Tianlong grass he obtained had absorbed a significant amount of essence blood from the black blood Xian dragon, ensuring promising results in alchemy. With that, Lin Chen released his divine dragon flame and began the alchemical process. With the current strength of his martial soul, he could unleash the divine dragon flame even without summoning his martial soul. After Zhou Lingsu, Iron Bull, and Jianqi finished their meals, having nothing else to do, they came to watch. Upon seeing the divine dragon flame Lin Chen unleashed, Jianqi fell into deep contemplation. Lin Chen consistently surprised him. Possessing such a formidable flame granted him an innate advantage in alchemy. Materials that were difficult for others to refine posed no challenge for Lin Chen. Lin Chen added the Tianlong grass to the furnace, sequentially incorporating various medicinal materials as per the recipe's instructions. During his time in Qianlong Mountain, he had gathered numerous materials, complemented by those he looted from slain powerful beings. Over 30 types of medicinal materials were placed into the alchemy furnace, quickly transforming into a pure medicinal liquid under the melting power of the divine dragon flame. Time flowed on. Approximately an hour passed. Within the alchemy furnace, the initial form of a pill gradually emerged, radiating a rich color and a fragrant aroma. What? Jianqi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Chen to be an alchemical prodigy, achieving the preliminary formation of a pill in just 1 hour. The next step involved further eliminating impurities. When had it become so easy to concoct profound-level pills? Jianqi stroked his chin, muttering to himself, as expected of junior brother Lin. Zhou Lingsu chuckled, pondering the taste of the Tianlong bone strengthening pill. Junior brother Lin is indeed a polymath. Iron Bull expressed his envy. As the divine dragon flame continued to burn, Lin Chen carefully controlled the heat. The pill was formed, and if the heat was too intense, it could explode. Controlling the heat is a true test of an alchemist's skill. Another half-hour passed, and everyone in the courtyard began to smell an incredibly enticing aroma. The fragrance intensified. Within the alchemy furnace, a perfectly round, translucent white pill floated, resembling a flawless gem, devoid of any impurities. This. Jianqi's mouth fell open in astonishment. Lin Chen had actually concocted a top-tier profound-level Tianlong bone strengthening pill. Such alchemical talent was simply monstrous. Suddenly, a dragon soul phantom appeared in the sky, emitting a resonant dragon roar. Jianqi stared blankly at the sky, utterly stunned. The dragon soul of alchemy. This is truly the dragon soul of alchemy. Chapter 45, The Supreme Dragon Bone Strengthening Pill. Any elixir, when refined to the supreme level, has the potential to evoke the ethereal manifestation of the alchemy dragon soul. The Dragon Bone Strengthening Pill falls within the realm of Shen-tier elixirs, however, the quality of the Dragon Bone Strengthening Pill varies with each alchemist's craftsmanship. To produce a flawless Supreme Dragon Bone Strengthening Pill, devoid of impurities, is a rare feat. The emergence of the alchemy dragon soul signifies the pinnacle of elixirs, transcending mere excellence. In the sky, the manifestation of the alchemy dragon soul flickered for a brief moment before vanishing. Zhou Lingsu widened her luminous eyes, gazing at the heavens, and remarked, "I thought it was a real dragon, now, there's nothing to feast upon." Tainyo scratched his head in confusion, as he was not well versed in alchemy and was unaware of the significance of the alchemy dragon soul. Suddenly, Lin Chen struck the alchemical furnace with his palm, and a crystal-clear elixir leaped forth, resembling exquisite jade, flawless and adorned with a swirling alchemical pattern. Supreme elixirs, in addition to summoning the alchemy dragon soul upon completion, also manifest alchemical patterns. Sword enthusiast hurriedly approached to observe the dragon bone strengthening pill up close. The faint milky white pattern on its surface undoubtedly attested to its superior quality. It's actually a supreme dragon bone strengthening pill. You, my friend, possess commendable talent in alchemy. You should consider visiting the Alchemist Association in the future. Sword enthusiast's face radiated admiration, but he quickly shifted his tone, adding, however, do not allow your swordsmanship to languish due to your alchemical pursuits. As a disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect, your primary focus must remain on the sword. Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my priorities. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Although alchemy indeed demands a considerable investment of time and energy, Lin Chen's extraordinary talent allowed him to refine elixirs with remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, the elixirs he concocted could also enhance his own prowess. Alchemy and martial arts are, in essence, mutually reinforcing. With the dragon bone strengthening pill now complete, Lin Chen retreated to his chamber, consumed the elixir, and commenced his cultivation. The effects of the dragon bone strengthening pill astonished him. It proved to be even more effective than merely absorbing the blood of the black-blooded profound dragon. 2 days later, Lin Chen successfully condensed a second dragon pattern. The divine dragon's fire could now unleash up to 25 patterns, significantly boosting his overall strength. Regrettably, the dragon grass was exceedingly rare, and the Ling Tian sword sect did not possess any. Lin Chen lamented that the 2,000-year-old dragon grass was an exceptionally scarce spiritual herb, likely not found even in the Dayu dynasty. On this particular day, while Lin Chen was immersed in his training, an unexpected visitor arrived. At the entrance of the Ling Tian sword sect stood a middle-aged man clad in gray robes, none other than Huayang, the sect leader of the Wujizone. Accompanying Huayang was a youthful boy, strikingly handsome yet still bearing the innocence of youth. Upon hearing that someone sought him, Lin Chen exited his chamber to meet Huayang. During his time at Wujizone, Huayang had provided Lin Chen with considerable assistance, for which he felt immense gratitude. Lin Chen, this is my newly accepted disciple, Lu Qingfeng. Qingfeng? You have yet to meet your senior brother Lin, Huayang smiled, gesturing towards the refined youth beside him. Greetings, senior brother Lin. Lu Qingfeng bowed respectfully, his demeanor courteous. There's no need for formality, Lin Chen nodded and led Huayang and Lu Qingfeng to the hall. As everyone took their seats, Sword Enthusiast also arrived and exchanged pleasantries with Huayang, extending a gesture of respect. In truth, Huayang's strength had yet to reach a level where he could stand on equal footing with Sword Enthusiast. Lin Chen, I heard you have joined the Ling Tian sword sect. I came specifically to inquire about your recent circumstances. Additionally, I have received news that Su Mo, the leader of the Spirit Sword sect, has suddenly passed away. Are you aware of this? Huayang spoke with a smile, clearly pleased by Su Mo's demise. The Spirit Sword sect had long been at odds with Wujizone. And with Su Mo gone, the Spirit Sword sect's decline was inevitable, soon to crumble into disarray. I am already aware of this matter, Lin Chen replied with a smile. But may I ask, what brings you here today? If there is any way I can assist, please feel free to mention it. To be frank, my visit is not only to catch up but also to seek your help, Huayang said after a moment's contemplation. Please, go ahead, Lin Chen urged, clasping his hands together. It's nothing too pressing. The Alchemist Association is recruiting disciples, and my rather unremarkable disciple here, while lacking in martial prowess, does exhibit some talent in alchemy, Huayang explained, glancing at the youthful Lu Qingfeng. Within Wujizone, many talented disciples existed, but few met Huayang's standards. Recently, he had discovered a promising candidate in Lu Qingfeng. Huayang elaborated that the Alchemist Association's assessment would begin in 10 days, and Lu Qingfeng currently had no other prospects. Huayang hoped to have him stay by Lin Chen's side to assist with various matters. Lin Chen sought Sword Enthusiast's opinion on the matter. Sword enthusiast was indifferent, stating that having one more disciple in the Ling Tian sword sect would not cause any overcrowding. That would be acceptable, Lin Chen nodded.
Excellent. Xingfeng.
If you encounter anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to seek guidance from your senior brother Lin. Furthermore, remember to maintain a low profile when conducting affairs outside.
Huayang advised earnestly.
Rest assured, Master, I understand, Lu Qingfeng affirmed with a serious nod.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Huayang prepared to take his leave.
Lin Chen did not insist on his stay but provided Huayang with a batch of supplies as he departed.
The assortment included various precious spiritual herbs and the flesh of demonic beasts, spoils Lin Chen had acquired from Qianlong Mountain.
Huayang initially declined, but Lin Chen insisted, and ultimately,
he accepted. Although these items held little value for Lin Chen, they would be considered treasures within Wujizone.
Huayang felt grateful.
Recognizing that Lin Chen was not only extraordinarily gifted but also a person of deep loyalty and integrity.
After bidding farewell to Huayang, Lin Chen resumed his cultivation within the Ling Tian sword sect, solidifying his strength. In a matter of days, Lin Chen consumed elixirs and refined his spiritual energy,
breaking through to the 4th level of the spiritual sea. Training could not be paused for even a moment.
Lin Chen felt a sense of urgency. Given the numerous enemies he had made, the Dayu Academy, Kanglin Academy, and the Li family were all formidable forces.
With his current strength,
he could manage a few who had just entered the creation realm, but he was evidently unqualified to confront those top-tier powers.
Lin Chen must hasten his strength enhancement and fortify his martial soul. Moreover, Aji was also pressing him.
The dragon blood he had obtained from Qianlong Mountain was still insufficiently potent to unleash the true might of the supreme divine dragon martial soul.
He needed to continually devour dragon blood and refine dragon patterns. In just a few days,
the Alchemist Association of the Dayu dynasty would conduct assessments to recruit a new batch of alchemists. Sword enthusiasts suggested that Lin Chen should also participate in the evaluation. Joining the Alchemist Association would prove beneficial for Lin Chen, and the association's interests did not conflict with those of the sect.
Numerous disciples from prominent families, sects,
and academies had joined the Alchemist Association. Naturally, a certain level of alchemical talent was required. One must at least be a spirit-tier alchemist to qualify. The ranks of alchemists, akin to martial arts, are categorized into various tiers: mortal, spirit, xian, and heaven. In a small place like Qingzhou City, a mortal-tier alchemist is considered respectable.
However, many young spirit-tier alchemists might not even meet the criteria to join the Alchemist Association of the Dayu dynasty.
Being a spirit-tier alchemist was merely a threshold. Only the most outstanding among them could catch the attention of the Alchemist Association.
With only 1 day remaining until the association's assessment, Lin Chen took Lu Qingfeng and set off for the royal city. The Ling Tian sword sect was located on the outskirts of the royal city, not too far away. A day's journey was sufficient to arrive.
Before departing, sword enthusiast provided Lin Chen with a generous supply of dried meat, meant for sustenance during the journey. For martial artists, consuming the flesh of demonic beasts was essential, and these dried meats were made from such flesh, capable of long-term preservation.
The grand competition of the Dayu dynasty is set to commence in a month.
Once you finish the Alchemist Association's assessment, do not delay in refining elixirs any longer.
Swiftly elevate your strength instead.
If any old codgers at the creation realm dare to attack you, just invoke my name, sword enthusiast advised. The sword enthusiast took a sip of wine, exhaling a breath of alcohol, appearing quite intoxicated.
Well then, teacher, farewell.
Lin Chen waved his hand and, accompanied by Lu Qingfeng, hurriedly departed.
Behind them, Zhou Lingsu cast envious glances.
She longed to accompany Lin Chen to the imperial city, yet her master forbade her, citing her inadequate strength and the risk of being bullied outside.
You too, come, let us practice.
The sword enthusiast beckoned.
Iron Bull, brimming with enthusiasm, followed, while Zhou Lingsu wore a bitter expression.
In the Dayu Empire, at the imperial city, they found lodging at the Rui Inn,
waiting for the Alchemist Association's assessment the following day. After a day of travel, they arrived at the inn in the evening. The first floor was a bustling tavern, while private rooms occupied the second and third floors.
Lin Chen booked a room for Lu Qingfeng, and then they went downstairs to dine. Lu Qingfeng attempted to pay but soon realized he was lacking funds. The ruin was expensive, requiring 2 gold coins for a night's stay.
Embarrassed,
he noted that he had only used silver notes back in Qingzhou, rarely needing gold coins, as the prices there paled in comparison to those in the imperial city.
Qingfeng,
do not be so reserved, this trivial matter is inconsequential. Lin Chen covered the cost and treated him to a meal, causing Lu Qingfeng to blush and repeatedly express his gratitude. The ruin buzzed with liveliness, filled with patrons from all corners of the world, engaging in lively conversation.
Lin Chen intentionally chose a quiet corner table by the window.
Have you heard?
Miss Lu Yanran of the Lu family is to wed Li Daoyuan of the Li family.
A nearby table ignited a discussion. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had heard that Li Daoyuan was exceptionally gifted, ranked 9th on the wind and cloud list,
and was reputed to be a rare talent from the Li family.
The Lu family, having weakened in recent years,
saw the alliance with the Li family as a last resort.
It was rumored that Li Daoyuan already had 6 concubines, and now the Lu family was marrying off their legitimate daughter as one an utter disgrace to their status.
You simply do not understand.
The current Lu family pales in comparison to the Li family. An alliance is already a stroke of fortune. Who cares about Li Daoyuan's character?
The Lu family is likely eager to marry Lu Yanran off to facilitate cooperation between the two families. Various noisy opinions filled the air, further darkening Lin Chen's mood.
Lu Yanran had grown up in Qingzhou and trained at the Wuzhizong, harboring little affection for the Lu family.
Her parents had passed away early,
and her engagement to Lin Chen had never been disclosed to the Lu family elders. It had been her own decision.
Now, shortly after returning to the Lu family,
they were arranging her marriage elsewhere, clearly disregarding her engagement to Lin Chen. Marrying her off to the Li family appeared to be merely a matter of familial benefit,
devoid of any affection.
Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grim as he pondered how to address the situation when suddenly, the joyful bell on him stirred. He retrieved it and received a message from Lu Yanran.
Chen Ge, how have you been since our parting at Qianlong Mountain?
The familiar gentle voice of Lu Yanran resonated through the joyful bell.
She sounded dejected, seemingly troubled. The Alchemist Association's assessment is tomorrow,
and I am in the Imperial City with a junior brother. Lin Chen replied succinctly.
Do you have time? I wish to meet with you.
Lu Yanran's voice was soft and tentative.
Yanran, have you encountered some trouble?
Lin Chen asked directly.
And no.
Lu Yanran stammered.
Is the Lu family pressuring you into something you do not wish to do? How do you know? Rest assured, after the assessment concludes, I will seek you out.
No one can force you into a situation you dislike.
Lin Chen left her with that assurance before terminating the communication. Qingfeng, you should return to your room.
There is no need to venture out tonight, Lin Chen instructed. Lu Qingfeng nodded, refraining from inquiring further about Lin Chen's intentions.
At the Tianji Tower.
The Imperial City was a labyrinth of various forces and prestigious families, including Dayu Academy and Kanglin Academy, teeming with elites and powerhouses.
Among these, a unique faction known as Tianji Tower primarily dealt in intelligence and commerce. Draped in a black cloak and veiled, Lin Chen approached Tianji Tower to seek information.
On the first floor, a slender female steward, adorned with a white jade ribbon at her waist and a short skirt exposing her thighs, welcomed him and guided him to a private room. It was a serene setting, with only the two of them present. Visitors seeking information often required discretion to conceal their identities, a service the Tianji Tower excelled at.
Young master, what information do you wish to inquire about?
The steward asked politely, her smile warm. Those who frequented the Tianji Tower were seldom ordinary individuals, and the intelligence they offered was steeply priced, beyond the means of many. I seek information on Li Daoyuan, his strength, background, and character, Lin Chen stated coolly.
The steward's eyes widened in surprise. The information Lin Chen sought was readily available in the Imperial City.
Li Daoyuan, a prodigy of the Li family, ranked prominently on the wind and cloud list, and his prowess and lineage were no secret.
Is that all you require?
The steward asked.
Indeed. 30 gold coins.
Lin Chen said nothing further, promptly producing 30 gold coins.
After plundering considerable wealth at Shenlong Mountain, he still possessed over 2,300 gold coins, a considerable fortune.
Soon, the steward returned with the requested information. Lin Chen perused it swiftly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Li Daoyuan, the second son of the Li family patriarch, aged 16, had achieved the first level of the creation realm, wielding a 6-star iron blood silver wolf martial soul. Such youth and prowess indeed indicated extraordinary talent. Li Daoyuan was notorious for his domineering behavior, dubbed the Little Demon King, bullying both men and women, unchecked in the imperial city. There had once been a minor family's daughter whom Li Daoyuan had set his sights on to take as a concubine, and when the family refused, they faced annihilation. After reviewing all the information, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly somber.
What a despicable Lu family! Willing to marry Lu Yanran off to such a scoundrel for the sake of collaboration with the Li family. Lu Yanran was Lin Chen's fiancée. Having shared many life and death experiences together, their bond deep.
He could not simply stand by and watch the Lu family thrust Lu Yanran into a perilous situation.
He must take action.
With Li Daoyuan at the first level of the creation realm, Lin Chen felt confident in handling him. However, he needed to be wary of the powerful individuals likely surrounding Li Daoyuan due to his status. Lin Chen approached the steward again. I require further intelligence on Li Daoyuan. When does he typically go out, and who accompanies him? The steward's gaze sharpened. Realizing Lin Chen's intent towards Li Daoyuan, her astonishment evident.
It was crucial to note that Li Daoyuan's background was formidable.
And as a distinguished prodigy on the wind and cloud list, Lin Chen, merely at the spirit sea realm, would be courting danger by confronting him.
Nevertheless,
the steward refrained from saying more. The Tianji Tower merely facilitated the sale of intelligence without prying into clients' affairs.
500 gold coins.
The steward quoted directly, a hefty price. Lin Chen's prior inquiries had only scratched the surface regarding Li Daoyuan, easily obtainable information. However, details about his movements and the strong companions he kept were classified intelligence. Thus the higher price.
Agreed.
Lin Chen wasted no time, producing the 500 gold coins.
The steward departed.
Approximately a stick of incense later, she returned to the private room.
Young master, here is the information you requested. She handed Lin Chen an envelope before turning to leave. Lin Chen opened the envelope,
and his gaze turned icy. Chapter 47, The Alchemy Association, Tianxiang Tower, Imperial City, Chunfeng Tower. A young man clad in a brocade robe was indulging in wine. This individual was none other than the illustrious Li Daoyuan of the Li family. Surrounding Li Daoyuan were 8 enchanting beauties, a delightful sight to behold.
Additionally, 2 young scions from noble families, akin to Li Daoyuan, frequently indulged in the pleasures of the night. Chunfeng Tower was renowned as a lavish den of indulgence within the imperial city.
Li brother, I have heard that you have betrothed yourself to the fair Miss Lu Yanran of the Lu family.
Congratulations, remarked one of the young gentlemen, raising his cup in admiration.
I have seen Lu Yanran once. She is a paragon of beauty, and you, Li brother, are indeed fortunate.
Li Daoyuan laughed heartily as he spoke, his hand mischievously wandering beneath the hem of one lady's skirt.
The woman shivered, her legs tightening in surprise, yet her face wore a mask of flattery. Men who frequented Chunfeng Tower were accustomed to such treatment. Ah, if only I could enjoy the company of so many exquisite concubines like you, Li brother.
Indulging in merriment every day, sighed one of the young gentlemen. What? Are the maidens of Chunfeng Tower not enticing enough? Another chimed in with a hearty laugh. Indeed.
The ladies here are all beauties. Tonight, I shall revel with them for hours. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted at the entrance as a guard was flung aside.
Crashing through the door, a figure clad in black charged in, unleashing a fearsome palm strike.
The terrifying gust of energy sliced through the air, as if threatening to rend space itself. Who dares?
Li Daoyuan's expression shifted, a sinister grin forming. I never imagined someone would have the audacity to seek trouble with me. Li Daoyuan, you seek death. Li Daoyuan, you beast, return my daughter's life.
The black-clad figure's voice was hoarse and filled with fury. You vile creature, having sullied my daughter. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. The chaos drew attention from many within Chunfeng Tower, with some gentlemen rushing out, their trousers barely fastened.
Eager to witness the spectacle. "Who the hell are you? I do not recognize you."
Li Daoyuan bellowed angrily, launching a fist infused with terrifying energy.
The ladies around him,
accustomed to his antics, were unfazed, yet the black-clad figure was none other than Lin Chen. The two young gentlemen beside Li Daoyuan attempted to intervene but were swiftly sent flying by the force of the palm strike, collapsing like lifeless dogs. Their years of indulgence had left them weak, rendering them no match for Lin Chen.
Seeking death indeed. Li Daoyuan, though powerful, was unperturbed by his visits to Chunfeng Tower,
which did not hinder his foundation. His talent was exceptional, even among the elite of the Dayu dynasty.
"Aji, I rely on you," Lin Chen thought, connecting with Aji.
Within the Linglong Tower space, Aji stretched lazily, and in the next moment, a flash of purple light illuminated the scene. Before Li Daoyuan and Lin Chen could truly engage, Li Daoyuan felt a searing pain as a large chunk of flesh was violently torn from his neck, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in horror.
And in the next instant, he collapsed, life extinguished. Lin Chen swiftly transformed into a phantom, vanishing into the night. Not good, the young master is in danger.
Outside Chunfeng Tower, two elder members of the Li family shouted in anger. They had been tasked with protecting Li Daoyuan but felt awkward entering the establishment.
Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed inside only to find Li Daoyuan lifeless in a pool of blood. "Who did this? Speak, who killed my young master?"
The elder's eyes were bloodshot, cold fury directed at the gathered maidens.
It was a black-clad figure, I couldn't see his face," a timid maiden stammered. Meanwhile,
the other elder had already dashed outside, but the black-clad figure was nowhere to be found. In the shadows, Lin Chen removed his black cloak and donned a white robe. He had received intelligence from Tianjulu indicating that Li Daoyuan would be drinking at Chunfeng Tower, with only two elders guarding him. The elders were at the 9th level of creation, beyond Lin Chen's current capabilities. However, Aji was more than capable, and with sufficient speed. Lin Chen hoped the elders would not react in time. As fate would have it, the elders remained outside, unaware that Lin Chen, at the mere spirit sea realm,
could claim Li Daoyuan's life. While Lin Chen could not prevent the marriage alliance between the Lu and Li families, he could eliminate those who posed a threat. With Li Daoyuan's demise, the Li family would undoubtedly seek vengeance, thus neglecting the union with the Lu family. Returning to the Rui Inn,
Lin Chen retrieved some medicinal pills and commenced his cultivation. The confrontation with Li Daoyuan had primarily relied on Aji's assistance, and aside from his speed, Lin Chen had not showcased his true prowess. Should he employ the Ling Tian sword technique or the 10,000-mile Blood River Palm, he risked exposing his identity. Since arriving in the Imperial City, Lin Chen had increasingly felt the inadequacy of his cultivation level. The Imperial City was rife with hidden talents, with prominent families boasting formidable figures at the 9th level of creation. The Li family, being one of the top-tier families, housed even more powerful beings. After a night of relentless training, dawn broke. Lin Chen and Lu Qingfeng exited the Rui Inn, heading towards the Alchemist Association for the assessment. The association held regular evaluations each year to recruit fresh talent. For the younger generation of alchemists in the Dayu dynasty, joining the Alchemist Association was a matter of pride, granting access to numerous benefits. The association was situated within Tianxiang Tower. As Lin Chen and Lu Qingfeng approached their destination, they encountered throngs of young individuals. The vicinity of Tianxiang Tower was bustling with activity, filled with alchemists arriving for the assessment. At the entrance of Tianxiang Tower, approximately 300 people were registering and paying their fees. Lin Chen and Lu Qingfeng stood in line, and after about half an hour, it was finally their turn. The registration fee amounted to 5 gold coins, but Lu Qingfeng was rather short on funds. With a smile, Lin Chen covered the cost.
"Brother Lin, Lu Qingfeng began, feeling a bit embarrassed by Lin Chen's generosity since arriving in the Imperial City.
"Not to worry, once you earn some money, just repay me," Lin Chen replied with a grin.
"Yes, I certainly will." Lu Qingfeng nodded earnestly.
After completing the registration, they proceeded to the first round of assessments, tasked with concocting a mysterious grade medicinal pill within a specified time frame. The type of pill was unrestrictive, and the participants were expected to bring their own ingredients. Though Lu Qingfeng lacked funds, he had managed to gather various medicinal materials, most of which he had collected during his time on the mountain. This experience was essential for distinguishing between materials and was fundamental for any alchemist.
Outside Tianxiang Tower lay a vast alchemy square.
Lin Chen took out the dilapidated alchemy furnace gifted by the sword enthusiast and summoned a strand of divine dragonfire to begin the alchemical process.
Before long,
Lin Chen successfully concocted a top-tier Xianling pill.
The Xianling pill was a commonly used medicinal pill, essential knowledge for every alchemist.
Throughout the process, Lin Chen felt at ease.
And in less than a quarter of an hour, the pill was complete. Lu Qingfeng, standing beside Lin Chen, gazed at him with envy, secretly admiring his talents.
In the city of Qingzhou, Lu Qingfeng is quite renowned, acclaimed as the most formidable alchemist of the younger generation. He had previously maintained a low profile at the Wuji zone, leaving Lin Chen with little impression of him. However, recently, Lu Qingfeng has emerged prominently in the alchemy competition held in Qingzhou, achieving instant fame.
Junior brother Lu.
There is no need to rush, Lin Chen said with a smile, noticing the beads of sweat on Lu Qingfeng's forehead, offering words of reassurance. Lu Qingfeng's alchemical techniques are relatively mature. As long as he maintains his composure, successfully crafting an elixir should pose no challenge. Chapter 48, The reappearance of the alchemical dragon soul outside the Tianxiang pavilion. An hour had elapsed, and the numerous young alchemists concluded their assessments.
The time allotted for the evaluation was merely 1 hour. Those unable to concoct a Xian-level elixir within this timeframe were free to depart.
The Alchemist Association sought only the most gifted alchemists, leaving the mediocre unqualified to enter. Lu Qingfeng, bustling with activity for the majority of the hour, finally succeeded in producing a Xianling pill. Its quality was commendable, reaching the mid-tier of the Xian level. Anyone who successfully concocted an elixir within the specified time could advance to the second round of assessments conducted by the Alchemist Association. Although several hundred participants had entered the first round, fewer than 50 remained for the second. The square outside the Tianxiang pavilion buzzed with voices. Many eliminated young alchemists wore expressions of dejection. Inside the pavilion, a middle-aged man in gray robes approached slowly.
I am Li Peiqi,
the examiner for the second round of alchemical evaluations. Please submit your fees, and I shall unveil the assessment rules shortly.
Li Peiqi clasped his hands behind his back,
scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on Lin Chen, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen sensed something amiss in Li Peiqi's stare but dismissed it. More than 40 alchemists paid their fees for the second round, which amounted to 300 gold coins. This fee effectively served as a deposit. During the second round, only materials provided by the association would be utilized. If one succeeded in concocting an elixir, the 300 gold coins would be refunded. Failure, however, would mean the loss of both the materials and the deposit.
Lu Qingfeng refrained from borrowing money from Lin Chen,
opting instead to produce a low-tier Xian-grade spiritual tool. The Xian-grade spiritual tool held substantial value, and 300 gold coins could be procured from its sale. Li Peiqi accepted it without further comment. However, when Lin Chen submitted his fee, Li Peiqi let out a derisive laugh.
300 gold coins? Not enough. What do you mean? Lin Chen's countenance darkened.
The alchemists ahead had all paid 300 gold coins or provided equivalent treasures.
Why was Lin Chen's amount deemed insufficient?
Quite literally. Your alchemical techniques are rudimentary. Your prior success in concocting a Xian-level elixir was purely fortuitous. With your meager talent, passing this assessment is an impossibility. And you would merely waste the association's resources. I advise you to return whence you came, Li Peiqi sneered.
And if I refuse to leave?
Lin Chen's eyes glinted coldly,
deducing Li Peiqi's motive.
Li Peiqi was most likely an elder of the Li family.
Since the demise of Li Yuansheng, the Li family had turned rabid,
issuing orders to eliminate disciples of the Ling Tian sword sect without mercy. As Lin Chen had come to partake in the Alchemist Association's assessment, Li Peiqi certainly could not act against him.
However, with Li Peiqi's influence, targeting Lin Chen would be an effortless endeavor.
If you choose not to depart, you shall pay double the fee. I will permit you to participate, Li Peiqi stated indifferently.
Very well.
Lin Chen hesitated not a moment, producing 600 gold coins,
hurling a large money pouch towards Li Peiqi's face.
Li Peiqi, swift of hand, caught it, sneering before allowing Lin Chen to enter the alchemical arena.
Within the arena,
the alchemical furnaces and materials were already prepared.
However, the furnaces remained unlit, requiring the alchemists to ignite their flames independently. 600 gold coins represented a considerable sum.
Yet Lin Chen remained unconcerned. As long as he succeeded in concocting an elixir, he would reclaim the 600 gold coins.
The 40-odd young alchemists were now prepared.
Lu Qingfeng rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat anxious. The Alchemist Association's evaluations consisted of only 2 rounds. Should he succeed this time, he would join the association.
Outsiders who became members of the association could quickly establish their standing within the imperial city.
You must concoct a superior Xian-level elixir within 2 hours.
The type of elixir is unrestricted, and any materials may be chosen. Now, let the competition commence.
As Li Peiqi's voice faded, the 40-odd alchemists swiftly selected their materials and began placing them into the furnaces. Some summoned their martial souls, utilizing their innate abilities to conjure flames, while others directly unleashed beastly fire. The beastly flames, while formidable, typically yielded inferior results compared to those produced by a martial soul's talents, as they were the primal flames originating from within magical beasts, inherently limited in their potency.
Lu Qingfeng summoned forth a phoenix martial soul.
The quality of his martial soul was commendable, reaching the threshold of a 5-star martial soul. The flames he produced were among the better ones among the alchemists.
Lin Chen,
however, quietly released a wisp of divine dragon fire. Lin Chen did not summon a martial soul, leading the onlookers to mistakenly believe he had merely unleashed beastly fire. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Peiqi's eyes, his expression one of disdain. You insist on participating despite your evident lack of ability, you are merely lining my pockets. Having pocketed the 600 gold coins, Li Peiqi was in high spirits,
knowing that 300 would be submitted to the association while the remainder would enrich his own coffers.
As time flowed on, within the alchemical arena,
Lin Chen's movements were swift and his efficiency astounding.
While other alchemists meticulously added their materials one by one, fearful of making a mistake, Lin Chen seized a large handful of materials, disregarding convention. As others were still refining their components, Lin Chen had already begun to shape the elixir.
This is impossible.
Li Peiqi's expression shifted. He had been closely monitoring Lin Chen's progress. Should Lin Chen succeed, he would have to relinquish the gold coins he had consumed. How could someone with mere beastly fire and at the 4th tier of the spiritual sea possibly achieve such rapid results?
Li Peiqi sensed something was amiss.
It seemed he had misjudged Lin Chen. His speed in alchemy was not due to crude techniques but stemmed from an unshakable confidence, a refusal to be bound by convention. A quarter of an hour passed.
Lin Chen struck the alchemical furnace, and a translucent elixir soared forth.
A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens.
The alchemical dragon soul.
This. Li Peiqi was rendered speechless.
Lin Chen's alchemy had summoned the manifestation of the alchemical dragon soul.
This was a clear indication of having concocted a supreme elixir.
Lin Chen had produced a Xianling pill, an unremarkable elixir that even Xian-level alchemists could create.
His alchemical methods appeared rather crude, having omitted several steps.
Yet, the efficacy of Lin Chen's elixir was astonishingly extraordinary. A faint white pattern emerged.
Subtly tracing the surface of the Xianling pill, Lin Chen had crafted an indication of a supreme-grade elixir, valued beyond measure. The Xianling pill boasted remarkable versatility, suitable for practitioners of both the spiritual sea and transformation realms, yet its preciousness remained undiminished. Provided the quality was sufficiently high, the Xianling pill could command an exalted price.
Who is this individual, capable of concocting a supreme Xianling pill? Truly terrifying.
Outside the arena, the gathered spectators were left aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically. A collective gasp filled the air, as if the very atmosphere had thinned.
Within the Tianxiang pavilion, a striking young woman approached gracefully,
clad in a light yellow dress. Her figure was alluring, with cascading hair that resembled a waterfall. The hem of her skirt slightly parted, revealing her fair thighs, a sight both enticing and captivating. Following her were several elderly men dressed in alchemist robes, clearly of notable stature.
The alchemical dragon soul.
The woman in the yellow dress exclaimed in surprise,
her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen, unable to conceal her admiration. Chapter 49, President Fu Xiang, a young alchemist of the profound rank, strikingly handsome.
The woman in the yellow dress gazed with sparkling eyes. She had encountered many young alchemists, yet few possessed the ability to refine profound-grade elixirs. Especially under the pressures of assessment where only one opportunity to demonstrate their skills was afforded. "Who is this individual?" the woman inquired lightly. "Li Peiqi?" Not daring to be negligent, promptly stepped forward. "Esteemed President, this individual is named Lin Chen." Quite impressive talent, a silver badge may be conferred," she replied, causing a stir among the elders present. The Alchemist Association had stringent classifications for its members: bronze, silver, and gold badges, denoting varying levels of expertise. Typically, newly admitted alchemists were awarded bronze badges, which required a success rate of over 60% in refining profound-grade elixirs. Although 60 might not seem high, many profound alchemists actually fell short of a 50% success rate. The standards for a silver badge were even more demanding, necessitating the ability to refine heavenly-grade elixirs. The number of silver badge alchemists in the entire association was scarce. "President, this seems inappropriate," Li Peiqi spoke in a low tone. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties?" Fu Xiang's expression darkened, exuding an overwhelming pressure. She was the president of the Alchemist Association. Not only renowned for her extraordinary alchemical prowess but also formidable in martial arts. Li Peiqi fell silent. Normally, Fu Xiang did not personally observe the association's assessments. Typically, the young alchemists selected barely met the minimum standards, but Lin Chen's exceptional abilities were a first. As she continued to observe Lin Chen, her appreciation for him grew. She favored recruiting handsome alchemists, valuing both talent and appearance equally. Lin Chen was undoubtedly a perfect fit. Soon, the second round of assessments concluded. Within 2 hours, only 7 individuals had successfully refined profound-grade superior elixirs, Lin Chen among them, resulting in a high elimination rate. Notably, Lu Qingfeng, after much struggle, managed to produce a superior Xianling elixir at the last moment, just barely passing. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He was relieved by the favorable outcome. Li Peiqi announced the conclusion of the assessment. Lin Chen approached him with a smile, requesting the return of 600 gold coins. Though reluctant, Li Peiqi could not afford to lose face in front of the crowd and reluctantly handed over the coins. The other successful alchemists received only 300 gold coins, making Lin Chen's award stand out. Fu Xiang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The expressions of several experienced alchemists nearby darkened. It was evident that Li Peiqi had exploited his position during the assessment for personal gain. "Young man, come here." Fu Xiang smiled, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Among the 7 young alchemists, she found him most appealing. His striking looks were undeniable. Lin Chen, while aware of the attention he attracted from women, remained steadfastly focused on his cultivation, dismissing distractions. Fu Xiang's sister, Lin Chen, addressed her, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Fu Xiang regarded him favorably, and as the president, Lin Chen felt it necessary to acknowledge her status. "From now on, you shall be a member of the Alchemist Association. Should anyone bully you, simply inform me," Fu Xiang said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Observing him closely, she found Lin Chen increasingly handsome. Such a charming young man was a delight to behold. "Thank you for your guidance, senior," Lin Chen responded with a respectful gesture. "You are just starting out, and may train within the association for a while, attempting to refine heavenly-grade elixirs. The association will strive to provide the necessary materials for silver badge alchemists." Fu Xiang spoke softly. "However, I have a question I would like to ask Fu Xiang's sister," Lin Chen suddenly interjected. "Go ahead." "During my second round of assessment, why was I required to pay 600 gold coins while others only paid 300? Could it be that elderly made an error?" Lin Chen asked, his expression cheerful. Upon hearing this, elderly's complexion turned pale. While misappropriating funds during assessments was not uncommon, it was usually conducted discreetly. However, Li Peiqi's actions had become public knowledge, leaving Fu Xiang no choice but to address the issue. "Li Peiqi, you are to face a 3-month suspension. Should there be another infraction, you will be expelled," Fu Xiang declared coldly, casting a glare at Li Peiqi. The latter, drenched in sweat, understood the weight of the punishment. He would incur significant losses. Outside the Tianxiang building, a bustling crowd gathered, eager to witness the alchemical displays, further amplified by the appearance of the dragon soul of alchemy. Among the throng, a man in a black robe approached briskly, his gaze icy as he halted at the entrance of the building.
Lin Chen. I am here on behalf of our holy son. You are summoned to the academy. The black-robed elder spoke, his voice heavy with menace. And you are under whose command?
Lin Chen frowned, overwhelmed by the multitude of adversaries he faced.
Wen Shizhong of the Dayu Academy. Lin Chen.
Since you dared to harm the younger brother of our holy son, you should be prepared for the consequences. The holy son has offered you a chance. If you can withstand even one of his strikes, he will spare your life. Wen Shizhong sneered, a powerful pressure emanating from him. He had just witnessed Lin Chen's astonishing alchemical talent and entrance into the Alchemist Association but believed that the association would not risk offending the holy son of Dayu Academy.
Morongxiu. Morongxiu was not only the top prodigy of Dayu Academy but also ranked second on the prestigious Wind and Cloud list.
Apart from the unparalleled genius at the top, no one in the younger generation of the Dayu dynasty could rival him.
Who let you in here? Leave at once.
Lin Chen was about to retort when Fu Xiang's gaze turned icy, unleashing a terrifying pressure. In an instant, Wen Shizhong was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his body resembling a broken kite. When Shizhong's expression changed dramatically, he had not anticipated Fu Xiang's defense of Lin Chen.
President Fu Xiang.
This individual bears an irreconcilable grudge against our holy son.
Are you certain you wish to protect him?
When Shizhong struggled to rise, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The Dayu Academy held an unparalleled status, and Morongxiu's powerful lineage from the Morong family, deeply entrenched in the northern wilderness, was a force to be reckoned with. Even members of the Dayu royal family were obliged to show respect to Morongxiu. Chapter 50, Celestial Tempering Pellet sees him, break his legs, and cast him out.
Declared Floating Fragrance, promptly taking Lin Chen's hand and turning to leave.
Lin Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness, as his acquaintance with Floating Fragrance was still nascent. And her actions bordered on excessive enthusiasm. Nevertheless, Lin Chen gave it little thought. Remaining at the Alchemist Association, for the time being, was not detrimental to him. Upon Floating Fragrance's pronouncement, two black-robed figures burst forth from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Their auras were formidable, unmistakably those of powerful figures in the Destiny Wheel realm. When Shizhong's countenance paled, as he had not anticipated Floating Fragrance's utter disregard for propriety. As when Shizhong attempted to flee, the two black-robed figures materialized before him.
Subsequently,
two distinct cracks echoed, and when Shizhong's legs were instantly shattered. Within the Alchemist Association, Floating Fragrance's word was law. For a mere Wen Shizhong to dare threaten her with the Morong family was tantamount to courting disaster. Outside the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the crowd was aghast. It seemed Floating Fragrance held Lin Chen's alchemic talent in high regard. Otherwise, she would not have offended Morongxiu for Lin Chen's sake.
Morongxiu was but a young prodigy, whose strength paled in comparison to Floating Fragrance's.
However, the Morong family behind him was a force to be reckoned with. The Morong family was not affiliated with the Great Yu dynasty, but rather a powerful clan from the northern wilderness region. Morongxiu had journeyed from the northern wilderness region to hone his skills in the Great Yu dynasty.
Inside the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion,
Floating Fragrance instructed someone to procure an alchemist's uniform for Lin Chen, a standard silver robe, embroidered with a lotus flower on the chest.
Within the Alchemist Association,
alchemists clad in silver robes were often held in high esteem. Among the younger generation of alchemists, Lin Chen was the only one to receive such an honor.
Furthermore,
Lin Chen was granted 500 gold coins, as well as over 100 types of medicinal herbs required for alchemy. Most of which were spiritual herbs aged between 500 and 1,000 years. In addition, the association bestowed upon him a brand new alchemy furnace. Compared to the one given by the sword maniac, the difference was palpable. "Young man, spend these next few days refining elixirs at the association," Floating Fragrance gently suggested. Her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation.
"As you are new to the association, some may harbor resentment.
You need only demonstrate your alchemic prowess, such as concocting a celestial-grade elixir. And they will naturally fall silent." To aid Lin Chen, she had withstood considerable pressure. Floating Fragrance naturally held a mere Wen Shizhong in contempt.
However,
If the higher echelons of the Morone family were to demand Lin Chen's extradition, floating fragrance might not be able to protect him. Of course, if Lin Chen's alchemic skills were to improve further, the situation would be different. The Alchemist Association also had backers in the Northern Wilderness region. The alchemic prodigies of the Northern Wilderness region were truly as numerous as the sands of the Ganges.
Lin Chen's alchemic talent was astounding in the Great Yu dynasty.
But it still fell short of attracting attention from the Northern Wilderness region.
Junior understands. Many thanks for your consideration, Sister Floating Fragrance.
Lin Chen clasped his fist in salute. Floating Fragrance, a stranger to him, had not only recognized his talent but had also offered assistance and repelled Wen Shizhong.
Lin Chen would remember this kindness.
If Lin Chen had taken matters into his own hands and used some of his trump cards, he would have been confident in dealing with Wen Shizhong. But that would have been troublesome. Now that Lin Chen had found a temporary haven in the Alchemist Association, he could at least focus on cultivation without worrying about external troubles.
On the second floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was the Resource Hall. Lin Chen entered to select an elixir formula.
Every new member of the association could go to the Resource Hall to choose a suitable elixir formula for research. Floating Fragrance had suggested that Lin Chen attempt to refine a celestial-grade elixir, and Lin Chen shared the same sentiment. If he could concoct a celestial-grade elixir for his own consumption, it would greatly benefit his cultivation.
An elixir formula was essential for alchemy.
Elixir formulas were the culmination of the experience of numerous alchemists, recording the usage and dosage of various elixirs, as well as various details and precautions during alchemy.
Without an elixir formula, relying solely on one's own research would undoubtedly be time-consuming and laborious. Lin Chen's current alchemic skills had not yet reached the point where he could directly create elixir formulas. Celestial-grade elixir formulas were exceedingly precious. Lin Chen had not seen any during his time at the Soaring Heaven Sword sect. Only some profound-grade elixir formulas had been passed down. After all, the Soaring Heaven Sword sect was primarily a sword-based sect. It might have possessed celestial-grade elixir formulas during its heyday, but it was normal for them to be absent now. Inside the resource hall, an elderly man with a snow-white beard cast a surprised glance at Lin Chen upon his arrival. Lin Chen was so young. Yet he was clad in a silver robe, which was clearly unusual. In his opinion, Lin Chen had likely used connections to obtain a silver badge alchemist status within the association. Lin Chen selected an elixir formula and 3 sets of corresponding medicinal herbs from the resource hall. The probability of failure was high for the first attempt at refining a celestial-grade elixir, and 3 sets of medicinal herbs were probably insufficient. However, that was all that the Silver Badge Alchemist's privileges allowed. After Lin Chen had selected the medicinal herbs, he approached the elderly man with the snow-white beard to register. Celestial grade. Celestial tempering pellet? The old man's expression darkened, and he revealed a hint of disdain. With your cultivation, you aspire to concoct the celestial tempering pellet? Young man, do not be overly ambitious and waste medicinal herbs. The old man shook his head, unwilling to register Lin Chen. Normally, without the creation realm, it was almost impossible to successfully refine a celestial-grade elixir. Lin Chen had requested 3 sets of precious medicinal herbs at once, most of which were over 1,000 years old. If he failed 3 times, the wasted resources would be considerable. As far as I know, Silver Badge alchemists are entitled to obtain celestial-grade elixir formulas and related medicinal herbs, Lin Chen stated calmly. You are correct. If you insist, then take them. The old man said dismissively. I am merely reminding you that there is no need to waste resources. If you waste too many, the association will re-evaluate you in the future. It is uncertain whether you can maintain your Silver Badge alchemist status. The old man chuckled lightly, then shook his head. He had seen many young alchemists like Lin Chen. They were overly ambitious and became blindly arrogant with the slightest achievement. Did they really think celestial-grade elixirs were so easy to concoct? Moreover, Lin Chen had chosen the celestial tempering pellet, which was considered relatively difficult to refine among celestial-grade elixirs. The celestial tempering pellet's primary function was to strengthen the physical body and enhance spiritual power. Lin Chen possessed the supreme divine dragon martial soul, which constantly transformed his physical body under its influence. His physical body was already quite strong.
He had chosen to refine the celestial tempering pellet to further enhance his physical strength. Without further ado, Lin Chen registered, took the imprinted elixir formula and 3 sets of related medicinal herbs, and left the resource hall.
Young people do not heed advice. Since he used connections to become a silver badge alchemist, why does he not know how to cherish it?
The elderly man with the snow-white beard shook his head repeatedly,
his disdain unconcealed.
Exiting the resource hall, Lin Chen headed to the alchemy chamber. Alchemy chambers were managed by designated elders, and one needed to apply to use them. Lin Chen arrived outside a row of alchemy chambers and unexpectedly encountered Li Peiqi. The elder responsible for allocating alchemy chambers that day was none other than Li Peiqi. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a glint of malice flashed in Li Peiqi's eyes, and a sneer curled his lips. Lin Chen had caused him to have his salary docked for 3 months, a grievance he had never forgotten. Chapter 51, The Alchemy Bet. I am afraid the alchemy chambers are fully booked today, Li Peiqi remarked with a grin,
clearly unwilling to allow Lin Chen access to the alchemy room.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door of one of the alchemy chambers swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who emerged amidst a resounding crash, indicating a failed alchemical attempt. Now there is one available, Lin Chen replied calmly.
That is a high-level alchemy chamber, designated for the crafting of celestial-grade elixirs.
Given your qualifications, you are not entitled to enter, Li Peiqi retorted with a cold laugh.
Alchemy chambers are categorized by rank. The distinction between low-level and high-level chambers primarily lies in the quality of the alchemical furnaces and the formations arranged within. High-level chambers are equipped with superior furnaces and more stable formations. It is commonplace for elixirs to explode during the alchemical process, for many alchemists. Successfully refining an elixir is the true anomaly. When an elixir detonates, it generates an immensely powerful shockwave. The presence of formations helps to mitigate some of the force, preventing the alchemist from sustaining severe injuries and safeguarding the chamber from destruction. It is a rule of the association that silver-ranked alchemists may enter high-level chambers. Why has this rule changed under Elderly? Lin Chen asked with a sneer.
Does Elderly have his own set of regulations? A silver-ranked alchemist holds a considerable position within the association, and many elders are also merely silver-ranked. The gold-ranked alchemists are limited to the association's president, Fu Xiang, and a few select elders.
Young man, do not be blindly overconfident.
Should you enter, you will merely exacerbate the burden on the formation.
If you cause 3 explosions, who will bear the responsibility for the destruction?
Li Peiqi mocked, a glint of malice in his eyes. Were it not for the association's rules, he would have attacked Lin Chen long ago.
Are you so certain that I will fail? What if I succeed in my alchemy?
Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp.
Li Peiqi's incessant provocations had piqued Lin Chen's irritation.
Ridiculous.
With your alchemical prowess,
if you could produce a celestial-grade elixir, I, Li, would walk backwards from now on. Li Peiqi laughed heartily, his voice grating.
Soon,
several alchemists from the association were drawn to the vicinity of the alchemy chamber. Among them were numerous talented alchemists, albeit merely bronze-ranked, who harbored a sense of resentment towards Lin Chen. They were curious to witness Lin Chen's alchemical skills, given that he had garnered the attention of President Fu Xiang and had quickly ascended to silver rank. There were also several seasoned alchemists present, who had toiled for years within the association to achieve their silver rank.
They regarded Lin Chen with skepticism, believing him too young to merit the title of silver-ranked alchemist.
How tedious to simply walk backwards.
Are you brave enough to wager?
Lin Chen scoffed. It appeared that demonstrating his alchemical capabilities today was essential to quell the growing dissent. Li Peiqi buzzed around Lin Chen like a bothersome fly. Very well, should you fail to produce a celestial-grade elixir, you will be expelled from the Alchemist Association.
We do not tolerate mediocrity.
Li Peiqi laughed heartily, eager to see Lin Chen humiliated in front of the gathered alchemists.
Why complicate matters? Just stake your life on it.
Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. From Li Peiqi's eyes, Lin Chen discerned a murderous intent. If Li Peiqi sought his life, Lin Chen would not hold back.
Agreed. However,
should you fail, and if you lack the courage to take your own life, you will become a laughingstock, Li Peiqi eagerly accepted, having long wished to eliminate Lin Chen.
Everyone present can bear witness. What say you, elderly? Are you afraid to proceed? Let us wager. Do I seem intimidated by you? Li Peiqi grinned malevolently, confident that Lin Chen would not succeed in his alchemy. Even if Lin Chen were to achieve success by some stroke of luck, Li Peiqi was certain he could easily dispatch him. In the end, he would face minimal repercussions, for he did not consider Lin Chen to be his equal. Before long, the door to the high-level alchemy chamber swung open. Lin Chen stepped inside, commencing his alchemical endeavor. The door remained ajar, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he began to craft the celestial body refining elixir. News of the wager spread quickly among the association's alchemists, who flocked to witness the spectacle. Even the elderly man from the resource hall made an appearance, eager to see the unfolding drama. Youth, is living not sufficient? Why must you court death? The old man mused, harboring no animosity towards Lin Chen, merely looking down upon him. As discussions erupted among the onlookers, Lin Chen became the focal point of their attention. The difficulty of crafting celestial-grade elixirs was well understood by the alchemists present, and they speculated that Lin Chen was likely to fail. During his assessment, Lin Chen had performed admirably, eliciting the dragon soul of alchemy, but that was merely for a mysterious-grade elixir. While his talent in refining a top-tier mysterious-grade elixir was commendable, his arrogance would ultimately hinder his potential. I have encountered many prodigies, yet those who possess both vision and capability are but fleeting phenomena, the veteran alchemists murmured among themselves. In their youth, they may not have matched Lin Chen's talent, but they valued steadiness and diligence. Given Lin Chen's current realm, it was overly ambitious for him to aspire to refine celestial-grade elixirs. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Chen meticulously followed the alchemical formula, methodically commencing his work. He paid no heed to the chatter outside. Crafting a celestial-grade elixir is indeed a formidable challenge, yet Lin Chen possessed unwavering confidence. With his dragon fire and precise control over flame temperature, he surpassed many alchemists. His martial realm would also influence his alchemical abilities, at the spirit sea realm. It would typically be difficult for him to refine celestial-grade elixirs due to insufficient spiritual energy. However, Lin Chen harbored another force within him, dragon power. With the support of dragon power, Lin Chen felt fully equipped to attempt crafting a celestial-grade elixir. His only shortcoming lay in his technique and level of proficiency. Following the steps outlined in the alchemical formula, Lin Chen began to refine the elixir, sequentially adding various precious herbs. Approximately half an hour later, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the furnace, signaling the emergence of the elixir's initial form. Achieving the preliminary shape of the elixir meant that he had already succeeded halfway. Next, he needed to eliminate the impurities, a process that would test the alchemist's skill, demanding sustained release of intense flames, precise temperature control, and significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Outside the alchemy chamber, Li Peiqi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Lin Chen's progress to be so smooth. Given Lin Chen's realm, it was expected that he would struggle to form even the initial shape of the elixir, yet Lin Chen's performance was astonishing. A cold sweat broke out on Li Peiqi's brow. If Lin Chen succeeded, even should Li Peiqi refuse to honor the wager, he would lose face in front of all. This youth possesses considerable strength. The elderly man with white hair gasped in astonishment. He could ascertain that this was Lin Chen's first attempt at crafting the celestial body refining elixir, and that he had only recently acquired the formula. To achieve such results on a first attempt was nothing short of terrifying. Within the alchemy chamber, Lin Chen completed the first step but did not continue. Instead, with a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a fierce blaze, incinerating the elixir. Though the elixir had begun to take shape, Lin Chen deemed it imperfect due to excessive impurities. Even with the continuous refinement using dragon fire, he estimated that the final product would merely be a high-quality celestial-grade celestial body refining elixir. Lin Chen either does not engage in an endeavor, or if he chooses to do so, he must strive for excellence. Presently, the residual spiritual energy within Lin Chen is scant, permitting him to refine only once more. Thus, he decisively obliterates the elixir and embarks on a new process of refinement, aspiring for the utmost quality. After all, the elixir he intends to concoct is meant for his own consumption. Moreover, the more remarkable his talents are within the Alchemist Association, the greater the recognition he will receive.
Given that Lin Chen has accumulated numerous adversaries, harnessing the power of the Alchemist Association would undoubtedly be advantageous.
With such alchemical prowess,
there is no need for concealment, it is time to exhibit his abilities openly. Chapter 52, Supreme Quality at the Heavenly Stage. As expected, the elixir has exploded. In the realm of the Spirit Sea, his spiritual power must be waning. His techniques are far too crude, even if he ultimately succeeds in refining. The quality will not be high. This youth indeed possesses some talent, yet he lacks an accurate assessment of his alchemical prowess. The impetuousness of youth blinds him to the virtue of patience. Should he lose this gamble, he stands to lose everything. Outside the alchemy chamber, a cacophony of voices erupted, filled with various speculations. Lin Chen's previous decision to destroy the elixir was perceived as a blunder, leading to its explosion.
Little do they know,
Lin Chen merely sought to pursue a higher quality.
Young man, you have 2 more chances.
Should you fail, kneel and call me grandfather, and I may consider sparing you. Li Peiqi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride and a hint of murderous intent. He would certainly not let Lin Chen off the hook, the stakes were set. And if Lin Chen could not concoct a heavenly grade elixir, Li Peiqi would take matters into his own hands. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, retrieving his second set of materials and placing them into the alchemical furnace once more. This time, his technique was noticeably more adept. He combined 3 types of materials,
disregarding the prescribed order of the recipe.
The sequence of ingredient addition is crucial for precise control of the heat, as each material possesses unique properties requiring different temperatures for refinement. However, true masters of alchemy can skillfully manipulate multiple materials simultaneously, achieving perfect control over the process.
Lin Chen's current approach was unorthodox and free-spirited.
This young man was previously clumsy, and now he has even mixed up the order of ingredient addition.
It appears he has not diligently studied the recipe, a white-bearded elder remarked, observing Lin Chen's apparent nervousness.
If he fails, he should simply admit his mistake.
Youthful arrogance is understandable, but there is no need to persist stubbornly.
Even elderly may not demand his life. The elder's words, initially dismissive of Lin Chen, now reflected a newfound appreciation for his potential. Despite a possible failure in this alchemical endeavor, Lin Chen's demonstrated skills were commendable.
The complexity of refining the heavenly gang body refining pill was exceedingly high.
Should Lin Chen perish, it would be a loss for the Alchemist Association as well.
However,
most alchemists present were more inclined to revel in the spectacle than to concern themselves with Lin Chen's fate. As the elder spoke, Lin Chen's impression of him improved slightly. He merely had a tendency to flaunt his experience.
Li Peiqi's expression darkened. If Lin Chen failed to refine the elixir, he would undoubtedly take retribution.
The elder's remarks left Li Peiqi somewhat apprehensive. To act violently would be a loss of dignity.
In the midst of Li Peiqi's contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly struck the alchemical furnace.
A crystal-clear elixir emerged, exuding a rich fragrance and vibrant hue. Though it contained some impurities, it was merely the initial stage of refinement, and further processing would enhance its quality.
Li Peiqi's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Lin Chen would come so close to success.
Amidst the crowd, a woman in a yellow dress approached, her figure voluptuous and her features exquisite. As she walked, she exuded an enchanting aura, her skirt fluttering gracefully.
"Greetings, President."
The gathered alchemists bowed in unison, recognizing Fu Xiang's presence. The commotion surrounding the alchemical wager had drawn many elders from the association, and Fu Xiang was curious about Lin Chen's true capabilities. As the dragon fire continued to blaze, Lin Chen intensified the flame, releasing 5 flickering tongues of fire.
Though they appeared feeble, they held a terrifying power, far exceeding the spirit flames of other alchemists. Remarkably,
Lin Chen managed to unleash the dragon fire without summoning his spirit. Even Fu Xiang could not discern the nature of his spirit.
"This young man is unfathomable," she mused,
her eyes sparkling with intrigue. During the alchemical assessment, Lin Chen's performance had already been remarkable, earning Fu Xiang's high regard. Now, as he sought to refine a heavenly grade elixir, her astonishment grew, and she contemplated nurturing his talent, perhaps even sending him to the northern wasteland if the opportunity arose.
As Fu Xiang pondered, a resounding roar emanated from the alchemy chamber.
Lin Chen had completed the final step, expelling the impurities from the elixir, revealing a faint yet distinct alchemical pattern. The rich aroma of the elixir enveloped the surroundings. Fu Xiang's gaze sharpened, her heart racing with shock. A supreme quality elixir of the heavenly stage. Fu Xiang's voice trembled with excitement, and above the Tianxiang Tower, a spectral dragon soul materialized, resonating with a thunderous roar.
The manifestation of the dragon soul of alchemy was upon them.
Lin Chen had indeed refined a supreme quality heavenly gang body refining pill. Li Peiqi's expression morphed into one of horror, trembling as an inexplicable fear gripped him.
This young man had only recently acquired the formula for the heavenly gang body refining pill.
The white-bearded elder muttered to himself, his mind blank, his resolve shaken. Had he attempted to refine the elixir, he could not have reached Lin Chen's level. He had previously concocted the heavenly gang body refining pill. But his best results were merely top-tier, with numerous failures along the way. Lin Chen had achieved the pinnacle of quality on his second attempt.
In the entire Dayu Empire,
it was unlikely any young alchemist could rival Lin Chen's talent.
How is this possible?
Many alchemists rushed outside to witness the dragon soul of alchemy soaring in the sky.
The manifestation of the dragon soul during the refinement of a heavenly grade elixir was far more imposing than that of an earthly grade elixir.
A massive white dragon soared across the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world.
The act of refining elixirs connects one to the laws of the universe, potentially causing wondrous phenomena.
Manifestations of the dragon soul or phoenix soul are legendary occurrences, alongside other phenomena like radiant colors or the descent of Qilin. These manifestations are merely superficial and do not definitively indicate the final quality of the elixir.
The true hallmark of a supreme quality elixir lies in its alchemical patterns.
At this moment, numerous alchemists could clearly see the faint pattern on the heavenly gang body refining pill Lin Chen had created. Though the pattern was not entirely complete, its mere presence signified it reached the level of supreme quality.
Elderly, would you care to verify if this is indeed a heavenly grade elixir? Lin Chen held the milky white elixir, its enticing aroma drawing the gaze of all present, leaving them salivating.
Li Peiqi's expression was dark as thunder, rendered speechless. The assembled renowned alchemists could easily discern whether it was a heavenly grade elixir. Elderly, it is time for you to take responsibility, Lin Chen stated calmly. In the imperial city, at the Li family estate, a black-clad man stood with a cold demeanor. This man was Li Wujie, the head of the Li family.
Recently,
2 of his sons had perished. Li Yuancheng had died in the Liangshan region, and Li Wujie suspected the Ling Tian sword sect was involved. Yet he had no means to confront them. Moreover, Li Daoyuan had mysteriously died at Chunfeng Tower. With 2 of his 3 sons deceased, the fury within Li Wujie was palpable. Kneeling before him was a bald man, reporting urgently.
Have you uncovered the truth? Who exactly killed my son Daoyuan?
All individuals who entered and exited Chunfeng Tower had been investigated, yet the identity of the mysterious black-clad figure remained elusive, as if they had appeared from thin air.
Useless. What purpose do I have in raising you?
Master, please calm your anger.
Do you not find it strange that only a few knew of the young master's visit to Chunfeng Tower?
I have inquired about his close companions, and none of them have divulged his whereabouts. The bald man spoke in a somber tone.
Are you suggesting that the black-clad individual is an insider in the Li family? Li Wujie's expression darkened.
We have yet to ascertain the identity of the black-clad man, but we can trace the source of his intelligence to uncover the truth.
He continued. Useless. Then go investigate.
I demand a precise answer within 3 days, no longer. Li Wujie seethed with fury.
Master, it may require your personal intervention.
The bald man suggested.
You mean, Tianji Tower? Li Wujie's eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous aura. Precisely. At Tianxiang Tower, in the alchemy chamber.
Li Peiqi's face paled in disbelief. Lin Chen had truly succeeded in refining a heavenly grade elixir. Such astonishing alchemical talent was unparalleled among the younger generation of the Dayu dynasty.
And many of the elder alchemists would likely pale in comparison. I am an elder of the Alchemist Association, do you dare to kill me?
Li Peiqi's face was grim, knowing that forcing him to commit suicide was out of the question.
Li Peiqi, you are no longer affiliated with the Alchemist Association.
President Fu Xiang suddenly declared solemnly.
President, how can you be so biased towards this boy? I have made contributions to the association. Li Peiqi exclaimed in distress. From today onwards, you are expelled from the Alchemist Association, and no alchemical institution within the Daiyu dynasty shall employ you. President Fu Xiang's gaze was frigid, devoid of any goodwill towards Li Peiqi. Lin Chen had demonstrated sufficient prowess in the alchemical betting match, and Fu Xiang undoubtedly supported him. Li Peiqi was merely a washed-up old man, whose own alchemical skills were mediocre at best. Very well. Lin Chen, I shall remember this. Li Peiqi seethed with resentment as he turned to leave. Suddenly, Lin Chen drew his sword, unleashing a blinding flash of light that surged forth with unparalleled speed. You seek death. Li Peiqi, who was looking for an opportunity to strike, was taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity. In an instant, Li Peiqi's killing intent surged, and he summoned his martial spirit, a ferocious bear, unleashing a devastating punch filled with raw energy. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's blade flickered and, in an instant, a blood streak marred Li Peiqi's fist. Shocked, Li Peiqi attempted to retreat, but Lin Chen advanced, delivering a palm strike that erupted into a torrent of blood. King-level martial skill, River of Blood Palm. Within Lin Chen's palm flickered an imperceptible divine dragon flame. You shall die. Li Peiqi gritted his teeth, unleashing his full power, his martial spirit roaring as his body swelled, enhancing his defensive capabilities. His bear martial spirit was of 5-star caliber, with the blood-boiling talent, which increased his physical strength. However, this state was fleeting, lasting only a minute, after which he would be left weakened. Li Peiqi, overwhelmed by Lin Chen's prowess, unleashed a punch brimming with terrifying force, his form having expanded to nearly 2 meters tall, resembling an immense black bear. Stop! President Fu Xiang's expression shifted, her concern for Lin Chen palpable. Yet, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, too swiftly for her to intervene. No matter how exceptional your alchemical talent, you will perish at my hands. Li Peiqi sneered, and in an instant, their fists collided with a resounding boom. Li Peiqi let out a horrific scream as his arm exploded in a gruesome display of carnage. You! Li Peiqi was consumed by rage and shock. But before he could react, a blade of light swept past him, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness, his head severed by Lin Chen's sword. You spoke of a life and death wager. If you refuse to take your own life, I shall assist you. Lin Chen relieved him of his possessions and approached President Fu Xiang, clasping his fists in respect. Sister Fu Xiang, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my training. Very well, you may go. Fu Xiang smiled warmly. Lin Chen nodded and departed amidst the astonishment of onlookers. Given that Li Peiqi had harbored murderous intent towards him, Lin Chen had no choice but to eliminate him. The life and death wager had been established, witnessed by numerous elders of the association, rendering Lin Chen's actions entirely justified. Admiration glimmered in Fu Xiang's eyes as she regarded Lin Chen. This young man not only possessed remarkable alchemical talent but also demonstrated commendable decisiveness in his actions. Clear this place, Fu Xiang commanded. And soon disciples arrived to remove Li Peiqi's remains. The atmosphere fell into silence as the crowd remained stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Lu Qingfeng had witnessed Lin Chen's alchemical prowess and found himself in awe. During his time in Xingzhou, he had been the foremost alchemist, but in the imperial city, he now seemed ordinary. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had arrived and immediately distinguished himself, astonishing all present. An elderly man with a white beard was left speechless, his breath catching in his throat, unable to articulate his shock. This young man is truly formidable. He recalled advising Lin Chen against refining the Tiangang body refining pill to avoid wasting resources. Now, Lin Chen's performance left him without words. Have the younger generations become so extraordinary? This young man was indeed a prodigy in alchemy, destined to carve a place for himself in the northern wilderness. Li Peiqi was a victim of his own hubris. Having gambled with his life, he could only blame himself for his demise. The crowd buzzed with conversation, while Lin Chen returned to his quarters, retrieved a Tiangang body refining pill, and began his training. The pill would enhance his physical form and invigorate his spiritual energy, yielding exceptional results. Upon consumption, Lin Chen felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, a warmth enveloping his body as waves of heat surged within. Outside Tianxiang Tower,
over 100 individuals approached with menacing intent. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in black, his cold gaze radiating a chilling aura.
Alchemist Association, surrender Lin Chen.
Li Wujie had assembled a formidable force, blocking the entrance to the Alchemist Association. The over 100 elite members of the Li family were a testament to their formidable lineage. Today, with Li Wujie personally present, even the Alchemist Association was not to be trifled with.
Soon, an elder emerged from Tianshan Tower, and upon witnessing the Li family's imposing display, the alchemists were taken aback. Master Li, what is your intention?
President Fu Xiang approached gracefully, her eyes glinting with a hint of ice.
Bring Lin Chen out for discourse. Li Wujie's countenance was as dark as stormy waters.
Not long ago, Li Wujie had visited Tianji Tower to inquire about any potential buyers of information regarding Li Daoyuan. Initially, Tianji Tower refused to divulge any details, but under Li Wujie's coercion, the truth emerged: a black-clad man had indeed purchased information about Li Daoyuan.
Li Wujie continued his investigation, tracing leads to the Rui Inn.
A relative of a Li family disciple had seen a black-clad individual hurriedly leaving. With records of all guests at Rui Inn, Li Wujie quickly found himself suspecting Lin Chen. Li Wujie dispatched individuals to investigate Lin Chen and discovered that he had acquainted himself with Lu Yanran during his time in Qingzhou, establishing a remarkably close relationship. The Lu family intended to wed Lu Yanran to Li Daoyuan, thus Lin Chen possessed ample motive to intervene. Presently, beside Li Wujie stood a female steward. The very individual who had attended to Lin Chen when he sought information. Lin Chen is a silver-ranked alchemist of our association, Master Li.
What business do you have with him? Fu Xiang inquired with a solemn tone.
This individual has slain my son Daoyuan, and I demand his dismemberment.
Li Wujie's visage contorted with rage.
Fu Xiang's expression shifted, recognizing that if the Li family did not locate Lin Chen today, they would likely not relent.
Shortly thereafter,
the sound of footsteps approached, heralding Lin Chen's arrival. A commotion of this magnitude within the Li family certainly did not escape Lin Chen's notice. He had indeed prepared himself mentally for the possibility of the Li family discovering his identity, though he had not anticipated such swiftness. Upon spotting the female steward beside Li Wujie's, a sinister smile crept across Lin Chen's lips.
What a marvelous Tianji Tower! Is this the one?
Li Wujie's inquired, directing his gaze toward the steward. She nodded affirmatively, while Lin Chen had concealed his appearance and masked his aura with powders that night. His stature and physique could not be hidden. The steward recognized him at once as the individual who had sought information at Tianji Tower.
How dare you kill my son? Are you prepared to meet your demise?
Li Wujie's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Li Daoyuan, his second son, had shown considerable martial talent since childhood. With a bright future ahead, yet he had been excessively enamored with women.
Over the years, Li Daoyuan had wronged many virtuous women.
And Li Wujie's had turned a blind eye, allowing his son to act with impunity. The Li family had grown accustomed to their dominance. And few dared to provoke them in the imperial city, let alone strike against Li Daoyuan, which had fostered his arrogance. Little did Li Wujie's anticipate that Lin Chen would dare to kill his son.
I did indeed visit Tianji Tower to procure information, but I did not slay your son.
Lin Chen replied nonchalantly.
You lie.
Li Wujie's bellowed furiously, his eyes brimming with fury. Were it not for Fu Xiang's protection, he might have already lost control and attacked.
Lu Yanran is a close friend of mine.
Upon learning of her impending marriage to Li Daoyuan, I sought information about him.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Lin Chen stood composed, exhibiting no signs of panic.
Moreover, I am merely at the 4th level of the spiritual sea. How could I possibly kill the transformative Li Daoyuan? Do you truly believe that possible, Master Li?
Upon hearing this, Li Wujie's faltered momentarily, having considered that Lin Chen, with such a low cultivation level,
could not be a match for Li Daoyuan.
However, the circumstantial evidence pointed to Lin Chen as the primary suspect.
Even in the absence of conclusive proof,
Li Wujie's preferred to err on the side of violence rather than let the opportunity slip away. There is no need for further discussion. Fu Xiang, as the association president,
I beseech you to grant me a favor today and hand Lin Chen over to me. Consider it a debt owed to me. Li Wujie's expression turned cold.
Fu Xiang's countenance grew grave, having just witnessed Lin Chen's extraordinary alchemical talents in crafting the unparalleled heavenly gang body refining pill. She could not bear to relinquish such a prodigious talent.
Yet, the pressure from the Li family was considerable. Ultimately,
the Alchemist Association was merely a collective of alchemists lacking formidable combat strength, primarily focusing on the art of alchemy, with martial prowess as a secondary concern. Should a confrontation arise, the association may not stand a chance. Previously, when Elder Wen Shizhong from Dayu Academy attempted to seize someone, Fu Xiang had offered him no leniency, breaking his legs and casting him aside.
Wen Shizhong held a nominal position within the academy and could not represent it effectively.
However, the current situation was different. Li Wuji's, the head of the Li family, had personally arrived to impose pressure. The Li family wielded immense power, and Li Wuji's himself was a high-ranking official in the court, with numerous strong individuals within his family. Fu Xiang's mind raced as she quickly resolved to protect Lin Chen at all costs. If she surrendered Lin Chen outright, it would not only tarnish the association's reputation but also result in the loss of a young alchemical prodigy, which was of paramount concern. Fu Xiang had even harbored intentions of recommending Lin Chen to the Tianxiang Pavilion in the northern wilderness, a sacred ground for alchemists and a renowned sect.
Master Li,
since you cannot ascertain that Lin Chen is indeed the one who killed Li Daoyuan, I implore you to take your leave, Fu Xiang stated calmly.
Are you certain you wish to protect this man?
Li Wuji's chuckled.
A mere alchemist association?
If my Li family were to exert their full power,
we could easily crush it. However, today, I have not brought enough men.
The aging members of the Alchemist Association, whose combat abilities were already lacking,
would hardly risk their lives for Fu Xiang.
Lin Chen's alchemical talents are extraordinary. He is already a disciple of my Tianxiang Pavilion.
If you wish to act against him,
you ought to consider your course of action carefully.
Fu Xiang's status was known to Li Wuji's.
She hailed from the Tianxiang Pavilion in the northern wilderness and had established the Alchemist Association within the Dayu dynasty, ostensibly managing the business of medicinal herbs while covertly funneling talent to the pavilion. Yet, Li Wuji's was unfazed. After all, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. No matter how formidable the Tianxiang Pavilion, it remained a distant force in the northern wilderness.
Would they truly intervene against the Li family over Lin Chen? Then so be it. Lin Chen has yet to join the Tianxiang Pavilion, he is not yet a disciple.
If I, Li Wuji's, desire his death,
no one shall obstruct me.
Fu Xiang, I shall grant you but one day.
If by tomorrow you have not delivered him to me,
do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Li Wuji's words were laden with a potent threat, causing the elders of the Alchemist Association to grow visibly anxious. They had joined the association to profit, not to engage in life or death struggles, and naturally wished to avoid conflict with the Li family.
However, Fu Xiang was resolute, leaving them feeling powerless.
A few elders were already contemplating escape routes, preparing for the worst.
You!
Fu Xiang was exasperated, taken aback by Li Wuji's brazen actions.
Disregarding even the Tianxiang Pavilion's standing. Outside Tianxiang Tower, a throng of onlookers gathered.
Alone, one-armed man in green approached slowly, his entire being enveloped in a terrifying sword aura, causing the crowd to part and create a path. The overwhelming sword energy surged skyward, capturing the attention of all present,
who were left wondering about the identity of this formidable one-armed figure.
Such a potent sword aura hinted at the presence of a swordmaster.
As a disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect, do you believe you can act against me? The one-armed man's gaze was sharp, radiating a fearsome aura.
Lin Chen's heart stirred. He had long suspected that the Ling Tian sword sect harbored hidden powers. One individual alone, the sword madman, could not sustain the sect.
Now it seemed that Lin Chen's suspicions were confirmed.
Could you be
Langya? Li Wuji's complexion paled drastically. Not long ago, following the death of Li Yuanshang,
he had visited the Ling Tian sword sect and had an inconclusive duel with the sword madman. Li Wuji's had refrained from bringing Li family's powerful members to besiege the sect out of caution. The Ling Tian sword sect not only possessed the sword madman but also a more terrifying swordmaster, Langya.
Yet, Langya had long since retreated from the world, vanishing from sight. Langya, such a familiar name. Could he be the foremost sword cultivator who made waves in Dayu 2 decades ago? It was said that Langya roamed the world. Who could have imagined he remained within the borders of Dayu?
The crowd erupted into fervent discussions, many of whom were old enough to have heard of Langya's renown. The most powerful sword cultivator in the Dayu dynasty, Langya's name alone was enough to intimidate numerous strong individuals.
The Li family is quite formidable. Do they believe my disciples from the Ling Tian sword sect are easy prey? The one-armed man trembled, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that spiraled outward, creating a tempest of sword energy. In the next moment, he drew the sword at his waist, a mere wooden blade, yet it emanated an indescribable pressure of swordsmanship. With a single thought, the sword aura surged forth. Under the oppressive force of the sword aura, the faces of the Li family's members turned crimson, and their breaths became labored. Langya was a powerhouse at the sword master level. In the Great Yu dynasty, although the lineage of swordsmanship had been severed, it did not imply that sword cultivators lacked strength. On the contrary, they often embodied extraordinary prowess, capable of challenging opponents beyond their rank. At this moment,
Li Wuji's countenance was ashen, feeling the oppressive might of the sword.
The name of Langya indeed instilled trepidation in Li Wuji, however.
He held himself in high regard and did not believe he would be bested by Langya. In terms of martial realm, Li Wuji surpassed Langya,
standing at the pinnacle of the ninth cycle of destiny.
This man harbors a grudge against my kin, and our enmity cannot coexist, he vowed.
Langya, today,
even you shall not shield him. With a sudden roar, Li Wuji summoned his iron blood silver wolf martial spirit, causing a massive silver wolf apparition to materialize, its claws glinting menacingly. In an instant, Li Wuji unleashed a punch, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surging forth as his martial spirit roared, transforming his fist into a shimmering silver that sparkled with ethereal light. The innate ability of his martial spirit, the silver wolf's dominance, augmented his physical strength immensely. As he struck, the air crackled with the sound of forceful energy. Unfazed, Langya wielded a wooden sword, slicing through the air to create a flurry of sword shadows.
Suddenly, a burst of crimson light erupted.
Li Wuji let out a muffled groan, retreating step by step as the silver sparkles around him dissipated, revealing a deep gash on his shoulder, where pale bone was faintly visible. That strike had nearly cleaved him in twain. Overwhelmed with terror, Li Wuji turned to flee,
not daring to look back.
Over 100 elite members of the Li family followed suit, hastily retreating like frightened strays.
The onlookers were astounded. Langya's sword was too swift.
In but a single stroke, he had gravely injured Li Wuji, a master at the apex of the ninth cycle of destiny.
Such power was exceedingly rare throughout the Great Yu dynasty. Langya sheathed his sword and approached Lin Chen, a gentle smile gracing his features. Young one, you possess commendable talent. Junior Lin Chen pays respects to Senior Langya. Lin Chen clasped his fists in greeting, feeling immense gratitude. Had it not been for Langya's timely arrival,
the situation would have been perilous. With his current strength, confronting Li Wuji would require him to resort to hidden cards.
Indeed, I am your martial uncle.
I have heard from Sword Mad that the Ling Tian sword sect has recently welcomed a prodigy.
Allow me to witness your swordsmanship. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Langya's eyes.
Having withdrawn into the mountains and traveled the realms, he had long ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the Ling Tian sword sect. However, once an elder of the sect, he maintained a good rapport with Sword Mad. Now, witnessing the desolation of the Ling Tian sword sect upon his return filled him with nostalgia. Sword Mad mentioned that although the sect is in decline, there is an exceptionally gifted new disciple, hence I journey to the imperial city in search of Lin Chen.
Please guide me, martial uncle.
Lin Chen drew forth the blazing sun sword.
Excellent.
Langya smiled, refraining from drawing his own sword, indicating for Lin Chen to proceed. Lin Chen struck with his sword, executing a swift blow that embodied the essence of the Ling Tian sword technique.
Langya's entire being trembled,
as a protective sword energy spontaneously emanated to shield him.
Lin Chen's strike could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Langya.
Impressive, indeed swift. You are not constrained by mere sword techniques, your swordsmanship resonates with the spirit of Ling Tian. Sword Mad's words ring true, your talent in swordsmanship is truly remarkable, Langya remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. The other two disciples of the Ling Tian sword sect, Zhou Lingsu and Tainyo, were not promising sword cultivators. Zhou Lingsu was a glutton with no aspirations beyond culinary delights, while Tainyo, though physically robust, lacked comprehension in swordsmanship. Only Lin Chen exhibited exceptional understanding and innate talent for the sword.
Thank you for your guidance, martial uncle.
Lin Chen stood firm with his sword, inwardly astonished. Just moments ago, Langya had not even moved, and yet the sword energy had instinctively formed to protect him.
Such automatic defensive sword energy proved invaluable. Langya smiled, seemingly perceiving Lin Chen's puzzlement.
The generation of sword energy is a technique of the sword sect.
You are now a sword master, and your released sword energy is commendable.
With diligent effort, breaking through to the sword sect will be no challenge.
Langya's gaze was filled with expectation.
Lin Chen nodded. If he could advance to the sword sect,
the automatic protective sword energy would allow him to engage in combat with minimal need for defense. However, you, a sword cultivator, should not neglect your sword training while mingling with alchemists. Come, return with me, Langya beckoned. Lin Chen pondered for a moment but did not move.
Mastery of swordsmanship requires profound insight, and he understood that rapidly enhancing his sword strength would be difficult. With the Great Yu Dynasty's grand competition approaching, Lin Chen intended to remain at Tianxiang Tower to refine more elixirs and bolster his power. Martial uncle, I wish to concoct some elixirs here to enhance my strength, Lin Chen stated candidly.
Very well, your current realm indeed requires some improvement. Remember, while refining elixirs, do not forsake your sword training, Langya advised earnestly. Langya, why not join us at Tianxiang Tower?
It would facilitate your guidance of Lin Chen's sword training, Fu Xiang suggested with a sudden smile.
Not today, Langya replied before turning and departing.
Chapter 56, The Pavilion in the Heart of the Lake, the Banquet of Elegance. After Langya departed,
Lin Chen remained at the Alchemist Association, absorbing elixirs and honing his skills.
With Langya's deterrence, the Li family would undoubtedly refrain from causing trouble in the short term. Lin Chen personally concocted the Celestial Body Refining Pill, which proved remarkably effective, leading to a rapid increase in his internal spiritual energy.
Within a single day, Lin Chen's cultivation level surged to the 5th stage of the Spirit Sea.
Having only absorbed a portion of the pill's potency, he estimated that a breakthrough to the 6th stage would not pose a significant challenge. However, Lin Chen opted not to rush this advancement, choosing instead to solidify his foundation. As twilight descended, Lin Chen was engrossed in his training when a woman approached, claiming to be sent by the Grand Princess to invite him to a banquet. The grand competition of the Dayu dynasty was set to commence in less than a month, and recently,
many young prodigies from various states had been converging upon the imperial city.
The Grand Princess was hosting the Banquet of Elegance, extending invitations to the talented youth of Dayu. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. It was said that those who attended the banquet were renowned prodigies of Dayu. Having only recently arrived in the imperial city and still relatively obscure, receiving an invitation from the Grand Princess was unexpected. The invitation had only arrived in the evening, with the banquet scheduled to begin that night, suggesting it was likely a last-minute addition. As Lin Chen pondered whether to attend, his joyous belly emitted a slight tremor,
indicating a presence.
He recalled that he had arranged to meet Lu Yanran but had been delayed due to the Li family's affairs.
Shan Gu, will you be attending the Grand Princess's banquet tonight? Lu Yanran's gentle voice resonated. I haven't decided yet. Are you going as well? Lin Chen responded telepathically.
Yes. It would be impolite to refuse the Grand Princess's invitation, Lu Yanran replied. After a brief pause, noticing Lin Chen's silence, she continued, Chen Gu,
did you truly kill Li Daoyuan? The incident involving Li Wujia surrounding the Alchemist Association had stirred considerable gossip, and Lu Yanran had certainly heard about it.
She had been perplexed about Li Daoyuan's sudden demise, and upon learning that Lin Chen might be responsible, an inexplicable warmth washed over her. Yet, she also harbored concerns for Lin Chen's safety. Upon discovering that the Alchemist Association was protecting him and that a senior from the Ling Tian sword sect had stepped in to stabilize the situation, Lu Yanran felt reassured.
Guess, Lin Chen smiled. No need to guess, Chen Gu.
If you attend the banquet tonight, we can meet at the pavilion in the heart of the lake, Lu Yanran said softly. All right, Lin Chen replied, placing the joyous bell down and ending the conversation. He had heard of the Grand Princess, Xia Qingyi. known as the foremost prodigy of Dayu, holding the top position on the list of rising stars. Even Morong Xiu paled in comparison to her.
As night fell,
Lin Chen exited Tianxiang Tower and made his way to the pavilion in the heart of the lake, the venue for the banquet of elegance. It was said that the pavilion boasted picturesque scenery, overlooking a lake known as the Brocade Lake. The nighttime view of Brocade Lake was enchanting,
often frequented by young couples enjoying boat rides.
Upon arriving at the pavilion, Lin Chen produced the invitation.
The area outside was teeming with people,
many of whom had come merely to observe and had not received invitations.
To enter the pavilion, one needed the Grand Princess's invitation. Flanking the pavilion were the Dayu Imperial Guards, tasked with maintaining order. Upon seeing Lin Chen's invitation, they permitted him entry.
While the exterior of the pavilion was crowded, there were still seats available inside. A maid guided Lin Chen to a seat on the left side, where he spotted Lu Yanran.
Today, she wore a delicate blue gown,
radiating elegance, her deep blue eyes exuding an air of nobility.
As he approached, Lu Yanran smiled and blinked.
"Chenggu, sit here," she beckoned.
"All right," Lin Chen replied,
taking a seat beside her. The chairs bore no name tags, suggesting they were free for seating. However, many seats towards the front remained unoccupied, clearly reserved for the most distinguished talents of Dayu.
"Yanran, who is this?"
A scarred man seated to Lu Yanran's left abruptly interjected.
"My friend, Lin Chen," Lu Yanran replied,
her brow slightly furrowed, displeased at being interrupted during her conversation with Lin Chen. The man beside her was her cousin, Lu Jijie, a prodigy of the Lu family. Only 2 members from the Lu family had been invited to the banquet. The relationship between Lu Yanran and Lu Jijie was strained, having little interaction since childhood.
Lu Jijie was overly ambitious, a trait Lu Yanran found distasteful.
She did not even bother introducing him to Lin Chen, which caused Lu Jijie's expression to sour.
"Is this the Lin Chen who concocted the peerless elixirs at the Alchemist Association?" Lu Jijie asked, a hint of provocation flickering in his eyes. Lin Chen nodded but chose not to elaborate further.
Lin Gongzi's alchemical talent is indeed commendable, but as martial practitioners, we must prioritize martial prowess. Alchemy is merely an auxiliary skill, Lu Jijie remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. Your words ring true, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, disinterested in engaging with him further.
Lu Jijie huffed, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a young man clad in white and wielding a folding fan entered the pavilion,
prompting Lu Jijie to rise and greet him. "Chenggu, this is Li Tianlong, the eldest son of the Li family patriarch," Lu Yanran whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that Li Wujie's lineage was indeed extensive. He had already dispatched 2 of them, yet another remained.
As Li Tianlong approached,
a sudden glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, revealing his murderous intent.
With his brother Li Daoyuan's tragic demise,
it was now almost certain that Lin Chen was the culprit. The invitation to the banquet was a calculated move by the Grand Princess, and upon receiving the news, Li Wujie had directed Li Tianlong to seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Chen if possible. The banquet of elegance was, in essence, a precursor to the grand competition of the Dayu dynasty, where the young prodigies from various esteemed families and academies would clash and hone their skills. It was not uncommon for such encounters to result in injury or even death.
"You rely on your elders for protection. What merit is there in that? With your capabilities, merely attending the banquet of elegance is a favor to you." Li Tianlong's gaze was icy, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. Soon, Li Tianlong took his seat,
occupying the first position on the left side, an arrangement made specifically for him. His talent surpassed even that of Li Daoyuan, ranking 4th on the Dayu Rising Stars list. Lin Chen remained silent, maintaining his composure. Lu Yanran clenched her fists, her heart filled with concern. Li Tianlong, being a young prodigy, posed a challenge to Lin Chen. And should he choose to confront Lin Chen, the unparalleled expert from the Ling Tian sword sect backing Lin Chen may not be able to intervene.
"Do not worry," Lin Chen said, noticing Lu Yanran's anxious expression, and smiled gently.
"All right," Lu Yanran nodded, her deep blue eyes shimmering like autumn waters, enchanting and beautiful.
As the evening progressed, more prodigies arrived.
A tall woman in red gracefully approached and took her seat at the rightmost position.
"Chenggu, she is Chu Siki, the saintess of the Dayu Academy." ranked 5th on the Rising Stars list. It is said she is closely allied with Morong Xiu, a follower of hers.
You must be cautious of her, Lu Yanran whispered. Lin Chen was not familiar with the prodigies of the Dayu dynasty, relying on Lu Yanran's introductions.
Before long, the pavilion in the heart of the lake was filled to capacity, hosting a total of 53 young talents from the Dayu dynasty. Chapter 57, The Princess.
Xia Qingyi, a graceful woman, approached slowly, adorned in a sky-blue ethereal gown, her face veiled by a delicate gauze, exuding an air of mystery.
In an instant, all eyes were drawn to her presence. Your Highness, the Princess! Your Highness, the Princess!
The numerous prodigies present rose to their feet, paying their respects with utmost reverence.
Xia Qingyi, the princess of the Dayu dynasty, possessed unparalleled talent and wielded immense power. Few dared to show her any disrespect.
Seated at the center, Xia Qingyi was presented with an ancient guqin by a handmaiden, placed carefully on the table. Esteemed guests, there is no need for excessive formalities, please, partake in the feast. Upon her words, the prodigies began to indulge in the sumptuous spread before them. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, all crafted from the flesh and blood of mystical beasts, known to fortify the body and enhance vitality. Such delicacies were rare elsewhere.
After a while of dining,
Xia Qingyi smiled and plucked the strings of the guqin. On this auspicious occasion of the Fenghua banquet, I have prepared a piece for all of you. Without waiting for a response, she began to play. The melodious notes resonated through the air, enchanting all who listened.
The crowd was entranced, transported to the battlefield.
Hearing the clash of weapons, or scaling lofty mountains, envisioning their grand aspirations, yearning to soar higher than the heavens.
After a prolonged interlude, the music ceased.
The atmosphere created by her performance lingered, leaving many of the prodigies with a sense of longing, as though they had tasted something exquisite.
Your Highness, this piece is truly exquisite.
I have long heard of your exceptional skills with the guqin, and today's performance certainly lives up to your reputation.
To hear your Highness play is indeed worth the journey. May I inquire the title of this composition?
From both sides of the pavilion, numerous prodigies echoed praises.
Lin Chen,
too, felt a sense of astonishment. Xia Qingyi's ability to weave such captivating melodies was indeed remarkable. The title is Fenghua, Xia Qingyi replied softly.
A splendid name. The Fenghua banquet. The Fenghua melody. How delightful. With so many talented individuals gathered today, shall we seize this opportunity to engage in some friendly competition to elevate our spirits? Suddenly,
a woman in red, Chu Siki, spoke up, quickly garnering agreement from others. The true essence of the Fenghua banquet was, after all, a contest of prowess among the elite from various powerful factions, a chance to test one another's strength.
However, among those present,
there appears to be one who is an imposter, Chu Siki continued.
Oh? Which individual do you refer to, Miss Chu? Someone inquired. Lin Chen, a mere alchemist. A waste of the spirit sea realm, what qualifications does he possess to stand among you all? Chu Siki's icy gaze fixed upon Lin Chen. In an instant,
whispers circulated among the crowd, their glances towards Lin Chen laden with scrutiny. Indeed, Lin Chen's cultivation was relatively low, among the 50-odd prodigies present. Many were at the fate transformation realm, while the lower ranks were at least at the 9th level of the spirit sea. Yet rumors spoke of Lin Chen having slain the 9th ranked on the Fenghua list, Li Daoyuan, leaving many uncertain of his true capabilities.
Since the princess has extended an invitation, young Master Lin is undoubtedly qualified to attend. Miss Chu, do you question the princess's judgment? Lu Yanran spoke solemnly. Beside her, Lu Jijie's expression darkened. Yanran,
this matter does not concern you, refrain from speaking.
Though Chu Siki was exceptionally gifted, Lu Jijie sought to cultivate a rapport with her. In his view, Lu Yanran's defense of Lin Chen was sheer folly.
Lin Chen had offended the Li family and was rumored to have killed Morong Xiu's younger brother.
It seemed unlikely he would find refuge within the Dayu dynasty. Be silent. Lu Yanran's brows furrowed, showing no regard for Lu Jijie's authority. You.
Lu Jijie felt a surge of anger, glaring at Lu Yanran and choosing to remain quiet.
Let us keep it simple, Chu Siki, if you have something to say.
Just say it, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly.
Take a strike from me, do you dare? If you cannot withstand even a single blow, you do not deserve to be among us and should leave at once. Chu Siki rose, her delicate finger pointed at Lin Chen, her challenge clear. Having maintained a close relationship with Morong Xiu, she sought to demonstrate Lin Chen's shortcomings. Especially since Morong Xiu had retreated into seclusion at the Dayu Academy's Sacred Hall and had not emerged since. Despite the death of her brother, Morong Xiu had only sent someone to capture Lin Chen without taking direct action herself, as she was in a critical period of cultivation. Chu Siki was eager to do something for Morong Xiu, and the Fenghua banquet presented the perfect opportunity to show Lin Chen the consequences of crossing her friend. However, Lin Chen wasted no words, rising directly to the center of the pavilion. Throughout, Xia Qingyi remained silent, her smile unwavering. The Fenghua banquet was indeed a stage for the elite to compete, and she was curious to witness the abilities of Lin Chen, who had recently garnered much attention. There were rumors that Lin Chen had slain Li Daoyuan, yet Xia Qingyi held reservations about his capabilities. His cultivation was, in truth, quite low, placing him at the bottom among the gathered prodigies. Very well. Do not think that because you killed Li Daoyuan, you are a force to be reckoned with. Ambushes and sneak attacks do not denote true skill. You. As Chu Siki continued, Lin Chen summoned his blazing sword, striking forth with a radiant arc of light that soared into the heavens. Chu Siki's expression shifted as she realized Lin Chen's disregard for the customary pleasantries. Fortunately, Chu Siki was immensely powerful. Despite Lin Chen's initial advantage, she remained unafraid. Meow. A spectral figure, the six-star fierce-toothed spirit cat, manifested behind Chu Siki. The moment her spirit appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. With a swift meow, Chu Siki darted away, evading Lin Chen's strike with astonishing speed. A testament to the abilities bestowed upon her by her spirit. In an instant, Chu Siki transformed into a blur, her fingers clawed like a cat, lunging towards Lin Chen's throat. Should this strike connect, it would likely spell his demise. Be careful, Chen Ji. Lu Yanran's face paled. Chu Siki's speed was terrifying. And had she been in his position, she would have surely faltered. Since returning to the Lu family, Lu Yanran had significantly enhanced her strength. Her ice phoenix spirit was brimming with potential. The princess's invitation to the banquet was an acknowledgement of her progress, yet she remained only at the spirit sea realm, far from the level of the other prodigies present. What a dreadful cat's wail, Lin Chen heard Aziz's voice in his mind. Awakened from her slumber in the second layer of the Linglong Tower by the sound, Aziz felt irritated. Lin Chen paid her no mind, unleashing a mighty palm strike. Blood River Palm. In an instant, the blood river surged forth, a torrent of crimson light. Chu Siki gasped as Lin Chen's strike rendered her arm numb, sending her retreating. As she landed, the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. She had not anticipated Lin Chen's strength, capable of holding his ground against her swift attack. The Shadow Strike, a gift from her spirit, was known for its speed and surprise, yet Lin Chen's Blood River Palm was formidable, its overwhelming pressure forcing Chu Siki to withdraw. You are. Just as Chu Siki began to speak, she saw a flash of sword light rapidly approaching her vision. Alarmed, she shifted her stance, transforming into a red blur, evading with great haste. Swish! The sword energy, relentless and precise, surged from all directions, leaving Chu Siki with no escape, her heart racing in fear. The strength of Lin Chen's swordsmanship was beyond her expectations. Chapter 58, The Demise of the Gala and the Swordmaster's Chi. Release. A swordmaster can unleash sword chi, though typically only a wisp. Lin Chen's sword chi, however, surged like a tidal wave, engulfing all directions and forming a cage of pure energy. Chu Siki's attempts to evade Lin Chen's sword chi with her speed and agility were futile. Thwack! A spurt of blood erupted as Chu Siki emitted a plaintive cry. Her crimson dress was torn at the chest, revealing a gash of raw flesh. You! Chu Siki exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. She retreated hastily, turning her back to the crowd and donning a robe. She had not anticipated such ruthless aggression from Lin Chen, who had aimed directly for her vitals. Had her cultivation base been weaker, she might have been cleaved in two by that single strike. Such formidable sword chi. To unleash such terrifying sword chi at the Swordmaster realm, this individual is truly defying the heavens. Within the lakeside pavilion, the assembled prodigies exchanged astonished glances, their eyes betraying undisguised shock. Lu Jijia's countenance darkened, his gaze wary.
He had initially intended to challenge Lin Chen and humiliate him publicly, but now realized that Lin Chen was capable of subduing Chu Siki. Chu Siki, ranked 5th on the wind and cloud, had been utterly crushed by Lin Chen, making it unlikely that any other prodigy could stand against him. The eldest princess, Xia Qingyi, regarded him with a grave expression, a glint of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen's strength had far exceeded her expectations. He had not even summoned his martial soul, relying solely on his swordsmanship and a palm technique to easily inflict serious injury upon Chu Siki. Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with relief, as she had underestimated Lin Chen's capabilities. His rate of growth surpassed her own, marking him as a true prodigy. Outside the lakeside pavilion, many spectators had witnessed the battle between Lin Chen and Chu Siki, sparking fervent discussions. After today, Lin Chen's name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the Great Yu. Rumors of his slaying of Li Daoyuan, which I previously doubted, now seem credible.
This man is truly a demonic genius.
This year's grand tournament may herald the rise of the Lingtian sword sect. Though their disciples are few, Lin Chen alone is sufficient. Murmurs of astonishment filled the air around the lakeside pavilion, as Lin Chen's performance had been nothing short of breathtaking. Chu Siki, ranked 5th on the wind and cloud, was undoubtedly formidable, her ferocious Fong spirit cat martial soul being among the most exceptional 6-star martial souls. Yet, she had suffered a crushing defeat. After adjusting her attire, Chu Siki fixed Lin Chen with a venomous glare, her eyes burning with murderous intent.
Just you wait, brat. I will ensure your demise is agonizing.
With these words,
Chu Siki departed swiftly, vowing to avenge her humiliation 100-fold.
A flash of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he launched a sudden attack,
unleashing a palm strike that unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy.
His blood surged, and a river of blood coiled around his arm.
How dare you! Chu Siki cried,
her heart filled with terror. She unleashed her spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to defend herself.
In the next instant,
a spray of blood mingled with fragments of internal organs filled the air as Lin Chen's palm pierced through her body.
This palm strike,
infused with a trace of divine dragon power, resulted in an instantaneous kill, leaving Chu Siki no chance to retaliate. Since Chu Siki sought his life and dared to threaten him upon her departure, Lin Chen saw no reason to let her leave. Had she remained silent and retreated quietly,
he might not have acted.
But since she harbored such animosity, he resolved to eliminate the threat, preventing any future retaliation.
This fellow actually killed Chu Siki. Such ruthless methods. Does he not fear retribution from the Great Yu Academy?
The assembled prodigies within the lakeside pavilion were horrified. While skirmishes at the gala had occasionally resulted in fatalities or maiming, Chu Siki's strength and status as a saintess of the Great Yu Academy made her death all the more shocking. Chu Siki was a direct descendant of the Chu family and a saintess of the Great Yu Academy.
While the Chu family's foundation might not rival that of the Li family, it was still a prominent clan. Moreover, the murder of the Great Yu Academy saintess would undoubtedly provoke retaliation, as the Academy's reputation was at stake.
Lin Chen, your methods are excessively cruel. A mere verbal dispute hardly justifies such a lethal response. Li Tianlong rose from his seat on the left side of the pavilion, his eyes filled with a fierce glint. Li Tianlong had also intended to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but Lin Chen's ferocity had given him pause. While Li Tianlong was stronger than Chu Siki, Lin Chen's attack had been instantaneous.
He doubted his ability to replicate such a feat of verbal dispute? Are you blind? Did you not see that Chu Siki sought my life?
I merely acted in self-defense.
What is the problem?
Lin Chen retorted, his hands clasped behind his back,
his gaze as cold as ice. Li Tianlong had harbored murderous intent since his arrival. If he dared to act today,
Lin Chen would not hesitate to eliminate him as well, eradicating all potential threats. He had already slain many members of the Li family,
and adding one more would make little difference. Eldest princess, this man is guilty of wanton slaughter. I implore you to deliver justice for Chu Siki. Li Tianlong addressed Xia Qingyi, bowing solemnly.
Li Tianlong's concern for Chu Siki was feigned, as he merely sought to exploit the situation. Indeed, this man disregards the law. We implore the princess to punish him. For slaying the great Yu Academy saintess, Lin Chen must provide an explanation today. Several disciples of the great Yu Academy stepped forward, hoping to enlist Xia Qingyi's assistance. They dared not challenge Lin Chen themselves, but they hoped that Xia Qingyi, renowned as the foremost figure among the younger generation of the great Yu dynasty, would intervene. Skirmishes inevitably involve casualties. Young Master Lin merely acted in self-defense. What crime has he committed? Xia Qingyi replied calmly. Her words caused the faces of the great Yu Academy disciples to fall. Xia Qingyi had made it clear that she would not pursue Lin Chen's culpability. In the clashes of the younger generation, casualties were commonplace. If the great Yu Academy was dissatisfied, they were free to send stronger disciples to subdue Lin Chen. Xia Qingyi valued Lin Chen's talent and had no intention of acting against him. Are there any others who wish to take my life? Step forward. Lin Chen scanned the crowd, his formidable aura on full display. By demonstrating his strength, he sought to dispel any notions that he was an easy target. As expected, the assembly fell silent after Lin Chen's decisive defeat of Chu Siki. No one dared to challenge him. Li Tianlong's face was ashen, as he suppressed his urge to act. Realizing that he lacked the confidence to defeat Lin Chen, he had recently sensed an impending breakthrough, and he believed that achieving a higher realm would make the task of eliminating Lin Chen much easier. Let's go! The great Yu Academy disciples turned and left. Li Tianlong scoffed and departed without another word. Since they lacked the courage to fight, there was no point in lingering. The gala came to an abrupt end, and the prodigies of various factions began to disperse. Lu Jijie felt disoriented and overwhelmed. He had foolishly imagined that he would humiliate Lin Chen at the gala, but now he lacked even the courage to challenge him. Lu Jijie rose and left, too ashamed to face Lu Yanran. Yanran, let's go, Lin Chen said with a smile, as he turned to leave. Young Master Lin, please wait. Xia Qingyi called out suddenly. Chapter 59, Like the Stars in the Sky. Like the spring water in the pond, Lin Chen paused in his steps. Young Master Lin, please come in for a chat, Xia Qingyi smiled, dismissing the maidservants beside her. Lin Chen cast a glance at Lu Yanran. Go ahead, I will wait for you outside. Lu Yanran rose and exited the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lin Chen and Xia Qingyi sat facing each other. Xia Qingyi removed her veil, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful visage, truly captivating beyond compare. What brings the princess here? Lin Chen inquired, swiftly gathering his thoughts. Xia Qingyi was indeed stunning, on par with Lu Yanran, both being unparalleled beauties. However, Lin Chen's focus lay solely on his cultivation. Women would likely only slow his progress. Younger Master Lin, I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Imperial Guard. With your talent and strength, you could lead the Imperial Guard, Xia Qingyi said with a radiant smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had organized the gathering to recruit talented individuals. As a disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect, joining the Imperial Guard should pose no issue. Of course, if you are unwilling to come to the palace, you could hold an honorary position, granting you freedom while still receiving substantial resources, she added. Apologies, I need to consider it further, Lin Chen replied, cupping his fists. This statement was, in essence, a polite refusal. The title of Imperial Guard leader was indeed impressive, yet holding an honorary position bore no real power. Albeit one could enjoy the privileges of leadership, which sounded appealing. However, if Lin Chen consented, it would become difficult for him to decline any future requests for assistance from Xia Qingyi. He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflicts of the Deyu royal family. Accepting the position, even if honorary, would likely lead to complications. You have killed Chu Siki and offended Moron Xiu. Should you become the Imperial Guard leader, the elders of Deyu Academy would not dare to touch you. Xia Qingyi said gently. Implicitly, she indicated that should Lin Chen agree, she would shield him from all pressures from Deyu Academy. The Deyu Academy was the royal academy of the Deyu dynasty, closely tied to the royal family, and its head was the third prince, who maintained a good relationship with Xia Qingyi. With a mere word from her, the old men of the academy would not dare to confront Lin Chen directly for vengeance. Princess, allow me to ponder this, Lin Chen said earnestly. He was indeed concerned about the threat posed by Deyu Academy. Although he had Langya to back him, the Ling Tian sword sect had fallen from its former glory. Nevertheless, Lin Chen refrained from hastily agreeing. He was uncertain of the weight Xiao Qingyi's words carried.
Truthfully, I understand that becoming the Imperial Guard leader would be a form of constraint for you, younger Master Lin. If you are unwilling, it is of no consequence. Hold this token, and you may seek me at the palace. Should you require assistance in the future, Qingyi would be more than willing to help, Xiao Qingyi said softly, producing a silver token and presenting it to him. Thank you, Princess.
Lin Chen accepted the token, cupping his fists once more before turning to leave. Xiao Qingyi watched him depart, her gaze as tranquil as water.
Lin Chen's talent was astonishing, a rarity she had never encountered before.
She understood that with Lin Chen's exceptional abilities, winning him over would be a challenge. It might be wiser to forge a friendship with him.
Cultivating a relationship with such a remarkable talent could only yield benefits. Outside the pavilion, Lu Yanran awaited Lin Chen.
Upon seeing him emerge, she hurried to greet him.
Chen Gu, did the princess invite you for an in-depth discussion? Could it be? What? Could it be she has taken a liking to you?
Lu Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes. Not quite, it was merely our first meeting. The princess simply appreciates my talent and wishes to recruit me, Lin Chen chuckled.
I see.
Lu Yanran said, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt.
How have you been at the Lu family? Don't mention it. The elders in my family only care for their own interests.
To them, sacrificing a few younger generations is inconsequential as long as it benefits the family, Lu Yanran sighed. Reflecting on her family's arranged marriage for her, a deep sense of helplessness washed over her. Fortunately, Lin Chen had eliminated Li Daoyuan, thus nullifying that engagement.
Enough of that. The scenery at Jinqiu Lake is magnificent. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Lu Yanran gazed at Lin Chen with her deep blue eyes, filled with anticipation. Certainly.
Lin Chen agreed, and they strolled along the lake's edge. The evening breeze was cool, yet Lu Yanran felt warm at heart.
Beside Lin Chen,
she experienced an inexplicable sense of ease, free from the burdensome interests of her family and the various trivial matters.
Chen Gu, would you like to row on the lake?
I've heard it's quite enjoyable, Lu Yanran suggested after a while.
Sure, Lin Chen replied.
He had never rowed before, during his time at Ling Jin sect. He had been consumed with cultivation or perilous adventures. To enjoy the beauty of the lake and mountains while relaxing seemed delightful.
Recently,
he had been diligently training and could use a reprieve.
They rented a boat. The waters of Jinqiu Lake shimmered under the moonlight, truly breathtaking. All around, boats dotted the lake, filled with young men and women enjoying the night.
As they passed a vessel, Lin Chen even heard the sound of a woman's moans from within.
The boat rocking vigorously.
He felt a bit embarrassed.
Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed as she softly inquired, Chen Gu, why did you choose to kill Li Daoyuan? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Li family? You are my fiancée, not even the top powers of the North Wilderness could dare to bully you.
Lin Chen chuckled, his demeanor relaxed, as if vanquishing Li Daoyuan were a trivial matter. Lu Yanran's heart fluttered as she suddenly grasped Lin Chen's hand.
Surprised, Lin Chen had not expected her to be so forward. Although they were engaged, their interactions had always been respectful. Chen Gu, how much do you like me?
Lu Yanran gazed into Lin Chen's eyes, her chest rising and falling, her breath becoming hurried.
Very much, Lin Chen smiled. Just how much?
Like the stars in the sky. Like the spring water in the pond. Lin Chen spoke softly, tenderly brushing her hair, his expression gentle.
That answer seems a bit unreasonable.
Yet I find it delightful to hear, Lu Yanran shivered, nestling into Lin Chen's embrace, her mind blank, overwhelmed by a profound sense of happiness.
She took his hand.
Gazing out at the lake, where the night was serene, and the boat glided silently, creating gentle ripples. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. In this tranquil moment, she wished time could freeze, dreaming of a life hand in hand with Lin Chen, away from the clamor of the world.
What is it about me that makes you so fond of me?
Lu Yanran asked, the evening breeze tousling her hair, her exquisite beauty illuminated by the moonlight.
More enchanting than ever.
Chapter 60, a fated pair. Lin Chen gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake, lost in contemplation. He had been devoted to his cultivation.
Indifferent to matters of love. His engagement to Lu Yanran came about naturally, as if it were meant to be. If one were to seek a reason.
It was the fleeting moment of heart fluttering when he first met Lu Yenran. Moreover, she had always treated him with kindness.
Was there truly no reason?
Lu Yenran furrowed her brow slightly. Because you are beautiful and kind-hearted, Lin Chen replied with a smile.
Lu Yenran blinked her enchanting eyes, asking, "Who do you think is more beautiful, me or the princess?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen declared, "Certainly you."
This was a question he knew he could not answer incorrectly. "In truth, I do not quite understand why, but I simply like you," he confessed.
Lu Yenran nestled against Lin Chen, feeling a profound warmth.
"Leave the Lu family and come to the Ling Tian sword sect," Lin Chen stated earnestly. He disapproved of the Lu family's way of doing things and feared that Lu Yenran's continued residence there would lead to future complications. "I am a member of the Lu family, it is not so easy to leave," she replied.
"Brother Chen, let us not speak of that. I do not wish to return tonight."
Suddenly, Lu Yenran embraced Lin Chen and whispered softly in his ear, her breath fragrant. Lin Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness.
Surprised by Lu Yenran's boldness. In the stillness of the night, with a man and a woman alone in a room, he felt it was inappropriate. "Brother Chen,
let us marry tonight, under the starlit sky and the beautiful lake as witnesses. I wish to give myself entirely to you." Lu Yenran's voice was but a whisper. With both of them having lost their parents, their union did not require the formalities usually expected, nor the presence of elders for validation.
"Yenran,
I feel it is unnecessary to rush, we have ample time to get to know each other." Lin Chen's expression turned serious.
"In the future, we can take our time. Brother Chen."
"Honestly, I do not mind how you treat me right now," Lu Yenran said, clutching Lin Chen tightly, as if fearing the loss of him. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. "The princess is indeed beautiful, and you will encounter many women more accomplished than I fear they may steal you away," she said, her eyes shimmering like water. Suddenly, Lu Yenran pressed her lips against his. Lin Chen felt the softness against his lips, inhaling her sweet fragrance. And a rush of warmth surged through him. "From now on, you belong to me, and no other woman shall have a chance." Lu Yenran held Lin Chen tightly. The two entwined in the cabin, their bond as strong as glue. That night, the beautiful lake shimmered under the stars, a moment of perfect beauty and romance. Before long, the boat rocked violently, splashing water as soft whispers filled the air. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The following day, in the early morning light, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, reflecting on the sleeping Lu Yenran beside him. He now had a family to consider. And with this bond came a need for greater caution in his actions. Last night, Lu Yenran had completely surrendered herself to him. Initially, Lin Chen had intended to refuse. Feeling it was premature, especially with the Linglong Empress still a factor, what if she sought him again? Yet, Lu Yenran's fervor had made it difficult to decline. A chill wind swept across the lake's surface. Lin Chen retrieved a large robe and draped it over Lu Yenran, who appeared delicate, her form barely concealed. He mused that the words of the master who created the Ling Tian sword technique were indeed true: emotion should be kept at bay when wielding a sword. For women merely slow one's draw. According to his usual routine, he would have been cultivating last night, and while his energy remained robust, he felt as though he had neglected his training. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the urgency in his heart, he had many enemies. And now that he was bound to Lu Yenran, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength to protect her. Before long, Lu Yenran stirred, feeling sore and drained. Upon seeing Lin Chen's vitality, she gazed at him with a hint of reproach. "Brother Chen, are you not tired?" "I am well, how about you?" Lin Chen replied with an awkward smile. "What do you think?" Lu Yenran rolled her eyes, attempting to rise but collapsing back down, revealing a faint blush on the bed. Lu Yenran was inexperienced, and Lin Chen was not entirely knowledgeable himself. Combined with his robust physicality, he had left her in discomfort. "I apologize," he said, offering her a pill to replenish her energy. "It's nothing, you will get used to it," he reassured her. "Brother Chen, I felt as if my martial soul connected with yours last night," Lu Yenran pondered, recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed. "I did not feel anything." Lin Chen shook his head. He had been too focused on the task at hand to notice anything else. Lu Yenran summoned her martial soul. And an ethereal ice phoenix appeared behind her, causing the temperature in the cabin to plummet and frost to form. Brother Chen, show your martial soul, she urged gently. Lin Chen nodded. There were only the two of them on the boat, and the space was secluded. Soon, he summoned his supreme divine dragon martial soul. A blood-red dragon spirit intertwined with the ice phoenix, merging partially yet not completely. Could this be the legendary martial soul fusion? Lu Yanran exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling. In the realm of martial artists, cultivation is rooted in one's martial soul, and such fusion is a rare phenomenon. The Du Empire had records of siblings sharing the same womb who could achieve this, but the chances were exceedingly slim. Achieving fusion between different martial souls without blood relation was almost impossible. Yet, the fact that Lin Chen's divine dragon and Lu Yanran's ice phoenix could merge astonished them both. I have read that if a couple is fated to be together, they may have the chance to fuse their martial souls, Lu Yanran whispered. Thus, we are indeed a destined pair, Lin Chen chuckled. Yes, Brother Chen, let us explore the power of our martial soul fusion, she said eagerly, unleashing her martial soul talent. Summoning 9 ice lotuses that froze the lake within 100 meters. The cold emanating from the ice lotuses was indeed potent, albeit not overwhelmingly so. Lin Chen concentrated, conjuring a flame of the divine dragon. The fiery essence warped the air, causing the cabin's temperature to soar and melting the ice on the lake. He sensed that the potency of his divine dragon fire had indeed increased, but only slightly. Our martial soul fusion is not yet complete, it should grow stronger in time. Lin Chen contemplated. How can we accelerate this fusion? Lu Yanran mused, her eyes sparkling with thought. Let us revisit how we fused last night, repeating it should work. Lin Chen suggested with a grin. Dream on. I must return, I cannot be away from my family for too long. Lu Yanran huffed, quietly dressing herself. She felt weak now and could not endure any further strain. Chapter 61, The fragrance seems off. I can take you home, he offered. No need. I can return by myself, Lu Yanran replied with a gentle smile, sensing Lin Chen's concern. However, the Lu family had close ties with the Li family. And the elders of the Lu clan were not particularly fond of Lin Chen. If he were to escort Lu Yanran back, it might lead to complications. Just be careful. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me using the joy bell, Lin Chen advised earnestly. Brother Chen. Why are you always so distant when using the joy bell? You just cut off the connection without saying goodbye, Lu Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes. Ah. I promise to do better next time, Lin Chen chuckled. Let us go, Lu Yanran waved her hand and gracefully departed. Upon returning to Tianxiang Tower, Lin Chen resumed his cultivation. After the Wind and Elegance banquet, his inner spiritual energy had become increasingly refined. The ease with which he defeated Chu Siki was deceptive. The power of the Blood River Palm had been fully unleashed, and the medicinal effects of the Tiangang body refining pill accelerated absorption during the fierce battle. Before long, Lin Chen's realm had advanced to the 6th level of the Spirit Sea. In his room, Lin Chen was deep in meditation when a servant girl arrived, stating that President Fu Xiang wished to see him for a discussion. Without hesitation, Lin Chen followed her to Fu Xiang's chamber. He found it peculiar that she summoned him there, suspecting it might pertain to private matters. As he entered the room, Fu Xiang waved her hand, dismissing the servant girls. Today, she wore a pale yellow skirt that was cut high, revealing her shapely thighs, resembling a blooming flower, exuding a faintly alluring fragrance. Fu Xiang, what brings me here? Lin Chen glanced at her briefly before redirecting his gaze to the ceiling, a gesture of respect towards his elder. Noticing the subtle shift in Lin Chen's demeanor, Fu Xiang smiled coyly, choosing not to address it directly. I have a fragmentary alchemical formula I would like you to research. She produced a parchment titled Dragon Sovereign True Pill, detailing the required herbs and their respective quantities. Fu Xiang, what is missing from this formula? Lin Chen's interest piqued. The Dragon Sovereign True Pill belonged to the celestial tier of elixirs, and perfecting its formula would undoubtedly benefit him. His supreme divine dragon martial soul thrived on consuming dragon blood and souls, and pills infused with dragon blood would suffice. He noticed that the formula required 1 pound of Jiao dragon blood, which could be substituted with superior dragon blood. The Dragon Sovereign True Pill, crafted with dragon blood as the primary ingredient, offered superior effects compared to mere absorption of dragon blood. According to the alchemists in the association, only one ingredient was lacking. However, we've attempted various solutions without success.
If you have the energy, you could look into it. Perfecting the Dragon's Sovereign True Pill would be a monumental achievement for the association, Fu Xiang stated earnestly. I will.
Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Given the rarity of celestial tier formulas, particularly those related to dragon blood, he recognized their immense value. The heavenly dragon bone strengthening pill he had previously consumed was merely of the profound tier, yet its effects were impressive.
The Dragon's Sovereign True Pill would undoubtedly be more potent.
Take your time with the research, there's no rush.
If it proves impossible to perfect, then so be it. Fu Xiang reclined on the bed, her exquisite figure slightly flushed, suggesting something was amiss.
Lin Chen clasped his fists and quickly departed.
An unsettling feeling lingered. Fu Xiang's gaze felt unusually intense.
Wait a moment, Fu Xiang suddenly called out as Lin Chen was about to leave.
Before he could respond,
she unexpectedly embraced him around the waist.
Fu Xiang, what are you doing?
Lin Chen was speechless, they hardly knew each other well. He could accept Lu Yanran's affection due to their shared experiences, having formed a bond during their trials in the Taitsung secret realm. Their recent intimacy by the Jingxiuhai was a natural progression of feelings, albeit a swift one. Fu Xiang's actions, however, were entirely incomprehensible to him.
Quickly,
Lin Chen pushed her away, wariness etched on his face. He had sensed that something was off about Fu Xiang from the moment he entered. Summoning him to her chamber while dressed so provocatively raised alarms.
I apologize, I
cannot control myself, Fu Xiang panted, her breath searing. A fiery intensity surging within her.
What do you mean?
Lin Chen frowned, stepping back to maintain distance.
Recently, I've encountered issues during my cultivation, Fu Xiang sighed.
Suddenly shuddering as her martial soul materialized, a pink spirit fox emerged.
Lin Chen's expression shifted, the sight of Fu Xiang's martial soul inexplicably reminded him of Su Yao. Did she intend to consume my martial soul's essence?
His vigilance intensified, his dragon power simmering within, ready to respond should Fu Xiang exhibit any inappropriate behavior.
Rest assured.
I mean no harm, I just find it hard to control myself. Fu Xiang's face flushed, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to maintain composure.
Fu Xiang, is there an issue with your martial soul? Lin Chen inquired thoughtfully.
My martial soul is a 6-star enchanting spirit fox.
Recently, for reasons unknown.
Every time I summon my martial soul during cultivation, I become unbearably restless. Gradually, even without summoning it, I experience the same sensations.
I apologize.
I did not mean to act that way, Fu Xiang's eyes glistened with sorrow as she retreated to the bed, even producing chains to bind herself. Lin Chen opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words.
He discerned that Fu Xiang's enchanting spirit fox martial soul seemed flawed or perhaps undergoing a transformation, causing her to be overwhelmed by uncontrollable desires.
Enchanting fox martial souls are indeed quite unusual, Lin Chen mused.
Previously,
Su Yao had schemed to devour Lin Chen's martial soul to enhance her own power.
However, Fu Xiang's enchanting spirit fox martial soul differed. It possessed inherent strength and did not require devouring to grow.
Yet, evolving an enchanting martial soul was no simple feat, Fu Xiang, if you completely lose control.
What will happen?
Lin Chen, recognizing that Fu Xiang bore him no ill will, chose to remain. I don't know, perhaps releasing the pent-up energy would provide some relief. She urged, her expression complex.
Chapter 62, Aiding Fu Xiang's ailment. Fu Xiang harbored a deep admiration for Lin Chen.
His talent in the alchemic arts was prodigious. And his countenance was strikingly handsome. During Li Wuji's attempt to apprehend Lin Chen, Fu Xiang staunchly defended him.
Swayed not only by his exceptional abilities but also by his captivating looks.
Very well, I shall take my leave then, Lin Chen said, bidding farewell. Fu Xiang had shown him kindness, yet in her current condition, Lin Chen felt helpless. Repaying her favor by sacrificing himself was out of the question. He held her in high regard, but romantic feelings were absent.
Fool, you could help her quell the flames of passion. Azzy's voice echoed in his mind. Azzy, cease your jesting. How could I possibly assist in such a matter?
Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. The divine dragon force within you can aid her in suppressing the amorous fire, even catalyzing the metamorphosis of her martial soul, elevating it to a 7-star grade. The enchanting shadow fox martial soul possesses immense malleability, and as it nears transformation, it becomes vulnerable to the torment of the passion fire.
If left unresolved, she will be consumed by it.
Conventional methods would only transform her into a perpetually unsatisfied woman, forever hindering her martial soul's evolution, as he declared languidly, waving her tiny cat paw.
This. Lin Chen hesitated.
Fu Xiang had indeed been kind to him.
But expending his divine dragon force was a sacrifice he was reluctant to make.
He had toiled diligently to cultivate it, yet had only managed to condense 2 dragon marks, leaving his divine dragon force relatively weak. Fear not, the expenditure will be minimal, merely a trifle.
Should you cure her ailment?
Her gratitude might lead her to offer herself to you, as he purred, chuckling mischievously.
Esteemed Azzy, your words err.
A woman will only impede my progress on the path of the sword, Lin Chen declared solemnly.
And what of Lu Yanran? Azzy retorted with disdain.
This. Lin Chen's expression shifted.
I am neither deaf nor blind.
I am aware of your dalliance at Brocade Lake, Azzy remarked nonchalantly.
Azzy, you presume too much,
Lin Chen exclaimed.
Incensed.
He had not given much thought to his actions at Brocade Lake, but now, the implication struck him with chilling force. Azzy, confined within the exquisite pagoda, could perceive all that transpired outside, implying she knew everything.
Rest assured, I have little interest in the mundane affairs of humans.
I scarcely paid attention, Azzy scoffed. Scarcely paid attention. Lin Chen nearly lost his composure, for even a cursory glance meant she had witnessed it.
Curiously, Lu Yanran is but a young maiden, while Fu Xiang possesses a more voluptuous figure and alluring charm. Would she not be a more suitable choice for conceiving offspring? Moreover, the experience of dual cultivation would undoubtedly be more pleasurable.
By healing Fu Xiang, she would surely offer herself to you afterward, a prospect I find quite appealing, as he mused languidly,
unable to comprehend the complexities of human behavior.
In her eyes, humanity's sole purpose was procreation, yet they imposed countless conditions: appearance, physique, lineage, and the elusive concept of mutual affection. It was far too intricate, lacking the purity of the beastly realm.
Azzy, would you please be silent? Lin Chen implored, exasperated. How could a mere feline comprehend the intricacies of human emotion?
Foolish mortal, farewell. Azzy retracted her tiny cat paw, ending the conversation.
Young one, why have you not departed?
Fu Xiang inquired, startled. The chains that bound her were snapping, and she feared that if Lin Chen lingered, she might lose control and succumb to her desires. I possess a method to help you suppress the passion fire within, Lin Chen declared abruptly.
It is not possible.
You are still young.
And I am already 30.
We are not suited for each other, Fu Xiang stammered, a hint of panic flickering across her beautiful face. She had harbored a secret hope. And hearing Lin Chen's words ignited a sense of fluster.
Sister Fu Xiang, what are you imagining? The method I speak of is not what you presume. Ah? What is it then? Fu Xiang's face flushed crimson, and the last chain binding her shattered.
She was now free, her delicate hand wandering across her voluptuous form, her breath growing heavy, emitting strange sounds. In short, I possess a method that, with your cooperation, can not only cure your ailment but also potentially elevate your martial soul, Lin Chen stated solemnly.
Is this true? Fu Xiang's beautiful eyes glistened with anticipation. Indeed. How shall I cooperate?
Fu Xiang struggled to maintain control, her hand ceasing its wandering. She felt a sense of shame, having abandoned all semblance of seniority in Lin Chen's presence.
Azzy, what are the specific instructions? Lin Chen inquired telepathically. She must disrobe completely. For the transmission of divine dragon force requires her to be unencumbered by clothing, lest it impede the flow of energy. Furthermore, you must place your hand upon her lower abdomen to facilitate the absorption of divine dragon force by her dantian, allowing it to circulate throughout her body and quell the passion fire, as he explained. Lin Chen understood. Sister Fu Xiang, you must remove your garments so that I may heal you. Fear not, I shall close my eyes. If you find it too objectionable, then we shall abandon the endeavor.
Upon hearing this, Fu Xiang's face flushed crimson, and the passion fire within her surged, threatening to overwhelm her.
Very well. Fu Xiang nodded softly, choosing to trust Lin Chen. Had he been a scoundrel?
He would have taken advantage of her when she embraced him, rather than waiting until now.
Good, we shall commence now.
Lin Chen retrieved a black robe from his storage ring, tore off a strip of fabric, and blindfolded himself. He then approached the bedside and sat down. A rustling sound filled the air as Fu Xiang shed her garments, revealing her voluptuous figure and flawless curves. Lin Chen could not see, and thus felt nothing, save for the delicate fragrance unique to women.
I am ready, Fu Xiang whispered. Sister Fu Xiang, where is your lower abdomen?
Lin Chen inquired, his eyes covered.
Unable to discern its location, and unwilling to grope blindly. It is, here. Fu Xiang grasped Lin Chen's hand and placed it upon her lower abdomen. The sensation was exquisite and smooth.
Lin Chen cleared his mind, focusing solely on the task at hand. He summoned a wisp of divine dragon force from within his body,
guiding it through his abdomen and into Fu Xiang's.
Fu Xiang moaned softly, her abdomen quivering as a tingling sensation spread throughout her body, bringing a sense of comfort. Lin Chen feigned ignorance, continuing to transmit the divine dragon force. At that moment, the 2 dragon marks upon his chest radiated a brilliant light. Fu Xiang continued to emit soft moans, seemingly enjoying Lin Chen's ministrations. The divine dragon force coursing through her veins visibly weakened the influence of the passion fire. She did not understand how Lin Chen could suppress the fire, nor did she inquire. The warmth emanating from his hand on her abdomen stirred her thoughts. If only I were younger, Fu Xiang murmured suddenly.
Is Sister Fu Xiang not young? Lin Chen responded casually.
For a martial artist, 30 years is not old.
But the age gap between us is considerable.
If I were a few years younger, perhaps there would be a chance for us, Fu Xiang sighed, her words betraying her inner turmoil. The passion fire within her might be diminishing, but the unfamiliar sensations coursing through her body were proving difficult to resist, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Chen's expression changed as her movements caused his hand to inadvertently shift, brushing against a soft mound, leaving him feeling awkward.
Cease your prattle and remain still, Lin Chen commanded, stealing his resolve.
He lowered his hand, pressing firmly upon Fu Xiang's lower abdomen.
Within the boudoir of Tianxiang Tower.
After 2 hours of treatment, Lin Chen restored Fu Xiang's health, quelling her delirium and calming her movements. The amorous fire within her was subdued by the power of the divine dragon. Lin Chen ceased his efforts, expelling a breath, his energy somewhat depleted.
Fortunately,
his divine dragon power would recover within days due to the dragon and the nourishment of his martial soul.
As Lin Chen released her,
Fu Xiang felt a wave of relief, her gaze toward him tinged with melancholy. Though her condition improved, she felt a sense of emptiness.
Had Lin Chen acted upon her, she wouldn't have resisted, perhaps even anticipated it.
Little one, thank you, Fu Xiang uttered, donning her robes and removing the blindfold from Lin Chen.
Lin Chen,
catching sight of Fu Xiang's face, departed without a word. Little one, the amorous fire within me hasn't been fully extinguished, Fu Xiang suddenly declared.
Indeed, until next time.
I require a period of respite, Lin Chen replied.
When shall this be? She inquired.
In 3 days, he responded. Very well, I shall await you, Fu Xiang replied. Her voice tender, her eyes gentle. This little one is indeed a gentleman, for another might have taken advantage, she mused, her cheeks flushed, her thoughts adrift.
Her image as a senior was utterly shattered.
Within Tianxiang Tower's advanced alchemy chamber, Lin Chen embarked on the study of the incomplete pill formula. Since demonstrating his skill by concocting the Tiangang body tempering pill, Fu Xiang had decreed that all advanced alchemy chambers be unconditionally open to Lin Chen.
Within the Alchemist Association, Lin Chen's alchemy skills were considered top-tier, rivaling even those of Fu Xiang, a distinguished alchemy grandmaster. The key to alchemy lay in the control of flames and the intensity of spiritual power. Lin Chen's spiritual power was unparalleled,
constantly nourished by the supreme divine dragon martial soul. Moreover, his use of divine dragon fire in alchemy was a stroke of genius.
Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Chen retrieved the incomplete pill formula and prepared the ingredients according to its instructions.
He sought to identify the final ingredient, consulting Azzi for her vast knowledge. I thought you were engaging in dual cultivation with Fu Xiang, Azzi teased.
This pill formula is simple, it merely lacks 20 grams of earth core vine. Lin Chen promptly followed Azzi's instructions. Fu Xiang had prepared 10 portions of flood dragon blood, sufficient for 10 attempts. Under the continuous release of divine dragon fire, the ingredients melded within the alchemy furnace. After about half an hour, a crude pill formed, riddled with impurities. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was heartened, as it indicated that the pill formula was sound. As time passed, Lin Chen worked through the night, refining pills. Of the 10 portions of ingredients, 8 pills were successfully produced, while 2 attempts resulted in explosions. The resulting Imperial Dragon True pills were of at least heaven-grade middle-rank quality. 2 of the pills even possessed pill patterns, reaching the superb grade. Outside Tianshan Tower, the roar of the pill Dao Dragon Soul attracted considerable attention. However, the identity of the alchemist remained unknown. At dawn, Lin Chen concluded his alchemy, gathered the Imperial Dragon True pills, and sought out Fu Xiang. Fu Xiang, upon hearing of Lin Chen's arrival, rose and prepared herself, meeting him in the living room. "Little one, what brings you here?" Fu Xiang inquired with a smile. "The Imperial Dragon True pill formula has been completed," Lin Chen announced, presenting the pill formula with the missing ingredient, Earth Core Vine, now inscribed. Fu Xiang was incredulous. She had held little hope for the incomplete pill formula she had given Lin Chen. "How did you determine the need for Earth Core Vine?" Fu Xiang asked, her eyes gleaming. "Good fortune, it only took one try to concoct the Imperial Dragon True pill," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Fu Xiang was dumbfounded. She suspected Lin Chen was concealing something. "The Imperial Dragon True pill formula was a chance encounter during my past experiences, albeit incomplete. Now that you've helped me perfect it, how shall I express my gratitude?" Fu Xiang asked, her eyes sparkling. "There's no need, the Imperial Dragon True pill formula is also useful to me for refining pills," Lin Chen replied. "Little one, you wouldn't have already concocted a superb grade Imperial Dragon True pill, would you?" Fu Xiang asked, her eyes narrowing. "I was fortunate enough to succeed," Lin Chen replied with a smile, producing a milky white pill, its alluring aroma spreading. The pill was crystalline, with a faint pill pattern. "As expected of you," Fu Xiang remarked. "With your talent, you'll be a top-tier alchemy prodigy in Tianshan Pavilion in the future. If you ever leave Daiyu, you can come with me to Tianshan Pavilion, where your alchemy talent won't be wasted." Chapter 64, The Ascension of the Floating Fragrance Martial Soul. "Thank you, Sister Floating Fragrance, I will consider it." The northern wilderness is still too distant for Lin Chen at this moment. The Great Yu Dynasty's grand competition is about to commence, and you will surely participate. Being a swordsman, it is said that the reward for this competition is the dragon-slaying sword, Floating Fragrance softly spoke. "Yes, I will attend," Lin Chen nodded. The sword fanatic brought him to the Imperial City not only to partake in the Alchemist Association's assessment but primarily for the grand competition. The dragon-slaying sword is rumored to be a heavenly-grade spiritual sword, an exceedingly precious treasure within the Great Yu Dynasty. As a swordsman, Lin Chen certainly did not wish to miss this opportunity. It is said that the dragon-slaying sword was tempered with the blood of dragons for 49 days and forged from 10,000-year-old cold iron, possessing immense power. "Little one, I have high hopes for you." Floating Fragrance's gaze brimmed with anticipation. She knew that Lin Chen excelled not only in alchemy but also in the way of the sword. Lin Chen clasped his fists and turned to leave, returning to his residence to cultivate. He took out a mid-grade heavenly-level Dragon Sovereign True pill and consumed it. Instantly, a surge of hot blood coursed through his veins. The Dragon Sovereign True pill contained the blood of a flood dragon, which would benefit the nurturing of Lin Chen's martial soul. Alas, it was merely a flood dragon, which paled in comparison to the genuine dragon lineage, such as the black-blooded profound dragon. The primary purpose of consuming the Dragon Sovereign True pill was to enhance the spiritual energy within his body and accelerate his cultivation speed. The immense potency of the pill was absorbed by Lin Chen, and a crimson dragon soul phantom manifested behind him. With the supreme divine dragon martial soul, Lin Chen absorbed the pill at an astonishing rate. "Little one, what are you doing? Why are you still absorbing flood dragon blood? Hurry and find a high-grade true dragon." The voice of a Z echoed from within the Linglong Tower. "A high-grade true dragon? Where else could I find one?" Lin Chen chuckled bitterly.
The little Great Yu dynasty likely has none. You could try your luck in the northern wilderness, Aziz replied nonchalantly. Then, I shall speak of it later. For now, I must focus entirely on preparing for the competition. Aziz retracted her claws and ceased to speak. Lin Chen continued to consume the Dragon Sovereign True Pill. And with the presence of the Supreme Divine Dragon Martial Soul, he need not worry about side effects, allowing him to cultivate at an accelerated pace. 3 days later, Lin Chen had absorbed all the Dragon Sovereign True Pills he had concocted. His spiritual energy surged dramatically, and he broke through to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea. To Lin Chen's surprise, the dragon patterns had increased, forming a third dragon pattern. Although the Dragon Sovereign True Pill utilized only Flood Dragon blood, its quantity was substantial. The enhancement from the exquisite pill rendered the effects of the Dragon Sovereign True Pill exceptional. Now, Lin Chen's strength had significantly advanced, bringing him closer to the transformation realm. The top talents of the Great Yu dynasty, those ranked high on the wind and cloud list, were all at the transformation realm. Xiao Qingyi was likely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while the second-ranked Morong Xiu's specific combat strength remained uncertain. Morong Xiu would likely participate in the Great Yu dynasty competition, which would provide Lin Chen the opportunity to address their grievances. After 3 days of cultivation, Lin Chen exited his room to seek out Floating Fragrance. It had been more than 3 days since he last helped her with her ailment. And Floating Fragrance's internal passion had yet to be entirely resolved. She must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. As night fell, Floating Fragrance invited Lin Chen into her bedroom and dismissed all her attendants. After their previous encounter, Floating Fragrance was quite familiar with the proceedings and immediately shed her gown, leaving only her intimate garments. Shall we begin? Floating Fragrance spoke softly, direct as ever. Let us begin, Lin Chen replied, sitting at the edge of the bed, awaiting her. Floating Fragrance's delicate face flushed, and she scolded, "How can we start without blindfolding you?" Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed, having forgotten this detail. Soon, he retrieved a piece of black cloth to cover his eyes. Then, he heard subtle sounds, evidently Floating Fragrance removing her intimate garments. Lin Chen placed his hand upon her abdomen, this time without her guidance, accurately landing on the desired spot, and soon, a surge of divine dragon power erupted forth. Floating Fragrance shivered, her face flushed crimson as warmth radiated from her abdomen, stirring delightful sensations within her. Realizing her body's unusual response, her cheeks reddened even further. Fortunately, Lin Chen was blindfolded and could not see her, otherwise, she would be utterly mortified. With 3 dragon patterns now present, Lin Chen's divine dragon power had significantly strengthened, making the effect of his healing even more pronounced during this session. After 2 hours, Floating Fragrance donned her garments once more, her body collapsing onto the bed, utterly drained. Lin Chen's divine dragon power was quite formidable, continuously surging within her, and after enduring for 2 hours, the internal passion within Floating Fragrance finally dissipated. Her phantom spirit fox martial soul emerged, exuding a remarkable aura of power. The petite pink fox rapidly enlarged, its phantom becoming increasingly solid. My martial soul can truly advance. Floating Fragrance rejoiced. Being able to dispel the internal passion freed her from the shackles of desire, which was already a great satisfaction. To her surprise, after the passion subsided, her martial soul began to undergo a transformation. Congratulations! Lin Chen smiled. Assisting Floating Fragrance's martial soul in its transformation today could be considered repaying her kindness. Little one. I am unsure how to express my gratitude, Floating Fragrance sighed. A 7-star martial soul would undoubtedly be a paragon in the northern wilderness. Floating Fragrance's talent had been elevated significantly. At 30 years of age, although she was at the Fate Wheel realm, her martial soul's quality was not particularly high, which had largely capped her martial arts potential. However, with her martial soul breaking through to the 7-star level, upon returning to the northern wilderness, she would garner greater attention in the Tianxiang Pavilion, no longer needing to remain in such a small place as the Great Yu dynasty. Sister Floating Fragrance, you are being too polite. You once stood against the Li family for me, and now I have merely exerted a little effort in return. What a sentimental little one you are. Sister has no means to repay you, how about offering myself instead? Floating Fragrance suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, exuding an alluring charm. Her exquisite form lay sprawled out, her pale yellow skirt heavily dampened with sweat, revealing ample beauty, her snow-white skin captivating the eye. Lin Chen was at a loss for words and promptly turned to leave. Floating Fragrance's gaze was filled with longing as she sighed,
instructing her maidservants to prepare hot water before retreating for a bath alone.
After cleansing herself, Floating Fragrance felt her spirits lift considerably and began her cultivation. With her martial soul just having transformed, she needed to adapt. After upgrading to 7 stars, she had gained new martial soul talents, significantly enhancing her overall strength.
At the Great Yu Academy.
Within an ancient, dilapidated hall, a young man clad in blood-red robes sat in meditation, his eyes firmly shut as he cultivated. Behind him loomed the phantom of a massive blood-red tiger, emanating a terrifying pressure. This blood-robed youth was none other than Morong Xiu, the foremost prodigy of the Great Yu Academy, holding the second spot on the wind and cloud list.
Morong Xiu's talent could rival that of Xia Qingyi,
possessing a 7-star blood spirit demon tiger martial soul, which was extraordinarily formidable. However, Morong Xiu had never faced Xia Qingyi directly, and due to his lower cultivation realm,
he was ranked second on the wind and cloud list.
After a year of seclusion and cultivation within the Holy Academy, Morong Xiu had reaped tremendous rewards. His strength soaring as he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation realm and acquired the Holy Academy's legacy. The Holy Academy of the Great Yu Academy was rumored to have once been a place where the Great Yu martial saint practiced,
with remnants of the martial saint's will lingering.
During his time in the Holy Academy, Morong Xiu diligently absorbed a fragment of the martial saint's will. The existence of the martial saint's will would empower Morong Xiu, allowing him to challenge even those at the Fate Will realm without issue. A martial artist in the creation realm, having seized the fortune of heaven and earth, possesses a perception far more acute than those in the spirit sea realm. Their spiritual power is also more profound, and they can extend their lifespan by a century. Among the younger generation of the Great Yu dynasty, those who can break through to the creation realm before the age of 20 are considered supreme prodigies. Morong Xiu, barely 15 this year, has already reached the peak of the creation realm, showcasing an astonishing natural gift. Even within the northern wilderness region, Morong Xiu is a rare genius. He hails from the Morong family of the northern wilderness region. While the Great Yu Academy cannot compare to the major forces of the northern wilderness region,
the existence of the Sacred Institute holds a great allure for Morong Xiu.
At this moment, Morong Xiu opened his eyes, a chilling glint erupting from his dark pupils, radiating an intense killing intent.
Lin Chen, you murdered my brother, it's time to settle accounts with you.
I shall flay you alive and offer your tendons as a sacrifice to my brother's spirit in heaven.
Morong Xiu strode out of the Sacred Institute, and instantly,
a phantom appeared above the Sacred Institute, its entire body radiating golden light, emanating boundless pressure. It was the incarnate will of the Great Yu martial saint. Within the Great Yu Academy, a surge of people gathered, with numerous academy elders and direct disciples arriving to witness the spectacle. The incarnation of the martial saint's will had not appeared for many years.
Congratulations, Sacred Son, on obtaining the Sacred Institute's inheritance.
A cause for celebration. With the blessing of the martial saint's will, the Sacred Son shall be the foremost among the younger generation of the Great Yu.
Even the eldest princess likely cannot match the Sacred Son's brilliance.
The elders of the Great Yu Academy were all exceedingly excited, placing high hopes on Morong Xiu. Inside the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Chen cultivated while refining pills, breaking through to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in a matter of days. Fu Xiang was very supportive of Lin Chen, providing him with virtually any precious medicinal material he desired. Lin Chen refined pills himself and consumed them, steadily improving both his alchemy and martial prowess. Now, the divine dragon power within his body was exceedingly condensed, allowing him to release 40 strands of divine dragon fire at once, which could converge to form a small firewall. On this day, the Great Yu Dynasty Grand Competition commenced. Disciples from various academies and aristocratic families converged at the Imperial City's martial arts arena. The Great Yu Academy, Azure Wave Academy, Li family, Shu family, Lu family, Alchemist Association, and numerous other forces arrived one after another. The major powers of the Great Yu Imperial City all had young prodigies participating in the competition, and many older generation experts came to observe.
Lin Chen arrived at the martial arts arena with Fu Xiang.
Within the vast arena, there was no designated area for the Soaring Heaven Sword sect.
In recent years,
the Soaring Heaven Sword sect had been faring poorly, with only a few disciples in the entire sect. People had almost forgotten the existence of the Soaring Heaven Sword sect. The disciples of the Alchemist Association, however, were assigned special seats. "It seems your Soaring Heaven Sword sect is not highly regarded," Fu Xiang said with a soft chuckle. Lin Chen did not say much. Regardless of the state of the Soaring Heaven Sword sect, it was still his sect. He had not spent much time there. And he had initially been tricked into joining. However, Sword Maniac and Senior Langya had treated Lin Chen very well. Lin Chen still felt a sense of belonging to the Soaring Heaven Sword sect. Today, he would represent the Soaring Heaven Sword sect in the competition. Wait patiently. As a prodigy on the Wind and Cloud rankings, you can directly enter the finals, Fu Xiang said with a smile as she walked to the spectator stands. She then beckoned Lin Chen to sit beside her. The disciples of the Alchemist Association cast envious glances. Fu Xiang was breathtakingly beautiful. At the age of 30, she was not considered old for a martial artist. On the contrary, her figure was well developed and extremely alluring, making her the dream goddess of many alchemists. Fu Xiang had always been stern, and ordinary alchemists found it difficult to approach her. Yet, Lin Chen was close to Fu Xiang, and their relationship seemed intimate. Which was enviable. The outer perimeter of the martial arts arena had dedicated spectator stands, but not just anyone could access them. Only high-level figures from various forces or elite individuals were allowed. The spectator stands on the north side of the arena were occupied by the Liu family. The Liu family was also a prominent aristocratic family in the Great Yu dynasty, not the most prestigious but with a solid foundation. In the crowd, Lin Chen saw Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran looked over from a distance and winked. Lin Chen nodded slowly. Lu Yanran's position was somewhat far from him, making it inconvenient to communicate. Soon, Lin Chen sensed the vibration of the joyful heart bell. "Brother Chen, it's been almost a month since you contacted me," Lu Yanran said with a hint of helplessness. "I've been busy cultivating recently, I apologize," Lin Chen replied. "Alright, be careful in your battle against Morong Xiao. With your potential." "Brother Chen, there's no need to confront him head-on right now," Lu Yanran added. She had been worried about Lin Chen, as his opponent was Morong Xiao, one of the most exceptionally gifted individuals in the entire Great Yu dynasty. Xia Qingyi, who ranked first on the Wind and Cloud rankings, had long ceased participating in the grand competition. The competition was hosted by the Great Yu imperial family, and Xia Qingyi, as the eldest princess, naturally did not covet the prizes. Moreover, Xia Qingyi had already proven her strength. With Xia Qingyi not participating, Morong Xiao was naturally the most favored candidate to win the championship. After Lin Chen killed Chu Siki, he was placed 5th on the Wind and Cloud rankings. The rankings on the Wind and Cloud rankings were subject to change at any time. As long as one could defeat a prodigy on the rankings, they could take their place. Previously, there were rumors that Lin Chen had killed Li Daoyuan. But the Wind and Cloud rankings had not updated his name because there was no concrete evidence to assess Lin Chen's true strength accurately. Later, at the Windflower Banquet, Lin Chen rose to prominence with a single feat, and the Wind and Cloud rankings were immediately updated after the battle. Lin Chen did not know who the busybodies were that compiled the Wind and Cloud rankings. However, the existence of the Wind and Cloud rankings suggested something. At least the prodigies ranked at the top of the Wind and Cloud rankings were not individuals who sought fame without substance. As Lin Chen was chatting with Lu Yanran, he suddenly sensed an icy gaze fixed upon him, emanating from Li Tianlong, the prodigy of the Li family. "In the finals, I will let you know the power of Li Tianlong. For killing my 2 brothers and offending my Li family, you will suffer a gruesome death." Li Tianlong sneered, not concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 66, The Potential of Lu Yanran Fool. Lin Chen was too wary to engage in banter with Li Tianlong. Rather than exchanging words, he preferred to let his prowess speak for itself in the finals. At the last Fenghua banquet, Li Tianlong didn't even dare to challenge Lin Chen, who regarded him as no worthy opponent. "Just wait." Li Tianlong's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as his muscles bulged with explosive power. His strength was no longer what it once was, since the conclusion of the Fenghua banquet. He had been diligently honing his skills. Just yesterday, with the assistance of Li Wujing and several elders of the Li family, Li Tianlong had successfully broken through to the Fate Wheel realm.
Young prodigies in the Fateful realm were a rarity in the Dayu dynasty.
A martial artist in this realm, having forged a fate will from immense spiritual power, could significantly extend their lifespan. Living to 1,000 years was quite normal,
provided they were not killed in battle.
The earlier one breaks through to the Fateful realm, the better, and at just over 20, Li Tianlong had reached this stage.
With boundless potential ahead, Li Tianlong's breakthrough had relied on external aid, with several elders forcibly infusing him with spiritual energy.
This could lead to an unstable foundation.
However, as long as Li Tianlong proceeded with caution, it should not pose significant issues.
His eagerness to break through stemmed from a desire to overpower Lin Chen in the competition. Li Wujing loathed Lin Chen to the core, but with Fu Xiang and Langya's protection, he could not act directly. The Dayu dynasty competition was a contest for the younger generation, and should Lin Chen perish in the fray, neither Fu Xiang nor Langya could voice any objections. In peer competitions, if one perished, it was merely a reflection of their own inadequacies.
In the front row of the audience,
a man clad in a golden robe sat upright. The robe was embroidered with 7 dragon motifs, exuding an air of authority.
This man was the third prince, Xia Zhiming,
also the dean of Dayu Academy, as Fu Xiang noted to Lin Chen, who had likely never encountered him before.
Xia Zhiming presided over this competition,
personally arranging the dragon-slaying sword as a prize, along with several celestial-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Lin Chen's interest was piqued by the spirit-nourishing pills, commonly used among celestial-grade elixirs, beneficial for both creation realm and Fateful realm martial artists, enhancing their internal spiritual power. Even those in the spiritual sea realm could consume them, provided their physical endurance was sufficient. However, Lin Chen was most intrigued by the dragon-slaying sword, forged from dragon blood and imbued with the might of the dragon clan. If Lin Chen could harness the power of the divine dragon, its impact would undoubtedly be formidable.
Fu Xiang, well informed, continued to elaborate on notable figures attending the event, including Lu Guxing, the dean of Kanglin Academy, and Lu Changkong, the head of the Lu family, both renowned powerhouses of the Dayu dynasty. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Chen spotted Jianqi and Langya.
Tainyo and Zhou Lingsu were also present, having registered for the competition, though they could not directly advance to the finals as Lin Chen could.
As time flowed, the martial arts arena grew increasingly crowded, culminating in Xia Zhiming announcing the official commencement of the competition.
Over 5,000 young disciples participated in the first round.
Lu Yanran arrived at the arena,
bidding farewell to Lin Chen with a telepathic message.
Lin Chen smiled, offering words of encouragement. The first round employed a free-for-all format,
with more than 5,000 participants battling it out, with only the surviving few advancing. Roughly an hour later, the first round concluded with a shocking elimination rate,
as only over 300 progressed.
The survivors were predominantly prominent figures within the Dayu dynasty, many of whom were close to the rankings of the Fengyun list. Tainyo successfully advanced, relying on his formidable defense, while Zhou Lingsu was swiftly eliminated, as she had invested too much effort in culinary pursuits rather than martial cultivation,
resulting in inadequate strength.
Lu Yanran progressed smoothly, her 6-star Ice Phoenix martial soul standing out among the talented participants. Moreover, she had achieved a breakthrough into the creation realm,
showcasing remarkable efficiency in her training.
Lin Chen had believed his growth was rapid, yet it appeared Lu Yanran was not far behind. "Your little companion possesses considerable talent," Aziz's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Indeed, she is exceptional," Lin Chen smiled.
"But little one, I refer to her martial soul. In truth,
her martial soul harbored immense potential, nearly rivaling your supreme divine dragon martial soul. In due time, you shall comprehend this, though she has yet to fully unveil her gifts,"
Aziz remarked leisurely. "By the way, Aziz, do you know why I confuse my martial soul with hers?" Lin Chen inquired suddenly.
"What other reason could there be? You share a fated connection. Martial soul fusion is a predestined bond, one you cannot escape," Aziz yawned, flicking her little paw before closing the conversation. Soon, the second round of the competition commenced. The 300 participants drew lots for combat, with points determining their advancement.
Lin Chen kept a close watch on Lu Yanran.
In the second round, her performance was equally dazzling, and fortune favored her, as she did not face any top-tier prodigies from the Fengyun list. One disciple from Dayu Academy ranked 45th on the Fengyun list.
proved no match for Lu Yanran in their confrontation.
Although her realm was not particularly high, having just stepped into the creation realm, her martial soul's innate talent was exceptional. With 9 ice lotuses unleashed, she froze all in her path. Even those of higher realms found their speed severely hampered.
An hour later,
the second round concluded with Lu Yanran achieving an impeccable victory, advancing to the third round. By this stage, only 30 contestants remained, alongside 9 seed candidates entering the finals. Tainyo faced elimination at the hands of a prodigy from the Fengyun list, who shattered his defenses, forcing him to exit the arena. As Lin Chen stepped onto the martial arts stage, the atmosphere erupted with discussion.
There was no denying that Lin Chen had become the most talked about figure in the Dayu dynasty after decisively defeating Chu Siki at the Fenghua banquet. A feat that was nothing short of terrifying.
Not only was Lin Chen's strength formidable, but his ruthless decisiveness also made him a figure to be reckoned with. In the center of the arena, 10 battle platforms stood, each representing a position within the top 10 of the Fengyun list.
To claim a platform signified earning the corresponding rank.
Currently, all 10 platforms were vacant, with no one daring to seize them first, as the initial occupier would surely become the target of collective enmity. Lin Chen, calm and composed under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, strode directly towards the first platform. He aimed for nothing less than the top position, showing no interest in the other platforms.
The crowd gasped, deeming Lin Chen's ambition to contest for the first platform as somewhat presumptuous.
In their minds, the title of champion belonged unequivocally to Morong Xiu.
With Xiao Qingyi abstaining from the competition and observing from the audience, none could rival Morong Xiu. Do you truly believe that by vanquishing Chu Siki, you have become invincible? Li Tianlong scoffed coldly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. A mere waste of the spiritual sea realm, even with commendable achievements, what does it amount to?
Just a sneak attack devoid of martial ethics. A young man in a purple robe sneered contemptuously, striding onto the second platform with an air of indifference.
This individual,
named Zhuotu, was the foremost prodigy of Kanglin Academy, ranked 3rd on the Fengyun list.
With Xiao Qingyi absent, he confidently claimed the second platform. Never contemplating a challenge for the first, given Morong Xiu's overwhelming prowess. Chapter 67, I beg you to kill me.
Those who dare not approach the first battle stage have no right to bark like dogs.
Lin Chen's gaze was indifferent, completely disregarding Zhuotu's day. Upon hearing this, Zhuotu's expression darkened considerably.
While he indeed feared contesting for the first battle stage, it did not imply he was unwilling to face Lin Chen in combat. At that moment, with Morong Xiu yet to arrive, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhuotu's eyes as he prepared to charge up to the first battle stage and force Lin Chen down.
Suddenly,
a crimson figure swept through the air. It was a blood-robed youth, sharp-eyed, riding a colossal black tiger, descending from above with an overwhelming presence. Morong Xiu had arrived. In an instant, the arena erupted with cheers, as many young talents in the audience, invigorated, chanted Morong Xiu's name. In the Dayu dynasty, Morong Xiu held immense prestige,
with a multitude of followers.
Upon his appearance, Zhuotu clasped his fists in salute, refraining from ascending the first battle stage. With Morong Xiu present,
anyone who dared to challenge him would show blatant disrespect. You are Lin Chen. Morong Xiu's icy gaze bore into Lin Chen, exuding a terrifying pressure. Your father.
Lin Chen replied nonchalantly.
You seek death. Morong Xiu's body trembled as he manifested his blood-spirit demon tiger martial soul. A 7-star martial soul radiating immense power that intimidated the entire arena.
The black tiger beneath him shivered at the sight of the blood-spirit demon tiger's phantom,
nearly succumbing to fear.
The black tiger, a rare beast with a formidable lineage, had been tamed by Morong Xiu.
At this moment, Morong Xiu dismissed the black tiger and ascended the first battle stage, standing opposite Lin Chen.
He did not attack immediately but instead gathered his strength. In battles among experts,
momentum was of utmost importance.
Elsewhere, other battle stages erupted into conflict, with many prodigies clashing fiercely for dominance.
Morong Xiu, why waste your strength? Let your subordinate deal with this fool.
Li Tianlong bowed respectfully to Morong Xiu, his demeanor filled with deference.
Very well, Morong Xiu nodded, permitting Li Tianlong to test Lin Chen's abilities.
While Morong Xiu possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, he was not reckless and preferred to act with caution.
Lin Chen.
with his Spirit Sea realm cultivation, had easily dispatched Chu Siki and had risen powerfully from a small place like Qingzhou, undoubtedly possessing hidden cards.
Lin Chen, I await you here. Do you dare to approach? Li Tianlong stood on the third battle stage, his eyes brimming with provocation.
Lin Chen glanced at him,
his expression akin to that of one looking at a fool, and made no move. Are you too afraid, worthless creature?
With your strength,
how dare you contend for the first battle stage? Where do you find the audacity? If you have the guts, come and kill me.
Let me witness your true power.
Li Tianlong incessantly mocked, his arrogance unrestrained.
Having broken through to the Fate Wheel realm, he felt invincible.
Very well.
A glimmer of cold light sparked in Lin Chen's eyes. Initially, he had only wished to duel with Morong Xiu, showing little interest in others.
However, since Li Tianlong insisted on courting death, Lin Chen could only oblige him.
In the next moment, Lin Chen moved to the third battle stage.
Li Tianlong's eagerness was palpable as he summoned his martial soul, the Ironblood Silver Wolf. The Li family's direct bloodline had a high probability of inheriting the Ironblood Silver Wolf martial soul.
However, inheritance was not guaranteed solely by blood relation.
It involved an element of randomness.
The Ironblood Silver Wolf martial soul was powerful, a top-tier entity among 6-star souls. And those within the Li family capable of awakening it were regarded as core members. At this moment, a massive silver wolf phantom loomed behind Li Tianlong, emitting a formidable howl that resonated with power.
Li Tianlong began, but suddenly, a flash of light dazzled before him. A streak of sword energy shot forth, sweeping through the void.
A silver glow enveloped Li Tianlong as his martial soul enhanced his defenses, his bloodline surging in response, his strength escalating.
In an instant, Li Tianlong unleashed a punch, charged with tremendous force.
He did not underestimate Lin Chen, attacking with full vigor right from the start.
With a whoosh,
the sword energy sliced through the air like a comet, and in the next heartbeat, a bloodline burst forth from Li Tianlong's right arm. He believed his defenses were formidable enough. After breaking through to the Fate Wheel realm, the transformation of his spiritual energy, combined with the extraordinary physique granted by his martial soul, made him feel invincible.
Yet, Lin Chen's single strike effortlessly pierced through his defenses. Li Tianlong was struck with dread, unaware that Lin Chen harbored the power of a divine dragon within him.
This divine dragon's power augmented Lin Chen's sword energy, amplifying its strength to a terrifying level. The Ling Tian sword technique, emphasizing speed, erupted in a lethal strike in an instant. As Li Tianlong stood agape, Lin Chen's 10,000-mile blood river palm surged forward. The 10,000-mile blood river palm, an unparalleled force, encircled Lin Chen's arm, and in a flash, blood light soared to the heavens.
Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, and Li Tianlong let out a shriek, spewing blood as he was blasted away, his chest caving in. The protective spirit armor he wore, a gift from Li Wujie, had cracked under the impact.
How could this be? Li Tianlong's complexion turned ashen, as he was hurled from the third battle stage, collapsing like a dead dog into a pool of blood, losing consciousness. Had it not been for the protection of the heavenly-grade spirit armor, he would have surely met his demise.
Tianlong.
In the audience, Li Wujie's expression shifted dramatically as he soared through the air like a hawk,
rushing to the arena to catch Li Tianlong in his arms.
He had only one son left, and with Li Tianlong's extraordinary talent, he represented the last hope of the Li family's younger generation. He could not afford to lose him. Li Wujie hastily produced a medicinal pill, feeding it to Li Tianlong.
The pallor of Li Tianlong's face slightly improved as he clung to life. Upon inspecting his injuries, Li Wujie's expression darkened considerably.
2 ribs were fractured, and his internal organs were severely damaged. The injuries were grave. Even if he survived, recovery would take a considerable time, and his cultivation would undoubtedly be impacted.
Good. Lin Chen, you are quite impressive.
Li Wujie's face contorted with rage, his eyes seemingly brimming with bloodlust.
Strange. Was it not Li Tianlong himself who had asked for his death? Why then should the head of the Li family be so enraged?
If you had come a little later, I would have fulfilled his wish, Lin Chen replied casually.
Lin Chen, if I do not rend your body to pieces, I shall not be human.
Li Wujie roared in fury, his restraint stemming only from the tournament's regulations. Otherwise,
He would have been unable to suppress his urge to personally eliminate Lin Chen. Hearing such a demand for the first time, Lin Chen mused that next time, if Li Tianlong required assistance, he should remember to seek him out.
With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke indifferently.
You. Li Wujie's face darkened, nearly spewing blood in fury.
Without further ado, he carried the weakened Li Tianlong, leaping away from the arena. Today, the Li family had lost all face,
deepening Li Wujie's hatred for Lin Chen. Within the arena, silence reigned as those who had previously doubted Lin Chen's strength were rendered speechless.
Lin Chen's ability to overpower Li Tianlong truly indicated he possessed the capability to vie for the first battle stage. It was worth noting that Lin Chen had not even summoned his martial soul. Since arriving in the Imperial City, Lin Chen had rarely revealed his prowess. And each time he had refrained from summoning his martial soul, instilling even greater trepidation among the gathered prodigies. If he were to summon his martial soul,
how extraordinary might his strength truly be? Chapter 68, The Demise of the Left Disciple. Within the Imperial City, in the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the air.
On the 10 battle platforms, the once fierce young champions halted in shock, their conflicts abruptly ceased. The previously boisterous left disciple now wore a pallid expression,
discomfort radiating from him as if he had ingested a fly.
Although Li Tianlong shared a camaraderie with left disciple, the latter exhibited no intention of avenging him despite witnessing the brutality inflicted upon him. Given Lin Chen's formidable display of power, left disciple felt utterly incapable of confronting him.
After a brief moment of stunned silence across the various battle platforms, the clashes reignited.
Lin Chen's overwhelming strength compelled them to avoid confrontation, after all. He was solely focused on claiming the first battle platform, dismissing the others as beneath his notice.
Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Lin Chen had never failed to impress her.
He was perpetually shrouded in an aura of brilliance, effortlessly dominating the younger generation, unrivaled in prowess. In the audience, the expressions of the elders from the Li family were grim.
Xia Qingyi's gaze shimmered with intrigue, her esteem for Lin Chen elevating further. Should he summon his martial soul and unleash his full potential, even she would find it challenging to subdue him.
Yet, she pondered quietly, what exactly was his martial soul?
In a secluded corner, Jian Qi and Lang Ye beamed with delight at Lin Chen's unexpected performance. This tournament served as an auspicious moment for the Ling Tian sword sect to gain renown, undoubtedly attracting young disciples to their fold, alleviating their current plight.
This young man is quite remarkable, Lang Ye remarked with a smile.
His temperament bears some resemblance to yours, senior brother.
Jian Qi took a sip of wine.
His cheeks flushed.
Not quite, he is far more ruthless than I was in my youth. Lang Ye mused,
recalling the moment he heard of Lin Chen's slaying of Chu Siki, initially fearing retaliation from Dayu Academy. Now, it seems someone had withstood the pressure emanating from them.
The arena was gripped by a biting chill. Morong Xiu's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, though she quickly regained her composure. Lin Chen's strength was indeed formidable. Yet she too held her own secret weapon. On the 10th battle platform, Lu Yanran had bested a female disciple from Kanglin Academy, successfully claiming her position.
Surrounding her were numerous onlookers, yet none dared to challenge her at that moment. Lu Yanran's prowess was undeniable, her Ice Phoenix martial soul surpassed the other 6-star martial souls.
And the power of her Ice Lotus was formidable. Securing the 10th battle platform undoubtedly attested to her strength. Left disciple.
The disgruntled female disciple from Kanglin Academy, resentful and unwilling to accept defeat, was a follower of left disciple, confident that her own abilities would easily secure her victory on the 10th platform.
However, Lu Yanran showed her no mercy. Who do you think you are to touch my people? Left disciple's countenance darkened,
and a murderous intent ignited in his eyes as he transformed into a flash of lightning, reaching the 10th platform in an instant. A chilling aura emanated from him as he summoned his martial soul, the Ice Mountain Snow Ape. Though his martial soul reached 7 stars, it was still terrifying, even if it paled in comparison to Morong Xiu's Blood Spirit Demon Tiger.
Ice Mountain explosion. Left disciple launched a powerful punch, enveloped in layers of frost, which abruptly detonated, creating a tremendous shockwave. Lu Yanran's expression shifted slightly as she conjured 9 ice lotuses to counterattack. In an instant, the ice lotuses shattered,
and she emitted a muffled groan as her delicate form was sent flying. Blood trickled from her lips, her complexion paling in an instant. Left Disciple's strength was formidable. Ranking third on the wind and cloud list, marking him as one of Dayu's elite prodigies. Lu Yanran clenched her fists, a spark igniting in her eyes. She recognized her own inadequacies, her desire for strength growing ever stronger. On the first battle platform, Lin Chen was preparing for battle when he suddenly witnessed Left Disciple's assault on Lu Yanran, too late to intervene. In an instant, he soared through the air, landing beside her. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen inquired, producing a healing pill to feed her. "I'm fine." Lu Yanran coughed up blood, revealing the internal injuries she had sustained. Lin Chen's fury ignited. It was evident that Left Disciple had not held back. Had Lu Yanran been any weaker, she might have perished at his hands. "Brother Chen, I'm all right, you need not worry," Lu Yanran whispered softly. After ensuring her well-being, Lin Chen's figure shifted, leaping onto the 10th battle platform. Left Disciple's expression altered. He had not anticipated Lin Chen would stand up for Lu Yanran. The Lu family, while one of the many esteemed families in the imperial city, was relatively weak compared to the Li family. As the holy son of Kanglin Academy, Left Disciple felt no compunction in disregarding Lu Yanran's status, striking without mercy. "Do you have a grudge against her? Why resort to lethal force upon meeting?" Lin Chen's voice was low and stern. "What? She harmed my people, is it wrong for me to retaliate? If she survives my punch, she can count herself fortunate. Next time, she won't be so lucky." Left Disciple sneered. Although he held some apprehension towards Lin Chen, they had yet to truly clash. The outcome remained uncertain. "Very well." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he unleashed a sword chi. The sword chi, like a silken thread, tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you." Left Disciple's lips curled into a frosty smirk. The 7-star Ice Mountain Snow Ape martial soul suspended above him, emanating an unending chill. Ice Mountain explosion. Left Disciple once again unleashed the innate ability of his martial soul, its power surpassing even his cultivated heavenly tier martial arts. Lin Chen's sword chi was shattered by Left Disciple's punch. "I expected more strength from you, it seems you are merely..." Before Left Disciple could finish, his pupils constricted sharply as he sensed an imminent and fatal threat. Lin Chen struck with a palm, the 10,000-mile Blood River Palm. A royal tier martial art, its terrifying power surged forth as Lin Chen's energy sword, forming a second blood river, his palm adorned with crimson patterns. 2 blood rivers signified that Lin Chen's 10,000-mile Blood River Palm had reached the second tier. Even at this level, it was incomparable to the heavenly tier martial arts. With this strike, he shattered all of Left Disciple's ice, sending him hurtling backward. Left Disciple's expression shifted dramatically, his internal organs quaking. Lin Chen's palm nearly obliterated him. Like Li Tianlong, Left Disciple wore a heavenly tier protective armor that provided formidable defense. At this moment, the armor was dented and on the verge of shattering. "I refuse to accept this." Left Disciple roared, the Ice Mountain Snow Ape martial soul bellowing in fury, releasing a flurry of ice flowers. He quickly regained his footing, his body cloaked in frost, resembling a suit of icy armor. The Ice Mountain Snow Ape martial soul augmented his physical strength drastically. In an instant, Lin Chen struck again, the blood radiating fiercely, tearing through the air. Drawing upon a portion of the dragon's power within him, Lin Chen amplified the might of his palm to an extraordinary level. Boom! The frost enveloping Left Disciple disintegrated instantly, followed by a sharp crack as his protective armor shattered completely, leaving his ribcage fractured. With a single palm strike, Lin Chen penetrated Left Disciple's body, shattering his internal organs. "You!" Left Disciple's gaze became vacant, overwhelmed by an intense sense of unwillingness. He could hardly fathom that Lin Chen could overpower him so effortlessly. Moreover, Lin Chen dared to execute him before the high-ranking members of Kanglin Academy. The holy son of Kanglin Academy, a prodigy ranked 3rd on the wind and cloud list, had met his end. Lin Chen's strike was swift as the wind. An unparalleled force, the elders of Kanglin Academy, having just realized what transpired, rushed to intervene but were too late. At this moment, the expression of the Academy's president, L. Gushing, darkened substantially. Chapter 69, The Dual Soul of Moronshio. How dare he?
Lu Gushing seethed with rage, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. Left tutor was the most exceptional disciple of Kanglin Academy, a protege of Lu Gushing himself, and the academy had expended countless resources to nurture him. Now he was gone, without even a chance for rescue. Third Prince, this young man's actions are utterly against the rules. I propose we eliminate him immediately. Lu Gushing's gaze was icy, unable to restrain his desire to act personally. Third Prince Xia Jiming pondered in silence, seemingly hesitant. Lin Chen had slain the Holy Maiden of Dayu Academy, Shusiki, and Xia Jiming had intended to deal with him. However, the Grand Princess had personally approached him to protect Lin Chen. In my opinion, Lin Chen's actions are entirely justifiable, he merely participated in the competition as expected. Throughout history, such contests have always resulted in casualties. Lin Chen did not resort to underhanded tactics, nor did he summon the aid of elders from his sect. I see no rule he has violated, Xia Qingyi spoke calmly from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Gushing's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Xia Qingyi held a high status in the Dayu dynasty, commanding the elite forces of 30,000 imperial guards. The reigning emperor favored her above all. And had she not been a woman, the throne might well have been passed to her. Yet, Xia Qingyi was indifferent to worldly power, focusing instead on the pursuit of martial prowess. The elders of Kanglin Academy were seething with anger, their holy son had been slain, bringing disgrace to the entire institution. Moreover, Lin Chen had defeated him with complete integrity, showcasing absolute strength. What more could they express beyond their fury? In the arena, Lin Chen stood tall, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes reflected concern. She understood that Lin Chen had slain left tutor for her sake. Lin Chen had already taken many lives from Kanglin Academy, and now the enmity between them was irreconcilable. He glanced at Lu Yanran, offering a reassuring smile, signaling her not to worry. Lu Yanran focused on healing her injuries and adjusting her state, temporarily stepping back from the contest. Meanwhile, fierce battles erupted on the 10 platforms. Though their excitement paled in comparison to Lin Chen's overwhelming defeat of left tutor. You are formidable. On the first platform, Morong Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by Lin Chen's display of strength. Given his temperament, he could not be easily rattled. To Morong Xiu, Lin Chen's effortless defeat of left tutor suggested that the latter had likely employed some hidden trump card. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen sprang onto the first platform. Today, the grievances between him and Morong Xiu would be addressed. Prepare to meet your end. Morong Xiu's aura surged to its peak. His muscles tensed as his shirt tore apart, revealing a robust physique. He appeared to swell, towering over 2 meters like a giant. His blood-spirit demon tiger martial soul manifested, a massive crimson tiger hovering in the air, unleashing a thunderous roar. Blood-spirit fist. Morong Xiu struck out, unleashing a wave of crimson light. Simultaneously, a green glow emerged around his fist. It was his heavenly tier spirit artifact, the Thunder Fist Gauntlet. Capable of summoning lightning with each punch, amplifying the might of his blood-spirit fist. Morong Xiu was evidently well prepared, intent on granting Lin Chen no opportunity. Unleashing his strongest attacks from the outset. Die! He cackled, his blood-red hair billowing, exuding an aura of brutality. The blood-spirit demon tiger martial soul was among the strongest of the 7-star martial souls, far surpassing the mere Ice Mountain Snow Ape of left tutor. At this moment, Morong Xiu's unleashed power was nothing short of devastating. Although Morong Xiu's cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of creation. Not yet reaching the cycle realm, he was still stronger than Li Tianlong and left tutor, both of whom were cycle realm prodigies. However, this did not prevent Morong Xiu from being more powerful. True prodigies could challenge beyond their realm. The combat power he was currently displaying could easily overpower 3 left tutors combined. Come forth! At Lin Chen's mental command, a tempest of sword energy erupted, converging from all directions to form a swirling storm of blades. Morong Xiu's ferocious punch was repelled by this tempest, creating distance between him and Lin Chen. Lin Chen bore marks of the sword energy upon his body, blood trickling from the wounds. At this moment, Morong Xiu's expression turned grave. It appeared that to truly eliminate Lin Chen, he would need to resort to his genuine trump cards. In a corner, the sword madman was taken aback. When did his Ling Tian sword technique become so formidable?
He recalled sending Lin Chen to the Imperial City when his technique was merely perfected.
In just a month,
Lin Chen had refined it to its peak, his speed in drawing the sword and his indomitable aura, along with his resolve to sever foes with a single strike.
All perfectly aligned.
I would believe you if you told me he had practiced the Ling Tian sword technique for 3 years.
Last time they met at the Alchemist Association,
the sword energy Lin Chen released was far from impressive, yet now he could unleash a storm of sword energy.
We must do everything we can to protect him,
the sword madman insisted. It has been a challenge to recruit such a rare prodigy into the Ling Tian sword sect. We cannot let him fall. This lad is truly exhausting my patience, he added, rubbing his temples. He and Lu Yenran shared a close bond, and it was only natural for him to take vengeance on left tutor.
Yet, the recklessness of this fellow was excessive. Wasn't it the same for you back then? If Jiang Shimi had nearly been killed, wouldn't you have flown into a rage for her sake? The sword madman chuckled, reminiscing about their youthful adventures alongside Jiang Shimi.
They had ridden the winds together, battling through life's challenges, a time that now felt nostalgically distant.
Upon mentioning Jiang Shimi, a flicker of pain crossed Lu Yenran's face.
Though she quickly composed herself, those were memories best left unspoken. This boy is even more ruthless than I was, acting with utter disregard for the consequences.
Lu Yenran slowly shook his head, yet he secretly admired this boldness. If he can navigate these trials successfully, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. On the first platform,
Morongxiu fell silent, suddenly sprouting numerous spikes from his body, creating a fearsome visage. Behind him, another martial soul apparition emerged.
It was a thorny vine.
Exuding a green toxic mist, even its mere appearance sent chills down one's spine.
That was the 7-star thorny vine martial soul.
Morongxiu was, astonishingly,
a dual soul wielder, an exceedingly rare phenomenon in the northern wilderness. Although Lin Chen possessed immense strength, how could he contend against a dual soul wielder?
He was but a mere sword cultivator, having never dared to unleash his martial soul. Now that Morongxiu revealed his true power,
what right did he have to vie for supremacy?
The arena erupted in astonishment. The impact of a dual soul wielder was overwhelming. Even Xia Qingyi in the audience grew serious, her beautiful eyes reflecting gravity. She had never battled Morongxiu and was unaware of his true capabilities. Only now, with the summoning of his dual martial souls, did Morongxiu reveal his complete form.
Chapter 70, Suppressing Morongxiu. A cage of thorns materialized, centering around Morongxiu, locking onto Lin Chen's aura.
The thorn vine martial soul primarily serves to control and paralyze.
The thorny vines possess poisonous spikes, and upon being pricked, one is instantly rendered paralyzed. Naturally,
the effect of paralysis varies from person to person. With a mere thought, Lin Chen summoned his supreme divine dragon martial soul. Morongxiu, with his remarkable talent, posed a threat that Lin Chen could not ignore, prompting him to unleash his martial soul and release the dragon fire, forming a wall of flames. As the thorny vines approached, they were swiftly incinerated by the dragon fire, turning to ashes.
Morongxiu's expression changed drastically.
He had always believed that Lin Chen relied primarily on his swordsmanship and martial arts, considering his martial soul weak. Yet, the pressure emanating from the supreme divine dragon martial soul was on par with a 6-star martial soul.
However,
the dragon fire released by Lin Chen proved overwhelmingly effective against the vines. How could this child, with merely a 6-star martial soul, defy the heavens? Dragon-type martial souls are inherently distinct from other martial souls. It was perplexing that a mere 6-star martial soul could contend with Morongxiu's 2 7-star martial souls.
In the audience, the leaders of various clans and academies were deeply unsettled.
They had no inkling that Lin Chen was not merely a 6-star martial soul wielder but possessed a peak martial soul that transcended 9 stars. The full extent of his martial soul's power had yet to be unleashed. With the dragon fire unleashed, Lin Chen unleashed his full might. Morongxiu's twin martial souls were rendered ineffective before Lin Chen. The Thornvine martial soul was instantly countered. The Blood Spirit Demon Tiger martial soul also failed to suppress Lin Chen's Supreme Divine Dragon martial soul. On the first battle platform, the terrifying dragon fire scorched the air, distorting reality itself. Morongxiu's face darkened ominously as all his spiritual energy erupted forth. The Blood Spirit Demon Tiger roared, delivering a punch that erupted with a surge of crimson light.
You will ultimately perish at my hands.
Morongxiu's expression twisted in rage as he suddenly unleashed a terrifying willpower.
During his time at the Dayu Academy's sacred court, Morongxiu had received the inheritance of the Dayu martial saint's will.
Though the Dayu dynasty was currently weak, it had once birthed a martial saint. The martial saint's will was an exceedingly rare treasure, even in the northern wilderness, and its release would significantly enhance Morongxiu's overall strength.
Little one,
you also possess the martial saint's will.
Within the internal space of the Linglong Tower, Lin Chen heard a Z's voice. In an instant,
Lin Chen focused his thoughts and summoned the remnants of the martial saint's will within the Linglong Tower, releasing it like a raging tide.
Behind Lin Chen, a phantom emerged, radiating boundless martial saint's will.
Both Lin Chen and Morongxiu released the Dayu martial saint's will simultaneously, creating a scene of unimaginable terror. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested as the Dayu martial saint reappeared, leaving all present utterly astonished.
Gaining the Dayu martial saint's will is an arduous endeavor.
Yet both Lin Chen and Morongxiu had achieved it. Now, it was a contest of whose mastery of willpower would prevail.
Upon sensing Lin Chen's martial saint's will, Morongxiu's countenance darkened to an extreme.
He had secluded himself in the sacred court for an extended period, facing numerous dangers, even nearly perishing.
To attain the martial saint's will, he believed it to be invaluable. Yet, Lin Chen possessed it too. Moreover,
the martial saint's will that Lin Chen released seemed to overshadow his own.
Little one, quickly devour his martial saint's will.
Lin Chen urged his willpower, swiftly suppressing Morongxiu.
A Z's voice echoed, laced with urgency. Understood. Lin Chen activated the Linglong Tower, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted. A Z, inside the Linglong Tower,
coordinated with Lin Chen's actions. The next moment, Morongxiu let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed from his body, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. The martial saint's will he had painstakingly acquired was being devoured by Lin Chen.
Impossible. You cannot do this. Morongxiu was taken aback. His face paling as the extraction of the martial saint's will weakened his aura.
The removal of the martial saint's will injured Morongxiu's very essence, leaving him devoid of the previous vigor he once displayed. Before long, Morongxiu's martial saint's will was entirely consumed by Lin Chen. The Linglong Tower trembled, and a crack opened to the second level, allowing a Z to poke her head out.
Oh dear, still a bit short. A Z shook her head. The second level of the Linglong Tower remained partially sealed, restricting her movements.
Having spent too long inside, she yearned to venture out. If she could break through the second level, with her strength, escaping the first level would be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, in the battle between Lin Chen and Morongxiu, the latter, having lost the enhancement of the martial saint's will, fell into a state of weakness, proving no match for Lin Chen. Lin Chen unleashed a palm strike, carrying an overwhelming surge of bloodlight.
The power of the 10,000-mile blood river palm was brought to its zenith.
Alongside it, a ball of dragon fire blazed fiercely. The first battle platform, constructed from special materials and reinforced by formations, was exceptionally sturdy. However, under the onslaught of the dragon fire, it was on the brink of collapse,
the formations trembling violently.
Morongxiu's expression was grim, even his top-tier heavenly armor could not withstand the searing heat of the dragon fire. He sensed the breath of death encroaching upon him.
Stop!
In the audience, the president of the Dayu Academy, the current third prince Xia Jiming, bellowed angrily.
Descending like a bolt of lightning, Morongxiu's status was extraordinary, he could not be allowed to perish. Otherwise, the Morong family from the northern wilderness would pursue accountability. A burden the Dayu Academy could not bear, and Xia Jiming would face repercussions.
Xia Jiming was, after all, Morongxiu's mentor. And whether out of mentor-mentee affection or pressure from the Morong family, he had to intervene.
However,
what Xia Jiming did not anticipate was that Lin Chen would disregard his obstruction and strike forcefully.
You dare!
A cold glint flickered in Xia Jiming's eyes. But Lin Chen remained unfazed. He was indifferent to the president of the Dayu Academy or the third prince. He only understood that if he did not eliminate Morongxiu today, he would undoubtedly face greater troubles in the future.
Cutting the weeds without uprooting them only invites regrowth.
Lin Chen unleashed the full force of his dragon power, creating a wall of flames. The 10,000-mile blood river palm and the ascending sky sword art erupted simultaneously,
their power reaching its zenith.
Lin Chen revealed all his hidden cards, except for the burial sky sword.
You!
Xia Jiming had arrived at the training ground and would soon intervene, but he was still a fraction too late.
Boom!
A thunderous roar resounded as Morong Xiu's protective armor was incinerated by the dragon fire, melting away. He let out a chilling scream, producing a jade pendant. From the pendant emerged a figure cloaked in black, exuding an astonishing pressure. It was a fragment of a supreme soul left behind to protect Morong Xiu.
Chapter 71, Protection from All Sides.
When one's spiritual power reaches a certain level, the soul will metamorphose into a divine soul. A formidable expert possessing a divine soul can manifest an avatar with a fraction of its power, granting it the might of the original body.
The Morong family.
A pinnacle lineage in the northern Baron region, boasts the prodigious Morong Xiu, who wields two extraordinary 7-star martial souls, naturally possessing trump cards. Morong Xiu initially believed that with a heaven-rank supreme great spiritual artifact, he could completely withstand Lin Chen's onslaught and endure until Xia Jiming arrived for rescue.
However, he never anticipated Lin Chen showing no mercy, his attacks relentlessly fierce.
In this life-or-death moment, Morong Xiu had no choice but to unveil his true trump card.
Boy! Even someone from my Morong family.
The shadowy figure in black was speaking when suddenly, it contorted, and a terrifying devouring force consumed it.
Soon,
the shadowy figure in black vanished without a trace. Morong Xiu, aghast, ignited his martial soul's origin, causing spiritual power within his body to surge wildly as he desperately defended himself.
Lin Chen's myriad blood river palm directly caved in Morong Xiu's chest.
A flash of swordlight severed Morong Xiu's right arm, splattering blood in its wake.
Xia Jiming arrived, rescuing Morong Xiu.
Boy, did you not hear my words? A murderous intent surged within Xia Jiming's eyes. Lin Chen's talent was too monstrous, and he was an enemy of the Great Yu Academy.
Today, it would be opportune to eliminate him. Third uncle.
From the spectator stands, Xia Qingyi suddenly rose. Her voice was soft, yet it contained a potent psychic surge, clearly audible to the numerous experts present. Xia Qingyi merely addressed Xia Jiming, offering no further words, but Xia Jiming swiftly grasped her intent. Previously, upon Chu Siki's demise,
Xia Jiming had desired to deal with Lin Chen.
Chu Siki, after all, was a holy maiden. And Lin Chen's direct slaying of her showed a complete disregard for the Great Yu Academy's reputation.
However, with Xia Qingyi's intervention, forcefully protecting Lin Chen, the matter was suppressed.
Xia Jiming's countenance was exceedingly grim, his eyes still radiating murderous intent.
Lin Chen's exhibited talent had thoroughly ignited Xia Jiming's desire to kill. A dragon-type martial soul,
supreme swordsmanship talent, and exceptional combat prowess. Should Lin Chen mature unhindered, his strength would become terrifying.
Xia Jiming, it has been many years. Would you be interested in a bout with me?
Within the martial arts arena, an azure-clad figure materialized as if from nowhere. Adorned with a bamboo hat and missing an arm, he exuded a formidable sword aura, faintly emanating a terrifying sword intent.
It's you! Xia Jiming's pupils contracted. The Great Yu dynasty's foremost sword cultivator, Langya.
Rumor had it that Langya had embarked on a journey across the kingdoms and had been absent for a long time.
Recently, Xia Jiming received intelligence that Langya had appeared at the Alchemist Association. Langya's emergence did not surprise Xia Jiming. What astonished him was Langya's ability to conceal his aura, blending into the crowd unnoticed. When he did not release his sword aura, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, unremarkable and attracting no attention.
Lin Chen is a disciple of my soaring heaven sword sect.
Are you certain you wish to make a move against him? Langya stated indifferently.
Behind him, Sword Maniac approached. My soaring heaven sword sect's disciple, Lin Chen, has today seized the championship in the grand competition.
Third Prince, you preside over the competition, yet you seek to slay him. May I ask, what is the rationale? Sword Maniac calmly drew a sword.
The two most astonishing sword cultivators of the Great Yu dynasty converged, and in that instant,
a terrifying sword intent swept across the entire arena.
Within the martial arts arena, the geniuses vying for the battle platforms experienced a drastic change in countenance. Sword cultivators were not well regarded in the Great Yu dynasty, but upon reaching the level of Langya and Sword Maniac, no one dared disregard their strength.
The ability to unleash sword intent marked them as sword venerate realm experts.
Sword venerates were a force to be reckoned with even in the northern Baron region.
Third Prince.
Lin Chen is the chief alchemist of my alchemist association, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also holds him in high regard.
Are you certain you wish to act?
Fu Xiang gracefully approached, having been consistently attentive to Lin Chen. Now that Xia Jiming harbored murderous intent toward Lin Chen, she could not stand idly by. Lin Chen smiled wryly, realizing he was merely a minor silver rank alchemist.
When had he become the chief alchemist?
Fu Xiang, without hesitation, bestowed upon him the position of the association's chief alchemist. Beneath her as the president, the strongest was the chief alchemist, a position of great prestige.
Xia Jiming's face was livid.
The pressure from all sides, especially Xia Qingyi's attitude, deterred him from acting.
He turned to heal Morong Xiu.
Morong Xiu had suffered a severe loss of vitality, his martial soul's origin damaged, his martial saint's will devoured, and even an arm severed.
Such grave injuries would undoubtedly impede Morong Xiu's future cultivation.
Soon, Morong Xiu, supported by Xia Jiming, departed from the martial arts arena.
He remained silent.
His eyes filled with resentment.
Today's battle was an utter humiliation for Morong Xiu. Since his arrival in the Great Yu dynasty, he had never tasted defeat.
In the northern Baron region, Morong Xiu's talent had been equally astonishing. Yet, today he suffered a crushing defeat, even resorting to his trump cards,
only to have an arm severed. He was puzzled as to why the wisp of divine soul left by his family elder to protect him had suddenly vanished.
Silence descended upon the spectator stands as everyone's breathing grew rapid, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. Many of the young men and women who had come to watch were petrified. The battle between Lin Chen and Morong Xiu had been overwhelmingly impactful.
Is this guy really just in the Spirit Sea realm?
I had forgotten that he was only in the Spirit Sea realm. His martial soul is so bizarre. It's clearly only a 6-star martial soul, yet how could it suppress Morong Xiu's 7-star dual martial souls?
Dragon souls are indeed more powerful,
but not to such an extreme extent. I suspect his martial soul isn't as simple as a 6-star, it might be a disguise. If it were a 7-star martial soul,
that would make sense. After a brief silence, a heated discussion erupted in the spectator stands. Lin Chen's strength was a complete enigma to them.
Many desired to capture Lin Chen and dissect him for research. However, with Langya and Sword Maniac present, no one dared to act rashly. A glint of admiration flashed in Xia Qingyi's beautiful eyes as she regarded Lin Chen with immense appreciation. Even if Lin Chen had not agreed to become the commander of the Imperial Guards, Xia Qingyi still wished to befriend him. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the northern Baron region in the future. As time passed, Lin Chen held the first battle platform,
while battles continued to erupt on the other platforms. Approximately an hour later, all battles concluded, and the 10 battle platforms each had their respective owners.
Lu Yanran still occupied the 10th battle platform, refraining from further contention. The rankings on the other platforms were similar to the original rankings on the Wind and Cloud rankings,
with Morong Xiu, Zhuo Tu, and Li Tianlong excluded.
The results of the Imperial competition would determine the Wind and Cloud rankings, although the Wind and Cloud rankings would be subject to change. After this battle, Lin Chen would undoubtedly become the first on the Wind and Cloud rankings. As the grand competition drew to a close, the third prince, Xia Jiming, personally presented Lin Chen with the rewards. The grand competition champion received various generous resource rewards, including 30 heaven-rank spirit-gathering pills, as well as a heaven-rank middle-grade spiritual artifact, the dragon-slaying sword. Additionally, there were some profound-rank pills, but their value was unremarkable. The dragon-slaying sword and spirit-gathering pills would greatly benefit Lin Chen. The quality of the blazing sun sword that Lin Chen currently used was inadequate. With the augmentation of the divine dragon power and his fierce sword aura, Lin Chen could still breach Morong Xiu's defenses. With the dragon-slaying sword, Lin Chen's strength would inevitably increase significantly. Xia Jiming's expression was exceedingly unpleasant as he presented Lin Chen with the rewards, his face darkened throughout the entire process. If he could, he would have gladly slapped Lin Chen to death. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dared not.
Lin Chen, with unwavering integrity,
triumphed over Morong Xiu, securing the championship in the grand competition.
Xia Jiming now finds no justification for intervening, especially with Langya consistently by Lin Chen's side, providing unwavering support throughout the contest. Chapter 72, The 14-Year-Old Sword Master. Young Master Lin, congratulations.
Summer Qingyi approached, her enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement.
Thank you, Princess.
Lin Chen clasped his fists in gratitude. He recalled how the princess had intervened when Xia Jiming attempted to confront him, shielding him from the pressures of Dayu Academy. This favor was etched in Lin Chen's memory.
No need for such formality, young Master Lin. Do you plan to return to the Ling Tian sword sect? Summer Qingyi inquired further.
Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed. I shall arrange for someone to escort you, she replied, gesturing for a commanding officer from the Imperial Guard.
The officer,
robust and imposing, radiated a formidable aura, clearly a person of strength.
You are tasked with ensuring young Master Lin's safe return to the sect. Should any mishap occur en route, you shall answer with your head, Summer Qingyi stated coolly.
Understood. The officer bowed deeply, fully aware of the gravity of his duty. During the Grand Imperial competition, Lin Chen had displayed extraordinary prowess, earning the ire of many, including the Li family, Dayu Academy, and Kanglin Academy, who likely viewed him as a thorn in their side. If he were to travel alone, he risked ambush. Summer Qingyi, considering all factors, openly declared her support for Lin Chen. Her assistance extended beyond mere words, she took decisive action. Meanwhile, Xia Jiming appeared increasingly anxious, realizing he could not obstruct Lin Chen, especially with Summer Qingyi's stance made clear. Her call for the Imperial Guard was a testament to her resolve. Princess, there is no need for such trouble, Lin Chen expressed, gratitude evident in his gaze. You are the most exceptional talent of the Dayu dynasty, I must ensure your safety, Summer Qingyi smiled.
Moreover, as a friend, I wish to see you unharmed.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's appreciation for her deepened. While it was evident Summer Qingyi sought to cultivate a connection with him, she approached him with sincerity, making him feel at ease.
Meanwhile, Lu Yanran returned to her family's faction.
Although she had secured the 10th place in the competition, which should have brought honor to the Lu family, the elders wore grim expressions. With their experience, they could discern the underlying truth: Lin Chen had killed the left disciple, likely for Lu Yanran's sake. Their close relationship was apparent. Lin Chen's brilliance had antagonized the Li family, jeopardizing any hopes the Lu family had of reconciling with them.
Lu Yanran was unfazed by the elders' cold demeanor, as she was accustomed to their self-serving nature. Her gentle gaze fell upon Lin Chen, relief washing over her upon learning that Summer Qingyi had dispatched troops to escort him home. She had previously worried that Lin Chen's triumph over Morong Xiu and Li Tianlong would attract danger on his return journey. With the protection of Summer Qingyi's Imperial Guard, she felt assured that he would be safe. Even the most arrogant leaders would hesitate to provoke them. In the Dayu dynasty, Summer Qingyi's status was second only to the emperor. Her extraordinary talents and command over military and political affairs were widely acknowledged. It was rare for a woman to wield military power, but she had achieved it. Rumor had it that several ancient sects from the northern wilderness had extended offers to her, recognizing her unparalleled abilities. As Lin Chen departed the imperial city under the escort of Jianqi, Langya, and 2,000 imperial guards, he spotted Fu Xiang in the crowd and nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Xiang's expression was one of longing, wishing for Lin Chen to remain with the association longer, but that appeared unlikely. Ultimately, Lin Chen was a sword cultivator, with alchemy being merely a secondary pursuit. Upon returning to Ling Tian sword sect, Lin Chen commenced his training. Jianqi believed that Lin Chen, as a sword cultivator, should not be preoccupied with alchemy and should embody the spirit of a disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect. Although Lin Chen's proficiency in the Ling Tian sword technique had reached its zenith, there remained room for enhancement, particularly in accelerating his sword strikes. His sword energy also required refinement. After returning, Langya dedicated time to instruct Lin Chen in swordsmanship, engaging him in combat. Zhou Lingsu and Tai Niu watched in awe, noting that Lin Chen was already able to hold his ground against Langya, who was suppressing his realm and refraining from unleashing his sword intent. You've only been practicing the Ling Tian sword technique for a couple of months, haven't you? Langya marveled. Previously, he had prided himself on being a prodigy in swordsmanship, yet Lin Chen's talent surpassed his own. Master, again.
Lin Chen, filled with enthusiasm, released a vortex of sword energy that sliced through the void from all directions. In the Swordmaster realm, the primary focus was on refining sword energy. The more abundant and pure the released sword energy, the greater its power. The ability to unleash a sword energy storm signified that Lin Chen had reached the pinnacle of the Swordmaster realm. The next step involved controlling and internalizing the sword energy, allowing it to manifest instinctively with a mere thought. In combat, this would result in an unpredictable release of formidable sword energy, leaving opponents defenseless. Lin Chen engaged in alternating duels with Langya and Jianqi for 2 days. Ultimately, he ascended to the sword sect realm. In this realm, sword energy would automatically form a protective barrier, and with a thought, he could unleash a tempest of sword energy. In comparison to the Swordmaster realm, the sword energy released in the sword sect realm was far more lethal and excelled in group combat. "You lad. How old are you?" Jianqi inquired. 14. 14 and already a sword sect master. Jianqi fell silent in disbelief. At that age? He had yet to even begin his sword training. Langya, whose talent was slightly superior to Jianqi's, had already acquired a repertoire of elaborate sword techniques at 14 but had not yet mastered sword energy refinement. He cast a deep, mixed look at Lin Chen, filled with both pride and concern. "Lin Chen, you must leave the sect soon," Langya suddenly declared. "Why?" Lin Chen frowned. Within the Ling Tian sword sect, he enjoyed resources that surpassed those of the Alchemist Association, and he had 2 mentors aiding him in sword practice. He felt a strong sense of belonging, especially after acquiring many spirit-nourishing pills during the competition, which he had yet to use. While the princess can keep Xia Jiming at bay, the Li family and Kanglin Academy will not let matters rest, Langya warned. The princess can restrain Xia Jiming, but she cannot control them. Moreover, many high-ranking members of Kanglin Academy are affiliated with the Li family, and should they choose to act, it would be a coordinated effort. Langya's expression grew grave as he assessed the current situation. Jianqi nodded in agreement. "Little Chen, considering your circumstances, remaining in the sect is perilous. Your brilliance has already drawn attention. Suppressing Moronshio with your spirit sea cultivation and harboring numerous secrets means that the Li family and Kanglin Academy could strike at any moment." Chapter 73. The decision of the Lu family. Jianqi and Langya had long contemplated the idea of having Lin Chen depart from the sect. However, since Lin Chen had only recently joined the Ling Tian sword sect, they had yet to adequately guide him in his swordsmanship cultivation. Now that Lin Chen had successfully broken through to the Swordmaster realm, there was no longer any necessity for him to remain within the sect. "Master, uncle, where do you think I should go now?" Lin Chen inquired respectfully. "You have garnered the attention of Fu Xiang at the Alchemist Association. As it stands, heading to the Tianxian Pavilion in the North Wasteland would be most advantageous. From what I understand, the Tianxian Pavilion is a significant power in the North Wasteland. The Moron family will think twice before attempting to harm you if you are affiliated with them," Langya stated earnestly. "I understand," Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "You should depart swiftly. I can travel to the Imperial City to assist you in contacting Fu Xiang. It would be ideal if the Tianxiang Pavilion could dispatch a strong individual to escort you," Jianqi suggested in a grave tone. "I appreciate your assistance, Master," Lin Chen replied, returning to his quarters to gather his belongings. In truth, there was little to pack, merely some clothing and resources for cultivation, all of which he kept in his storage ring. Having spent only a short time at the Ling Tian sword sect, the prospect of leaving suddenly stirred a mixture of emotions within him. The sect had shown him kindness, and he vowed to repay that debt once he had grown stronger. Not wishing to burden Jianqi and Langya, Lin Chen concluded that departing for the North Wasteland was indeed the wisest choice. As he busied himself with his preparations, an unexpected sound emanated from the joyful bell on his person. "Chen Ge, my family is arranging for me to go to the North Wasteland. They have secured a disciple position for me at the Sun and Moon sect." Lu Yanran's voice was delicate and melodious. "What are your plans?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow. "I must go as per the family's arrangements. The Sun and Moon sect is a prominent sect in the North Wasteland. Once I arrive, I will dedicate myself to my training." "Chen Ge, you plan to go to the Tianxiang Pavilion, right? We shall meet again in the North Wasteland." Lu Yenran spoke softly.
Is your family's arrangement reliable? Lin Chen expressed his concern. His impression of the elders in the Lu family was not particularly favorable.
The decision to marry Lu Yenran off to the Li family had raised suspicions. Now, with the Lu family sending her to the Sun and Moon sect,
Lin Chen felt a sense of unease. It is reliable, Chen Gu.
You need not worry. I have begun to showcase my talents. And my family will no longer underestimate me, Lu Yenran reassured him gently. Very well, take care of yourself.
When you are out in the world, ensure your safety.
Lin Chen concluded, offering his support since Lu Yenran had made her decision.
Yes, I understand.
Until we meet again, Lu Yenran said before severing the connection. Lin Chen put aside his thoughts, finished his packing, and sought out Zhou Lingsu and Tainyo to bid farewell. Upon joining the Ling Tian sword sect, Lin Chen had formed bonds with these two fellow disciples, who had cared for him greatly. As he prepared to leave, he intended to treat them to a meal using the precious beast blood he had acquired from the Alchemist Association. In the imperial city, within the Lu family estate,
a gathering of elders convened.
Lu Changkong sat at the head, his expression grave.
Do any of you dissent regarding my decision?
Lu Changkong scanned the assembly. No dissent, came the unanimous response. I concur, Lin Chen's talent is too monstrous, and he must be stifled in his infancy.
Indeed.
He is at odds with the Li family and is destined for a grim fate. The Alchemist Association holds him in high regard.
Should he successfully join the Tianxian Pavilion, it will be challenging for us to deal with him later, the elders expressed their apprehensions, their eyes reflecting deep-seated wariness.
During the great competition of the Daiyu dynasty, they had witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying prowess. He had defeated a talent like Morong Xiu while at the Spirit Sea realm absolutely frightening. Morong Xiu was a dual-wielding martial soul-bearer, a prodigy who had even attained the will of the martial sage. Had it not been for the intervention of the third prince, Morong Xiu would undoubtedly have perished at Lin Chen's hands.
In truth, our Lu family holds no enmity towards Lin Chen. Why must we collaborate with the Li family in this endeavor?
If the Li family is courting death,
we need not follow suit.
A voice rose amidst the crowd. It was Lu Qing, the third elder of the Lu family. The only one to oppose the current course of action. You fail to comprehend, a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Even if our Lu family refrains from cooperating, Lin Chen is fated to die. Lu Changkong replied solemnly.
Have you considered the possibility that we might find ourselves on the wrong side of this alliance?
Lu Qing retorted coolly. He did not wish to target Lin Chen,
having witnessed his terrifying talents in Qingzhou City.
In Lu Qing's eyes, cooperating with the Li family to target Lin Chen was an utterly foolish approach.
That is not possible.
With the Li family and the Kanglin Academy as the main forces, our Lu family merely acts in support. Lin Chen is as good as dead. Even if the two sword sovereigns from the Ling Tian sword sect intervene, they cannot protect him. The Alchemist Association is merely a gathering of practitioners who only know how to concoct pills.
Lu Changkong's tone was filled with confidence.
Even if our Lu family does not cooperate with the Li family, they will not dare to retaliate against us afterward. Why must the head of the family take such risks? If Lin Chen dies, it is well and good, but if he survives,
does that not spell disaster for our Lu family?
Lu Qing's voice was resolute. Lu Qing, you still do not understand. If our Lu family wishes to grow and prosper,
cooperation with the Li family is the best course of action. This time, Lin Chen is destined to perish, there will be no unexpected twists. Now, you may each go and prepare.
Lu Changkong declared decisively. In truth, the gathering of elders was merely a formality. All significant decisions within the Lu family were made solely by him.
Moreover, all the elders, save for Lu Qing, shared Lu Changkong's perspective, ensuring that Lu Qing's dissenting voice would be drowned out.
A group of short-sighted individuals, unworthy of devising plans. Lu Changkong thought to himself, hoping he would not regret today's decision. Lu Qing stormed out, his anger palpable. Had he been the head of the Lu family, he would never have acted so rashly.
Lu Qing had witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying potential firsthand, having seen his rise from Qingzhou.
It would not be easy to bring about Lin Chen's demise. He surely possessed formidable hidden cards. Not long after Jian Shi left the Ling Tian sword sect, he soon returned. On the way, he encountered Fu Xiang, who had come specifically to discuss certain matters with Lin Chen. As Jian Qi and Fu Xiang conversed,
they quickly found common ground regarding Lin Chen's journey to the Tianxiang Pavilion.
Fu Xiang had come with the intent to arrange for someone from the Tianxiang Pavilion to welcome Lin Chen. As an esteemed elder, there held great regard for Lin Chen's alchemical talents.
The Tianxiang Pavilion was a superpower in the North Wasteland,
while Lin Chen was merely a young alchemist from the Daiyu dynasty. The fact that an elder from the Tianxiang Pavilion took such an interest in him and was willing to send someone to escort him spoke volumes of his potential. Soon, Fu Xiang arrived at the Ling Tian sword sect to meet Lin Chen. Little one, in 2 days, a powerful figure from the Tianxiang Pavilion will arrive. And at that time, no one will dare to harm you, Fu Xiang smiled. She had reported her situation to the Tianxiang Pavilion, which had summoned her back to depart alongside Lin Chen. Fu Xiang's mission within the Daiyu dynasty was to scout for talent for the Tianxiang Pavilion. Unfortunately, she had not discovered any promising candidates over the years. In the Daiyu dynasty, Fu Xiang established the Alchemist Association to sell elixirs and herbs,
with her earnings merely sufficient to fulfill the tasks assigned by Tianxiang Pavilion. Sister Fu Xiang, do you know what background the Lu family has in the North Wasteland?
Lin Chen suddenly inquired.
The Lu family?
To my knowledge, they are a local family of the Daiyu dynasty, and it is unlikely they possess any influence in the North Wasteland, Fu Xiang replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression subtly shifted. He felt an unsettling notion that Lu Yanran was concealing something from him.
What is your relationship with Lu Yanran?
Fu Xiang sighed softly, casting a gaze at Lin Chen that seemed tinged with unspoken feelings. We are good friends, Lin Chen smiled lightly.
Not merely friends, but perhaps partners in the Tao?
If I am not mistaken, you must have already become involved, otherwise, why would you care so much when Lu Yanran was injured during the competition?
Fu Xiang,
being a woman of 30, considered herself seasoned in the ways of the world, though she had not had a partner in the Tao.
Many suitors had pursued her in her time at Tianxiang Pavilion.
With her discerning eye, she could naturally perceive the extraordinary bond between Lin Chen and Lu Yanran.
Sister Fu Xiang, what exactly are you trying to convey?
Lin Chen inquired, his voice steady.
I have heard some news. Lu Yanran is to marry into the Li family.
I initially did not wish to share this with you, but Fu Xiang's eyes were filled with complexity.
What?
Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold glint.
Isn't it enough that the Lu family has harmed Lu Yanran once? They seek to do so again. The Lu family intends to arrange Lu Yanran's marriage to Li Tianlong.
Young one, you must remain at Ling Tian sword sect these days and refrain from wandering.
With Langya and Jian Qi present.
Along with the protective formation of Ling Tian sword sect, even if someone intends to target you, it should hold for 2 days.
Fu Xiang bore a serious expression.
In truth, had she chosen not to disclose this to Lin Chen, he would have remained peacefully at the sect.
However, since he had inquired, she felt unable to conceal the truth. Sister Fu Xiang, may I borrow some manpower?
Lin Chen rose, exuding a formidable sword aura, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Lu Yanran feigned a journey to the Sun Moon sect in the North Wasteland, wishing to bear everything alone.
But how could Lin Chen allow her to face it alone? No. You cannot go.
The Lu family has likely already sent Lu Yanran to the Li family.
Given the current situation, the Li family is undoubtedly filled with experts waiting for your arrival.
It would be troublesome if the Li family sought to attack you directly at Ling Tian sword sect. But if you go to the Li family, it would suit their purpose perfectly.
Fu Xiang spoke with gravity.
Ling Tian sword sect boasts a long-standing heritage. The formations within the sect are no trifling matter. Sword Qi and Langya, as revered swordmasters, possess a significant advantage and can unleash tremendous fighting power. If the Li family were to launch a forceful assault, the losses would be considerable.
Simply tell me, will you lend me assistance or not?
Lin Chen replied calmly. Young one, you aided me in dispelling my emotional turmoil and assisted in awakening my martial spirit. I wish to help you as well, but I find myself powerless. You know well that those old fellows in the Alchemist Association are mostly idlers. They would flee at the first sign of danger, Fu Xiang sighed, feeling quite helpless. Over the years, she had managed the Alchemist Association, primarily engaging in commerce. Though she had nurtured a few young alchemists as confidants, those old men were unlikely to risk their lives for her.
Understood. Lin Chen exited the room, summoning the dragon-slaying sword and soaring into the sky. Wait!
Fu Xiang rushed out, her expression filled with urgency. Lin Chen did not look back, directly breaking through the air and departing.
Within the sect,
Langya and Jianqi heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon witnessing Lin Chen departing on his sword, the two were momentarily stunned, uncertain of the situation.
Fu Xiang? What is happening?
Jianqi asked in a low voice.
Fu Xiang succinctly explained the circumstances.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jianqi and Langya turned exceedingly grim. If Lin Chen remained at the sect, they were confident in their ability to protect him.
However, now that he was heading to the Li family,
it was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den.
Absolutely not, we must bring him back immediately.
Jianqi took to the air on his sword, with Langya and Fu Xiang following closely. This young lad has a stubborn temperament, it may be difficult to bring him back.
Fu Xiang lamented.
If we cannot bring him back, then we shall accompany him to the Li family.
As disciples of Ling Tian Sword Sect, we will not allow others to bully us. Langya's eyes gleamed sharply, flashing with determination.
Langya, you possess great spirit, if it comes to blows, count me in, Fu Xiang declared her stance. Regardless of the circumstances, Fu Xiang could not stand idly by and watch Lin Chen face danger. The Alchemist Association could not be relied upon, but Fu Xiang still had her own strength. With her martial spirit having ascended to the 7-star level, her overall power had significantly increased.
Excellent! Langya took to the sword, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly catching up to Lin Chen. Master, you.
Lin Chen was about to speak when Langya interrupted him. There is no need for words. Ling Tian Sword Sect will always be your support. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it freely, for I shall stand by you. Lin Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Though he had not known Langya for long, he could feel the warmth of his concern. Langya was a man of straightforward disposition. When disagreements arose, he would draw his sword without hesitation, eschewing unnecessary complexities. Sword cultivators, when faced with injustice, should wield their swords to eradicate all.
You young one, though you act impulsively.
For some reason, I find myself quite fond of your spirit, Fu Xiang remarked, her eyes sparkling.
Little Chen, do you regret coming to Ling Tian Sword Sect? Fu Xiang teased.
We may lack territory, resources, and disciples, but we possess a spirit of heroism. Jianqi grinned, raising his cup of wine.
Absolutely no regrets.
Once we triumph in this endeavor, I shall drink 300 cups with my master. Lin Chen laughed heartily.
What heroism! It seems more like a reckless bravado. Fu Xiang scoffed.
If sword cultivators are not reckless, then they are not truly sword cultivators, Langya proclaimed, his presence surrounded by sword energy, his gaze fierce.
Lin Chen. Remember this, a sword cultivator must always move forward without hesitation. Lin Chen's eyes brightened at this statement. Langya possessed a unique charm,
and the essence of the words resonated deeply within him. A sword cultivator must forge ahead. Once a decision is made, pursue it with full commitment, regardless of the outcome.
Without remorse.
Lin Chen harbored numerous hidden cards. He was not merely as reckless as Fu Xiang suggested.
Z? Can you assist me in eliminating those scoundrels from the Li family?
Lin Chen communicated with Z during his flight.
Oh dear, little one, rest assured.
I shall handle everything, Z assured him, patting her chest, which alleviated Lin Chen's concerns.
Z's strength was indeed trustworthy, thus far.
Every adversary Lin Chen had encountered had been swiftly dispatched by her, though her actions were somewhat constrained. In the imperial city, along the broad bluestone streets, there lay a grand cluster of courtyards.
Ahead stood the residence of the Li family.
Today marked the grand wedding of the Li family's young master,
attracting many young scions from the imperial city to observe. As Lin Chen, Jianqi, and others stepped into the Li family's territory,
they sensed numerous pairs of eyes scrutinizing them.
The Li family's spies were hidden in every corner,
and the higher-ups of the Li family were already aware of Lin Chen's arrival. Barely had Lin Chen arrived when formidable auras began to emanate from all around. The head of the Li family, Li Wuji, has arrived. Li Wuji's countenance was grotesque, radiating a dreadful murderous intent.
Young man, since you dare to come, Do not expect to return alive.
The Grand Princess may protect you temporarily, but she cannot shield you for eternity.
Li Wuji's expression was frenzied, and as he spoke, figures leaped forth beside him.
Two black-clad individuals flanked Li Wuji, their terrifying auras revealing them to be at the peak of the Fate Wheel's 9th level. At the pinnacle of the Fate Wheel, they were perilously close to the realm of martial kings. And the core elders of the Li family had lingered at this pinnacle for an extended period, exhibiting formidable combat prowess.
Be cautious, little one, murmured Fu Xiang. Standing beside Lin Chen, her lovely eyes filled with gravity. They are Li Wuji's right-hand men, Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng.
These two hold the esteemed positions of the Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Enforcement at Kanglin Academy. The Li family possessed immense power within the Dayu dynasty.
Only the royal family could rival their might.
The Li family boasted a profound heritage, with over 100 masters in the Fate Wheel realm.
However,
ordinary Fate Wheel practitioners were insufficient. Both Jianqi and Langya stood at the pinnacle of this realm, and as sword sovereigns, their strength was formidable.
Where is Yan Ran?
A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Among the throng, he spotted Lu Changkong, the head of the Lu family, who had brought many elders. Most of whom, aside from Lu Qing, Lin Chen did not recognize.
Yan Ran is undoubtedly in the room of the young master Tianlong.
Lin Chen. You are not worthy of my Yan Ran, Lu Changkong sneered, believing he had everything under control. Today, with the Lu family's elite joining forces with the Li family, their combined strength was terrifying, bolstered further by the support of Kanglin Academy. In the skies above, a figure clad in grey descended, exuding a violent aura.
It was El Gushing, the president of Kanglin Academy.
With the death of his most talented disciple at Lin Chen's hands, El Gushing had long sought Lin Chen's life.
Previously,
he had refrained from action due to the protection of the Imperial Guards from the Xia Qingyi faction, but the situation had now changed.
Kanglin Academy was no longer under Xia Qingyi's jurisdiction. Ah, El Gushing, you too have arrived. Such a grand spectacle.
So many have gathered to slay a disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect.
Do you not feel shame, old men? Jianqi scoffed. If it leads to success, what harm in overpowering the weak? Enough talk, today, Lin Chen must die.
El Gushing's cold smile was laced with palpable murderous intent.
Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng approached,
flanked by dozens of powerful individuals, high-ranking members of Kanglin Academy. The relationship between Kanglin Academy and the Li family was close, their cooperation sincere, within the academy.
Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng held significant sway.
Today, over 60 masters from the Fate Wheel realm had been mobilized.
Aside from President El Gushing,
Vice President Qi Zhengfei was also present, marking a full assembly of the academy's leadership. Jianqi, Langya, and Fu Xiang wore solemn expressions. All three were at the pinnacle of the Fate Wheel realm, their combat prowess terrifying, yet they were outnumbered. Fu Xiang had sent word for the Alchemists Association to dispatch their Fate Wheel practitioners to assist, but predictably, none had arrived.
Little Chen, you must rescue Lu Yanran. Time is of the essence, Jianqi said gravely.
The next moment, he brandished an ice-cold longsword, unleashing a storm of icy sword energy that froze the air around him. Langya wielded a great sword forged from black iron, weighing 3,000 pounds, yet he handled it effortlessly.
With a single slash, a terrifying wave of sword energy erupted, pressing down like a mountain. Engage.
For the head of Lin Chen, a reward of a mid-grade heavenly spirit artifact and 30 million gold coins.
Li Wuji's commanded. Instantly,
nearly 200 experts from the Li family, Lu family, and Kanglin Academy surged forth, a formidable display of power. These nearly 200 individuals, all masters of the Fate Wheel realm, advanced with a terrifying momentum, their combined spiritual energy creating a formidable array. Far from the Li family residence, a crowd had gathered,
awestruck by the overwhelming display.
It was hard to believe that the Li family would create such a commotion merely to deal with Lin Chen. Many speculated that the Li family was plotting a rebellion. I knew the alliance between the Lu and Li families was merely a ruse to draw out the snake. They whispered. Whether Lin Chen is a snake or a dragon, we shall soon find out.
Even if he is a dragon, he may perish today.
How can a single Ling Tian sword sect withstand the might of three major forces, alongside a faction of alchemists?
Outside the Li family residence, various discussions filled the air.
It had been a long time since such upheaval had stirred the royal city. The Li family, as esteemed nobility, maintained close ties with the royal family.
As long as their actions did not harm royal interests, a battle within the city was permissible.
As the Fate-Will realm experts clashed,
Langya wielded his black iron sword, sweeping through the battlefield.
The two Li family elders merely assisted Li Wuji's and, in the blink of an eye, one was heavily injured while the other was torn to pieces, falling lifelessly. Langya, a sword sovereign, unleashed his sword energy, a tempest of terror that none could withstand. Li Wuji's expression grew grave, even he found it difficult to counter Langya's onslaught.
Langya, once hailed as the greatest swordsman of the Dayu dynasty, was not a name to be taken lightly.
I shall meet you in combat.
El Gushing roared, joining forces with Li Wuji's to encircle Langya.
Yet, faced with two pinnacle Fate-Will masters, Langya remained unfazed, even managing to unleash sword energy that injured nearby opponents.
Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to break free. Lu Chongkong rushed in, seeking to block his path.
Lin Chen's eyes burned with murderous intent.
You vile old man, I,
Lin Chen, vow to sever your head and annihilate your entire lineage.
His fury surged uncontrollably. The Lu family's betrayal of Lu Yanran was beyond despicable.
Such a family had no right to exist.
Little Chen, flee swiftly.
Jian Qi's sword cleaved through the air, a terrifying wave of energy tearing the void,
obstructing Lu Chongkong's advance. Just as Lin Chen escaped, more Fate-Will realm experts converged upon him.
The three major forces joined hands, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Although the top-tier experts were preoccupied with Langya and Jian Qi, the remaining Fate-Will practitioners posed a significant threat to Lin Chen.
Little one, hurry.
Fu Xiang summoned the 7-star Mirage Spirit Fox, which transformed into a phantom, darting through the crowd and instantly knocking back 3 Fate-Will masters in an effort to create an opening for Lin Chen. After upgrading her martial spirit, Fu Xiang's speed had vastly increased, and her combat prowess rivaled that of Jian Qi. Jian Qi's strength lay in his mastery of the sword path.
Langya,
fiercer than ever, rendered himself nearly invincible among the Fate-Will masters, his black iron sword swinging with relentless ferocity. None dared approach him. Within the aura of his sword energy, the might of his strikes intensified and weakened his foes.
Lin Chen, wielding the Dragon Slayer sword, unleashed the power of the divine dragon within him with a single strike.
Instantly, he decapitated the two Li family elders who confronted him. Below the Fate-Will third layer,
adversaries fell before him like mere insects, annihilated with a single blow.
With the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, he transcended 2 realms to slay those in the Fate-Will realm. In the Dayu dynasty, no one aside from Lin Chen could achieve such a feat. The Dragon Slayer sword, of exceptional quality, significantly amplified Lin Chen's swordsmanship. Furthermore, having broken through to the sword sect realm, his sword energy now acted as a shield, making it far from easy for those in the Fate-Will realm to take his life.
You fools! Li Chenyuan bellowed, shaking off the influence of Langya's sword energy,
transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Lin Chen. Alongside him came Li Qianfeng and Qi Zhengfei. The 3 pinnacle Fate-Will masters aimed to eliminate Lin Chen in one fell swoop, bringing an end to this conflict. Their sole objective was Lin Chen's demise. Jian Qi, Langya, and Fu Xiang were no longer young and posed little threat. Lin Chen's prodigious talent had instilled immense fear in both the Li family and Kanglin Academy.
Be careful, little one.
Fu Xiang's expression shifted, transforming into a phantom as she rushed to save Lin Chen. Her Mirage Spirit Fox martial spirit hovered above,
its ethereal eyes sparkling with power. The Spirit Fox's mesmerizing technique unleashed a wave of mental energy, capable of ensnaring the minds of its targets, plunging them into an illusion in an instant.
Here's a refined version of the text you provided. The ethereal fragrance's martial spirit talent manifested abruptly, affecting many nearby. However, Qi Zhengfei, Li Chenyuan, and Li Qianfeng, being paragons of power, were virtually unperturbed. Their velocity diminished only momentarily before they resumed their onslaught.
Unable to outpace them, Fu Xiang's countenance paled instantly.
A grim intimation flickered at the edge of Lin Chen's lips. In the crucible of that instant, as the trio assailed, the exquisite pagoda adorning Lin Chen erupted in luminescence. A streak of violet light cleaved through the firmament. Qi Zhengfei, bearing the brunt, suffered a grievous wound to his neck. A swath of flesh excised.
You!
Xi Jingfei's gaze, fraught with terror, bore witness to the swift ebb of his vitality, the specter of death looming.
He was inconsolable.
As the vice president of Kanglin Academy, his future was luminous, yet he never conceived that he would meet his end at Lin Chen's hand. He hadn't even glimpsed Lin Chen's maneuver.
Dire.
Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng, lagging slightly, sensed the peril, a profound premonition causing their hackles to rise, their dread palpable.
Instantly, Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng invoked the fusion of their martial spirits.
The spectral forms of two iron-blooded silver wolves coalesced, unleashing an effulgent golden radiance.
Martial spirit fusion, iron-blooded golden wolf.
Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng, fraternal twins, commanded a formidable martial spirit fusion technique.
This was their ultimate recourse, rarely employed. For each fusion exacted a considerable toll.
Now, under dire duress, they were compelled to unveil their trump card.
In their fused state,
the physical resilience of Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng ascended, akin to invulnerable golden effigies, their bodies ablaze with golden light.
Bang!
As the dreadful force descended, Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng emitted a dolorous cry, their forms flung backward, spewing blood, their visages a tableau of disarray.
Alas, a pity. I couldn't vanquish them.
The distance was somewhat prohibitive, impeding the full extent of my prowess, lamented Azzy, confined within the exquisite pagoda, her strength curtailed. Yet, the pagoda's interior sealed her primordial power, upon which her very existence depended. The Azzy of the present was but a shadow of her complete self, manifesting less than a tenth of her true potential.
Fear not.
Lin Chen cleaved with his sword, his figure an electric blur, breaching the encirclement of numerous Destiny Wheel realm experts.
Before Lin Chen, an elder of the Li family stood sentinel, only to be met by a flash of sword light. Instantly, the Li family elder shrieked, bereft of an arm.
Lin Chen seized him forthwith.
Where is Lu Yanran? I know not. Lin Chen's sword descended, and the elder's head was sent spiraling. Soon, Lin Chen apprehended another elder of the Li family.
Within the Li family's estate, many scions of the Li family, sequestered in their chambers, beheld the spectacle of Lin Chen dispatching the Li family elders as if butchering swine, their faces ashen, incredulous.
The Destiny Wheel realm elders of the Li family were by no means weaklings within the Great Yu dynasty.
Yet, Lin Chen dispatched them with a single sword stroke. Swiftly, Lin Chen seized yet another elder of the Li family, who, overcome with terror, hastily divulged the rout to Lin Chen.
Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng, grievously wounded, their complexions ashen, were rendered unable to continue the fight, retiring to recuperate.
Their hearts were filled with dread, their wariness of Lin Chen profound.
In that prior instant,
they had glimpsed the abyss. A moment's tardiness would have consigned them to Xi Jingfei's fate.
What transpires? Li Wuji, locked in combat with Langya, roared in disbelief.
3 Destiny Wheel peak experts, arrayed against Lin Chen, had suffered the loss of one, with 2 grievously wounded. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Li Wuji. Within the inner sanctum of the Li family estate, in a sequestered chamber, Lu Yanran, bound by iron chains, her face pallid, was rendered immobile.
The chains, forged from mystic iron, were exceedingly resilient. With her acupoints sealed, Lu Yanran's spiritual power was rendered inert, precluding any possibility of severing the chains. Li Tianlong advanced, his countenance contorted, his gaze imbued with malevolence. Lu Yanran possessed a celestial beauty, a peerless countenance, unmatched within the Great Yu dynasty save only by Xia Qingyi. In the past, when the Li family orchestrated the union of Li Daoyuan and Lu Yanran, Li Tianlong was consumed by envy, lamenting that such fortune had not befallen him. Today, Li Tianlong's desires were to be fulfilled. Lu Yanran, I am aware that you are Lin Chen's woman, but after this day, you shall become my plaything. And know this, that fool Lin Chen has dared to trespass upon my Li family's domain. Once I have sated my desires, I shall escort you to behold Lin Chen's corpse. Alas, were Lin Chen still alive, to witness my defilement of you would prove exceedingly stimulating. Li Tianlong emitted a cacophonous cackle, his body inflamed, akin to a ravenous wolf, as he lunged forth. Brother Chen, why have you come? Lu Yanran murmured,
her eyes tinged with sorrow. She had initially resolved to sacrifice herself, to end her days.
Yet, upon arriving at the Li family,
she discovered that even suicide was denied to her. She could not bear to witness Lin Chen's demise on her account.
Given the Li family's machinations, assuredly replete with ambushes. Regardless of Lin Chen's prodigious talents, his arrival would likely preclude his escape. Lu Yanran's gaze was mournful, yet, in the ensuing moment, she perceived the resonance emanating from the joyful heart bell. Yanran, await me. I shall assuredly convey you to safety.
Lin Chen conveyed his message via the joyful heart bell.
And tears welled in Lu Yanran's eyes. In the succeeding moment, Lu Yanran invoked her Ice Phoenix martial spirit.
The spiritual power sealed within her body stirred,
coursing through her meridians.
The Ice Phoenix martial spirit possessed immense potential, and recently, Lu Yanran had discerned its augmentation. Since that night of intimacy with Lin Chen by the Brocade Lake, when her martial spirit fused with Lin Chen's supreme divine dragon martial spirit, the rate of growth of her Ice Phoenix martial spirit had accelerated. Now, in extremis, Lu Yanran erupted.
Lin Chen had arrived, and Lu Yanran would, at all costs,
assist him to escape together, rather than become his encumbrance.
Wings of frost. Lu Yanran's life form trembled, her back rent, and a pair of azure wings unfurled, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wings of frost, the second endowment bestowed upon her by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit.
Her Ice Phoenix martial spirit had undergone another transformation,
radiating boundless might, attaining the 7-star echelon.
A 7-star martial spirit was paramount within the Great Yu dynasty, and Lu Yanran's Ice Phoenix martial spirit possessed unique attributes,
far surpassing Li Tianlong's iron-blooded silver wolf martial spirit. Li Tianlong, lunging forth, sensed the dreadful aura emanating from Lu Yanran, his countenance undergoing a dramatic transformation. In the succeeding moment, Lu Yanran's wings stirred, unleashing a myriad of icy blades, instantly shattering the chains forged from mystic iron. Li Tianlong, overcome with terror,
mobilized his spiritual power, his body ablaze with silver light, as he endeavored to parry.
Put! An icy blade pierced Li Tianlong's brow. Li Tianlong's pupils contracted, his gaze vacant,
as blood erupted from his head, and he collapsed, lifeless. In his battle with Lin Chen days prior, Li Tianlong had nearly been slain, his vitality severely depleted, his strength unrecovered. Now, with Lu Yanran's sudden eruption, Li Tianlong, caught unawares, perished on the spot. Lu Yanran's combat prowess now surpassed that of Li Tianlong in his prime,
her 7-star Ice Phoenix martial spirit subjugating the present era.
In the succeeding moment, Lin Chen burst through the door.
Upon beholding Li Tianlong's corpse upon the floor, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback.
Lu Yanran was unharmed, her aura potent, her martial spirit awe-inspiring, its might boundless. Lin Chen's heart stirred.
Surmising that Azia's assertion that Lu Yanran's talent was indeed prodigious was true.
Her Ice Phoenix martial spirit, merely a 5-star entity in the martial extremities sect of Qingzhou, had, in a short span within the Great Yu dynasty, advanced to the 7-star echelon, its rate of growth astonishing.
Brother Chen. Lu Yanran's gaze was gentle,
reminiscent of fledgling swallows returning to their nests, as she nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. In that moment, the world was enveloped in silence. Lin Chen held her close, tenderly caressing her long hair.
Yanran, it's all right, with me by your side, everything will be fine, Lin Chen spoke softly. Brother Chen.
Let us fight our way out together, Lu Yanran declared, her eyes resolute. Very well, Lin Chen replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her delicate figure as they stepped out of the room. Outside the door stood over 50 formidable warriors from the Li family, poised for action.
Upon discovering Li Tianlong sprawled in a pool of blood, one elder of the Li family's expression transformed dramatically. You dare? He began, but before he could finish,
a flash of swordlight surged towards him, expanding rapidly within his pupils. As a disciple of the sword sect, Lin Chen unleashed his sword energy without warning,
conjuring a terrifying tempest of sword chi that engulfed the scene.
With a sharp sound, a head was severed and flew into the air.
Lin Chen dispatched one Li family elder with each strike.
Lu Yanran invoked the power of her martial soul,
conjuring 9 ice lotuses that released an unending barrage of ice blades, transforming the arena into a frosty wonderland, with snow cascading down to hinder the movements of all Li family warriors present. Brother Chen, let us merge our martial souls, Lu Yanran whispered.
Lin Chen grasped her delicate hand, manifesting the supreme divine dragon martial soul. A formidable pressure radiated from the dragon soul, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The divine dragon martial soul began to blend with the ice phoenix martial soul, and in an instant, the sky manifested strange phenomena, with dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, their roars echoing into the clouds. Martial soul fusion. They had actually achieved martial soul fusion. This was utterly inconceivable. The Li family elders stood in stunned silence. However, being seasoned warriors, they quickly regained their composure, forming defensive formations. Though Lin Chen and Lu Yanran were not particularly high in cultivation. With Lin Chen merely at the Spirit Sea realm, the power within him was astonishing. The fact that a mere Spirit Sea realm cultivator could maintain such formidable combat prowess and even slay those at the Life Will realm was simply unfathomable. Dragon flame, burn. Lin Chen clenched his palm, and in an instant, a terrifying crimson flame erupted, creating an inferno that consumed everything in its path. Following their martial soul fusion, Lin Chen's dragon flame grew significantly more potent, its strength vastly surpassing what it had been at the Jinqiu Lake. This enhancement was likely due to Lu Yanran's martial soul advancing to the 7 stars level, amplifying the power of their fusion. Within the Li family courtyard, an extraordinary scene unfolded, an ice and fire tempest, with raging flames and a frigid expanse, creating a surreal spectacle. The ice and snow released by Lu Yanran froze the ground, impeding the speed of the Li family warriors, while the dragon flame scorched everything. The sudden alternation between extreme heat and cold causing immense suffering among those present. Here comes the sword. Lin Chen struck with his sword, unleashing the power of the divine dragon within him, and at that moment, the might of his blade was earth-shattering. The Spirit Sea realm was merely a fade. Lin Chen's true strength lay in the power of the divine dragon within him. The quality of the Dragon Slayer sword was already exceptional. And with the augmentation of Lin Chen's divine dragon power, it was rendered invincible. As he swung his sword, 3 Li family elders, along with 1 elder from the Dayu Academy, perished on the spot. Amidst the chaos, a Lu family elder transformed into a blur, employing a strange technique to launch a surprise attack. In an instant, Lin Chen was struck by a powerful palm strike. Curiously, he remained unfazed. The Lu family elder revealed himself, his face paling in shock. "I've found you." Lin Chen retaliated with a palm strike, unleashing the 10,000-mile blood river palm. A torrent of crimson light erupting forth. The lifeblood of the many fallen Life Will realm warriors was swiftly drained, turning them into desiccated corpses that converged into the Linglong Tower, where Lin Chen absorbed their essence to refine the blood river. Soon, Lin Chen was surrounded by 3 streams of blood, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood. With the 10,000-mile blood river palm reaching its 3rd tier, its power surged dramatically. The essence of all the deceased served as nourishment, greatly enhancing the might of Lin Chen's attack. No! The Lu family elder was stricken with terror, and in an instant, his head exploded, blood gushing forth. Lu Yanran's expression remained stoic. She recognized the deceased elder from the Lu family. However, her heart had long since severed ties with the Lu family, having lost her parents at a young age. Her only family had been her grandfather, who had cherished her dearly. After being sent to Qingzhou for training and joining the martial extremity sect, her connection with her grandfather had faded. Upon returning to her family, she learned that her grandfather had passed, and within the Lu family, there was not a single soul who treated her kindly. The actions of the Lu family had utterly disillusioned her. Lu Chongkong, I have long warned you that you would regret your decisions today. Among the crowd, Lu Qing sighed deeply, as though foreseeing the demise of the Lu family. Lu Qing too was engaged in the assault against Lin Chen and Lu Yanran, bound by his ties to the Lu family. Even his opposition to Lu Chongkong could not exempt him from combat. Third uncle, since you recognize Lu Chongkong's error, why not simply depart? Lu Yanran's voice was steady. Lu Qing was neither particularly kind nor cruel to her. He had been the only elder to stand up for her when Lu Chongkong decided to sacrifice her in collusion with the Li family. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qing chuckled. In the next moment, he unleashed his full power, charging toward her with unrestrained vigor. Since we are adversaries, there is nothing left to discuss. It shall be a battle to the fullest. Lu Chongkong's decision was, in essence, the will of the entire Lu family. Lin Chen's expression remained impassive as he drew his sword. The Dragon Slayer sword radiated brilliant light, and boundless sword energy surged forth like a tornado. Lin Chen's Dragon Flame and Lu Yanran's Ice Blades continued to unleash their formidable might, reaching levels of power beyond imagination. The fusion of their martial souls allowed Lin Chen and Lu Yanran to unleash extraordinary strength. Lin Chen, enveloped in a protective barrier of sword energy, also shielded Lu Yanran, rendering them nearly invincible. The combined forces of the Li family, Lu family, and Kanglin Academy elders besieging Lin Chen suffered catastrophic losses, dwindling to just over 20 survivors in the blink of an eye. Why does he still possess spiritual energy? This is impossible. They could hardly believe that he was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. It appeared as though he harbored a unique power that amplified the might of his sword energy and martial arts. The renowned warriors surrounding Lin Chen possessed keen insight and began to discern the truth. A typical Spirit Sea realm cultivator could not possibly engage in such a prolonged battle without exhausting their spiritual energy. Lin Chen wasted no time in conversation, continuously unleashing sword energy and executing the 10,000-mile blood river poem, a torrent of blood surging through the air. The Li family courtyard was steeped in a foul stench of blood. "Azi, can you still make a move?" Lin Chen communicated telepathically with her amidst the fierce battle. "Not for now, the suppression from the Linglong Tower is too strong, and the space of the second layer has yet to be fully breached. I cannot emerge." Azi responded, extending a small paw as a sign. With no further means to contact her, Lin Chen understood that he had to rely solely on his own strength. He still possessed the funeral sky sword, a true weapon of mass destruction. Using it would likely deplete his divine dragon power entirely, not to mention his spiritual energy. This was Lin Chen's trump card, which he had yet to employ. As Lu Qing engaged Lin Chen, he was soon forced back by the sword energy. 3 deep gashes appearing on his body, blood flowing profusely. Lu Qing's expression turned grave. Once, in Xingzhou, he had stood up for Lin Chen. Now, Lin Chen had grown to such heights that even Lu Qing was no match for him. Were it not for the numerous allies surrounding Lu Qing, he would have likely been slain by Lin Chen in mere moments. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, sending leaves swirling. 2 terrifying presences descended upon the scene, Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng, core elders of the Li family. They were, respectively, the Law Enforcement Elder and the Merit Transmission Elder of the Azure Billow Academy, both luminaries within its hierarchy, implying their formidable strength. Not long ago, they were grievously wounded by Azi, narrowly escaping demise. After protracted recuperation, they managed to recover sufficiently to intercept Lin Chen. Upon beholding the desiccated corpses strewn across the ground, the visages of Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng contorted in profound dismay. The majority of the deceased were members of the Li family. The Lu family and the Azure Billow Academy had merely dispatched auxiliary forces, not their full complement of elite warriors. "Boy, you shall meet your end," Li Qianyuan exclaimed, his countenance twisted with homicidal intent. Li Qianfeng's frame shuddered as he invoked the iron-blooded silver wolf martial soul, unleashing a piercing howl. Swiftly, the martial souls of the two coalesced, emitting a resplendent golden radiance. Sky-rending wolf claws. Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng launched their concerted assault, unleashing a lethal maneuver instantaneously. They deployed their martial soul fusion technique from the outset, unwilling to afford Lin Chen any respite. They had already witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying prowess. Only through martial soul fusion could they attain the zenith of instantaneous explosive force. "A mere Spirit Sea realm cultivator, I refuse to believe you can defy the heavens. Perish!" Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng roared, their countenances contorted, as spiritual energy surged from their bodies like a tidal wave. The void was rent asunder, and a spectral golden wolf claw materialized, exuding a terrifying aura and possessing astonishing destructive capabilities. The remaining Li family elders present, witnessing this, promptly unleashed their attacks, coordinating with Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng to jointly besiege Lin Chen. With 2 core figures of the Li family at the helm, their confidence surged. The existence of the martial soul fusion technique was their greatest reliance. Glacial Inferno Tempest. Lin Chen and Lu Yanran joined hands, their martial souls fusing, accompanied by the resonating echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Ice and fire gradually intertwined, forming a terrifying glacial inferno tempest. In an instant, 2 Li family elders were instantly annihilated, their bodies brutally torn apart. "Die!" Li Qianyuan bellowed, his countenance twisted in fury. Swiftly, The golden wolf claw bore down upon Lin Chen, directly shattering his sword aura barrier.
Buzz! Abruptly, a sword's lament echoed.
Lin Chen brandished the burial sky sword. A wisp of eerie crimson sword radiance erupted instantaneously, cleaving the firmament and obliterating all in its path. The golden wolf claw, upon encountering the crimson sword radiance, disintegrated instantly.
Not good!
Li Qianyuan and Li Qianfeng exclaimed, their countenances undergoing a drastic transformation as they sensed the specter of death looming. The power of this single strike was beyond their capacity to withstand. Even their martial soul fusion technique appeared so fragile and vulnerable before it.
Big brother!
Li Qianfeng cried out, interposing himself before Li Qianyuan. In a fleeting moment, a crimson flash erupted. A sword scar marred Li Qianfeng's face.
Big brother, avenge me!
Li Qianfeng uttered, before his head exploded directly, splattering blood across the ground.
Second brother! Li Qianyuan's countenance underwent a drastic transformation.
In that moment of life and death, Li Qianfeng had shielded him from a fatal blow. Of the two brothers, only one could survive. Li Qianyuan's pupils instantly turned crimson as he began to absorb Li Qianfeng's martial soul essence.
Being blood brothers, they could perform martial soul fusion, and now
the absorption of martial soul essence occurred with extreme rapidity, almost instantaneously.
Li Qianyuan's iron-blooded silver wolf martial soul became even more formidable, emanating an astonishing pressure.
And the martial soul phantom solidified. Simultaneously, Li Qianyuan's physical body began to swell rapidly, growing larger, his muscles bulging, filled with explosive power.
To kill my brother!
You shall die!
Li Qianyuan roared with fury.
At this moment, the power he unleashed was even more terrifying than the combined strength of the two earlier. His martial soul had advanced to the 7-star level. The iron-blooded golden wolf martial soul emitted a dazzling golden radiance, its aura of ferocity unparalleled.
Li Qianyuan,
being at the peak of the ninefold life will realm, experienced a substantial boost in his overall power after his martial soul advanced. With his depleted spiritual energy rapidly replenished and restored, even enhancing the strength of his physical body. In the void, a golden wolf claw materialized, tearing through all obstacles with irresistible force. Li Qianyuan's figure moved like lightning, directly launching an attack, his intense hatred driving him to madness, exposing numerous vulnerabilities.
Disregarding his own defenses, solely to obliterate Lin Chen with a single strike. Lin Chen's face was ashen.
The burial sky sword strike having nearly drained his spiritual energy and divine dragon power. At this moment, Lin Chen had reached his limit, unable to fight any further. Brother Chen Lu Yanran perceived Lin Chen's state, a hint of resolution appearing in her beautiful eyes.
Yanran, don't be afraid, I will take you away, Lin Chen grinned.
Brother Chen, I have no regrets in this life for having met you, Lu Yanran smiled radiantly, her eyes as captivating as a painting, her beauty intoxicating. The golden wolf claw descended, Li Qianyuan acting like a rabid dog, unleashing terrifying power, along with the encirclement of over 20 life will realm experts from the Li family. Lin Chen unleashed sword aura, which was swiftly torn apart and crushed by the golden wolf claw. The river of blood surrounding Lin Chen collapsed abruptly. Without the support of spiritual energy and divine dragon power, the myriad miles blood river palm could not be sustained. Even the divine dragon fire was extinguished.
Die!
Li Qianyuan laughed maniacally, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin Chen being tortured and killed by him.
Suddenly, Lu Yanran's delicate body moved, interposing herself before Lin Chen.
Her eyes were resolute, her face devoid of any fear, only regret. She felt happy and content to have met and fallen in love with Lin Chen. How wonderful it would be if she could spend her life with Lin Chen.
Unfortunately, that could not be realized. Today, she and Lin Chen were likely to meet their demise. However, she did not want to see Lin Chen suffer any harm. Even if it only delayed them for a little while, it would be worth it. Brother Chen, will we meet again in the next life? Lu Yanran's smile was poignant.
Her spiritual energy surging within her body, her life essence gushing forth.
There is no next life. You will not die.
Lin Chen grinned,
seizing Lu Yanran's jade hand and flinging her away. Lin Chen would bear the storms outside alone.
Old codger, let me see your strength.
Come on.
Lin Chen's eyes flashed with crimson light, burning his martial soul essence, a ball of divine dragon fire igniting within his palm. A surge of blood light erupted. and the life essence of the deceased Li family experts on the ground was devoured, Lin Chen's myriad miles blood river palm erupting once more.
Boom! A terrifying roar erupted in the void. Li Chen Yuan's figure was blasted backward, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had not expected that Lin Chen, on the verge of exhaustion, could still unleash such power. However, Lin Chen was in an even worse state than him. At this moment, Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure helplessly flying backward. Li Chen Yuan's strength was too great. A peak life will realm expert with a 7-star martial soul. Lin Chen's condition was too poor, the continuous battles having depleted all of his strength. The remaining 20 or so Li family elders swarmed forward. Lu Qing also joined the fray. Taking advantage of Lin Chen's severe injuries, they had to kill him in one fell swoop. The talent that Lin Chen had displayed in this battle had filled them with terror. The Li family, the Lu family, and the Azure Billow Academy had joined forces to besiege him, but had paid an extremely heavy price. Lin Chen had killed more than 30 life will realm elders from the Li family alone. It's finally coming to an end. Boy, your day has come. No matter how monstrous your talent, you will still be cut short. The Li family elders' faces were contorted, each unleashing their lethal maneuvers. Li Qianyuan, who had been blasted away earlier, now came back to attack. He wanted to tear Lin Chen into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. 3 lives and 7 incarnations, eternally plunged into the depths of Yama, solely for the sake of love, I shall not regret even in death. Suddenly, Lu Yanran's figure rose into the air, chanting ancient incantations. The joyful heart bell levitated, emitting boundless radiance. The joyful bells on Lin Chen were also uncontrollably floating beside Lu Yanran. The pair of joyful bells circled each other, emitting a crisp, silver sound, as if from the heavens. In this somber atmosphere, it seemed extremely eerie. Lu Yanran's entire body of essence and blood was vanishing. The joyful bells were far from being as simple as spirit-rank spiritual implements. Besides the sound transmission function, they also contained an ancient secret art, the joyful curse. The joyful curse recorded that sacrificing everything could truly unlock the joyful bells. Lu Yanran did not know how terrifying the joyful bells were, nor dared to try it before. Now, the joyful bells were her only chance. At this moment, Lu Yanran cast the joyful curse, sacrificing everything of herself: essence, blood, spiritual power, martial soul, and soul, just to block an attack for Lin Chen. Brother Chen, farewell. Lu Yanran's figure slowly fell, her entire body of essence and blood drained. Entering the joyful bells. The joyful bells emitted a bizarre sound. In an instant, a ghastly wind howled, the sky turned dim, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The 2 joyful bells combined together, erupting with a dark light, as deep as an abyss, incomparably strange. For a time, ghostly winds rose, and visions appeared, vengeful spirits wailed. 100 ghosts roamed at night, like a hellish scene, extremely horrifying. The joyful bells bloomed with a dark light, enveloping Lin Chen. The attacks of all the elders of the Li family were blocked by that dark light. The dark light seemed to have magic power. Lin Chen, bathed in it, had his aura soaring. Yanran. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes were blood red, and boundless killing intent filled his heart. Kill. 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 There was only one thought in Lin Chen's mind: kill all enemies. His originally exhausted spiritual power suddenly regenerated. With the help of the joyful bells, he broke through in one fell swoop, achieving the creation realm. With the breakthrough in realm, Lin Chen's condition instantly recovered greatly. And even the exhausted divine dragon power was rapidly recovering. All of you, die. Lin Chen's entire body was filled with black energy, soaring to the sky. Under the influence of the joyful bells, he fell into a demonized state. A sword light slashed out, and 3 heads flew up. One sword, instantly killing 3 Li family elders. Li Qianyuan was terrified. He did not know what strange secret art Lu Yanran had used. Nor did he know what the joyful bells were, that they could block the attacks of so many Li family elders. Moreover, Lin Chen had broken through his realm with the help of that strange bell. The situation was completely out of control. Li Qianyuan's hair stood on end, and he had no confidence in being able to confront Lin Chen. In an instant, Li Qianyuan turned and fled. The dozen or so Li family elders who were still present also wanted to escape. But it was too late. Lin Chen's sword was so fast that they could not react at all. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen corpses were added to the ground, instantly becoming dried corpses. Lu Qing's eyes were complex, and he sighed to the sky. In the end, he had still been defeated. Lu Changkong, you will. Lu Qing was speaking when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and he sealed his throat with a sword. Li Qianyuan had run away, but Lin Chen did not chase. He quickly came to Lu Yanran's side, helped her up, took out the great revitalizing pill to replenish her qi and blood, and fed it to her. The great revitalizing pill belonged to the heaven rank, and Lin Chen had obtained it when he was in the Alchemist Association. Its effect was very good. But, after Lu Yanran took the medicine, there was no reaction at all. She had lost her breath and was cold all over. Azzy, help me. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse. He did not expect that Lu Yanran would use such a secret art, sacrificing essence, blood, and even sacrificing her martial soul. By the time he wanted to stop her, it was already too late. Boundless hatred erupted in Lin Chen's heart. He hated the Li family, and even more, he hated himself for not being strong enough to protect his beloved. Alas! I actually misjudged. These joyful bells have a great origin. Azzy responded. Help me. Save her. Lin Chen said, word by word, with blood-red eyes. There's no way to save her for now. At most, I can only preserve her physical body. As for what happens in the future, that's up to you. Azzy said helplessly. Okay. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, seeing hope. In the exquisite pagoda, a crack opened on the second floor, and Azzy stretched out her cat's paw, and a drop of essence blood flew out. Soon, the essence blood merged into Lu Yanran's body. Lu Yanran's originally pale face gradually regained its color. Her cold body also had warmth. Azzy, how can I save her? Lin Chen said in a deep voice. It's useless to tell you now. In short, she has absorbed a drop of my essence blood, and her physical body can be preserved for a long time and will not rot. You should deal with the current situation first, and I will tell you in detail how to save her later. Azzy said slowly. She felt very distressed about losing a drop of essence blood. Being sealed in the exquisite pagoda, even most of her source power was lost. Her essence blood was very precious. Losing essence blood would weaken her strength. Lin Chen nodded, holding Lu Yanran's delicate body, and a gentle look appeared in his eyes. Yanran, you rest first. I won't let any of the people who harmed you go. Lin Chen finished speaking, placed Lu Yanran in the first floor space of the exquisite pagoda. Next, it was time for the Li family, the Lu family, and the Kanglin Academy to pay the price. A blood-red light burst out from Lin Chen's eyes. The joyful bells seemed to contain a demonic power that could affect Lin Chen's mind, making his killing intent extremely strong. In fact, even without the influence of the joyful bells, Lin Chen only had one thought in his mind at this moment. Kill. Taking out the burial sky sword, Lin Chen stepped on the sword and turned into a blood-red light. In an instant, he descended on the outer courtyard of the Li family. Seeing Lin Chen appear, Langya, Sword Maniac, and Fu Xiang were all delighted. There were too many people besieging them. The three of them were all at the peak of the Fate Wheel realm, and their combat power was heaven-defying, but they were somewhat unable to hold on, and they were injured in many places. Little fellow, where's Lu Yanran? Fu Xiang asked. She's resting. Fu Xiang's face changed slightly, seeing Lin Chen's blood-red eyes, and vaguely felt something was wrong. At this moment, Lu Guxing, Li Wuji, and Li Qianyuan were besieging Langya. Langya was covered in blood, his aura was weak, and after continuous fierce battles, he had almost reached his limit. However, there were also more than 20 strong men who died under Langya's sword. Under the heavy siege, Langya could still have such a record, which was simply terrifying. Lin Chen's aura was violent, and the divine dragon power in his body had recovered greatly. In an instant, he waved the burial sky sword and slashed out a blood-colored swordlight, as if to split the sky, burying the sky with one sword. With Lin Chen's creation realm cultivation, the power of the burial sky sword in his hands was different. Li Qianyuan's face changed drastically, and he did not dare to fight Lin Chen head-on, and directly fled. However, the blood-colored sword light locked on Li Qinyuan's aura, and there was no way to avoid it. No! Li Qinyuan's spiritual power surged, defending with all his strength, trying to resist the attack of the blood-colored sword light. But it was useless. In an instant, Li Qinyuan's body was cut in half. Scarlet blood gushed out, absorbed by the exquisite pagoda, and then entered Lin Chen's body. Devouring essence and blood made Lin Chen's energy and blood even more vigorous. At this moment, Lin Chen's black hair gradually turned blood red, and his eyes were also blood red, like a god and a demon, enchanting and incomparable. The supreme divine dragon martial soul manifested, emitting a earth-shattering dragon roar, and the divine dragon fire was released, and the outer courtyard of the Li family became a sea of fire. Li Qinyuan died, and Li Wuji and Lu Guxing's faces changed drastically. The power of Lin Chen's sword just now had already made them unable to understand. He broke through. Even if he broke through to the creation realm, he shouldn't have such strength. What kind of terrifying existence is that blood-colored long sword? Many elders of the Li family were trembling in their hearts, and for some reason, they felt chills all over their bodies. Lin Chen was clearly only one person. Clearly only a junior in the creation realm, but he was like a demon god, giving them a sense of invincibility. Let's go together and kill him. Li Wujie issued a command, with over 90 formidable warriors from the three major factions in the Destiny Wheel realm. In an instant, numerous powerful figures surged forth to besiege Lin Chen. While Lin Chen's talent was indeed extraordinary, they were overwhelming in numbers. At this moment, Lu Changkong, the head of the Lu family, wore a profoundly grim expression. He had just dispatched several Lu elders to ambush Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen had emerged unscathed, and none of the Lu family members had returned, clearly indicating their demise. This time, the Lu family faced devastating losses. Even if they ultimately managed to slay Lin Chen and received the support of the Li family afterwards, the toll of lives lost from the Lu family's Destiny Wheel realm was far too great, severely undermining the family's foundation. Lu Changkong felt a twinge of regret. But there was no time for reflection. Given the current circumstances, if Lin Chen was not eliminated today, the Lu family would surely face annihilation. Die. With this thought, a ferocious expression crossed Lu Changkong's face as he leaped forward, unleashing a deadly strike. Lin Chen's eyes blazed crimson with boundless murderous intent, his entire being radiating an overwhelming sword energy, summoning a tempest of sword chi. The burial heaven sword cleaved through the air, transforming into a terrifying beam of bloodlight, instantly severing the heads of three Li family elders, with blood gushing forth. Lu Changkong charged at him but was bisected by a streak of sanguine swordlight. His protective spirit armor proved utterly feeble before the might of the burial heaven sword. Lu Changkong's gaze turned desolate. In his final moments, regret washed over him. Given the relationship between Lu Yanran and Lin Chen, the Lu family could have fostered an alliance with Lin Chen. But now, it was all too late. With a thunderous crash, Lu Changkong's shattered body collapsed into a pool of blood, devoid of life. His essence became nourishment for Lin Chen, enhancing the power of the 10,000 miles blood river palm, as the fourth blood river began to coalesce. Even one as strong as Lu Changkong was slain by Lin Chen in a single stroke. Having perfected the Ling Tian sword technique, Lin Chen wielded his sword with an unstoppable force. Coupled with the razor sharpness of the burial heaven sword, Lin Chen traversed through the throngs of Destiny Wheel realm warriors as if they were mere shadows. After breaking through to the creation realm, Lin Chen's internal spiritual energy had become significantly more robust, allowing him to wield the burial heaven sword without succumbing to fatigue after a single strike. However, the sword's power remained fearsome. After 3 successive strikes, his internal energy and the power of the divine dragon rapidly diminished, rendering him unable to continue. In merely 3 strikes, 9 elders from the Li family perished, alongside Lu Changkong, the head of the Lu family. At this moment, the arena fell into a chilling silence, the cold winds sweeping through. The surviving warriors from the Li family, Kanglin Academy, and the Lu family were left aghast, their hearts trembling. The death toll was staggering. They had to remember that these were seasoned warriors, all at least of the Destiny Wheel realm, a tier above Lin Chen, yet they were slaughtered so mercilessly. Lin Chen stood resolute, his blood-red eyes growing ever more otherworldly. His long hair had turned a deep crimson, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Fu Xiang's delicate form trembled.
Lin Chen felt like a stranger at this moment.
She surmised that Lu Yenran had likely perished, for otherwise, Lin Chen would not have descended into such madness.
Putting away the Burial Heaven sword, Lin Chen retrieved over 10 spirit-gathering pills and consumed them all. Harnessing the power of the divine dragon,
he accelerated the absorption of the pills, rapidly restoring his state.
Act quickly, kill him. He can no longer wield that sword.
A mere creation realm has its limits.
Lin Chen, you shall die today. Voices of wrath erupted as the powerful warriors from the three factions surged forward. The Lu family still had 10 surviving elders, their hearts bleeding at the loss of their family head, Lu Changkong.
Should they fail to slay Lin Chen, the Lu family would face imminent doom. Lu family? So fond of relying on the Li family, are you? Then let us first extinguish your clan. Yenran, behold. These beasts that tormented you shall perish.
Lin Chen's blood-red gaze blazed. He unsheathed the dragon-slaying sword, unleashing a violent surge of sword energy, akin to a tempest, creating an overwhelming force.
Not far away, Langya,
engaged in fierce combat, suddenly felt a surge of awareness. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of a sword aura. It was not the sword aura he and the sword enthusiast had unleashed, but rather Lin Chen's. The sword enthusiast also sensed this, a wave of joy swelling within him. After enduring a prolonged battle, both Langya and the sword enthusiast were nearly depleted of energy. They wished to aid Lin Chen in his escape, yet at this moment, Lin Chen erupted with terrifying strength. Retreat was not the style of a sword cultivator. With a mere thought, Lin Chen's sword energy surged forth like a dragon, manifesting a formidable sword intent. After a series of intense battles, Lin Chen had reached his limits, and under immense pressure, his sword path broke through. The essence of sword cultivation lies in comprehension. A sword master initially grasps sword energy. A sword sect cultivator generates sword energy at will. A sword sovereign transitions through a storm of sword energy to manifest a powerful sword intent.
Langya had once said that a sword cultivator must forge ahead without hesitation.
At that moment, Lin Chen had gleaned some insights.
Throughout his battles, Lin Chen had embodied this principle. Even against overwhelming odds, a sword cultivator must never yield. Sword intent emanates primarily from the heart of the sword cultivator. Once the sword is drawn, it cannot retreat, its momentum is irresistible. Even when faced with insurmountable differences. Knowing full well the risks ahead, the sword's momentum remains inexhaustible.
As long as a breath remains, the sword intent shall not perish. This is the essence of a sword cultivator. At this moment, Lin Chen's state of mind crystallized, and he broke through to the sword sovereign realm. A 14-year-old sword sovereign is not merely a prodigy in the Dayu dynasty, but a top-tier genius even in the northern wilderness domain. With his sword intent solidified, Lin Chen wielded the dragon-slaying sword, capable of sweeping through all challengers. The warriors from the three factions attempting to besiege him began to fall one by one. Lin Chen, consumed by bloodlust, disregarded the limits of his physical body, voraciously devouring essence blood to refine the blood river. In an instant, Lin Chen's entire being was enveloped in a dazzling crimson light, as the fourth blood river emerged. The power of the 10,000 miles blood river poem surged, growing stronger with every adversary that fell. Li Wujie and Lu Guxing felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Nearly 200 Destiny Will Realm warriors from the three factions had united, yet they were left in utter disarray, suffering significant losses. The Lu family's reinforcements were swiftly obliterated by Lin Chen. Among the three factions, the Lu family, being the weakest, was naturally the first to be eliminated. Li Wujie was already contemplating retreat. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible to kill Lin Chen. With Lu Changkong gone, the sword enthusiast battled Lu Guxing while Langya clashed with Li Wujie. Even in a severely injured state, Langya was still able to suppress Li Wujie. Fu Xiang tended to her wounds, regaining her strength. On Lin Chen's side, a frenzied slaughter ensued, releasing torrents of blood rivers filled with a ghastly aura. The elders from the Li family and Kanglin Academy who besieged Lin Chen lay scattered across the ground, with corpses strewn everywhere. The members sent by Kanglin Academy, aside from the academy head Lu Guxing, were entirely wiped out. The Li family was left with just a few elders, barely clinging to life. They could not fathom how Lin Chen possessed such unprecedented combat prowess. A mere creation realm cultivator wielding an array of lethal techniques as if they were free of cost. Lin Chen did not even utilize the Burial Heaven sword, he merely wielded the dragon-slaying sword, which did not significantly deplete his energy.
Moreover, throughout the fierce combat,
Lin Chen had been continuously absorbing pills, further refining his internal spiritual energy. The essence blood he devoured from the fallen powerful warriors also strengthened Lin Chen's vitality. With an aura surging like a tidal wave, in just a few minutes, all the elders from the Li family who had attacked him were annihilated. Lin Chen's 10,000 miles blood river palm ascended to the 5th tier, manifesting the 5th blood river. The power of royal-grade martial arts was overwhelmingly formidable.
Each breakthrough propelled Lin Chen's strength to new heights.
Li Wujie and Lu Guxing attempted to retreat but found themselves hindered, unable to escape. Lin Chen swung the dragon-slaying sword, charging directly at Li Wujie. The Li family was the root of the calamity, and today he would eliminate them entirely.
Li Wujie,
bloodied and battered from a prolonged battle with Langya, was already gravely injured.
At this moment, as Lin Chen entered the fray, a terrifying sword intent erupted, intertwining with Langya's.
Under the pressure of their combined sword intents, Li Wujie let out a shriek, 2 deep sword wounds appearing on his body, exposing the bone beneath.
I won't accept this.
Li Wujie roared, igniting his essence for one final desperate struggle.
The dwindling power of the dragon within Lin Chen erupted in its entirety.
In the next moment, a breathtaking sword-like cleave through the air. Under the augmentation of the dragon's might, the slaying dragon sword's power surged to its zenith. One stroke unleashed a radiant blade of light that effortlessly shattered Li Wujie's defenses.
Simultaneously, Langya's greatsword swept in with tremendous force.
Li Wujie was struck by the sword, his bones fracturing under the impact.
An endless wave of sword energy pierced through Li Wujie's body, obliterating him entirely.
His essence and martial soul were absorbed by the Linglong Tower. The scene was surreal. Both Langya and the sword enthusiast were utterly perplexed by how Lin Chen had achieved this.
The 3 major factions had united in their approach. Yet now only Lu Guxing remained to hold the line.
After Lin Chen's decisive strike, his aura rapidly waned, the dragon's power no longer at his command.
However,
the tide of battle had turned, with only Lu Guxing left, he could not stir up any significant turmoil. Esteemed ones, should I perish?
The Kanglin Academy will undoubtedly seek retribution.
If you allow me to return, I shall overlook past grievances, Lu Guxing implored, desperation gleaming in his eyes.
Langya remained silent, wielding his mysterious iron sword without a hint of mercy.
Lu Guxing, given the current circumstances, what further words do you have? The sword enthusiast chuckled,
bemused by Lu Guxing's naive hope that past enmities could simply be erased.
Were it not for Lin Chen's explosive emergence and the vanquishing of numerous formidable foes? It could very well have been they who had met their end today. The Kanglin Academy shall pursue you until the bitter end.
Lu Guxing roared,
igniting his martial soul's essence, breaking free from the encirclement of swords.
Though Lu Guxing was in a dire state,
both the sword enthusiast and Langya were also grievously injured and unable to pursue. Floating Fragrance chased after him, yet with her solitary strength, she could hardly hope to eliminate Lu Guxing.
Lin Chen sat cross-legged, cultivating his energy. Suddenly, the Linglong Tower stirred with unusual activity, signaling a response from Azzy. Ah! Finally opened.
Little one, I'm off for a little adventure. Once I tire of it, I shall return to you, Azzy exclaimed,
transforming into a beam of purple light and shooting forth. The barrier between the first and second layers of the Linglong Tower was utterly dismantled.
Having been cooped up for far too long, Azzy was eager to explore the outside world. Abruptly, a flash of purple light burst forth, startling the sword enthusiast, Langya,
and Floating Fragrance, leaving them bewildered.
They could not catch a glimpse of Azzy's true form, her speed was too astonishing.
Ahead! A scream pierced the air as Azzy encountered Lu Guxing, swiftly dispatching him with ease. While confined within the Linglong Tower, Azzy had been restricted.
But now that she was free, eliminating someone like Lu Guxing required merely a swipe of her claw. Upon hearing the scream, the sword enthusiast, Langya, and Floating Fragrance hastened to the scene, only to find Lu Guxing lying motionless in a pool of blood, utterly silent. The 3 stood there, stunned. Chapter 82, The Fall of the Li Clan. The return of Az the sword fanatic had long suspected that Lin Chen possessed some extraordinary trump card. And now his suspicions were confirmed. However, he remained ignorant of the true nature of the violet light that had just surged forth.
The three exchanged glances, each silent.
Weary from the fierce battle they had just endured, longing only for respite. In the imperial palace, within a room imbued with ancient charm, two figures sat opposite each other,
engrossed in a game of chess.
Xia Qingyi made her move, facing the current third prince, Xia Jiming.
A black-clad imperial guard knelt on one knee, delivering a report to Xia Qingyi. The events surrounding the Li family could hardly escape her notice.
She had kept a keen eye on Lin Chen. Yet the Li family and the Kanglin Academy were beyond her jurisdiction. Given her status, she had no grounds to take action against the Li family. Li Wuji held the rank of second-grade official, and with no wrongdoing attributed to him, the Li family still had numerous elders closely allied with the royal family.
All Xia Qingyi could do was impose restrictions on the Dayu Academy.
"Third uncle, you have lost," Xia Qingyi said with a smile. As the white pieces on the board formed an overwhelming formation, decisively vanquishing the black pieces.
Who would have thought? Xia Jiming pondered aloud.
The alliance of the Li family, Kanglin Academy, and the Lu family had aimed to eliminate Lin Chen, yet they had met with failure.
Moreover,
the upper echelons of the Li family had been completely annihilated, and those sent by Kanglin Academy and the Lu family had also perished. Such a turn of events left Xia Jiming profoundly astonished. He was indeed relieved that he had refrained from involving himself, otherwise,
the losses for the Dayu Academy would have been substantial.
Morong Xiu is, after all, a member of the Morong family from the northern wastelands. His presence at the Dayu Academy was merely in pursuit of the martial saint's will, and he will ultimately depart, Xia Qingyi remarked coolly.
I understand, Xia Jiming sighed. The Dayu Academy has many talents, we do not lack for Morong Xiu. Let the grievances between the Dayu Academy and Lin Chen come to a close.
I certainly have no intention of targeting him further, Xia Jiming stated plainly. He was not foolish. Lin Chen had now become a formidable force. Continuing to oppose him would be tantamount to courting death. In the aftermath of the battle against the Li family, Lin Chen's name echoed throughout the realm. That night, the Dayu imperial city was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. The warriors of the Li family were completely wiped out, leaving no survivors.
In a single night, the once mighty Li clan was eradicated. Following Lin Chen's departure, various factions emerged to plunder what remained of the Li family.
Their arrogance had earned them many enemies over the years. Previously, people had feared the Li family and refrained from taking action against them.
But now,
with the upper echelons decimated and only the weak and defenseless remaining, the Li family's foundation could not withstand the onslaught.
Upon hearing the news of the Li family's defeat, their enemies surged forth. In the span of a night, the Li family was thoroughly expunged from the annals of the Dayu dynasty. The fate of the Lu family was equally grim.
Lu Changkong, the head of the Lu family, along with numerous elders, fell by Lin Chen's hand. After exiting the Li family estate, Lin Chen made his way directly to the Lu family.
The remaining warriors were swiftly slaughtered by Lin Chen. After this night, the major clans of the Dayu dynasty would undergo a thorough reshuffling. With the Li and Lu families gone, other families could rise to prominence. Within the palace,
Xia Qingyi watched the unfolding situation silently, refraining from intervention.
The demise of the Li family was not a misfortune for the Dayu royal family. In recent years,
the Li family's behavior had grown increasingly brazen, often disregarding the royal family's dignity.
With the Li family's downfall, the royal family's position would naturally be fortified.
And Xia Qingyi relished this outcome. Lin Chen, I hope that in the northern wastelands, we shall have the chance to meet again, Xia Qingyi whispered,
gazing at the starry sky.
Xia Qingyi had previously visited the northern wastelands, where she encountered many prodigies.
Individuals of Morong Xiu's caliber were not the pinnacle there.
In her heart, she held Lin Chen in high regard. She believed that once he reached the northern wastelands, he would undoubtedly stir up a storm and exhibit unparalleled brilliance. At the Alchemist Association, in the elegant chambers of the Tianxiang building, Lin Chen, Fu Xiang, Langya, and the sword fanatic took refuge to recuperate from their injuries. The battle against the Li family had taken a heavy toll on everyone,
particularly for Lin Chen,
whose low cultivation level and insufficient spiritual energy had led to severe depletion after the intense confrontations. Had it not been for the formidable power of his martial soul and the divine dragon energy sustaining him, he likely would have faltered long ago. After consuming medicinal pills, the condition of the group improved significantly. At this moment, Lin Chen wore a grim expression, his eyes dull.
His enemies had perished, yet Lu Yanran was still absent. No matter how many he killed, what significance did it hold? Little one, I believe there must be a way to save Miss Lu. Do not lose hope.
Fu Xiang said gently, sitting beside Lin Chen.
Sister Fu Xiang, what method do you have?
Lin Chen's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline.
Where there is a will, there is a way. We shall find a solution, Fu Xiang responded, taken aback by the inquiry. She, too, was unaware of how to revive Lu Yanran and could only offer vague comfort.
The atmosphere was heavy, and Lin Chen retrieved Lu Yanran from the Linglong Tower. In that moment, her eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any trace of life, yet her body remained warm.
Thanks to a drop of Az's blood,
her physical form had been preserved. Strange, her body seems to possess a mysterious force preventing decay, Fu Xiang remarked, puzzled.
Unaware of Az's existence, she was confused.
Her soul has already dissipated. To revive her, one would need to summon her spirit and then use a sacred medicine to enhance her vitality, allowing her to awaken. Langya, well versed in such matters, suggested. Lin Chen nodded, refraining from further inquiry.
He intended to wait for Az's return.
If Az could preserve Lu Yanran's body, surely she would possess a means to restore her life. My friends, I shall take my leave to rest, Lin Chen declared,
carrying Lu Yanran's delicate form into a room to recuperate.
As dawn approached, Lin Chen, weary from the night's bloodshed, felt no inclination to sleep.
He needed to guard Lu Yanran, awaiting Az's return.
Lu Yanran had sacrificed herself for him, and now, reviving her was of utmost importance.
No matter the cost, Lin Chen was determined to see it through.
By the banks of the Jinxiu Lake, Lin Chen and Lu Yanran had pledged their lives to one another,
vowing eternal love and commitment. The promises made then would not go unfulfilled.
Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Lin Chen's resolve solidified. He must grow stronger. Had he possessed sufficient power, Lu Yanran would not have met such a tragic end.
Only strength was eternal, regardless of the schemes and the multitude of adversaries.
As long as his might was formidable enough to defy the heavens, he could sweep away all obstacles. Lost in thought, a flash of purple light suddenly darted past the door. Az, transformed into a beam of light, returned to Lin Chen's side. He beheld a small purple kitten, round and somewhat plump, exuding an adorable charm, complete with fluffy ears and chubby paws.
Az.
Lin Chen's heart leapt with joy as he reached out to embrace her. In an instant, Az transformed into a radiant light, vanishing back into the Linglong Tower. Lin Chen grasped at air, but he was not disheartened.
Az, teach me how to save Yanran. You must know. Oh dear, little one, can you allow me a moment to catch my breath?
I rushed back in haste and have had no rest along the way, Az playfully swatted her tiny paw, shaking her pudgy body. Chapter 83, The Floating Orchid of Tianxiang Pavilion. Az regulated her breathing, sitting upright, and with a graceful wave of her claw-like hands, she spoke softly, little one.
To save your companion, you must undertake 3 tasks.
First, seek the heavenly resurrection fruit, which requires over 3,000 years of growth.
This fruit can revitalize your companion's physical form.
Second, you need to find the treasure that nourishes the soul, the celestial spirit essence. Third, you must locate her soul, nurture it with the celestial spirit essence, and then restore it to its rightful place.
As Az spoke, she gestured clearly, outlining her points. Where is Yanran's soul? Lin Chen inquired solemnly. If I am not mistaken, her soul resides within the heartstring bell. The bell is enigmatic, I cannot fathom its depths.
Once you grow stronger and can control the heartstring bell, you can release her soul then. The immediate priority is to find the heavenly resurrection fruit. If you delay, even if Lu Yanran can be revived, it will adversely affect her innate talents. When a person dies, their martial soul essence dissipates. I can only seal her martial soul for a year. If it exceeds that time, her martial soul essence will be completely lost. And even if you manage to bring her back, she will be rendered useless, as he cautioned.
Lin Chen's expression grew grave.
A year was a limited time to find both the heavenly resurrection fruit and the celestial spirit essence, a daunting task indeed.
Az, can you not extend the time?
With your strength, it should be no problem, Lin Chen insisted earnestly. My source of power is sealed within the Linglong Tower.
As you can see, My current strength is barely a fraction of my peak.
It is already commendable that I can preserve Lu Yanran's physical form and seal her martial soul, as he sighed. Her eyes filled with sorrow. The second layer of the Linglong Tower had been completely opened.
Inside, apart from Azzy,
there were 9 formation sealing groups of violet material that emitted a powerful purple light. Lin Chen speculated that this was Azzy's source of power.
How can we break the seal to help you recover your power? He asked.
It will take time, there is no immediate solution, Azzy replied, her expression forlorn.
Where should I search for the heavenly resurrection fruit and the celestial spirit essence? Lin Chen pressed on. At least not in the Great Yu dynasty. You must venture to larger territories.
The North Wilderness might have them, Azzy responded.
Lin Chen understood that Azzy did not possess precise information.
To procure the heavenly resurrection fruit and the celestial spirit essence, he would need to gather intelligence in the North Wilderness himself.
In any case,
Lin Chen was already planning to head to the North Wilderness, as the Linglong Empress had tasked him with becoming the foremost among the 10 talents of the North Wilderness. The 10 talents of the North Wilderness are the most extraordinary geniuses of that region.
Upon opening the door, Lin Chen found Fu Xiang seeking information about the heavenly resurrection fruit.
Fu Xiang, a member of Tianxiang Pavilion, was well versed in alchemy, and the sect had amassed various medicinal herbs,
possibly including the sacred medicine.
I have been away from Tianxiang Pavilion for several years. I do not know if they still possess the heavenly resurrection fruit, Fu Xiang replied. Do not fret, the North Wilderness is vast and rich in resources, opportunities will surely arise, she reassured him.
The following day, a figure arrived from Tianxiang Pavilion to escort Lin Chen.
A tall woman approached with elegance, her lustrous black hair was adorned with a golden hairpin, and her features bore a resemblance to Fu Xiang's. Dressed in a black short skirt, her strikingly white legs were captivating,
accentuated by a tassel leg ring on her right thigh.
Fu Xiang welcomed her warmly, holding the black-clad woman's hand with familiarity.
Little one.
This is my cousin Fu Luo, a highly esteemed elder of Tianxiang Pavilion, Fu Xiang introduced with a smile.
Lin Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated the elders of Tianxiang Pavilion to be elderly figures.
Fu Luo appeared only slightly older than Fu Xiang. However, upon reaching the Fate Wheel realm, a martial artist's lifespan significantly increases, and women tend to retain their youthful appearance.
You are Lin Chen, the remarkable alchemist who can concoct top-tier heavenly grade pills?
Fu Luo assessed Lin Chen with her enchanting eyes, clearly impressed by his handsome visage and distinguished demeanor.
Junior Lin Chen pays respects to the elder.
Lin Chen cupped his fists respectfully. There is no need for formality among us, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to Tianxiang Pavilion, Fu Luo stated. Her tone brisk, showing no intention of lingering at the Alchemist Association. She had recruited numerous disciples at Tianxiang Pavilion, yet their alchemical talents were mediocre. Upon hearing that her cousin had discovered an extraordinary alchemist in the Great Yu dynasty, Fu Luo hurried over without delay. I have one matter to attend to before we go to Tianxiang Pavilion, Lin Chen mentioned slowly.
Then proceed, if you require my assistance, just let me know.
Fu Luo replied, patting her chest with an appreciative glint in her eyes. Although she had yet to witness Lin Chen's alchemical prowess, her trust in Fu Xiang implied confidence in Lin Chen's abilities.
Thank you, elder, I shall manage on my own. Lin Chen smiled and intended to visit the Tianji Tower with Jianqi and Langya.
Previously, he had acquired information from the Tianji Tower regarding Li Daoyuan.
The female steward had leaked this information and even personally identified Lin Chen. This matter was not something Lin Chen could forget.
Now that his injuries had healed and he was fully recovered, he needed answers from the Tianji Tower. Upon learning Lin Chen's intentions, both Fu Xiang and Fu Luo decided to accompany him out of curiosity. Soon, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at the Tianji Tower.
The tower's master,
a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly attire, came out to greet them personally. Jianqi, Langya, and Fu Xiang were prominent figures within the Great Yu dynasty, immensely powerful.
And even the master of the Tianji Tower dared not show disrespect. Bring her up quickly. The steward of the Tianji Tower beckoned.
And soon the female steward was brought out, disheveled and covered in bloodstains, evidently having been brutally beaten. Lin Xiaoyu, our Tianji Tower has always adhered to rules. The identities of all customers purchasing information are kept confidential.
This person accepted Li Wuji's bribes and leaked your information. Upon learning of this,
I was furious and immediately had her apprehended. Awaiting your verdict, the master of the Tianji Tower said apologetically. Since Lin Chen's name had become renowned throughout the realm after the battle with the Li family, the master of the Tianji Tower dared not offend him any further.
So you claim the steward leaked my whereabouts without your knowledge? Lin Chen sneered. Indeed, I was unaware beforehand.
Lin Xiaoyu, I sincerely apologize. I can hand this person over to you to deal with as you see fit, the master of the Tianji Tower said, bowing humbly.
Very well. Lin Chen replied, suddenly drawing his sword.
In the next moment, blood splattered as the female steward's head fell to the ground. Her disheveled hair and wide-open eyes bore the expression of shock.
Unable to close in death. Her tongue had been severed, indicating that the master of the Tianji Tower wished to silence her. Do you think that by presenting her, this matter can be dismissed?
Lin Chen stood with his sword, his gaze icy. The master of the Tianji Tower must have been aware of the situation.
It would not be so easy to absolve himself of responsibility.
At that moment, Li Wuji was filled with fierce intent, leading a group to kill Lin Chen. Had it not been for Lin Chen's exceptional alchemical talent and Fu Xiang's intervention, the situation could have escalated into chaos.
I wonder how young Master Lin intends to proceed.
The master of the Tianji Tower glanced at those beside Lin Chen, and an unsettling chill ran down his spine.
The sword maniac and Langya were both formidable sword sovereigns. Sword cultivators are often hot-tempered, quick to draw their blades at the slightest provocation.
Fu Xiang was also not to be trifled with. The aura emanating from the woman in black by her side surpassed even Langya, clearly indicating she was a martial arts powerhouse.
Such a formidable assembly could easily raise the Tianji Tower to the ground.
It's simple, you need to compensate for my losses.
Young Master Lin initially spent 500 gold coins on information, therefore, how about I offer you 10,000 gold coins as compensation? The master of the Tianji Tower stated solemnly.
10,000 gold coins might have mattered to Lin Chen in the past, but now, his strength had surged. And his martial realm had broken through to the first level of creation. His swordsmanship had ascended to the level of sword sovereign. Lin Chen's perspective had naturally broadened. Gold coins were merely mundane objects, far less valuable than spirit stones.
Are you jesting?
Lin Chen replied in a low tone.
Then, 50,000.
The master of the Tianji Tower believed he had made a considerable concession. Since the Tianji Tower cannot afford to compensate my losses, perhaps it would be better to disband. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he released an overwhelming sword intent that suppressed the entire scene. Young Master Lin, please temper your anger. I can offer you 10,000 premium spirit stones. The master of the Tianji Tower was drenched in sweat, feeling an immense sense of danger under Lin Chen's sword intent. Not to mention the powerful individuals beside Lin Chen, even Lin Chen himself could easily overpower him.
10,000?
Lin Chen remained silent.
But Fu Xiang let out a light chuckle.
The Tianji Tower, dealing in intelligence, had accumulated wealth that rivaled that of the Alchemist Association. 10,000 premium spirit stones sounded substantial, yet Fu Xiang looked down upon it.
50,000. 50,000 premium spirit stones, will that suffice to remedy young Master Lin's losses?
The master of the Tianji Tower raised his offer again, struggling to breathe under the pressure of Lin Chen's sword intent.
Should a confrontation arise, his fate would likely mirror that of Li Wuji.
Your sincerity is noted, but it falls short. Offer me 100,000 premium spirit stones, and we shall let this matter pass.
Otherwise, my Tianxiang pavilion is not to be trifled with. Fu Xiang's imposing presence actively supported Lin Chen.
Lin Chen had little concept of premium spirit stones, but since Fu Xiang suggested 100,000, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall provide it. The master of the Tianji Tower's face turned pale as he quickly dispatched someone to retrieve 100,000 premium spirit stones, all stored within a storage ring,
and handed them to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen said nothing further and turned to leave. The Tianji Tower had its headquarters in the northern wasteland, a first-rate power.
Yet my Tianxiang pavilion was not afraid. Fu Xiang remarked softly, her eyes gleaming, young one, should we consider directly eliminating the Tianji Tower's branch?
The wealth could then be divided. Lin Chen was speechless. At present, he merely wished to hasten his journey to the northern wasteland to seek the heavenly sacred fruit.
avoiding any unnecessary complications.
The group returned to the Alchemist Association. Fu Xiang quickly packed up, preparing to set off for the Tianxiang Pavilion in the northern wasteland.
The sword maniac and Langjie escorted them partway to the border of the Dayu dynasty, ensuring Lin Chen's safe arrival in the northern wasteland.
Lin Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Master, uncle, this is sufficient. There is no need to see me off any further.
With Sister Fu Xiang and Elder Fu Luo here, I will be just fine.
Very well, Langjie replied, shouldering his greatsword and turning to leave.
Little one.
When you go to the Tianxiang Pavilion to refine pills, do not forget to practice your swordsmanship.
You are a sword cultivator. The sword maniac raised his cup and laughed heartily before striding away.
The journey from the Dayu dynasty to the northern wasteland was long, requiring at least 3 days. Traveling by spirit tools significantly increased their speed, though it consumed a great deal of spiritual energy.
Thus, Lin Chen and his companions traveled by day and rested at night.
Fu Luo, still at the Wheel of Life realm, had no issue with long travel but needed to ensure Lin Chen and Fu Xiang were in good condition.
At present,
Lin Chen was exceptionally strong in combat but his martial realm remained relatively low.
That night, Lin Chen, Fu Xiang,
and Fu Luo took refuge in a dilapidated temple as a torrential rain fell outside. After a long day of flight, Lin Chen felt fatigued. Finding a broken temple offered them a chance to rest.
Inside the temple, a fire was lit. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred as he retrieved some chicken meat from his belongings and began to grill it.
Being on the road often led to hunger. And Lin Chen had grown accustomed to preparing food, along with various delicious seasonings. Upon seeing Lin Chen pull out chicken wings, both Fu Xiang and Fu Luo paused in surprise. Having cultivated to the Wheel of Life realm, they could not enter a state of fasting, they still needed to eat.
Moreover, martial artists required substantial amounts of beast blood and flesh.
Lin Chen carrying fresh chicken meat was unexpected for them, as they only had dried meat on hand for the journey, which could be consumed directly to replenish energy. Fresh meat required cooking,
which was certainly less convenient than dried meat that could be eaten immediately.
Little one, you certainly know how to live, Fu Xiang remarked, giving him a thumbs up.
Fu Luo looked at him with admiration.
Soon, the aroma of grilled chicken wings filled the air. The chicken meat Lin Chen had brought was rather ordinary,
lacking the nourishing properties of other beast meats.
Moreover, grilling chicken wings was a method Fu Xiang and Fu Luo had never encountered before, making it seem quite novel. Lin Chen even produced a special seasoning packet, enhancing the aroma of the chicken. Fu Xiang swallowed hard, her fingers twitching in anticipation, while Fu Luo's eyes sparkled.
Lin Chen tore off 2 chicken wings and offered them to the 2 women. Sister Fu Xiang, Elder Fu Luo, have some chicken.
Although it may not be from a distinguished beast, the flavor is quite good, Lin Chen said with a smile.
All right, I won't hold back then. Fu Xiang accepted eagerly.
Taking a bite from the chicken wing, her mouth soon coated in grease. Fu Luo, more reserved, tore off a small piece of meat and savored it slowly.
Soon, a look of enjoyment appeared on Fu Luo's face.
Little one, your culinary skills are commendable, she praised.
Being the head of the 9th peak of Tianxiang Pavilion,
her status was extraordinary, and she had tasted many exquisite beast meats, even dragon liver and phoenix marrow.
Yet,
Lin Chen's grilled chicken wings gave her a feeling that surpassed even the finest delicacies. While the nourishing effects were minimal, the taste was exceptional. As long as the elder enjoys it, Lin Chen said, taking a piece of meat while reminiscing about Lu Yanran, his gaze dimming. If only Lu Yanran were still here. They could explore renowned mountains and rivers together, galloping through the martial world. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He must quickly establish a foothold in the Tianxiang Pavilion, only with strength and resources would he have hope of resurrecting Lu Yanran.
Inside the dilapidated temple, the aroma of food wafted through the air.
Soon, Lin Chen heard footsteps approaching from outside.
Friends inside, may we trouble you for a moment? The night is dark and windy, and we miss the inn. Could we borrow a place to stay for the night?
Outside the temple stood a man wearing a conical hat and a raincoat, accompanied by 3 robust men, all exuding a notable aura. Not convenient, we are at full capacity. Friend, within the 4 seas, all are brothers, please, grant us this favor. The rain is heavy, and the weather is cold, we have nowhere else to go. The man in the raincoat pleaded anxiously.
Very well, come in. All right. Thank you, brother.
As soon as the man in the raincoat finished speaking, a chilling glint suddenly erupted. His expression changed, and he unleashed his spiritual power to form a protective barrier.
In the next moment,
blood splattered as the man was cleaved in two by a flash of sword light, dying on the spot.
Fu Xian's chicken wing fell from her mouth.
Her face filled with astonishment, having not expected Lin Chen to strike without warning.
You!
In the vicinity of the man cloaked in a straw raincoat, 3 robust men, enraged,
brandished their spiritual weapons. However, in an instant, a terrifying surge of sword energy descended, sword chi sweeping like a tempest. The trio was reduced to a bloody pulp, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment against Lin Chen's might. In the rear of the dilapidated temple, 4 figures clad in black stealthily infiltrated. Suddenly,
a sharp whistling sound echoed as Fu Luo flicked her wrist, launching a silver needle that pierced through the skulls of the intruders with lethal precision.
A single strike. A massacre.
Fu Luo had anticipated the clandestine entry, suspecting the man outside of foul play.
Even had Lin Chen not intervened, Fu Luo would have taken action. What astonished Fu Luo was Lin Chen's swift reaction, preemptively dispatching the cloaked figure. Lin Chen's sword was as swift as lightning, flowing with effortless grace.
With each strike, a formidable sword aura surged forth. Such mastery of the sword at a young age was exceedingly rare. "Young one, you are quite remarkable," Fu Luo remarked, retrieving her silver needles and wiping away the bloodstains. Her weapon, known as the Ice Soul Silver Needles, possessed formidable power. Eliminating a few insignificant adversaries was, of course, effortless. "You flatter me, senior," Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen gathered the spoils from the fallen foes before returning to the temple to continue his repast.
Upon opening their storage pouches,
a look of disdain crossed his face.
"What is this?"
"Only inferior-grade spirit stones, and a mere 300 at that."
Given his current wealth,
Lin Chen found them beneath his notice. There were also various pills and spiritual weapons, but of inferior quality. "They are from the Vajra stronghold," Fu Xian mused.
"Indeed," Fu Luo affirmed. "The Vajra stronghold? What sort of power is that? Are they formidable?" Lin Chen inquired.
"A third-rate faction, a band of brigands, nothing to fear," Fu Luo replied, a hint of revulsion in her eyes.
The Vajra stronghold's reputation was tarnished by their acts of oppression and plunder. Since we have encountered them today, we shall eliminate them without hesitation.
"However, that man's identity is somewhat peculiar," Fu Luo added, glancing at Lin Chen's spoils. Lin Chen remained non-committal. Among the loot was a golden token, seized from the cloaked man.
The Vajra token, possessed only by the upper echelons of the Vajra stronghold.
"He's not strong enough to be one of the stronghold's chieftains," Fu Xiang pondered. "The Vajra stronghold has 3 chieftains.
If he is not one of them,
then he must be a chieftain's son," Fu Luo concluded. "Esteemed seniors, let us continue on our journey," Lin Chen said, rising to extinguish the campfire and prepare to depart. If they had indeed slain the Vajra stronghold's young chieftain, there might be repercussions. Lin Chen did not fear trouble, but he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. His priority was to reach the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion as swiftly as possible. Along the way, Lin Chen had inquired of Fu Luo. He learned that the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion did indeed possess a reincarnation holy fruit. However, it was only 2,000 years old, and its potency might be diminished. Zi had advised him to seek a 3,000-year-old fruit. Of course, obtaining any reincarnation holy fruit would be a boon, even if it were only 2,000 years old. It would still be efficacious. "Very well, let's be off," Fu Luo said, rising and striding out of the temple on her slender legs. She felt uneasy remaining in the company of corpses. The trio resumed their journey through the rain-swept night. After an hour, Fu Luo halted in the skies above a forest. In the darkness, a group of figures descended on great swords, exuding an aura of ferocity. The leader, a burly man with a swarthy complexion and a menacing visage, roared, "How dare you slay the young chieftain of the Vajra stronghold?" The man grinned maliciously. Lin Chen reeked of blood, making him a prime suspect. The black-faced man blocked the path, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at Fu Xiang and Fu Luo's ample bosoms, indulging in lascivious fantasies. Surrounding the black-faced man were 30-odd burly men, each brandishing a great sword and wearing a ferocious expression. Behind them were a dozen or so bound women, seemingly village women. Their faces gaunt, their clothes disheveled, some bearing the marks of whips. Among them was a young girl, no older than 8 or 9, bound with thick ropes. Her dress torn, her eyes filled with tears and despair.
What if we did slay him? Fu Xiang retorted, her face darkening.
The black-faced man's lecherous gaze made her deeply uncomfortable. Seeing the bound women, Fu Xiang was even more incensed.
The Vajra stronghold acted with impunity. Not only robbing martial artists but also preying on ordinary women and even abducting children.
Such behavior was utterly depraved.
So it was you who killed the young chieftain.
In that case, you shall not escape death. But before you die, I will allow you to experience true pleasure. The black-faced man guffawed, his face contorted with lewdness. Such fine figures, it will be quite a thrill.
Fu Luo's face turned grim. What manner of vermin are you? State your name.
To speak my name is to invite terror.
I am the Vajra stronghold's third chieftain.
The black-faced man began, but suddenly a sword light rapidly expanded in his pupils.
Lin Chen drew his sword and struck, unleashing a terrifying blow.
The sword light, like a dragon, hurtled forward,
carrying an irresistible momentum. You.
Before the black-faced man could react, he felt a sudden chill in his neck, and a stream of blood spurted forth.
A single strike, severing his throat.
The black-faced man's eyes filled with despair and resentment before his corpse crashed to the ground.
This. The third chieftain. Gone just like that? Impossible.
The men surrounding the black-faced man were aghast.
Even Fu Xiang and Fu Luo were taken aback.
Lin Chen's strike was too swift, too ruthless.
The 20-odd black-clad men, wielding their great swords, were seized by terror and began to flee.
Lin Chen, Fu Xiang, and Fu Luo swiftly intervened, eliminating them all. The so-called third chieftain of the Vajra stronghold had not even managed to utter his name before meeting his demise.
Are all sword cultivators like this?
Fu Xiang blinked her beautiful eyes. Esteemed seniors, pardon my candor, but you speak too much, Lin Chen said, gathering the spoils of battle and returning to the women. His face as placid as if nothing had transpired. It has been too long since I ventured out. I have been preoccupied with alchemy in the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. And my skills have grown somewhat rusty, Fu Luo said with a smile. The alchemists of the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion primarily focused on alchemy, with martial arts as a secondary pursuit. Fu Luo was considered skilled, with ample combat experience. Some of the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion's elders possessed formidable cultivation bases but were weak in actual combat, vulnerable to being overwhelmed by those of lower cultivation levels. The Vajra stronghold's third chieftain seems rather unremarkable, Lin Chen said, casually opening the third chieftain's storage ring, revealing over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and other resources of little value.
Nonsense, he didn't even have a chance to display his trump cards before he was killed.
Fu Xiang retorted, rolling her eyes. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Fate Will realm, quite ordinary, Fu Luo said calmly. With her discerning eyes, she could easily discern the third chieftain's strength. The 8th level of the Fate Will realm was insignificant. However, Lin Chen's ability to slay him instantly while only at the first level of creation was astonishing. In the rain-swept night, the dozen or so bound women trembled, their eyes filled with entreaty. Lin Chen unleashed a sword chi, severing their bonds. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives.
The women cried, kneeling and expressing their gratitude.
Had it not been for Lin Chen's intervention, they would have been taken to the Vajra stronghold to be subjected to unspeakable horrors. Big brother, big sister, thank you.
Thank you. The little girl swayed, nearly fainting, but still knelt and kowtowed.
Fu Xiang, unable to bear the sight, helped her up, retrieved a golden wound medicine, and bandaged her wounds.
3 benefactors, just ahead lies Heifeng Mountain, where the Jinjing stronghold is stationed.
It would be prudent for you to hasten your steps, a woman cried out, tears streaming down her face.
Heifeng Mountain, Jinjing stronghold.
A man with a gaunt face held a beautiful woman beneath him. The woman emitted a cry of anguish, her hands and legs bound, rendered immobile. Despair filled her heart. Behind the gaunt man stood another, adorned with a fur hat, an expression of malevolence etched upon his visage. The chief and second in command of Jinjing stronghold shared an exceptionally close bond, often engaging in revelry together. Suddenly, amidst his indulgence, the chief halted, anger flashing across his countenance. He despised being disturbed while occupied. Nevertheless, the subordinate who dared to intrude must have known the gravity of the situation. "Enter," the chief commanded, pushing the woman aside and adjusting his attire. A trembling lackey rushed in, kneeling before him. "What is it?" "Speak," he demanded. "Chief, the young master is dead. The third in command has also perished." "What? Who dares to touch my son, Li Muyang?" The chief's fury ignited, and he promptly summoned the mightiest warriors of Jinjing stronghold. Over 500 elite fighters. On Heifeng Mountain, Lin Chen and his two companions soared through the air. They had been delayed along the way, as the women they rescued bore numerous injuries. As ordinary folk untrained in martial arts, their wounds, if left untreated during this rainy night, could easily become infected, exacerbating their conditions. The impoverished cannot afford illness. Without funds for a physician, their lives are at stake. Out of kindness, Fu Xiang took out numerous restorative pills to aid the women, thus prolonging their journey. Upon reaching the borders of Heifeng Mountain, Lin Chen did not linger but pressed onward. Though he harbored disdain for Jinjing stronghold, he did not wish to waste time or invite unnecessary complications. As they traversed the rain-soaked night, a dark figure suddenly appeared atop a distant hill, hurtling toward them at great speed. It was a burly man, flanked by over 500 capable fighters, all adept in flight, their realms at least at the spirit sea level. "It is you who have slain my son, Li Muyang?" The dark-faced man alighted before Lin Chen and his companions, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He had just gathered his forces when he spotted Lin Chen. "Your son dared to rob, yet lacked the strength. His demise was his own doing," Lin Chen replied coolly. "Very well. Very well." Li Muyang's smile turned sinister, his eyes radiating an insatiable thirst for blood. Yet he hesitated to strike immediately, wary of the two women beside Lin Chen, whose formidable auras he could not discern in the night. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You lack the right to know," Fu Luo replied icily. "Regardless of who you are, I must eliminate you today." With a sweeping gesture, Li Muyang commanded his 500 brothers to charge forward, blades gleaming in the night. Lin Chen drew his sword, unleashing the Ling Tian sword technique, an overwhelming sword force sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, Li Muyang was forced back, terror flashing in his eyes as he realized Lin Chen was a swordmaster, his prowess in the sword path truly extraordinary. Among the 10 men surrounding Li Muyang, several perished instantly beneath the onslaught of swordlight, unable to withstand even a breath. "It seems that in my absence, they have forgotten my existence." "The disciples of Tianxian Pavilion are not merely alchemists," Fu Luo remarked, her gaze cold as a glimmer of deadly intent radiated from her. In that moment, a silver needle shot forth. Li Muyang's expression changed dramatically, for he had not anticipated that the woman before him was a powerful martial king. "You are Fu Luo, the ninth peak master of Tianxian Pavilion?" As the silver light flashed,